So, now going back to call, we are streaming, and let's try and bring on Aristides while we do this. And okay, and we'll also try bringing on Heather Holman, and of course, our usual, just out of respect, we call our dear friend Brendan Zogit, and here we are. There we go. Heather, of course, and Heather Holman, and then press the add button. And now we're going to, shit, now the Skype went white because they just updated the Skype. So we will fix that with Aristides in a second. Let's go to live stream first and see if we are connecting. So it says we've got an excellent connection. And what I'm going to do is reset my page here before we deal with the... okay, good. And you might hear a bit of an echo. No, okay, not there. Good. Got some hearts already and one upvote. Excellent. Now let's try the other reset and see if that comes through. And okay, good. So it's just the three of us, Aristides, Peter, and I at the moment. Now we...
yeah? It says Heather.
Oh, Heather's joined us as well. Excellent, dear lady. I can't see anything because the screen went white.
Heather.
Okay.
Yeah, so
Hi.
Heather, love you, honey. All right, what we're going to do is we are going to Control Alt Delete. And what do I do after that again, dear Aristides?
Should bring up the task manager and you find what is it you want to end? You find that.
Okay.
And you tell it to end that.
Okay. So we bring up the task manager, and then we highlight Skype, and then we end task.
And that's going to drop us off. Like, why is it's not working? Oh, it's blank again?
Yes, of course. So I can't work with it anyway, so I'll have to recall you all anyway if it does knock us off. Okay, so I'm ending the task, and I have no idea what that did. I'm just going to close that screen now. It looks like it ended it. I don't see it there anymore. Now I'm going to click it again and see if it comes back on, because last time that's what worked, and it's not working. Oh wait, it's starting it again. There we are. So I'm all by myself right now, and we'll have to call them all back again. So we'll see if they can handle that. They should be prepared for it. So our dear friend Brendan Zogit is asking if everything is good. Now, yes. Okay. Now is good. Thank you. Now is good. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. And let's press that button. And all right. Now we will call Peter back. Okay. We all hung up waiting for you to call us back. Good. Excellent. And so there we go. There we are. So now we'll start all over again with the call. Stream hopefully was not stopped. You all did the right thing by hanging up, and then we'll have Heather recalled. Heather Holman. There we are. And our dear friend Brendan Zogit acknowledged. He's unable to answer at the moment, but we can always call him back, hopefully, even though I don't believe he's in country. So I'm surprised his Skype is still working. So that took care of it. Thank you, all of you, for your patience with that, because Skype updated before I came on, and that's what, does these things. So Vicky Johnson says, I'm loud and clear, and El Nemo in Australia says, can hear you all. Excellent. Okay, so we're starting off great. And what we're going to do is just catch everybody up on the obvious. We're trying to raise 450 United States dollars. A little over 400 will be fine. It should be fine, but we're just trying to... the 50, we might as well say 450. I can't trust my one source who should be giving me $50 today, and we'll just have to bank on their not doing that. And we'll continue with trying to raise it from everybody, because the money will not be wasted regardless. Either way, once I pay the rent, there's always the need for basic supplies after that. So that's the situation on my behalf. My health is much better now. I had an extended syncopal episode through the last episode before tonight's, and that, of course, passed and we're going to try and do a full episode tonight. Aristides, of course, has pulled off some minor miracles for me towards my book, where I was looking for some source materials that are extraordinarily hard to find, and he was able to find them. And I'll go into the story about that a little more into the show, if it organically arises. But as everyone knows, all of my intellectual energy is pretty much invested in writing a book at the moment of my own. And it's in Dietrichonic, but at the same time, it will cover a lot of, everything I talk about. Basically, meta geography or meta geopolitics. So, all that being said, we're going to work it out as to how we'll get it published electronically when it's done, which I'm hoping will be around the time of the November election, which means I've got to go balls to the wall and just get everything in there, as soon as possible and get everything done with that. So all of that being said, of course, we could go back to what Peter Moon brought to my attention. That may not be what he wants to start off with, but I'm just reminding all of ourselves that we may return to that subject. He, of course, ran across something that was brought to his attention somehow about, basically, they've been listening to our show, and right after I was talking about the digestive issues of vampires with solid food, they came up with some little thing that I hope Peter will be able to share with Aristides and Heather as well, or right here into this group called Textbox, so that our people here on Team Dietrich most immediately, the inner circle, can access it, and that will give them an idea of what Peter was irritated about. They basically plagiarized everything I said on air and just put it into this little kind of AI generated horror story, the same kind of I forget what they call them, creepypasta bullshit. And then there's this other stupid anomalies investigation thing that's all over YouTube, which is just a series of fictitious stories that people contribute to, whatever they can come up with. And all I can say is that we have the evidence in the book that we published that we got this information out first. At least we've always got that to fall back on. And at some point, it will be much more accessible than it is now. There's a tremendous effort to cover us up and suppress us. And that alone shows how much they fear us. So they truly, truly fear us. Not just vampires.
I want to bring attention how this came to my attention from one of your listeners, one of our listeners.
Okay.
And he's a friend of mine. And I pointed, he didn't understand that this was a slight on you. I had to point it out to him.
Okay.
That's how insidious this stuff is, because, people, this is one of the, unfortunate things of people perusing the internet. This is where they get their information. And then it's so subtly corrupt.
Yes.
And, this is the world we live in.
Yeah, unfortunately. And so this listener, how did they take it? What did they, when they brought it to you?
He understood, but he didn't look at it from
that perspective.
The way you or I would look at it.
Right.
And it was, it's, I see this stuff all the time, not just with the work I do with you, but with my other work. Mm-hmm. And, people will call attention to, some stupid thing, and I try not to take issue with it, because why waste my energy?
Yes.
It's basically there to do harm.
Yes. I mean, yeah, go on, continue.
The more you feed it, the more you give life to it.
Right. By the way, before I give credit to the people who have contributed thus far, I do want to kisses to Vicky Johnson, of course, who was the first to show up tonight. El Nemo, of course, hugs. Eric Cradle hugs. And of course, our dear Vril, who has done, who's basically Aristides and has done so much for me with the work on the book lately. Yeoman work above and beyond the call of duty. And I do want to, before we turn to Aristides, give credit to the contributors. But one more question to Peter before I turn towards that. But I am curious, when the person brought this to your attention, they obviously were thinking of you and I discussing this subject, and they probably felt that this was verification of what we were talking about. Were they excited about it? They presented.
Exactly.
Okay. Yeah.
Exactly. You're quite correct.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. And yes, it is indeed.
A concession
Yeah.
and a co-opting is really what it is.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Yes, and so thank you, dear Peter. All right, then. Let's go towards some crediting of these wonderful people who have contributed so much. And I want people to know that we actually, if I didn't need to run for supplies just yesterday to get water, liquid Coca-Cola, and beer, which I consider to be a staple, if I didn't have to do that and spend nearly $100 just to do that from the corner store. Remember, I do live in a home where there is no potable water so I am and Coca-Cola is my coffee. It's how I get my sugar and caffeine. The delivery mechanism for that. The beer is just liquid bread to me. Those three items, of course, I had to stock up on them, and that's about $90 essentially. So you might as well say 100. Otherwise, we would not have needed to raise $450 tonight. We just aim for $350. It would be all we needed to aim for. So it's sad that life is like that, and we have to tend to so many things so many necessities. But such being said, let's turn towards those wonderful people who have provided, and they're truly givers who keep on giving. And I'm going to just now call up the PayPal account, and so we can credit these people. There are some, at least one, who is asking for anonymity, and I certainly respect that. But in terms of the four who contributed most recently, who did not ask for anonymity, Devon Bulldog, one of our favorite Native Americans from Canada, a member of the First Peoples Nations, as they call them up there, or First National Peoples. First Nations Peoples is the Canadian reference. Of course, a wonderful lady who asked to remain anonymous, contributed 150 United States dollars. And you're an angel, honey. Thank you so very much. Christoph Riemel, who lives in Europe, I believe he is in Germany, or certainly has a German name. He does say I pronounce his name correctly in the English. He contributed 11 United States dollars, $10.41 essentially. And
thank you.
Yes, and of course the incredible Aaron Tice, who is a co-host with us. He's a co-producer who comes on when he can, and one time helped to spell Peter while he was gone. As a matter of fact, hopefully he'll be coming back on with us while Peter is in Romania. Of course, Peter will be calling in from Romania as well.
Trying to.
Yeah, or at least trying to. And Aaron Tice sent 100 United States dollars. God bless you, Aaron Tice.
Thank you, Aaron.
Yes, and now let's turn towards the other account and the wonderful people who contributed to said account. Let's see if I can find my way back there and look up, of course, the PayPal. And here we are. Two people who contributed. One individual wishes to remain anonymous, contributed half 100 United States dollars. And, my best wishes to them. What I can say without giving anything away is that they're a fellow Californian. California is so incredibly large that no one can find them through that clue. And the other individual, on the other hand, I believe I have named her before, or this is a young lady with a very similar name. Basically it is Melissa Mayo. I believe this is actually a different young lady. Melissa Mayo. And her surname is Maio. Incredible individual. And I'll give no information about her other than her statement. But kisses to Melissa Mayo. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly, honey. Mwah. Love you dearly. She says, I wish I could give you more, brother. I've been listening to you for a long time. I live in New York, not far from Pete. Pedem, not far from Pedem. Demon's tentacles blacker than black, pulling me from my bed and affecting my children. The island is strange. I wish you well. Okay, everybody maintain her in thought and prayer.
Is it Melissa?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, Melissa Mayo. Yeah. Yeah. And if there's any advice you have for her, I could read that again.
Restate her situation again.
Sure, gladly. Give me a moment to breathe because I want to give it the respect that it deserves. She is, of course, someone whose situation we wish to acknowledge. She says, I wish I could give you more, brother. I've been listening to you for a long time. I live in New York, not far from Pete M. Period. Then this statement. Demon's tentacles, blacker than black, pulling me from my bed and affecting my children. Next sentence says, this island, or the island is strange. I wish you well. There we are.
All right, I will give a response. And Heather?
She says haiku. Yes, haiku.
Well, yeah, try not to send messages because the...
Oh yes, the sound it does create a real distracting bong like.
No, it doesn't do that all the time. I noticed. I'm sorry. I'll refrain.
Unless it's absolutely necessary, but friendly suggestions, just try and.
Yeah. Okay. I'll see if I can mute it or something.
Oh no, you can't. Don't worry about it, honey. I know what you mean by sometimes it doesn't seem to do that.
Just break in with your voice. And say, when it's appropriate.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, it's not my voice really. You mean now or?
No. What Peter's saying?
Don't send in messages. Don't send in messages on Skype while either one of us are talking.
Yeah.
To anyone.
Yeah, because we get this.
Right. Okay, I got it.
Yeah.
I got it.
Yeah. Yeah, the way to handle it, Heather, is to you can raise your hand, use that raise your hand symbol if it looks like one of us is on a roll and should not be interrupted. But the other way, which we're both open to, is just interject with your voice. Believe me, it's far less invasive and distracting.
Okay.
Yeah, the message.
Maybe I should get my other phone.
No. It does it on any medium.
It has to do with that. It has to do with sending the stuff in on Skype. If you want to send a silent message, send it on Facebook.
Yeah. A silent message send it to Peter on Facebook if you want to send him a message. But for the rest of us, believe me, it's okay after opening hours, because after opening hours it becomes like something completely different. But during opening hours, what happens is the any message sent or entered into the Skype text box, it sounds like a bong, this very incredibly invasive bong that throws people off. And there's
it's so confusing. There's got to be a setting for that.
There's not.
Send it on Facebook.
Yeah.
Or interject with your voice when it's appropriate. Let's move on.
Yeah. Thank you. Back to Peter.
So.
Oh, by the way, shall we have Aristides give his usual admonition to our listeners before you respond?
Go ahead.
Yes. So Aristides, if you would be so kind and then segue it back to Peter, and Peter will therefore have time to get his response together.
All right. Very good. Everyone, as soon as you join us, please give the thumbs up to the program. Little thumbs up icon where it counts it. That is very important because although you can't see them, there are downvotes placed against the program, either by certain assholes or bots that they employ. And this affects the searchability of the program and the popularity of it. So give your thumbs up and then slide over and make sure you're still subscribed, as you should be. We remind you so many times, but that is helpful. And hit the notification icon so that you can be notified of the program starting or restarting, as is unfortunately sometimes the case. And as far as upvotes and us needing as many as possible, since I believe you need a YouTube account to upvote, at least I do. You can go under your account settings and create additional channels under your main account, and those are capable of independent upvotes. But just be mindful of switching back and forth. Like you might switch and then forget to switch back to your main account, and then start like talking in the chat, and then you got like some random name with no no content, and and that can be suspicious sometimes. So just talk to us from your main account. But if you're so motivated, please, make a couple extra channels, and they can do some upvoting too. So we can have a little upvote army as soon as we get started.
Thank you. Appreciate
Thank
that
you so
profile.
much.
Yes. And back to Peter. So Peter, yes, do respond. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. I know what she's talking about being plagued with demons and it affecting her family. It's not that uncommon. And I'm going to address this with sort of two, maybe three prongs, 3 prongs for the devil's pitchfork.
Yeah.
The devil's pitchfork is the trident. It's up, and this is it goes back to an ancient symbol which was transmogrified into the Hebrew letter Shin. Shin is the secret word of Freemasonry. Many Freemasons who've been taught the secret word don't know it. Some of them do. Depends which version of Freemasonry they were given, because it's just Freemasonry is loaded with mystery. But I'm going to talk for this from 2 prongs. And the first way I'm going to approach this is through Christianity. I'm going to say something about Christianity. Now, Douglas has stated, not incorrectly, that I'm not a Christian. However, I'm going to qualify that. One thing I found, especially working with Douglas, is that Christianity is a very useful tool for getting rid of demons. It's very useful. So, like, say, if you have bugs, you get bug spray. Now, there's better ways to get rid of bugs than bug spray. One of which is, what do they call it? Borax?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, boric acid powder.
Yeah. And you can also get, you can do essential oils and things like this to get rid of bugs. It's an antidote. So Christianity is an effective antidote for dealing with demons or devils. And it's a useful tool. Why? Because of its construct. It's the way it is. Now, it's the yin and the yang. You get a balancing. If you have too much of one, you balance it off. I'm going to say something about Christianity. I found it, when I grew up, the most repugnant, idiotic bunch of stuff. Now, it helped that, my parents weren't involved in it. They both had backgrounds in Catholicism, and my father realized the priests were pedophiles, so he divorced himself from them. And my mother, she kind of gave it up because my father didn't do it. So she took me to church when I was curious, explained to me, and you sort of get into this, well, I better be good. And it just didn't work, especially because it was all in Latin. And, it just wasn't working. So and my Catholic friends all went through this rigmarole. So it was never anything that made any sense. It was something they were doing, and they were being indoctrinated, my Catholic friends. It did not divorce me from my friendship with them at all. In fact, I got along with them quite well, but our friendship was never based upon religion. It was on doing stuff, whether it be sports or hide and seek or adventures at the beach or whatever, fishing, whatever we did as kids. This religion was just, not an issue. When I began to acquire more Protestant friends, it was so stupid. I mean, it was stupid. There was nothing, the way it was filtered to me. And two of my best friends, they didn't have any religion. They stayed my friends late into life. One of them passed away. One of them, I haven't talked to him in a few years, but we stayed friends. And it was just like there was no, I guess what you'd say, there was a cutoff of intelligence. Intelligence was dead. And people are saying, whoa, 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 whoa. And it's like, it's just, and now it's reasonable that people, and now this isn't, I seldom, if ever, saw some kid praying that this would be resolved or that would be resolved. Prayer, I do remember in the 8th grade graduation, we did an invocation. I think we did an invocation and an evocation, Douglas.
Okay.
As part of the ceremony.
Wow.
It was very watery. It was very dry. It wasn't religious. It was just very, nothing. But so anyway, I never had, an intellectual opinion of religion. It was, of course, actually, I became very interested in religion as I got into, reading of science fiction and studying Asia in high school. I had a real, genuine interest in religion, but I wasn't indoctrinated. And that led me into, I guess, what you call studying witchcraft. And witchcraft, all the data I would read on it was so prejudiced. Now, I'm using the high school library, and anytime I'd look up any references on witchcraft, they would just begin to berate it with all this emotion. Okay, so this is not a rational response. It was very irrational. Now, I did eventually read the book Diary of a Witch by Sybil Leek. Now, Jerry Cornelius recently passed away. He was at one time the archivist for the OTO, the Ordo Templi Orientis, and he was a fan of my books when they came out, and, talking about Crowley, and we had quite a voluminous correspondence back in the 90s. And he, I mentioned him, and I said, what the hell was that? Why did I bring him up? Because, why did I bring him up? It just flowed in a whole bunch of stuff.
Obviously, he gated in a lot of memories.
Yeah, it's like very, very occult stuff. But I was talking about Christianity, and I'm trying to think why I would bring him up to reference, because I was talking about the power of.
Well, you said Christianity is a useful tool for ridding one of demons.
Why on earth did I bring him up? He's he probably conveyed a piece of wisdom with regards to
a relevant, yes, something relevant.
Relevant occult topics or whatnot. But I guess with where I kind of really began to understand the fundamental of Christianity, which is in my book, The Synchronicity and the Seventh Seal, because that was a culmination of all of my occult meanderings. And I wrote that book as an exorcism to get rid of all the occult debris that one could argue, well, that had strewn itself around my life And I could argue, it might not be correct, that it kind of destroyed my marriage,
Wow.
almost destroyed my family. It did not.
Wow.
But meaning my daughter.
Mm-hmm.
But I could argue, I don't know, my wife sure got triggered,
Mm-hmm.
but I can't, I could blame it on, it doesn't even matter. But the point was, whether that was the problem or not, I had, wrote all of these experiences up, integrated in, and wrote about which I had discovered through my adventures in synchronicity, the sacred name of Jesus, Yod-Heh-Shin-Vav-Heh. Now, I also read in a publication, I could never retrieve it. It was in a library, and it was a story that it was an Islamic story from Islam, and they said there was one name that scared all the demons of hell, and all the demons would flee out of hell. They were so scared of it, and that was the name of Jesus Christ. Now, that's not quite accurate. The accuracy would be the Yod-Heh-Shin-Vav-Heh, which is the 5 letters of the pentagram, the 5 points of the pentagram. And if right side up pentagram, not an upside down one, that top pinnacle, just like the top of the star on your Christmas tree, is spirit over earth, air, fire, water. Now, if you're having problems with demons, you can say that name, Yod-Heh-Shin-Vav-Heh, and you can do the pentagram over them. If you can find the name of the demon, you can write the name of the demon and put the pentagram over the name, and you can freeze the name, you can burn the name, whatever works. But what you want to do is, you can engage it, as Douglas has said, with an act of gnosis, which means to know, and to know in the deepest sense, and to commune with it and talk to it, and banish it. It's a matter of learning how to, as Douglas talks about in the new books, he's talked about it in many things, it's banishing. But if you can do it with distance by, as I say, using the name and banishing it, or saying the Lord's Prayer. And the Lord's Prayer that you'll find is not the accurate translation. There's an Aramaic version of it, which maybe I can dig up and read. It's not always easy to find. Aramaic version of the Lord's Prayer, or you can do the regular one, because the regular one will work. And you say it, you repeat it. You can also write to the demons with a pencil, and you can write that letter and say, "Dear demon who's haunting me, haunting this, haunting that," whatever the demon is. If you don't know the name, you just address it, and you write to it, tell it to go away, whatever you want to tell it, what's in your heart. And then you take it out into the fields, into the nature, and you read it out loud 3 times. You read it once to yourself, you read it once to the demon, and you read it once to the whole universe, and then you burn it. And it will create a profound effect, because that will help you engage in an act of gnosis, because you're communicating to the very thing which is affecting your mind.
But tell people where they can get the carbon pencils to do this.
I can't, because he doesn't sell them through the internet.
Okay.
So you're just going to have to use a graphite pencil. It's best if you use a carbon pencil that's the same ratio of carbon in the human body, but the graphite pencil works. Pencils are made out of graphite, which is an isotope of carbon. It's fine. It's the best you're going to do. So anyway, you're engaging it, and the most powerful thing, I'm giving you many variations, is breath. Breath equals life, equals spirit, equals chi. And if you do any breathing you can find on the internet, yoga, you want long, slow breaths, inhaling in through the nose, out through the mouth. Every exhale is a detox. I'm going to try and find
Okay.
the Lord's Prayer in Aramaic and read it. It's short.
Mm-hmm.
It's a... Now let me see here, because there's some that are... It just looks like it's... Now, I don't like this translation. I'm happy to see there's more than one translation.
Yes.
Okay, here it is. This translation is by Neil Douglas-Klotz. Douglas-Klotz, K-L-O-T-Z. The Aramaic Prayer of Jesus, the Lord's Prayer. The original translation from the Peshitta, Syriac Aramaic version of Matthew 6:9-13 and Luke 11:2-4. I'm not going to do the Aramaic pronunciations, but they're here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to do it in English. And let me see, it looks like there's 10 stanzas. O birther, father, mother of the cosmos, you create all that moves in light. Focus your light within us. Make it useful as the rays of a beacon show the way. Create your reign of unity now through our fiery hearts and willing hands. Your one desire then acts with ours, as in all light, so in all forms. Grant what we need each day in bread and insight. Subsistence for the call of growing light. Loose the cords of mistakes binding us, as we release the strands we hold of others' guilt. Don't let us enter forgetfulness, but free us from unrightness. From you is born all ruling will, the power and the life to do, the song that beautifies all from age to age it renews. Sealed, truly power to those statements, to these statements. May they be the source from may it be the source from which all my actions grow, sealed in trust and faith. Amen. This is not the translation, believe it or not. It's a good it's nice because the one I know, and it's by this author. It's about breath. And okay. This one's on YouTube.
I grew up always.
Let me see here. I think I can retrieve it here. I have to get through the YouTube commercial. Okay. Let's see here. It's coming.
Mm-hmm. No worries. I want to remind everyone this is the last full opening hours episode that we have with Peter for a little while till he returns from Romania. We certainly need to appreciate that fact. And
I'll talk a bit about that, and I
yes.
also want. But here is this. It says, "O Thou, the breathing life of all, creating of the shimmering sound that touches us, help us breathe one holy breath, feeling only You. This creates a shrine inside in wholeness. Desire with and through us the rule of universal fruitfulness onto the earth. Create in me a divine cooperation from many selves, one voice, one action. Grant what we need each day in bread and insight, substance for the call of growing life. Erase the inner marks our failures make, just as we scrub our hearts of others' faults. Deceived neither by the outer nor the inner deceived neither by the outer nor the inner. Free us to walk your path with joy. From You is born all ruling will, the power and life to do, the song that beautifies all from age to age it renews. I'm seeing variations in this,
Mm-hmm.
but I've seen other variations of this. But I like the breath. The breath is key.
Yes.
O Thou, the breathing life of all, creator of the shimmering sound that touches us. This is breath and it is sound. And so much of what in life is breath and sound. We can include sight as well. But the breathing life of all, help us breathe only one holy breath, feeling You. This creates a shrine inside in wholeness. That breath is in life. That shrine inside of you is what's going to go out and be your life in a good way. And it's about fruitfulness into the earth. Create in me a divine cooperation from many cells, one voice, one action. Now, this is a very interesting phrase to me. Create in me a divine cooperation from many selves. This is like integrating different functions, different entities, different familiars. And I think of what Douglas talked about when Aquino was doing a grimoire, and all of a sudden all the voices of his coven were coming through him.
Yes.
And all the voices of his coven were sounding like Aquino.
Yes.
And that's sort of like whatever grimoire they were doing, I would venture to say was as if they were reversing the Lord's Prayer or something, because that coven could not recite the Lord's Prayer. They could only do it with great difficulty.
Yes.
But it did create a profound effect. And then grant what we need each day in bread and insight, substance for the call of growing life. Erase the inner marks our failures make, just as we scrub our hearts of others' faults. Deceived neither by the outer nor the inner, free us to walk your path with joy. From You is born all ruling will, the power and life to do, the song that beautifies all from age to age renews. It's like you've got to build up visceral strength. You've got to be able to exercise a mental, spiritual force, actual force. And so much of that has to do with recognizing what the problem is, recognizing where the culprit is, whatever it is. So anyway, that's my soliloquy. I hope this helps you. If you want to say anything further, ask any question. My book, The Synchronicity and the Seventh Seal, is, like 400 pages of sort of adventure reading.
Mm-hmm.
It's it's meant to be entertaining and humorous and to get the point across. I tell people to read it twice, because once you've read it the first time, when you read it the second time, you really know what I'm talking about. All of the, it's the funny thing is the Hebrew letter shin, which is originally they transmogrified it from an early symbol which became the trident of Neptune, and Neptune in astrology is the highest octave of spirituality, and it represents in the Hebrew tree of life Dot or Doth, and it's the invisible Sephiroth, and it goes from the top supernals all the way down to Malkuth. It's like an elevator, but it's invisible. And that shin is the way they describe it, but it's so symbolized in the New Testament when they say they don't break the shin bones of Christ. It's typical to break the shin bones of the person being crucified so that they will die. It will expedite the death of them. Like, enough of this. Let's just break his shin bones. But there was some issue or prophecy that they did not break the shin bones of Christ. He just died without breaking the shin. Now that's symbolic of the shin. It can't be broken. The shin is the number 300 in Hebrew gematria. And one time, many years ago, there was this sacred olive grove of 300 trees, and the Hebrews came and just annihilated the whole olive grove because it was 300. They were making a statement. They were making a statement, and they were pissing off the Palestinians and the Muslims. It wasn't to offend the Christians, although it esoterically offended the Christians more than anybody if they knew it. But they deliberately did 300 olive trees. Olive trees, by the way, grow to 800, 1,000 years old. Some of these trees were like centuries old, and they just obliterated.
Yes.
This is who they are.
Thank you.
I want to. We recently had a couple of assassinations of the Hamas and the head of Hamas and the head of Hezbollah.
Yes.
Now, the head of Hezbollah, which is Lebanon, was killed in Beirut, supposedly, I think with a rocket. The assassination of the head of Hamas was done in Tehran, Iran, and that Israel has not claimed responsibility for either one, but these were the two people who were negotiating the ceasefire. The first person on the suspect list would be Netanyahu. But I have to find fault with the leader of Hamas. He mostly lives in Qatar, and he's going to, I think, attend the inauguration of the new prime minister or whatever of Iran. He's crazy to be appearing in public in any way, shape, or form. Like, why in the hell? You're at war.
Yeah.
You may consider Iran an ally, but Iran has so many Jews in it that also are, or Muslims that are closet Jews. You're crazy to be exposing yourself in public at anything. It doesn't matter if you're in a Muslim country, because Israel has spies in these countries. Now, I can't say that Israel did it. It could have been, an extremist that didn't like them making peace negotiations. But I would bet that it was Israel that eliminated him.
I think the Israelis have been pretty open about what they did.
Well, I'm just saying what articles I read. What did they say? And can you
It was nothing I recall consciously, to tell you the truth. It's just one of those things where I could have sworn I saw statements to the effect that we're going to do this, we're going to take them out, and afterwards, when it was taken out, some braggadocio about having done what they said they were going to do. I mean, they operate with such gormless brazenness. There's no need for them to be subtle or oblique. Everyone will know that they've done it anyway, and there's kind of no point in doing it unless you take the credit, because it's supposed to be a deterrent or an act.
All I'm saying is what I last read.
Understood. No, I get what you're saying. Yeah.
Is that they're not claiming responsibility. They are the obvious culprit.
Yeah.
And it says here, Washington Post. Oh, they probably have a paywall.
Yeah.
The Israelis buoyant after Hamas leader assassinated in Iran.
Yeah, dancing Israelis, they're kind of famous for that. Yes.
Now, it says here they have maintained a deliberate silence over the assassination of Hamas chief Ismail Haniyeh in Iran on Wednesday, but for many Israelis, the killing of one of their most high-profile enemies was a welcome moment after the months of war. Prime Minister Netanyahu, whose security credentials were shattered by one of the worst attacks on Israeli soil by Hamas gunmen on October 7th, was meeting defense officials in anticipation of the next step. But already he appeared to benefit from the near nonstop coverage of the country's four leading television channels, all carrying banner headlines reading, Israeli Ismail Haniyeh eliminated in Tehran. In much of Israel, there was a mood of satisfaction. A day after Israel's military said it killed one of the most senior leaders of Iranian-backed Hezbollah in Beirut in retaliation for deadly attack in the Israeli-occupied Golan Heights. It's hard to argue that it wasn't Israel. And of course, it says it came amid faltering negotiations. And of course, when you kill somebody, you can't negotiate with them. So you have to take the next man up. And it creates a very awkward, because situation for negotiating. Mm-hmm. It makes negotiating impossible. Mm-hmm. And it's typical, like what's a very typical strategy is if you have a minority and you're have sort of a military standoff with a rebel crowd, you get the leader of the rebel crowd and you say, okay, we'll give you what you want. Let's negotiate what you want. They bring him in and they kill him.
Of course.
And then they have no leader. So to strike this at the head of the leader is a very effective war technique. You're killing the brains. And as I say, this Hamas leader was not very smart when it came to warfare. So that's what I have to say about that. I don't know if you have any thing to offer on the whole geopolitics of this, crazy situation.
None whatsoever. At the moment, like I said, my intellectual energy has been so invested into writing the book, and I had Aristides find something for me that, of course, I'd known about since my childhood, but definitely realized this was the time to integrate it into some writ. We can talk about that as that subject arises organically, but when it comes to the Middle East situation, I think we're all so aware of it that it's almost a moot point to discuss it. It's one of these things where I certainly am open to discussing it, sure, but I have nothing to offer. I got nothing right now.
Well, it's a as I say, it's Netanyahu had accused them of holding up the negotiations, and then he apparently kills them. So,
Yeah.
he's making the negotiations completely impossible and fomenting war, which is what, he has stated that he wants.
Yes.
And Trump, to his credit, was filmed. It was kind of leaked where he said that, and I don't know what the timing was on it, but he said to Netanyahu, he says, "You don't really want a deal, do you?" And Netanyahu's response was, well, and he said the guy from Hamas wanted a deal. And so, Trump has been a public supporter of Netanyahu and Israel. And here he is cornering him saying, "You don't want a deal, do you?" He was very truthful, very candid. And it said so much. And it suggested that Trump might deal with the situation in a completely way that nobody would expect. But that's neither here nor there, because Trump's not the president. It would only be a possibility if he becomes the president. And as I say, that remains to be seen. And you know what one journalist pointed out, John Rappaport? He wrote an article, and he said, he says, he was trying to really understand why Kamala Harris has this just stupid, inappropriate laugh. You're familiar with the laugh, right?
I've never really paid attention to it, but I'll accept what you say as. Yeah.
I mean, there's tons of Instagrams where she's just like, just laughing. It's sort of like the Tom Cruise smile, laughing, kind of, just like enforced smile.
Yeah.
It's this laugh, and it just seems socially inappropriate. What he deemed it was that she's, high on grass. And it made a lot of sense. Like, she's high. And she's, like this inappropriate laughter, which I'm sure people know what it is because they make so much fun of her doing it. She seems to have toned it down from what little clips I've seen of her doing, running for president. But it was just an interesting thing. So anyway, I will, this is my last
full episode
until I go to Romania.
Yeah.
And I will say this about that is that, I'm taking this trip. Mercury retrograde begins the 4th. And the hardest parts of Mercury retrograde are the 3 days before and after, when the planet Mercury is stationary. It's virtually not moving. When any planet is stationary, it's at its most potent. So I've had Mercury retrogrades in the past when, like, I was delayed 20 minutes in St. Petersburg Airport because they had to wait for all the Lear jets that were at the Super Bowl in Miami. And there was some sort of interconnection between the two. It delayed me 20 minutes. Big deal. Some, one time I had to, sit down in the airport in Newark, New Jersey and wait to get a flight to Florida, kind of sack out on the floor with everybody else because the flights were held up. Fortunately, it wasn't too long. It was a matter of hours in the snow. This time, I'm going during retrograde. I got the flight. I didn't book it during retrograde. But the first thing that happened was okay, you're not going to arrive at in London at 11 o'clock or 6 in the morning or whatever it is, 8 in the morning, you're going to arrive at 6. So your layover is going to be 5.5 hours instead of 3.5 hours. 3.5 hours, perfect. You get off the flight, you get your legs stretched, you get something to eat, you just kind of get some space, and then you go back in the box for 3 hours to remain. Which is, for some reason or not, that's the 3-hour flight is, so it's very different than the more luxurious overseas flight, where you can stretch out to some extent and, you know, just sleep or whatever. But so what happened now is that my friend I was going to go with is, you know, she's ill and she can't go. And that was after a lot of back and forth, and, you know, she convinced me she could go, and now it's 2 days before and she can't go. So that's okay, because fortunately, one of the guys who went with me on the Dream Workshop last year had already planned to go. He hired the driver I use, who's my personal friend. So now I'm rescheduling to go with them. So I spent today, and I'm going to end up going to the hotel that's near the Sphinx. I don't know if we're going to the Sphinx, because I think my friend, he's dead set on penetrating the inner Earth. I think he talked to you a little bit last time. He's the one guy who grew up in gangs in Sweden.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. And I told him at the very end of Yalamita Cave, we would spell it Yalamita Cave. If you get to the very end of it, which you can go into, it's a public thing, and it's a magnificent cave, except I think that the experience has been not completely ruined, but certainly compromised by the extreme lighting they put in there. You know, they had minimal lighting before.
Right.
It might equate to Christmas lights that are white, you know? You know, like, and just very limited lighting, and you get the full darkness of the cave in some areas. And then they have so much light that it's like, this is not natural.
Right.
And then instead of the wooden stairs or whatever, wooden rails, it's now hard steel. It's like, you know, like construction scaffolding or something, you know.
Right.
And it's, as they say, it ruins it. Ruins the experience.
Have you told them this?
Well, who am I going to tell? The monk? Go in and knock on the door of the monastery? You should take all this out. They do this for the safety of the tourists. As a safety precaution, it is responsible. One of my friends told me, he says, that cave, he says, you know, that cave is like, the monastery blocks all the energy of the cave because they built the monastery in front of the cave. And I remember the first time I went into the cave with Jeanette Crowley, and we had a group of 40 people going in there, and one woman, and when you first walk in, it's this huge, it's like almost like a small airplane hangar. It's big. And, you know, you feel you know, they're not stalactites, but there's this sort of energy of the way and it's still open air. You're in there, and it's like you're walking into it. And she screamed at the top of her lungs. It was such a primal scream walking into that cave.
Oh.
It shocked everybody. She just screamed. It was a primal scream that came out of her from walking into that cave. So when you get to the and there's water running through the cave, And then when you get to the very end of the cave, the very, very end, there's a crevice you can slip through if you are so brave or daring. And right at the end of the cave, there's all this, people put their religious stuff. But the only reason I know this is because I talked to a guy once at Atlanticron, and he said that he went beyond that crack. And he says, you can go about 80 meters. He says, you need lights and you need equipment, meaning to wade through the water. And then you'll just open up into a huge panorama of inner Earth. It's not safe to go in there. And I wouldn't recommend it to anybody. But I was in there last year. They didn't block it off. So I think he wants to go there.
Okay.
One could conceivably go there and see the Sphinx on the same day. You go in the cave in the morning, you take the cable car to the Sphinx in the afternoon after you eat lunch at the hotel. So I booked a room there. It's just one night. And then we're going to drive up to Choclavina Scout Camp the next day. That'd be on the 12th. So that's the plan. My plans have changed. I was going to drive up to Brasov, which is where the infamous Bronze Castle is, they call it Dracula's Castle.
Right.
And we probably won't even go by there. My friend invited us to stay with her, invited my whole group to stay with her. She's got room for us, but I don't know. I'm not in charge of this trip. I'm now just standing in line and going with them because my purpose is to go to the cave and, sort of stamp the approval on the ham radio antenna that I've been working to put on there for 10 years. But the story here is Mercury retrograde, is what I'm saying. It's like all my plans have changed. I spoke to Maria DeAndrea today about it. She said she puts a wingman on me.
Okay.
Which a wingman is there to look out for me.
Yes.
So here the wingman is looking out for me. She says if things don't work out one way, they're working out the way they're supposed to. So if she had to change her plans on me, and I didn't have these guys, and I didn't take the trip last year, I'd have to start from scratch. And even though she couldn't take me, she says, well, you can take my car. And I said, I don't go anywhere in Romania by myself. I have to have a Romanian.
Yeah.
And I said, I'm not comfortable driving in Romania. I could do it, but I'm not comfortable doing it. And I don't know that my GPS would work with Waze. Waze is a program that works pretty good. I can use it with my cell phone. But because I don't have, internet service, particularly in Europe, I'd have to buy a phone and get a phone service over there, which, so I'm saying, no, I don't want, thank you for your generosity in letting me use your car, but no, I don't want to do it.
Right.
I'd rather go with my old friends. But so many years, the momentum of my past years is making it possible.
Yes.
And this is Maria's wingman looking out for me. And that's so that's a lesson. And I try not to travel during Mercury retrograde. This was unavoidable unless I said I'm just not going to do the trip. And so when I get back, I'll work on your book, and then I'll plan a trip to California, Southern
Cool.
California.
Okay.
not Northern California.
Mhm.
To hang out with my daughter, who I haven't seen in a long time.
Understood.
That'll be in late October, probably,
Okay.
avoiding the retrograde.
Yeah.
But I hope to get your book out the door to the printer no later than the end of September.
Yeah. Thank
And
you.
earlier if I can.
Hmm.
I've begun the editing process and production process,
Hmm.
and last I was working on the what's that guy's name? Dipple.
Yes. Yes. Johann Conrad Dipper.
Yeah, I just starting to work on that. I don't think I'm going to be able to do that, but and that's a fascinating book. I encountered it when I did my book Montauk Revisited.
Mhm.
And I did mention it, but I was interested in it, from just the perspective of how different things were.
Mhm.
It was an interesting story because you talked about in the book how these mechanisms you'd see. Now, if you see the old movie from the 80s, Clash of the Titans, when they have the mechanical owl,
Yes.
and some of the other mechanical things you'll see in sometimes mythological movies, you give those things life, like alluding to that they really had old mechanisms in those days.
Yes.
And also Daedalus, the great inventor of the wings of wax that his son Icarus flew into the sky with.
Yes. Yes.
Daedalus was a great inventor, but what he actually invented, who the hell knows? But these things are lost into antiquity. But if we go back, and this is what I brought up in Montauk Revisited, about the time of Mary Shelley,
Hmm.
and even before then, the Swiss clockmakers were incredibly precise. They not only made incredibly precise watches, they made mechanical people, biofacsimilograph simulacra.
Yes.
And it's the truth of it is whatever became of these things is tended to be hidden and not well documented.
That's right.
It's a very obscure piece of history, no matter how much it has been talked about. So I found that fascinating in terms of just history. But what can I say? I'm getting ready for the trip. I have 48 hours to prepare for it.
Well, you could talk about the tower, the ham radio tower you're going to establish. This is.
Well, there's not much to talk about it because, as I said, I've been working for 5 years to get somebody to do it. And I was very much helped by David and Heather Anderson, and the people that we got to do it were Garten through their connections. Of course, I knew one of the guys. Great guy, I liked him. He liked me, but he had a falling out with the director of the camp. I don't know what it's about. And then he got sick and he just kind of flaked out.
Right.
He was the perfect guy to do it. Then another guy came along who hadn't been to Atlanticron in 10, 20 years. So apologetic. He says, David must not like me. Feel so bad. I said, he doesn't care. Do the job. And he says, yes. And he was going to survey it. And he never did anything. So he fell through. And then Heather found this guy. He's just a great guy, and he's doing it, and he's doing it way under budget. So, because he's providing most of the stuff, you know, just natural stuff. I mean, you can make an antenna out of, and he knows how to do it. Yet, so that we're able to afford to get him a really nice transceiver, which is really the key thing. And he says, this thing is so nice, I'm going to get one myself. So he's going to, things go right. I'm not going to be able to drive him up there now, but he wasn't planning on that anyway. He's going to take the train, and then I guess I don't know who's going to take him to the camp. It's a bit of a long drive.
Wow.
But you know, he's Romanian.
Yeah.
This is like you trying to get to Oakland. It's
Yes.
not that,
That's right.
or maybe to Sacramento, but anyway, you could do it.
Yes.
So anyway, he'll go there, and he'll just find a place to do it that's copacetic with the camp owner, and we'll have a ham radio. Now he has a license, so he'll be able to talk to somebody, and then it becomes an issue of getting a license, ideally by the camp owner. And his only hesitancy with that would be he'd have to spend time going to Timisoara, which is, you know, a few hours away. And you have to study it or take a test. And, you know, that might be better done in the winter if he's going to do it at all. You know, so I mean, it's time out of his thing, but one way or another, and I'll talk to him about it.
Right.
And, you know, what I told him, I said, I've been a legend in Transylvania for a long time.
Yes.
I said, but I want to be a legend in Choclavina. And he says, oh, Peter, you've already achieved that. He says, it's like you never left. When you're not here, it's like you never left.
That's right.
And he's not just choking my, you know, he's not just stroking me.
Right.
He doesn't need to do that. He just, you know, people go there and they fall in love with the place because it's just nature. It's just energy. So my driver, I don't know if he had been there the year before with Heather. He drove me and Heather up. And boy, did it stretch his car.
I can imagine.
You know, he drives all the way up to that camp, and you get stopped by a cow. You're in nature. You see, there's nothing you can do to move these cows. And we all look, you know, at each other and just kind of, okay, well, the cows. And then he goes up, and then he's got to, you know, the car comes back. He's got to take the car back down the grade, and then finally the shepherd shows up and says, you know, they'll be out of your way in about 5 minutes, 10 minutes. This, you know, he was taking them up. They were finding their way back to where they belonged. Huge cows.
Right.
And we finally, you know, you make up this steep grade, and then you get to the camp, and then he's got to park it he's got to go down another steep grade to park it. It's not like there's a parking lot there. There's a few parking spots, but it's like, you know, it really taxes your car. So last time we went, we were in a bus. It's a small bus, but it was a bus. And the bus didn't stay there. But the bus took us up so far because it could only go so far. And then we get out. There's this storage facility. There's not even a bathroom there. You know, you just go out in the woods.
Right.
And then you walk the distance.
Jesus.
Which is about a mile, I think.
Mm-hmm.
and you're walking uphill.
Of course.
And, you know, he comes down, gets the luggage, put all the luggage in his four-wheel drive, and then, you know, some of the people, I think, I got it, I drove sometimes, or people who have a more challenging time. And you know, because you're up in the mountains.
Yeah.
But then my driver, this was the second time he'd been there. He'd been to the cave with me before, twice, but now he gets to go to the camp. And the second time in the camp, and he said at the campfire, he said, "This is the place. This is it. This is it." You know, he was completely sold on it. It's magic. And Maggie, who you talked to, my Chinese friend, American
Yes.
Chinese,
Yes.
you know, she fell in love with the owner of the camp. So she won't be there because she's going to see her father in Indonesia and attend a wedding in Indonesia.
Jesus.
Her father, I think, is in China, or I don't know if it's Taiwan or China, but he's coming. You know, they're going to meet. Or maybe she's going to go there. I don't know. She's going to see her father, and she's going to attend a wedding. So she's going to leave the day before I get there. So I don't get to see her. But you know, she lives there now a
Wow.
good portion of the time, and she got to meet, you know, his sister and his mother, who don't speak English, but having her as a girlfriend is making him speak English a lot more.
Yes, that'll do
He
that.
speaks in English, but you know, he's speaking it more, and I guess getting better at it. So I've had a very big influence on his life, for sure, and a very positive influence. And that was a result of the Dream Workshop. So, you know, it's like feeding dreams.
Yeah.
And I want to call in right now, remind people to donate to Douglas.
Thank you so much.
Have we had any donations yet besides the $13 from my friend Christoph in Germany?
That's well, let's take a look. I'll go into the inbox, see if there's any new reports. And here we go. I noticed some video music coming on there.
Sorry for this intrusion.
Oh my goodness. No, nothing so far. But as I said, we'll do our best to continue working on this. Yes.
Well, then we will simply proceed by asking.
Yes. Yes.
Last time I stayed on an extra 2 hours in response to the donations we had
Received. Yes. Yes. And I'm certain everyone wants to help, and they'll do what they can. A lot of people were impacted by COVID this month and unable to even work. But yes, I do appeal to all of you.
Aaron's donation was new since the last time, right?
Herod? Is it?
Aaron, not Herod.
Oh, Aaron's. Yes, that's quite
Aaron.
quite so. Aaron, yes. Aaron Tice.
That's more money
Yeah.
than he's giving to his son, who just lost his first tooth.
Yeah. Well, the Tooth Fairy.
Because I told him,
Yeah.
he was questioning what to give him. I said, you know, give him a $2. Go to the bank and get a bunch of $2 bills.
There we are. Yes.
Give him the $2 bill for the, because I think I used to get a quarter, maybe sometimes less.
Mm-hmm.
If it was a big tooth, I'd get a quarter.
Right. Well, the Tooth Fairy is notoriously cheap. Yeah, we're having a bit of we're a bit overwhelmed by your air conditioning. Is it possible?
I can shut it off now.
Yeah.
I can shut it. It's been running for a long time.
Yeah, and it tends to overwhelm your voice at this point. Your voice is just getting a little weaker. How's packing going? I mean, this has got to be an adventure. It's like you said, the suitcase is it's hard.
Just out.
Yeah.
the the basically shorts and t-shirts, and that's basically what you bring, and you bring washable ones,
Mm-hmm.
like nylon ones, and then you have at least a pair of sweatpants, and then a turtleneck or two for when it gets cold, and usually in the mountains, a turtleneck and a windbreaker
Mm-hmm.
is enough. Will usually suffice. I
Mm-hmm.
don't need a heavy jacket in the summer,
Mm-hmm.
and that's so it's really not. It's just making sure I have all the little things like I bought a mosquito repellent.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a watch.
Cool. Is this like a new age kind of thing, or is this something that?
Oh, it's an electronic, you know, frequency.
Okay.
It's supposed to repel mosquitoes. Now they spray, to prevent mosquitoes, and you also put citronella on yourself
Mm-hmm.
to repel the mosquitoes, and I wear at night, long pants and a long, you know, probably like, nylon sweatpants and a jacket to prevent you from getting mosquitoes.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes there's no mosquitoes. It all depends, but it's an island, typically an island of mosquitoes.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to, and of course we're always amazed at, when they first started there, and they used to camp out, on the beach with sleeping bags. That's how it started. Like, the mosquitoes must have been much more challenging.
I can imagine. Yes.
Yeah. So, but packing is really quite simple. It's just a matter of getting all of one's reservation papers for this, that, and the other thing, and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
And,
Well, you're so lucky that you don't have a lot of prescription pills to pack up like some people.
a friend of mine called me today, and she was wrestling with Medicare,
Uh-huh.
whether to sign up for, I think it was Part D. For Medicare, for those of you who don't know, you have Part A, which comes for free.
Mm-hmm.
All you got to do is sign up for it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's basically, basic hospitalization, basic care. And then supplemental, I think I pay approximately $170 a month for supplemental, which is Part B, which covers you for, the part that Part A doesn't cover.
Mm-hmm.
Which means that, for, like, if I want to see the chiropractor, I'll pay a copay of $15.
Mm-hmm.
If I want to see a specialist, I'll pay $25, or a physical therapist.
Mm-hmm.
If I want to see an acupuncturist, I get 12 visits for free.
Wow.
Beyond that, probably have to pay $25 beyond that. And then if you have back pain, I think you can get up to 20 visits for back pain, lower back pain, which you don't have because of Qigong.
Yes.
So she was asking me, but should I get this if I'm like, hospitalized? If I pay $74 more, it'll insure me. If I get like, now this woman is a holistic practitioner. She's not drugs. She would only take drugs under some extreme circumstance, in which she might be better off dead anyway.
Oh, wow.
Anybody, and this is what I'm saying. So what I'm saying is, it's like, and I told her, I said, if you have extreme situation where you really were in a situation where you had to take drugs and your thing didn't cover, I said, you go to Canada. If you have a prescription, and I've done this a few times because I mean, very rare, but in instances, you want to get a drug, I think, I got this for a specific toenail fungus that wouldn't go away. It was like a huge amount of money, $700 or something. And I think I got it for $150 in Canada. And I had to present a prescription, and they mail it to you, pretty fast. So you can get drugs on the internet in Canada much cheaper than you can get at CVS or wherever. Much cheaper. You just go to Canada. Now they ask for a prescription, which I, emailed to them. Okay. And so anyway, I was saying, you just need to get out of this mindset. What are you gonna, it's like if you start thinking of yourself as in a situation like, say, where your parents were.
Yeah.
You're going to be in that. If you think about it long and hard enough.
Yeah.
My girlfriend Marianne, she had insurance where she would, it was covered, so she couldn't possibly be a burden to anybody. She insured herself that way.
Wow.
She never needed it because she passed away.
Whoa.
Yeah. She didn't need it.
Yeah.
But she was very conscientious because she worked in hospice, and she didn't want that, I guess what you'd say, karmic affliction.
Yeah.
That's just her personal choice.
Yes.
I kind of feel that that's not my destiny. And this particular woman, I don't think it's her destiny either. Particularly because she's she's an acupuncturist herself, so she doesn't. Well, but it's like, still, she's like, well, should I or shouldn't I? I said, I said, muscle test yourself. Muscle test yourself, which she knows how to do, but it's like, still, or should I do this? Or, if you don't do it, it's a bunch of crap in my estimation. And I said, the doctor made it clear he doesn't want to see me. He's my PCP. I like him, but he doesn't, either here or his office staff doesn't want to see me. And he did me a lot of good. There was a period where I had to go to him and really go through the mill, get all sorts of tests when I had this, crypto stroke or whatever they thought it was.
Yeah, subclinical stroke. Yeah.
That's long gone.
Yeah.
And even then, when they want to put all this Holter monitor on you, it was too much. He didn't want to do it. That was a cardiologist.
Right.
And he agreed with me.
Right.
But it's like I did need to go at a certain time. But right now I don't need to be going to a doctor.
Right.
If I do want to see a specialist, I'm seeing the acupuncturist, but if I want to see a specialist, like a physical therapist or a dermatologist or, anything, you call up, or if you need a prescription, you call up Teladoc. You don't have to go see the doctor. I got a upper respiratory infection. They'll prescribe you right over the phone because that's all the doctor is going to do. Right. So Teladoc is free with Medicare, and and I say I never carried insurance my entire life. Never had insurance. Never had it. And I did look into it when we had a business, and it didn't make any sense because I actually talked to this insurance person. I said, well, the kind of insurance I want, I mean, if I have to pay for a doctor, big deal. Now, doctors were probably more reasonable then in the 1980s than they were now, but I mean, you pay $100 or whatever it is, $150 to go to a doctor now and then. I know my wife had to see the doctor sometimes because she had issues. Not horrible. Okay, so you pay whatever.
Well, we've just received a donation for 150 United States dollars from Brooke Hagberg in Canada. Yes. You are
Look,
my angel, Brooke Hagberg.
have
God
any
is
questions
bless you.
for either one of us, put it
Uh,
in the chat and we'll do our best. Or if
Yes.
you want us to talk about something. But what I was going to say was, I said the real insurance I would need, that we would need back then as a couple, was catastrophic insurance. Like,
Yes.
hey, something really goes bad.
Yeah.
Okay, give us a deductible of $5,000 or $10,000 so that anything above that, and what are we going to pay? Like, maybe we'll pay, $100 a month or $200 a month, and then we'll be covered. We'll be insured if things go to hell in a handbasket. And
Yes.
nobody would give me that insurance. I talked. No, we wouldn't do that insurance.
Why?
It was like, because they want you on this bullshit insurance, I guess. Because you know what? They're going to make money on that. Because then what I figured out is your odds of having these catastrophic illnesses that I was trying to
Protect
save
yourself from.
myself from,
Yes.
the odds were nothing. The odds were impractical. You'd have a better chance of having a child who would grow up to be the home run champion of Major League Baseball.
Mickey Mantle. Yes.
Yeah, you'd have a better chance of having that
Yes.
than you would of getting one of these illnesses. So I said,
Oh my God.
it's absurd. I don't need to do it. And then if you're in, we did have car insurance, so if you're in a car accident, you're going to be covered, or for that. Or if it's an accident where you're on somebody's property or whatnot. But it basically, what I was trying to protect myself was a horrific, catastrophic illness.
Yes.
And it just didn't make any sense. So I never had insurance my entire life, and then by the time, I guess when you're moving into Medicare territory, it makes a lot more sense. But I said, you know what? I said, if I had to pay $50,000 or even $100,000 for an incident, where I wasn't covered, I said, I'd still be ahead of the game, or at least even, because of all the money I never paid on insurance. Now, some people, of course, are medical cases, something that might be correctly or incorrectly categorized as a hypochondriac. But and some people are just addicted to doctors. And what saved my life was the qigong.
Yes.
As my teacher said, he says, after I was there, he says when Peter came to this class, he was done. He says he was done. He said, it's what he said about me. He said he was done. And and I changed because I started doing what he said.
Yes.
And it was, and of course I changed markedly. I didn't even realize how, bad I was. What was I, 54 years old and aging.
Yes.
Aging, which is, only normal. So I talked, do we have any response from our friend? Did she ask any question yet?
I'll take a look in the live stream. No question that I can see, but I don't believe she's usually the kind to ask questions.
It's nice to give her something back if she wants.
Right. Of course.
That's all.
Well, she has my eternal gratitude, and like I said, I keep meaning to dedicate an episode to her, but with all the crap that was going on lately, I wanted to make certain it would be a stable episode, so hopefully that's coming up soon. Yes, continue. Yes.
I was going to say that I spoke to my friend I talked about, the one who worked so closely with Hubbard.
Yeah.
Spent 3,000 or 4,000 hours with him and was his top confidant. And he's not really that well known about, but he just happened to be one of my best friends. That's kind of a coincidence. And he was about 15 years old when he entered the Sea Org. His father was a dedicated Scientologist, a doctor. And he is 15 years old. I met him when we were stationed in Hollywood. It was called Hollywood Inn.
Yeah.
And he went, and then I followed him to the ship. It was my second time on the ship, and we knew each other on the ship. We only started hanging out when he moved to Clearwater. When we moved to Clearwater, and then he was there for about a year or two, and then I was thinking like if he was 15 in 1975, I was 22, and then of course we had a common friend, which is kind of how I got to know him, who was his, they called him a miner's mate. He was acted as his titular father because he was a miner. So one of my best friends was his miner's mate. But anyway, I knew him quite well, and so he's just really so thrilled to hear from me again. And we haven't seen each other in 40 years. And he had such a his experience. I guess he left the Sea Org when he was 21, and he just left. He just disappeared one day, and nobody knew where he went, and nobody really cared too much because he didn't make any waves. He didn't make any waves. He didn't make a spectacle out of himself. He just went, lived with his mom for a while, and eventually, got an education, became a doctor, deals with, he's got trauma centers and whatnot. So he's become wealthy.
Wow.
And so now he's being, he's getting an earful of me, and he's interested. I sent him, the first 3 Montauk books and the Transylvania book, and he's watching some of my videos, and he's trying to catch up with me, and he's, and of course he's taken on a very sort of scientific bent. And he was asking me questions. I kind of I don't claim to be a scientist. I'm a writer, and I'm having an adventure. He's just like, what are you doing with all this time stuff? Where did it go? And I said, well, I really don't know. I got involved in writing. So I told him the whole trip about Romania and the white bat, but I'm telling him very summated, trying to, catch him up with me. Now, he has a great, I guess what you say, capacity to understand. But, he kind of, when he left Scientology, he, went down a scientific doctor route where he actually helps people.
Yes.
So he, helping people in traumatic conditions, and, he's, I've got some kids that is grown up. I, don't know anything about them yet, but it's very interesting to hear, because he said he's always wondered what happened to me.
Right.
He didn't know. I could have been one of the casualties, but it's also very interesting to see the different perspectives that we have.
Yes.
Because our perspectives are, our experiences are different. And he worked with Hubbard very closely. But as he would tell you, he's the one who told me Hubbard was totally gone. He said he was worse than Joe Biden.
Jesus,
as far as
so
being
sad.
Dementia.
Right.
And
he actually said that. He made that comparison about Joe Biden.
Yeah, worse than Joe Biden. Far worse than Joe Biden.
Yeah.
And he said that the messengers kind of kept us away from everybody. Just protected him. So he was just like, they shielded him. It was something they did. And he says, I learned a great lesson in leadership. He says, everybody was afraid to tell him bad news. So it kind of ruined everything. But then I said, right after I talked to him the first time, I said, I read this article, or saw it, we don't read anymore. We scroll. Reading is passe. There might be a certain unrecognized wisdom in that, but I'll address that later. But it said that Alzheimer's is precipitated by anxiety. And there's no question, Hubbard had extreme anxiety by reason of the attacks on him or the lawsuits. They bothered him far more
than they should have.
Than, well, you know, it's like, and it's also clear that Hubbard suffered from misbehavior. And when I say misbehavior, I don't mean sexual misbehavior at all. I mean, he did certain things he shouldn't have done. And just in terms of, what can I say? You know, and I think, and when I look back with retrospect, it's very interesting because I get, and he's like, see, I always, I mean, I gave up on this over 10 years ago or maybe over 15 years ago, but I thought someday I would meet Pat Broker again. Pat Broker was the guy who was with Hubbard in his final years and was apparently the designated successor to Hubbard with his wife, but Miscavige was able to outmaneuver him legally.
Right.
So Pat Broker, I thought that someday I would see him, but Pat Broker is, you know, he's not going to come forward, and it wouldn't even matter if he did. My friend was much closer to Hubbard, and this is the, I guess, reconciliation moment. And what I'm learning from this experience, and we're not done. We're going to get together personally. We're going to, and there's very few people I would even want to get together with from Scientology.
Understood. Yeah,
There's no purpose to it. There's no purpose to it. But it's like, when I look back on it, and many people would tell you this, a cult is a cult is a cult. And I kind of knew it when I was in it, that Hubbard was, but there was something about Hubbard that was very special. And I felt that I was learning something that I could not learn anywhere else. There was something very special about him and what we were doing. And you know, he had thousands of people living this dream that got together, and it was an egregore of magic, you know, all the spirit. And I look at, you know, when I first heard of the Sea Organization, I was just, wow, this is my destiny. I knew my destiny. I pursued my destiny. And in no small part from having an identification with the sea as a young child in Southern California and going out on fishing boats, and, you know, it just appealed to me. Now, and then this was matched with spirituality and a life path. It's a life path that no place even pretended to offer. The best offer I heard, and it was just one of the cooks I worked with, says, young guy like you ought to go to McDonald's. You should get at work at McDonald's because they have a great program, it's a great company, they have profit sharing, they have this, that, and the other thing. You get stock in the company.
Jesus Christ.
You know, it was better than working as a fry cook where we were, but I was just starting out. You know, he was trying to give me his wisdom.
Right. Oh my God.
And, you know, he was basically a has-been.
Yes, of course. Poor bastard.
Anyway, I never took that seriously. I wasn't interested in McDonald. And then maybe when I got divorced, I said, you know, what if I'd ever had that job at McDonald's? You know what? I would have spent, 20, 30 years poisoning America.
Yeah.
I'm really glad I didn't do that. Not that I ever considered it for a minute, but, you look back and you say, wow, I didn't pursue it. I never pursued anything that was normal. Like get a good job, have a retirement account. I've known so many people, including my former father-in-law, who got cheated out of their retirement.
Yes. Yes.
Not totally. And then, they joined he part of a class action lawsuit with his former employees. And then it was just, the lawyers stalled it and it went nowhere because the lawyers get bought off. So it's
Jesus.
like, and then I had one friend who worked for Pan Am and, I think her pension fund was completely raped. I think she ended up getting lucky to get $200 a month.
Oh, Christ.
Probably one.
Is that because Pan Am shut down and there was no company to advocate for its former employees? It must have been something like that.
The pension fund was basically not, secured.
Mm-hmm.
Now, nowadays you have a vested pension fund. And, my girlfriend Marianne had she just got in her, like, the last few years of her employment, she was sweating bullets over being let go at the Met because you had to have like an age and how many years together, and they had to add up to 88 or something.
Jesus Christ.
So if you were 55 and you'd worked there, 33 years, you'd reach 88. I think they call it the law of 88 or whatever. But then if you're 60 and you worked there 28 years, whatever. But anyway, she squeezed in barely.
Wow.
She got it. But I was like, I was constantly, listening to her angst over this. She got it. But I said, well, is the pension fund vested? Well, it's supposedly, she'd say, supposedly. In other words, nowadays, to be proper, you have to what's called get a pension fund vested, so it's insured. So if it gets ripped off, something like the FDIC will come to rescue.
No.
So, but there's even questions about that. But anyway, so that's what a pension fund is. They have to be vested, and so many of them were set up. Like with GM, they gave people such good benefits that it broke the company.
Yes, that's right. That's right.
It broke the company, and it was just GM just became a stupid company.
Yes, so sad.
It was. I found no place more offensive than to go and look for a car than GM. The whole experience offensive, and what offended me the most, and I only looked once because I just looked. I wasn't really sold on a Chevy or anything. But my father got Chevys as company cars. And I never forget, I went inside and looked at this one Chevy. And it smelled exactly the same way my father's new car did in 1962 or 1963.
Isn't that comforting? Some people would find that comforting.
I found it disturbing. This wasn't 1962 or 1963. I said, can't you do something? The smell wasn't that good. It was novel. It was novel. It was a new car. You go sit inside of it and push the buttons. But now I said, no, God, no.
Oh my God.
No, I don't want this. I want nothing to do with it. And the prices were just stupid. That was General Motors before it fell apart.
Right.
And now it's reinvented itself. But I was talking about destiny and my adventures in the Sea Org, it was like, wow, I was there at the right time for myself. And my friend is saying, well, he never really produced any clears or OTs, meaning operating thetans, operating spirits. And I kind of say, well, I did what I wanted to do. I wasn't hung up on some, bar of achievement.
Right.
Other than my own bar of achievement. And I was never disappointed. Never disappointed. I was disappointed in how things played out for other people.
Right.
And the inability to. Now, he left in 1981. He doesn't remember exactly when, but he really left before the whole fiasco with what they call the mission holders, when they began to just completely destroy everything that was good in Scientology.
Right.
And I was explaining to him, he really wasn't part of what I call the de-oppression. I've talked about the de-oppression, and I'd really like to know how that went down, because he wasn't involved in that. When they just said, what's oppressive, and people would say, well, we need better clothes, we need more money. So they'd respond by getting them better clothes and getting them more money. And when they asked me, what's the most oppressive thing you find in the Sea Org? And I say, the Sea Org has no mind. No mind. And what that meant is, it's kind of like any bureaucracy tends to have no mind.
Right.
The only time it has a mind is when somebody can override the bureaucracy. Or say, well, you shouldn't be stuck here in a closet cleaning the closet 8 hours a day. You should be doing something productive.
Yes.
At least going out and sweeping up the courtyard and, whatever, or watering the lawn. Not it's like, so, overriding, so there's no mind. And this is exactly what happened. You have an organization doesn't have a mind. It only has people. And then when you have basically a controlled takeover, which was all generated by Hubbard trying to liberate the troops,
Right.
make them feel better, which worked. It worked great. Morale was up. International statistics were better. But this whole field of freedom spreads out to the Scientology public. And so they begin to get the same, okay, well, this wasn't being done right. Oh, so you start to clean up things that were done wrong. There was one mission holder, and I think he was really an asshole. And I'll tell you why I think he was an asshole. Ray Kemp. Ray Kemp was one time a personal friend of L. Ron Hubbard's in the UK. And I used to, read his letters and type his letters to him, and he called himself the Duke of Northumbria.
Wow.
Shit. But he was friends with L. Ron Hubbard back when Hubbard first moved to the UK. And they were kind of on an equal basis. And he was a very successful mission holder in Orange County, Tustin. Now, when I was on the ship in LA, I would hear stories, and I didn't actually hear them then, but there was a little bit of interaction between the two. But I heard later that he would have all of the staff gather together on Friday night, and they'd all watch Star Trek together.
Wow.
This is probably at least 50 people.
Uh-huh.
And it was like, I said, this is so stupid. Now, I was a fan of Star Trek. I watched the reruns. But I thought that was so corny. Like this, I said, man, this is corny. But that's not why I thought he was an asshole. Because my friend who told me this, and this friend of mine, I've talked about him before, he was an aerospace engineer. He worked personally with Howard Hughes. And his wife was the secretary for Isaac Asimov.
Oh, Jesus.
And she thought, he said she could have cared less about Isaac Asimov. It was just a job. She had no... She
Good
just
for her.
typed
Good for her.
Just to type, she was just typing for him. So anyway, he said that, you know, he was going to the UK to do his clearing course. And
Asimov?
no, my friend,
Oh, okay. Yeah.
not Asimov.
Okay.
My friend.
Right.
He was going to the UK, and he worked for Hughes Aircraft at one point. He said Hughes was really good to work with. He was really smart, and he'd be there in the drafting room with him. He just was just like a regular guy.
Yeah.
Even if he was in charge. But he said that when he went to the UK, he left his Cadillac with Ray Kemp. And Ray Kemp says, I need the pink slip. Now, the pink slip, for those of you that know in California, is the title. What do you need the pink slip? Well, I just need the pink slip. Give me the pink slip, I'll keep the car for you. So he gives him the pink slip. Stupid mistake.
Oh, Jesus.
When he comes back after he does the clearing course, he comes back and he meets this other mission holder named Peter Green, who I had some interaction with. I didn't really know him, but and Peter Green goes up to Hank and he says, "Oh, look at my new Cadillac." And
Jesus.
it's his Cadillac. He goes, "Yeah, I bought it from Ray." Son of a bitch sold the Cadillac that he was supposed to keep.
Oh, God.
Now, he was, and then, anyway, this guy was, I just thought he was an asshole. When the ship was in Curacao, which is the island right north of Venezuela, in the in the lower part of the Caribbean, and we're there. It's our last, couple of months before Hubbard takes off to Florida.
Right.
And it was the last, I guess, it wasn't the last port of the Apollo, but it was the last port of the Apollo when we were all together before we went to the Bahamas and unloaded it. And so anyway, he shows up. Now, the location of the ship was kept confidential, but they found out through a guy they knew at one of the casinos that told them, and so they knew we were there. So he shows up and pretends to bump into the captain of the ship. This is not considered kosher. It's not security.
Right.
Oh, we were just here on vacation. He wasn't there on vacation.
Jeez.
And then he'd write these stupid-ass letters to Hubbard, and I'd read them and say, how do you like the stationery? Like he was bragging that he had enough money to stay in a hotel.
Oh, my God.
He was bragging.
Yeah.
And then they somehow connive a meeting with Hubbard.
Oh, my God.
He's an old friend of Hubbard, so Hubbard concedes to going out on the deck and saying hello to him, and Hubbard makes a comment like, well, you never did have too much regard for security, did you? Makes some sort of comment like that. They shake hands or whatever, and then I think Kemp ended up getting signed up for a lot of auditing or something. He paid a bunch of money, which he later disparaged. But nevertheless, he was trying to compete with Hubbard.
Right.
But this is like, you know, you or somebody less than you trying to set up their own temple of Set while working with the, you know, you
Yes.
don't want to compete with Aquino,
No. No.
and you don't want to compete with Hubbard on his own turf.
Right. No.
So this guy was constantly trying to, but anyway, I considered the guy inappropriate and off policy, what would be not, you know, he didn't do the right thing.
Right.
So I never really got involved with him. I just had personal contempt for him. And my roommate, he used to fight with him.
Wow.
Like, not only physically fight, but they used to have big arguments.
Right.
Because you know, he didn't do things right. So anyway, but the long and short of Ray Kemp was he was having all sorts of fights with the Guardian's office, which was the legal, and I don't think Hubbard was behind these at all. I don't know, but it was such. And then as this mission holder thing became more of an issue, the Guardian's office kidnapped his fucking son.
Ooh.
They kidnapped his son, and it was crazy. So there was a internal justice procedure called a committee of evidence. It was not in the courts. Now, if you do, there's currently lawsuits that if you do what's called arbitration in Scientology, it's geared up so you can't possibly win. So this is being challenged in the courts. But in that internal justice procedure, the church awarded Kemp $1 million for having kidnapped his son.
Jesus.
Now, it might not have said in the issue that was published that he was kidnapped. But those of us who knew of it.
Yes.
They kidnapped his son. Now,
That'll show him.
from what I heard, it was hard to have sympathy for him or his son. But nevertheless, that's just an opinion, and it's not illegal to do. So things had become like completely outrageous. And then, so all of this injustice was being rectified. And then they stopped rectifying the injustice and just said, they wiped out all these mission holders, took all their assets.
Jesus.
I think he got away with his $1 million.
Right.
I think he got away, and just vacated the scene.
Right.
But so my friend had left just before all that went down because he saw that things were crazy and that Hubbard had lost his mind.
Right.
And that the people surrounding him, it was like managing Joe Biden. But
How
worse.
sad. Oh, God.
Worse. Because Hubbard was in far worse shape.
Right.
And I think that whatever was attacking him got to him.
Wow.
Now, I could talk to my friend who, served him food every day, and he was a much different, coherent character then. Much different. And what I said to him, and he doesn't really have any of the experience or acumen for the occult stuff that I do.
Ah, okay.
And the only reason I have any acumen for the occult stuff, the only reason, it's not because I grew up with it. I didn't. It's because I began to read it and study it when I found out Hubbard's involvement with it.
Yes.
And and the great tool I had for studying it was what Hubbard drilled into us. And I particularly followed this path, was looking up words. Looking up words and looking up etymologies. In fact, I spent thousands of hours doing it and also doing it for others.
Right.
Clearing them of words. So you get a very fundamental understanding of words and what they mean. And this is why I have a certain clarity of what I'm saying as an editor. I did have that quality even when I was in high school, but it's much more refined the more I would learn. So it enables me to tackle this occult stuff. And the occult stuff is very hard because some of it, Scientology rode the back on some of it. Like what you say about gnosis.
Yes.
They would use different words. But the thing is, looking up words would enable me to navigate through certain occult stuff. The problem with the occult stuff, even then, it was unclear. So if you get, and this is the one thing I noticed with the OTO, consistently, you'd say something to them about this, and they would have this kind of snickering laughter, like, "Well, yeah, it's not really in the book." Like there was some secret body of data that, well, if you want, they just kind of giggle like they had the knowledge.
Right, of course.
And they didn't.
No.
They didn't at all. But it was consistent snickering and giggling.
Yeah.
In a sort of a, well, yeah, you get the, you don't know that. It's not what it says. Well, that's what you want you to think.
Right.
So it puts you on a consistent squirrel cage of chasing a mystery. Now, I could see through that. But so I guess the only thing to say, when I would read this stuff, and I felt I was a little challenged trying to explain things to him. And at the end of it, he said I was very articulate. He was very impressed, even that I could remember the name of his stepmother.
Wow.
And many other things. My memory was very, very incredible. But you read the whole idea of magic, as Crowley would state, is to precipitate phenomena. What's phenomena? Phenomena is this, situations you've talked about where there's even that Jewish guy that was pursuing you and your friend at the young man.
Yes.
That's phenomena. It's not necessarily the best phenomena, but it's phenomena. It means it's like having a fish on the line.
Yes.
Fishing is very much like synchronicity. You throw a piece of bait in the water.
Yes.
And when you bite, you scored.
Yes.
Oh, you scored. Oh, it got away. Blah, 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 blah. And that's kind of what it is. It's so much like fishing. Yes. So one of the things you do in Scientology was you'd read the theory. And then you drill the theory. And if you understood the theory, the drill and then the actual application would go automatic. It'd be like clockwork. Pop, 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 if you understood what you were doing. You could say the same thing about reading an instruction manual, if it's clearly written, which many of them are not.
Yes.
But if you read the instruction manual, it's no mystery.
Yes.
It just, everything falls together, if it's intelligently presented.
Yes.
You don't, or if you get a new piece of equipment, you read the instructions. And then it all goes together. If you don't read the instructions, it's all messed up. So, accordingly, when I would read Aleister Crowley, the material would sort of come alive.
Right.
And it would reflect itself. And one of the things he says in his work, you might find this interesting. The audience might find it interesting, but the audience might be kind of freaked out by it or reject it. Crowley says, you must have sex with any and all kinds of people. Now, he's not necessarily saying men. I mean, he said, he's implying the opposite sex, I think. That's the way I interpret it. He says, in other words, he's talking about this just incredible exercising of anyone you meet is a potential sexual partner. And the whole idea of this is exercising the DNA. It's like, like you're going to have your own, like you could say that Genghis Khan, he had all sorts of kids, all sorts of wives, all sorts of grandchildren and so on. But the whole idea is, I guess you'd say, it's kind of like a baseball player who can play every position, and he can run and throw and hit, he can do everything. It's kind of with the logic. And when I read that, I looked at it and I said, okay, I would look at all women as a potential partner. Never acted on it, but I looked at it.
Right.
Until one day, I was at that conspiracy conference in the Village, and I will not describe this as a woman. I will not describe her. She was the most revolting thing I ever saw. I will not dare describe her. It was, take some ugly witch you've seen that looked repulsive. That's nothing compared to this person I saw.
Oh my God.
And I just turned off that program. I said, okay, I learned what I'm supposed to learn there. I learned what I'm supposed to learn there, man. That's, and that's kind of like, okay, well, I learned something from that. As the years go by, I really didn't think about that. What that is a process of selection. It's a selection process to where, who you have a child with has so much to do with how the child turns out. And for all the difficulties I had with my ex-wife, my child is, I'm very proud of her. Her mom's genetics, her mom actually has very good genetics. There's some issues there. My ex-wife's father, when he was younger, he looked like, Christopher Plummer, only better.
Cool.
He looked, he had that, he could have played a German officer.
Ah, excellent.
He was part German, but
yes.
But anyway, but it's like, so who you marry or who you interact with is a very important issue.
Yes.
When it comes to, but that's getting a little off. But see, that's the whole thing of sex magic, which is what Crowley was all about. And the ultimate sexual magic is to create a moon child. And properly done, that is your Christian Messiah. That's properly done. But it's just like working with the Vox Arca. It's a very sensitive issue.
Yes.
It's a very sensitive issue, and you're more likely to misfire. If we think of it's very interesting, because there's that book, Sex and Rockets, about Jack Parsons, and it kind of like positions sex magic with the rocket, because Parsons was involved with sex magic, trying to make a moon child, and he was making rockets, which is, of course, a very phallic symbol. But if you think of all the failed rocket attempts, and it seemed to me I was watching failed rocket attempts on, the local LA channels all the time.
Wow.
You know, Vandenberg Air Force Base, which is north of LA.
Mm-hmm.
And then when I moved up into the desert or by Bakersfield, you'd see the well, then they stopped showing the failures, and then one day I saw rocket taken off into the sky. This is in the mid 1960s, and I might have seen it more than once. This was like, reminded me of Ray Bradbury's story Rocket Summer.
That's right.
And it's like, wow. Now, but that rocket going up was not on the news. You know, and you just saw it, and they didn't talk about it. They just showed you the failures.
Interesting.
Vandenberg was a rocket depot on the West Coast, but most of the big shoots went off from Cape Canaveral, or Cape Kennedy, as they called it for a while. So, but the whole idea, there were so many failed rocket attempts, it wasn't funny.
Right.
You expected when you saw a rocket attempt on TV that it was going to fail. You'd see it get up there, crash over. And that's kind of what making a moonchild does.
Yes. Because
the main problem, if you get involved in any sort of magical operation, and I'm referring to sexual magic, but not exclusively. But sexual magic is an excellent example. The main problem you're going to have is with the people who are doing it. This is no insult to the people who are doing it. It's like, what are you working with? You're working with imperfect human beings. And if they are initiated in a magical order, God knows what they've been initiated into. You know, what agendas are at play there? It's by the very nature of what you're doing, good luck.
Yes.
If you get two so quote unquote good genetic specimens, you might have, you know, a kid who really shines because he's got good genetics. But then again, no matter how smart those people are or good genetics, you know, they're still human beings. So it doesn't really solve the problem. So the problem becomes, you know, it's kind of symbolic of the whole issue. The whole problem with the human race is, if we evaluate it, you know, messianically, we don't have a Messiah who delivers. There's no delivery system. People complain about the post office. It does pretty good. You know, it's like, and of course, this messianic instrument is inside of ourselves. So it's like, you know, when you reach into that part of the Kabbalistic tree of life, which is beauty or splendor, Tipareth or Tiperet, it's like, boom, it's the blossoming. And that's really the best you can do, is make that person blossom inside. Yes. And then, you know, I've told this story before, it you know, amuses me to hell. You know, the first time I ever go to church is on Catalina Island. We're told, the guys spread around, I'm at baseball camp, 1967. I'm 14 years old. They say, well, if you go to church, you can, you know, go into Avalon. Avalon's the square mile town in Catalina, and you can go into the town, and, you know, you get to walk around, and we get some, you know, because you're locked up in this camp, you know, playing baseball every day, and you're kind of regimented, and that's what you're there for. But, you know, it's nice to get out and see some other, you know, part of the island.
Yes.
and go into town. So, we go into town and, take a boat. Take a boat into town. I think it was this old guy named Moon. Moon.
How apropos.
He was one weird guy.
You don't say.
Yeah. And anyway, he took us into the, Avalon, and then we're on the dock, and they say, okay, you guys are Catholic, you go here. The rest of you can go here. And I looked at that Catholic church. I said, boy, that looks creepy. And I don't even know how to do the rigmarole.
Oh my God.
So I said, I'm going with the Protestants. And they take us to this beautiful amphitheater in the round. It's in the round. And it's like Sunday morning. The leeward side of Catalina Island is beautiful. It's just like the morning. It's just beautiful. Earlier in my life, my father would take me fishing. We'd wake up not far from there. And you see, wow, the morning, you're tuna fishing. It's just beautiful. And this minister gets up and starts talking, and he's eloquent, and he touches something inside of me. Like, I've never heard a minister talk before. And he's genuine, and he's not really preachy or religious. He gives a beautiful sermon, and I'm moved by it. I'm not going to become a Christian per se, but it was the first time I've ever heard a sermon in my life. And it was moving. It was nice. It touched something inside of me, which is what a sermon's supposed to do. And I was not religious. I was very, I guess what you'd say, baseball oriented. And I was very homesick too. Only time I've really been homesick.
Wow.
But, I'd sit there on the beach. We'd be at the beach, and I'd look at the steamer. They had a steamer that would go back and forth to Catalina Island every day. It was a famous steamer. And I'd see it going across back to LA, and I'd be so, God, I wish I was home.
Oh my God.
Never been homesick in my life other than that.
Wow.
And so anyway, we get back to the camp, and Al, God, he was a sorry character.
Why?
Well, he'd been a AAA baseball player. Which was an accomplishment of sorts, and he was like, I think he had an alcohol problem. He was well, first off, he was a horrible coach. We divided, I think, up into 4 teams, and I was on his team. And he says, it doesn't matter if you win or you lose. You just play. And the team had no morale, and we could, it's like he didn't care if we won or lost. So there was no morale on the team at all. It was the worst thing anybody ever said. It doesn't matter if you win or lose. This is just practice. It was absolutely horrible.
Talk about demotivating.
Yeah. But he did teach me, to his credit, how to play first base if you're right-handed, which is what I wanted to learn. And I could teach these major leaguers how to play first base. They don't know how to play. The right-handed ones.
Yeah.
And they're just not taught. And a lot of the right-handed first basemen aren't that good, but that's beside the point. Like, if I wanted to play first base, I'm going to do this. And then, and here's another, this isn't about baseball, but this is Joe Namath, the famous Super Bowl quarterback of the New York Jets. There was an infamous incident that occurred with the New York Jets quarterback, Mark Sanchez, when he fumbled, it was called the butt fumble.
Oh, Jesus.
In other words, he fumbled the ball when it was handed to him by the center. And Joe Namath says, quite correctly, he says, you got to put your hand right up against the guy's butt. When you're a quarterback, you put your back of your hand right up against the guy's cheek.
Yeah.
And he puts that ball into your hand, into your left hand. You grab the other side with your right hand. You have the laces, or you adjust the laces, and you can immediately throw the ball. If you don't put your hand at that guy's butt, you've got no chance of having a clean, what do you call it? It's not a sexual thing.
No, of course not.
It's a pragmatic thing. So I guess in this day of Me Too or whatever, it became inappropriate to do that. I don't know what. Or he didn't know how to do it, and he was a grade A quarterback at USC. And, you know, he made a public embarrassment. Now, these days, quarterbacks tend to stand behind. They call it the shotgun, where they stand, 4 or 5 yards in back of the center, and the center hikes it to them. That's the, they don't do it that way so much anymore.
Right.
But in other words, sometimes these professional players, they lose the know-how of certain things.
Yeah.
It's very common. Like most of the major leaguers don't know how to bunt a ball. And we had to practice that every day, how to bunt a ball. And when I played, and I had to do it. It was like it's a very effective weapon. Well, whatever. That's just so anyway. To get back to this Al,
right?
It teach me how to play first base, and forever thankful for that. Not that I ever play first base, but I don't play baseball, but it's still, I did play it 1 year of first base, and I did do what he said. But the anyway, he chewed us out for going to church.
Why did he do that?
Because, because when we went there, we could go buy candy or whatever, and he assumed we were all doing it for the wrong reason.
Right.
Which probably we all were doing it for the wrong reason. But I still got something out of it.
Yes. But the irony, of course, is palpable. Our dear Victoria, she wants to know, what sermon did Peter mention? I'm 2 minutes behind. She has a hell of a delay where she's at.
Just a sermon I attended as a 14-year-old on Catalina Island while going to baseball camp. It was just a inspirational sermon by he was very non-denominational because, you can't have too many churches on a small little, 1 square mile.
Right. But two things to bring up with that. She could also be referring to the Lord's Prayer that you were seeking earlier. And aside from that, Nemo says he found some type of carbon pencils that were available online. Are these useful? Are these just as good as, obviously not necessarily as good as the individual who sells them personally, but are they acceptable? Like, will they do?
I would say so, even not seeing them if they're carbon pencils, because pencils are made with graphite, which is like an isotope or, related to carbon. It's just not good old-fashioned carbon. The whole idea of him making carbon pencils was in the same ratio of carbon to the human body. But let's face it, the way he got this idea was from being in the Vatican Library and the Pope let him examine a document that was written by the hand of Christ in charcoal. And then when he saw it, when he touched it, which he wasn't supposed to do, he saw it light up like an etheric light, and he saw the same light up on his notebook, which was written in carbon pencil. And he says, God communicates through carbon. He communicates through us. We have carbon-based bodies. That's the logic of it. So anything, now whether it's the ratio of carbon, I can't, he had them specially made. They look just like pencils. Graphite is a little tighter, a little less messy. Probably use carbon pencils in school, little dirtier, but I would use the carbon pencils, because what happened with me in that incident, when this is Dennis Adams, when he lectured at this lecture in Mount Shasta, which is where he lives, when he told us, I then went home. When I say home, I mean the hotel room I had. And I have this Facebook message from this lady who says, look, I've got this big problem. She describes her grandson. I'd like to pay you to help me. And I wrote back and I said, look, it looks to me very clear that your grandson is possessed.
Thank you.
And I said, do this. Now, she's not going to find a carbon pencil. She did what I said. She wrote a letter to her grandson. She went out and read it.
In the woods?
But not in the woods. She went to Eisenhower Park, which is a park.
Okay.
It's as natural as she could get. Because there's a place I could have sent her to, but I just told her to go out in nature. But, I could have sent her to a better place than Eisenhower Park. But Eisenhower Park is grass and trees. It's not forest, but it's natural enough. And she had a hell of a time. She burnt her finger burning that piece of paper.
Jesus Christ. So there was something definitely trying to prevent her from doing it.
Well, see, I once did a burning of a paper, and it burned very difficultly.
Okay.
So what I had to do, I didn't have a pair of tongs, so I got a pair of twigs, and I used them like tongs to burn every last ounce of that piece of paper. It was a particular topic. But, nevertheless, she does this, and he calls her within 10 minutes. Within 10 minutes, he called her.
Okay.
After doing that. In other words, she got a result. She got phenomena.
Right.
Now, things have improved to the point where I think he went in the service and, his life improved.
Okay.
But he called her and says, I realize I'm bothering everybody.
To put it mildly, yes.
Took 5 steps forward, and then he took 3 steps back, and then I think he eventually moved forward.
Okay.
In other words, no process you're going to do is going to, it's going to get an action, going to get a reaction.
Now, this isn't the same demon who, when something happened where you talked to him on the phone and this kid hung up. That this was the son of somebody else.
That was the colon therapist. Well, that was not the colon therapist's son. That was the lady who said that I would have a solution for autism in the future.
Okay.
And it's my therapist or friend Arlene. She's the one who devised this, and I should send it out. I shared it with Aaron. Just like you, he was getting interested in colon therapy, so he found a therapist down in Carolina. But I, sent him the link, and he was very well informed by it that she had sent to me, where she's explaining how it works and how the gut, basically determines everything in your system. And I'm dedicated to getting her methodology out there. Because it's healing. It's life.
Right.
And when life comes into your house, whether it be in the form of a vampire or a rat, if it's life,
yes.
It's life. You have to treat it with life and respect. Like Douglas met the rat girl.
Yes. Thank you.
And he gave her life.
Yes.
And she returned the favor by giving him life.
Yes. Quite
By
true.
saving his life from by getting the tenants evicted by letting in the rats.
Yes. Yes.
So, that's odd. It's weird, but it's life.
Thank you.
And that doesn't mean you should go, scouring the piers for weird people. The people in society are often weird enough. You don't have to seek out the extra weird.
The extremes.
There's no cachet or chic in being weird, in my opinion. And I've dealt with characters that can be considered weird, present company included. That's not an insult. People, vampire is weird.
Yes.
Hitler's son is weird to them. It's all about perception. And I don't judge it. And what is it? Preston Nichols was High Strangeness. And people think they really have, they really get proud of themselves for being able to deal with weird people. They think they're, it's like kids hanging out with major leaguers or something. They think it's a big deal.
Yeah.
And I suppose it is. I've never hung out with major leaguers. But it's just, for me, it's just life. There's, I've been, I guess life is, there's many different things. And if you just pigeonhole life into, like, I think the stereotype when I, went to school was, everybody was supposed to go to college and get a good job.
Right. That was the idea.
Get a good job. It didn't get as far as getting married and having kids. It's just go out and go to school and get a good job. I guess if you went and did that, then they'd start on you for get married and have kids.
Yes. Yes.
Because then that's when you should get married and have kids, once you go to school and have a good job. And of course, the kids that went to college were just, with some exceptions, were just there to, have a party and rebel. It was like a big party. It's like an excuse to goof off.
Yes.
So be it. So anyway, just go out and use any old pencil.
Cool.
And you want to get traction. You want to get traction. Now, I've got about 15 minutes here, and I'm going into when I go to Romania.
Yeah.
I will, and I'll tell you, I'm already visualizing the trip.
Yeah.
And when I'm visualizing the trip, I'm not visualizing what's going to happen. It's like just the safety of getting from point A to point B. Like, I was already envisioning it, but now that my itinerary has changed, it's almost like putting that energy out makes it easier to change. There's a Qigong lesson I learned from a Dowser. It says, when you go driving out, envision your car, like, say, if you're going to drive to the grocery store, imagine putting a protective energy blanket around that car and visualize yourself in the car driving to the store, getting out, driving back with that energy blanket. Now, of course, if I'm going to do a travel to Romania, that energy blanket's going to go, onto an airplane to London, onto an airplane to Romania, getting my luggage, getting on the transport to my hotel, getting the guy to show up in the morning who's going to drive me, to the next town, to Atlanticron, and all the different little particulars of the journey, and putting myself in energy, and and then it all goes much smoother that way. And then I'll arrive at the camp on probably Sunday around noon, and then I'll begin to see people. See people I haven't seen in a year. See people I haven't seen in 2 years.
Right.
It's almost like going back to school in September. You see all the kids you haven't seen.
Mm-hmm.
And you see, some of the ones you don't care about and some of the ones you want to see.
Mm-hmm.
So you see friends, and it's a wonderful feeling just to reunite. And then the energy is completely different. It's a completely different culture. There'll only be, initially, when I get there, probably 4 Americans, 3 of which will be named Anderson.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah, and myself, and then later we'll have the guy from Jet Propulsion Laboratory show up, who runs the Mars missions, Robbie. I'll get to meet him. He'll show up, a few days into it, and but it's basically a completely different culture. A majority of them speak English, and then it's like, and then of course when I teach Qigong and offer Qigong and healing to people, I'll have typically have a very receptive audience, and they'll bring me real problems and they'll deal with them responsibly, listen to what I say, do what I say, and probably have a wonderful experience. And then there's always surprises, you meet new people, you have new experiences, and these experiences can range from the just mundane, just helping some kid with their kid issues, growing up issues. One year I helped some girl with her father issue. She just was so repelled by her father. She took her blankets and lived in the streets of Bucharest. She was such rebellion against her father.
Jesus Christ.
She just, what turmoil they had between the two of them.
Yes.
I'm sure she's okay now. I lost touch with her, but and she was interesting because I showed up to teach Qigong at what's called the sports arena, and there's nobody there except her. And I think she was saying, I said, "Are you here for Qigong?" Yeah. She was my only student that morning. So I ended up, doing this whole deep trip with her, It was like, you're just one student. It was perfect. It was actually perfect when you look back at it. Who's supposed to show up, shows up. And that was a really interesting experience. But whatever happens, and then there's, scientific people. And one of the things I'm going to do is see my friend Pierre, who's learned how to speak English over the years. Pierre is, I don't know what he is. He's a professor, but he has this device which kind of looks like bicycle handlebars, and you pull it down, and it kind of sorts your neck out. I'm going to address this because I had this car accident last year, just about a year ago, and I had whiplash, and when they did the job, and it was an MRI.
You took an MRI? You were subjected to an MRI?
I was an MRI or an X-ray. I think it was an MRI.
Well, the MRI is where you go through the whole tube. I mean, you're surrounded by magnets.
Yeah. And he says, I can't believe it. He says, you have 3 herniated discs. He's bad. He says, I can't believe you're not in more pain.
Right.
So this, because the hit on the back didn't seem very much from the car accident.
Mhm.
But so, he treated me. I don't have pain there now.
Mhm.
And I did this test with my friend Yonda, or, this, it was picking up all sorts of stuff back there. So I want to do his procedure.
Mhm.
So we just kind of like to straighten out my neck, and if he brings it, which I hope he does.
Mhm.
And because I was bringing him all sorts of people that year, and I'm going to try it myself. So there's scientific connections. There might be people from Freemasonry, people from maybe the Radu Quarter, sort of esoteric stuff. There's just all sorts of stuff. And then there's the various seminars and what. One of the things that the Andersons will be involved in is art, a combination of science and art, mixing. It's usually some sort of a light technology, So it's a completely, I guess, what you call concordance of learning.
Okay.
There's not really anything like it that we've ever heard of, where you just get teachers, professors, practitioners, and students.
Right. Oh, by the way, Aristides, your mic is on. Just so you know, we're hearing everything. So cool.
And then you get it's all in the background originally of being a science fiction camp.
Yes.
So that's the theme.
Yes. Which is perfect. Yeah.
It is, and that's what started it all. And then I'm kind of in the background.
Mm-hmm.
All I try to do is teach Qigong. I don't try to lecture as Peter Moon. I haven't done that in years. My friend Joan at the board meeting was trying to encourage that. And I said, listen, it happens organically, but it's okay. You don't have to force it. She wants to hear me speak, but she's not coming this year. So, it's, and so many of these people, there's always going to be a huge percentage of them that are new. And the new ones are fun to meet. The old ones are fun to meet. And I would say one thing about Romanians, they connect with you very much in the heart energy.
Yes.
A very deep connection. It doesn't mean they stay connected with you when you go back home.
Right. No.
That doesn't necessarily work. There's few and far between that will communicate with you. Or they will do it sporadically.
Right.
I mean, there's quite a few people that do communicate. And like my friend Nicole, she's not gonna be there this year. She's been inviting me to her hometown of Suceava for 15 years.
Right.
It's way up in the north, and it's just not practical. It's just not pragmatic to go visit her.
Yes.
I would like, but time and effort, so on and so forth.
Yes.
So it's as they say, in Atlanticon is the base from which I go, and then I'll go spend a night in Bucharest, and we'll go up to Bucegi, which is where the Sphinx is, and I'll either go into Yalamita Cave or the Sphinx, or maybe both. Maybe we can cram them all into one day. It's quite possible.
Yeah.
And the next morning, and then again, it depends on whether it's raining or not. That'll be August 11th. And then August 12th, we're scheduled to drive up to Transylvania and Choklavina Cave, which will be another homecoming for me. And we'll probably spend the rest of the week there. And I think the agenda is to go through the entirety of Choclavina Cave, Brett Cave, which is like, I think it's an 8-hour trip, walking. I think it's 7 kilometers long.
Jesus.
But it's an 8-hour trip. That remains to be seen. Hopefully my heel will hold up. I've learned some great exercises for plantar fasciitis. And you know, putting the ball of your foot on a rolled up towel and lifting it up.
Yes.
Stretching that out. Seem to be getting some traction with that.
Excellent.
Even if I still have it, doesn't mean I can't do that walk, but we'll see. We'll see where all of this goes. I have and if I don't feel like going, I can sit at the camp and sleep all day.
Hey! Always that option, though that would be kind of you do feel like you're letting yourself down, but yeah, don't ever put yourself out and stress yourself.
Not necessarily, because, you're out there in nature. And the one thing I totally forgot about was I did once have an agenda to see the aura flame.
Yeah.
The aura flame is the magic energy that shoots up from out of the ground near the cave, but it also occurs other places. And what I'd really like to see is, they went there last year, but I didn't go, is a ruins of an ancient, I think you have to climb over the mountain, which is quite a trip, a ruins of a ancient Dacian city.
Wow.
With thousands of people disappeared.
Wow.
The first century. And this could connect to the time reactor discharge that's supposed to have occurred around the year 200. And my old Scientology friend was questioning me. He was kind of questioning me on the scientific proof of the sediment. I said that's not my field. That's David's field.
Yeah.
I don't really care. I'm following a story. I'm not going to get down there and scrub on and try and duplicate all the science.
Thank you.
I will take David at face value. I'll take the adventure at face value. I'm not, because in the end, if you prove that this discharge occurred, and it could be logically put together, I could logically put a diatribe on it together, but who cares? The point is even if I put it together and say, wow, this really was it could be nothing but a time reactor, then I'd have to see if there's other explosions that could cause it.
Yes.
And then, even if I totally convinced myself it was a time reactor, what good does it do me?
Yes.
I still can't build a time reactor. If I had infinite money, I'd have a chance at it. And that brings us all into the Peter Thiel underground New Zealand stuff.
Yes. Yes.
But what I will say, and I'm going to tell this to my friend, there was nobody who worshipped science more than John Dee. John Dee was the quintessential academic of his day. And he reached the acme of knowledge, the pinnacle of university education, a Renaissance man. So what do you do when you have all that knowledge? You take a step above. You study metaphysics. And what did he try to do? Was get repeatable phenomena. But the problem is, you're dealing with life. You're dealing with entities. You're dealing with the nuances of personalities, entities, and you're dealing with unpredictability. And he was getting certain repetitive logic. In fact, the Enochian system is so elaborate. It only seems to have been delineated by Jonathan Gee, who's utterly a savant at this stuff. Doesn't claim to be a magician. Jonathan Gee, G-E-E, if you want to look him up, his stuff is, it's beyond my ability to integrate. But that's where the John Dee stuff went. And what happens is you're now in a territory where, I suppose, to use a corny metaphor, where angels fear to tread. Well, angels don't fear to tread there. They do tread there. It's where humans should fear to tread. Because the angels will, they're in a different realm. They're in a different realm. They play by different rules. And as Joe McVaney said to me, he says, when you get into that realm, they just have such little regard for what's going on in the human world.
Yes.
They don't care if, Beverly Hills 90210 is on TV. They don't care if the Yankee game is being held up by rain. They don't care what teams are in the Super Bowl. That's not what they're concerned with. What we live with on a day-to-day life would be sort of like us, being concerned about the integrity of an anthill. It's just perspective. So when you reach the pinnacle of science, you're obligated to step up into this realm of communication and a realm of frequency that humans are don't really have access to.
Yes.
Some people have put some pretty coherent overviews of what goes on there, but that's sort of like, giving an overview of what goes on in a Chinese the Tong Society.
Yes.
You get an overview. Well, there's people doing this and doing that, but you really don't know the ins and outs of it.
Yes.
And it doesn't make you privy to what's going to go down next. So, that's where science leads. Interesting perspective. And then when I go to Romania, I'm not necessarily working in the Enochian paradigm, but I'm working in another paradigm of energy and phenomena. But I have no of what you would call expectations or agenda. I'm glad I'm going to be going there with at least two people I've been before.
Yes.
Who are veterans and I would consider members of Choclavina tribe.
Yes.
And then new people are fine too. And people often say, well, I want to go next year. There's not necessarily a next year.
That's right.
It's not necessarily next year. And every time I go, I don't even know that I'll have an agenda to go back next year.
Right.
I thought last year would be my last trip.
I remember quite distinctly.
Yeah, and I was highly motivated to return this year. And even if I wasn't highly motivated to go back, I would feel obligated to because of to finish the radio project, which I feel I will do. Now that may never give it new life. I don't know. I just don't know. So,
By the way, an individual in the chat room, John Butterworth, was saying, I was reading Peter's TS today on a lake. Who paints their aircrafts charcoal black? How are we still here?
What's TS?
TS, maybe he means your newsletter?
No, wait, TS today. What? No, what is?
Is
this in the chat?
Yeah, he also mentions he's never met anyone that hung out with him because of his own strangeness. Or, yes, he's saying he's not strange enough where he met anyone who hung out with him because of that strangeness, is what I believe he's trying to say. As I said, text is not the best way to communicate normally, but yeah. Take a look at the chat, see if that reminds you.
It's Transylvania Sunrise.
Ah, there we are.
Now, that's not really my Transylvania Sunrise. It's Radu Cinemar's.
Yeah.
I'm the editor and publisher. I was reading Peter's Transylvania Sunrise today on a lake. Who paints their aircrafts charcoal black? How are we still here?
Right. The other quotes in response to what? Yeah.
Well, I don't know of any aircrafts that are being painted charcoal black. Maybe he's seeing them. I would imagine it's the Air Force who they used to do the black helicopters were sort of a charcoal, more of a gray.
Right.
How are we still here? Well, we're still here because we're still here. I never met anyone that hung out with me because of my strangeness.
In other words, he was referring to the rat girl phenomenon, where you don't need to seek out the extremes, and there you have that. Yeah.
Oh,
that's what I think he means.
Yeah, it's not real clear, but it's okay.
Yeah.
And he says, Victoria says, everyone's been asking about the Watchers recently and the Book of Enoch. It's no wonder they didn't include it.
She also wanted you to say something about the Iranians threatening the strike on Israel, a retaliatory strike for the assassination that took place. I don't know if you were even aware of that yet.
I did hear something about that, but not that I want to see it happen. But why don't they just do it instead of talking about it?
Yes, no shit. Yes, it's sad. It's very sad. It's
not very convincing. Just do it.
Yes.
But people have been talking about the Watchers, and from what I've heard, for at least 30 years, and it kind of gets kind of tiring. Why they didn't include it in the Book of Enoch, or the book? It's why the Book of Enoch is not included in the Bible. It's. I did hear this minister talking today on the radio, which I will sometimes listen to. It's, I will traverse through different stations, and it sounds somewhat interesting. And he was talking about, I forget the name of the book. I think he called it something Harmony. But he said he says, wouldn't it be great? And I think he said he did it. He says he put all the Gospels together, all the key ingredients of the Gospels, Mark, Matthew, John and Alex Jones, or whatever, Luke, Matthew, Mark, and John. He put all the Gospels, all the salient points of the life of Jesus, and then also went back into the New Testament to integrate the whole story of Jesus, the Messiah. Now, he's not going to have Brent Landau's translation of
thank you,
the Star of Bethlehem. What is
it? Right. The Revelation of the Magi.
Revelation of the Magi. He's not going to have that in there. Yeah. But he's trying to put this. He says, wouldn't it be great if somebody did a whole story, and just did the whole soup to nuts of the whole New Testament, integrated all the 4 books together with, the antecedents of the Old Testament, and talked about, this guy had so much enthusiasm for it, and apparently he put a book together. I don't know whether it's a good book or whether it would bore you to tears. I really don't. I'm not saying that he didn't go in and make it interesting, because if he did make it interesting, it might be interesting. But that's so, and then what? Of course, you have the aspect of the watchers and whatnot, and all that stuff is. I'm trying to compare it. It's like, let's say we were analogy of being in a prison. I don't mean to be this I'm just trying to give it an apt analogy. There might be a better analogy. But I'm saying is we're in prison, and then you've got these guys in the towers that are there to watch you or shoot you if you get out of line.
Yes.
Or you try to escape. That's kind of what the watchers are. They're there as, watchers, like a vigil.
Yes.
Which is very close to vigilante.
Yes.
But the vigil is there to watch and to protect or to keep in. Now, what's very interesting about that analogy, well, I'm trying to think if there's a better example. Like, you could think like a school monitor, or like the watchers. They make sure you don't, get out of line. The prison is rather foreboding. Or like you go into a building and they have a security guard. You go into a sports stadium or a concert and they have security guards. Make sure you don't get out of line. You go to a presidential rally and make sure nobody comes in with a gun. That was sarcastic. And I want to say something about that. I saw the new acting director of Secret Service, and he ends up being defiant. Like, I would not name anybody. The investigation's not done. And they're sitting there 17 days. Can we have a name? It's like no names are coming forth, and the more they drag this out, the more evasive it gets. Let me put it this way. The way the Secret Service is conducting itself, only fomenting conspiracy.
Of course.
And at best, cover your ass, which they're accused of doing. But they're fomenting it, and you even have to wonder if that's a psyop in itself.
Yes.
We're not doing a psyop. We're not doing a conspiracy, but we can't tell you because we're the Secret Service and we're secret.
Right.
And it's like it's unfortunate because it completely. Well, it really shouldn't change anybody's viewpoint. It just reinforces who and what they are.
Yes.
And then when they do give a name, you wonder, they're probably figuring out how to put it on somebody that's not a real person or something. And
Yes.
it was Jay Sackashit, and Jay Sackashit, yeah, it was him, and we, he suicided.
Yes, of course.
Like they did in that Wag the Dog movie. They create this, invent this character. So I would predict that would be the next angle, because they're gonna say, okay, we did the investigation, we narrowed it down to Steve Sackashit, and Steve Sackashit, suicided, and he did the wrong thing. That would actually be worse, because nobody would believe them.
Yeah.
But I would expect them to take an angle that's similar to that, and as they say, whether or not it's a great psyop to run on people if you're evil.
Yes.
It's a great psyop. I wouldn't put it past them. So anyway, to get back to the Watchers,
Yes.
you know, it's I remember Radu wrote in his book Mystery of Egypt, he talks about his mentor Caesar going into this installation in beneath the Giza plateau that, you know, he can go back and view time. He can go back in time mentally, not physically. And the one question he's not allowed to penetrate, that whoever puts this system together, they will not allow him to ask who put the system there or anything about them. Like, that's forbidden. He can go look in time anywhere, but he can't ask, well, who created this system? Which is kind of an interesting paradigm. The novel or series of novels called River World, which is quite an elaborate story by Philip Jose Farmer, my favorite sci-fi author. It's a story of this huge planet where everyone who's ever lived on the planet Earth is reincarnated on the banks of a river. And the banks of the river is divided into sections. And these sections have a dominant ethnic group, like that might be 50, 60%, might be 60% Aryans, might be 60% Japanese, might be 60% blacks or whatever it is. And then there'll be a minority group. There might be, 30%, of another ethnicity. And then there'll be, 5 or 10% of all sorts of mixed ethnics. That tends to be the general trend. And the star of the protagonist is Sir Richard Burton, not the actor, but the adventure explorer from the 1800s, who truly discovered Victoria Falls and, went to Mecca, got himself circumcised so he could go to Mecca, studied in India, he knew languages, he translated the Kama Sutra. And Sir Richard Burton is just a made-up story, but he begins to discover that when you die in this world, you get reincarnated in another section of the river. And the sections there's huge mountains or other barriers to stop you from going to the other ones. So there are efforts and rumors of people going from one section of the river to the other. And he eventually learns that, if you commit suicide, you can get from one place to the other. So he starts suiciding to start scoping out the whole, river world, which is far bigger than the planet Earth. It might be the size of Jupiter. I don't remember, because to reincarnate all the people.
Right.
Now, as the stories evolve, Mark Twain is building a riverboat to try and go up the river so he can get to the top of the world, see what's at the North Pole, which it turns out there's a huge tower up there. But the whole mystery is, who creates the world? What are they doing there? And then there's certain people that are like the Watchers that show up. I don't know what they call them, but there's monitors. So it's like the world is a continuum that's being maintained. And you have these Watchers, and I could compare them to the Watchers in the Book of Enoch. They're basically the stewards of existence. And I suppose they have various and sundry roles to play. It's kind of like it's a little like, if you're watching a philharmonic orchestra or something,
Mm-hmm.
and you kind of go up and sit next to the conductor, stand next to the conductor, you shouldn't do it. Security's going to take you away. Or you go to a baseball game and you stand up in the on deck circle. You don't belong there.
Yes.
And I think that's that knowledge is, forbidden. It's not relevant. I mean, it's interesting that, when I think of this, because if I think of the Anderson time reactor, who would, could, or should have access to that? Certainly not the common man.
Of course not.
And you'd even have to highly question, what logical use could be made of it. And not in terms of necessarily preserving organs or something, but in terms of going back into time. And I know David's concern that he expressed publicly over 10 years ago is that the Indians, meaning the East Indians, were sending drones into the past.
Right.
Which he didn't like. But as they say, and this is what I was talking about with my friend, because I looked at what I'm doing existentially. He says, what do you want to do with your life?
Mm-hmm.
I said, right now I'm mainly concerned with my plantar fasciitis so I can get out and run on the football field again.
Right. Yes.
That's very pragmatic, very practical. As far as my career goes, I said, the thing with the time reactor, why have I been exposed to the time reactor? Why have I been given knowledge of it? This goes back, the first exposure of it, goes back over 15 years ago. And then it takes me a while to, figure out clearly what the theory of it and how it actually works, at least in terms of the theoretical science of mathematics of time travel. But then it's very clear to me that David has such a device, but then, what's the purpose of it? I didn't expect it would go this far when I got involved with the Montauk Project. I didn't think a scientist would show up who has a real time reactor. Preston never even,
pretended to have one.
that. He would have weird experiences. And even before he died, he was very obsessed with the fact that Montauk didn't have enough power. They couldn't have enough power to maintain it. And I'd explained to him that David's machine now handles that problem. But it didn't really bite. It's like he wanted to, watch basketball when they only had the 2-point rule. Point shot. No. I said, but they have a 3-point shot now. Not interested. It just doesn't really bite. He wants to do it the old-fashioned way. And Preston once told me about one of his friends. He says, you can't teach an old dog new tricks.
Yes.
And by that time, Preston was just, had done what he'd done, and he just wasn't going to get into the spirit of this thing. He acknowledged it was true, but it was like he was done for this world.
Right.
His role here was over. So, and as I say, my role's not over yet, but I have to ask, was I put into this position, or does the synchronicity of this position sit here with this knowledge of a time reactor, a friend who has a time reactor, but a friend who's very reclusive, very reclusive. And he's equally reclusive with his family. Always was that way. So, but the point of it is not his reclusiveness, is the point of why has this been put in my lap? Is it been put in my lap so that I can pass on somebody day and somebody says, well, Peter Moon came close. Is that what it is, or is there something more to be, some fulcrum to be pressed? And one of my psychic friends said, you're going to have an incredible trip. It's going to be far more than you realize. Well, maybe she's right. But the thing is, right now, most of my issues have been focused on logistics, which not only is packing, but making sure that certain people know that I need to be picked up here and getting my reservations. And, I've always been, when I take other people with me, even when it's informal, I'm the traveling secretary. And it's a very important role. And I'm the traveling secretary for myself. I have several people, places, and things to negotiate. My daughter used to get very irritated, very irritated, dismissive, when I go on a trip with her to LA or wherever, and I was over planning. Thought I was over planning. But then again, you can't just go driving around in LA, get yourself nuts. You got to be here at a certain time, have people prepared to see you or whatever you're doing. And so anyway, but that's just the logistics end of it. Once you get there, then you have the experience, whatever the experience is. Maybe something will let loose with David's work.
Right.
Maybe something will let loose with Radu's work, or something from the mystery quarter, my own adventures. As for myself, I have no expectations. In fact, I'm rather skeptical that anything spectacular is going to happen at all. But then again, that's absurd, because there's always something that
happens. Yes.
That happens, and just going to a foreign country is enough to, you're around different people, you're, meeting new people, making new friends. And I think what one of the best virtues that I experience is I have this whole history.
Yes.
The history of Romania. Not the history of Romania, but my own history in Romania, which parlays on the history of Romania. And then what's going to return. It has its own energy, its own gifts. So Sunday, when it's Sunday night, the midnight, right now, half an hour after midnight. If things go well, it'll be Monday morning in Romania. 7 o'clock. If I'm up at 7 o'clock, I'll try and check in.
Yes, by all means.
Then I probably need to do Qigong at 8.
Okay.
And just say hello. Now, 7 o'clock in Romania would be midnight in New York. It would be 9 o'clock in California. So Romania is 10 hours ahead of you. It's 7 hours ahead of me.
Yes. We still get. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, so anyway, I want to give one last shout out to send Douglas
Thank you.
some more funds. Can you do a check, see if anybody else has sent anything in?
Oh, no one so far. I've been checking. I thank you for asking, and hopefully we'll get them to do so throughout the rest of the night. Of course, it's vital that people do so. Certainly, if Peter doesn't check in, as soon as the show is done, I'll give you a call, Peter. Yeah. So, and we'll see how that works out.
How much did you raise? Was it
50 tonight.
What?
Well, we raised 150 tonight, but combined with what we have, we only need to raise $300.
Okay, now, but so somebody, Christoph from Germany sent 13.
Yeah, that was like last episode.
Oh, so 150 tonight.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so we need $300 more.
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay, so.
And I have somebody who owes me at least 50 over that, actually, but we'll see if they pay back in time.
10 people send $30. That seems like a lot of people.
Yeah.
Or 3 people send $100.
Yeah, that's more realistic, yes.
Or 6 people send $50.
Yes.
Or 5 people send.
Just fucking send something, people, please.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, we don't need to subdivide it for them, Peter. Yes, that's it. Doesn't work like
don't
that.
think about math. Just like jam a number in there, a nice number. Just jam it in there.
Yes.
Do it now.
Yes.
One person sent $300.
Yes, there we are. Good idea. Good idea. And
Yeah. Whether it's $550 or even $500, you'll be the grand winner for tonight.
Yes. Yeah.
Do like an auction.
Yeah.
Or we can have the Jerry Lewis telethon.
Yes.
Like the Douglas people.
We'll call you the awesomest person in the world on air if you just send hundreds of dollars.
Yes. I mean, well, of course.
It's the least we could do.
Yes. Well, Peter was holding his telethon for me with the latest episode, and it did work. It brought in a lot of contributions, so we appreciate his doing that, and we hope people respond tonight. And if not, I'll be calling Peter in the morning. Either way, checking in with him before he goes.
Yeah.
And
after he goes, call me too.
Yes, of course. That goes without saying.
What is Tank Barry is saying, trying to conduct the final solution. The final solution.
Oh, the Iranians striking against Israel. What he's referencing. Because Victoria was asking about that, the Iranians striking against Israel. And then T-Tank was responding to her. They've actually had an ongoing conversation together, which I'm glad to see.
What madness. It'll be nice to get away from this madness. And if I watch TV at all, which I might have the opportunity when I'm in the hotel rooms, during downtime, you watch international TV.
Yes.
And it is so different. Even if it's, Sky News from Rupert Murdoch or whatever, it's so different. It's just a completely different perspective.
Yes.
Like they're worrying about mudslides in France or Egypt or something like that.
Right.
It's not American centric.
Yeah.
And when they do cover America, it's like from a detached view. It's very a different orientation. And so yeah, it's like going into another world. And we'll see. So hopefully I can check in on whether it would be Monday morning my time. It's possible.
Yes.
So we'll say good night.
Yes.
And, thank you, those who have contributed.
Yes.
Those who will contribute.
Thank you for that. It's good to give a preemptive thank you to those who will contribute. And of course, dear Peter, we love you dearly for everything you've done. Stay safe and be well. I notice you're already figuring ahead to Romanian time, and that's understandable. Blessed be thy slumber and sweet be thy dreams. And catch up on all that. You'll need your rest. Okay?
Okay. Good night, everybody. And thank you for being here.
Thank you. All right. That's Peter Boone, guidebooksusa.com. And we're going to begin the calling all of our usual suspects. And now we can bong all we want with the messaging. We can we can text each other in the text box all we wish.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, like, real quick, right?
Yeah.
I did go in the settings where it was like, oh, you could turn off notification sounds. It's in there, but the whole thing is like, I mean, be that as it may, you know, I mean, it's like it's not convenient to like, you know, for boomers or whatever. There really should be a button up front, like, you know, turn on off notifications, like they should make it convenient to switch on and off. Be like, oh, I'm like on a call right now. Let me switch, and not have to like dig in the settings menu. You know?
Yeah. No, that's incredible. I had no idea. So you'll have to show that to Dear Heather.
When I message you on the when we're on air, there's not a fucking bloop noise.
Interesting. So you had somehow done this?
When I message you, when
I mean, but you had somehow prearranged for that by going.
No, I didn't. No, I did not. I assume like you had your shit muted on your end. It's the only way. I don't control the settings on your end, whether there's a noise.
Oh, but then how do I hear it when Heather does it?
You might hear it, but I don't know why it doesn't show up on the stream.
Okay.
I'm gonna send you a message now. Let me see you watch. Test. Right?
But that's different. That's because you're sending it to me in private messages, Ari.
Yeah, but for Peter, everything like they
no, that's because the entries are in the public call. When you enter it to the public call, then we all hear it in the public call.
Well, wait, let me see if you hear it in public call. Then wait.
Enter something in public call.
Okay, I think I got the one right.
I don't know. I guess so. Yeah. And right now, I'll finally respond to Dear Heather. I can heart her without it making noise. Yeah, somehow you did that without making noise. It became overwhelmed by everybody else.
It never makes a noise on your end, which is why I don't feel bad about sending you messages. It's like, you know, you need to be able to turn off the fucking... turn off your notifications, fucking boomers.
Okay, so maybe it's because you did that in your account. Yes, Brendan has joined us. Dear Brendan, are you out of the country or are you back?
Hey.
Let's see if he can answer. Right now I'm taking my earbuds off for a second. Oh God, I gotta take this turtleneck off for a second because it goes between being cold and hot. Let's see if I can hear. Okay, is Brendan responding at all?
I haven't heard him yet.
Oh, he came out for he came out for a second. Yeah, then he went off. Yes, well, that's the service in some of these countries, you know, out in bumfuck Thailand and all that.
He's
yes,
trying, but I took that as a sign that he's trying.
Yes. And let's see if Heather wants to try anymore. Heather, feel free to try all you want now. And let me send a message to one of our friends here. And okay. And in the meantime, let's all burn bandwidth, get a conversation going.
And was there Heather? Heather, are you here?
Yeah, Heather, honey.
Yeah. Speak up, sound check.
Yeah, please, so that I can go refresh myself. Oh my God. And I guess she's still miffed about what Peter said earlier, and holy shit, it's.
Why would she be miffed? What about what?
It's like well, I mean, maybe she felt she was unnecessarily admonished or something. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but you and I, we just have to puzzle these things out, and let me see if I can also make a quick call here. I'm going to call somebody on my cell phone, and maybe I should wait until we get somebody on with us first, but nobody seems to be showing up right now. So I'm just going to try and make this call and see if somebody responds. And I won't be able to hear you, because you're on my deaf ear. I've got two ears. I've got the earbud for the cell phone in the ear that works, and you're in the deaf ear.
Who's your deaf ear? Me?
Yes, for
Okay.
now, for the moment.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so talk to the audience for a second. Just say hi to them.
What?
Get acquainted
Hi,
with them.
audience. Yeah. I hope you. Let me see. Send me, like, if you have your most recent thing you'd like me, like, sort of text you've been writing. I could start.
So
monologuing. I could start monologuing if I ever got stuck, like, by myself. Before I thought of anything like brilliant, I could just start reading it.
Oh my
I could
God.
look back, like
I'm back with you. I'm back with you.
Yeah,
So
I could definitely but actually I don't even have my email open right now because I don't know, it just bogs the computer down.
By the way, let me tell you something about the author of that book who you looked up.
Yeah.
It's incredible, really.
Yeah, let's talk about that book. I got you the PDF.
Yeah.
And the review.
Yeah.
The review right? Yeah, the review to it.
Yes. Yeah.
Right.
And so
what it's about.
Yeah, and it's incredible. Of course, we didn't get a chance to talk about this while Peter was with us because he is not interested in such things. But basically, the author of that book, William Clark, worked 12 years as vice president of the World Bank. So we're talking about the former vice president of the World Bank, and he gets together with this impressive group of consultants, and they produce this book. So here's something that people don't know about it. I'll bring up an example. Let's see if I can find this. Third World War was a big thing in its day, and I need to describe this. There was a book. There was a book by that title.
By who? What?
By
Third World War?
Yeah. It was titled The Third World War, and it was by Sir
That's
Hackett.
too general. You can't write a book with the title The Third World War. It's too retardedly general to search for it.
Yeah. No, believe it or not, in those days when it was published, it was like something new. It was published in 1978. So
early on.
So in 19 even though they were using the term World War III all the way back to the Korean conflict, it was the Third World War was something that in 1978 was still a unusual enough title where it wouldn't be lost in a plethora of shit, which is, the cyber net has made all of that impossible now. You can't find anything with a generic phrase like that. It's like that poor bastard who interviewed me named Sean Bond. Nobody can find him because if they look up Sean Bond, all they find is Sean Connery as James Bond.
Right. That's one is web searching artifact. Right. Yeah. I titled my work The Third World War. Yeah. Good luck searching for it. Yeah.
Yes. So this is by a knighted British gentleman, however, which makes it infinitely easy to find if you can only remember his name. Sir John Winthrop Hackett. You just think Sir Hackett or Hackett, but Hackett's Third World War, which was quote unquote a novel, was written with a bunch of consultants. So it was actually what's called an et aliae work. That's Latin for and others. Hackett et aliae, meaning Hackett and others. That was in those days that this was published in 1978. This sat on the president's desk, Jimmy Carter's desk. Jimmy Carter had a copy of this book on his desk. And so that was how big it was.
Okay.
It was really influential.
Is there like an author? Okay, wait, who's the author? Like, let's make it easier to search for.
Yeah. Sir Hackett. Just think of...
Sir Hackett.
Yeah, Sir Hackett. Just look up Sir Hackett, the Third World War. So this was a big deal in its day. And I remember that I was dealing at the intellectual level where I understood a military scenario. No, but by the way, everybody should know at this point that I was a child prodigy and not take offense at that. And if it makes anyone feel any better, when I started off in school, I was put with what they used to call the retarded kids. I was actually put in the learning issues children, and they had other words for it, but generally they just call us retarded. So I started off as a retarded child, for those of you who don't know, if that makes you feel any better. And I progressed through.
You were mislabeled as a retarded child.
Yeah, right? Thank you. I prefer to think of it that way. I mean, not that at any rate, obviously I didn't have Down syndrome, so this was just malevolent. It was just all malevolent. I was traumatized, and that's something they could not understand. I had learning issues because of trauma, but they didn't know how to deal with trauma.
Right.
And but the thing that, but I did meet some wonderful people through that, and but then I wound up in gifted classes. Yeah,
you're obviously not retarded. Like number one, I don't hang out with retarded people. And number two, I've observed that you're pretty brilliant. So like, yeah, that's obviously bullshit.
Well, thank you. Look, that's appreciated. But for what it's worth,
you went from retarded to gifted.
Yes, I went to gifted class by the time I was in quote unquote junior high school. But then they changed the whole grading system so that technically I never went to junior high school. Technically, I went to what became middle school, and we lost a grade, so I wound up entering high school a grade earlier. And then I graduated from high school through a GED, so I got out earlier even then, and then went to City College. So I went to City College 2 years earlier than most people go. I went to a community college. Yeah, but for what it's worth, I'm not here to toot my own horn, but also I should point out, of course, when I say I met some wonderful people, I was, just so people know, because people might think I'm talking about, retarded kids. I mean, they're wonderful in their own right, but you can't really communicate with them and maintain friendships because they're always in the present moment. And you don't maintain long-term friendships with somebody who's always in the present moment unless you're basically their care provider or something. But I met the teachers. Some of the teachers were wonderful that I met in going through this kind of developmentally disabled learning process. There were some wonderful teachers there, but obviously I was put in there in an act of malevolence. But all that being said, but soon enough I wound up, going through regular and then gifted class. But my point is that when it comes to my intellectual processing, I was already processing intellectually at the level where I could understand the concept behind the book titled The Third World War, which I understood it to be a scenario in which a bunch of respected academics and specialists, including military staff members, got together to produce what they would call a predictive or basically a predictive scenario that they were attempting to preempt. In other words,
Third World War, was this the Hackett guy?
Yeah, Hackett.
Okay, how do you spell the name Hackett?
Like hack and then two T's. Hack at, I'll spell it. Yeah,
what I thought. Yeah, like the kind of normal way you would think.
Yeah, HACK.
Hackett with two T's.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Sir John Hackett.
Yeah,
John.
Just seeing if anything comes up immediately, but not yet.
Really?
Well, depending on where you're searching.
Okay, so I'll do a screen share, and that way we can at least make certain we're all on the same page, or at least our man and I. So here we are. This is the book, The Third World War, and here's one of its more lurid covers. And so here we are. The best-selling future history. Yeah, General Sir John Hackett. He's a knight. He's knighted and he's a general. So the General Knight, John Hackett, and others. The Third World War. The best-selling future history, brilliantly conceived and brilliantly executed, according to the Sunday Telegraph, illustrated with photographs and maps. And of course an extraordinarily lurid cover of Europe on fire in particular. Nobody's going after Africa and South America,
Okay, so here we go. It's, I think there's a nice kind of archive.org. The Third World War, August 1985.
Yeah.
General Sir John Hackett and other top-ranking NATO generals and advisors.
Yeah. So because of this, I was on the intellectual level back in 1978 when this was published, and you notice that they gave it a predictive date, so that they, that they were worried in 1978 that something like this could happen by 1985. And so when it came to this how would we call it, consultant group, basically the consultant group that produced this work, which I am not interested in any copy of, I assure you. This wound up sitting on the desk of President Jimmy Carter, because he was so impressed by it, and because all these people were producing a warning saying, oh, here's a scenario that could all too easily happen and we want to preempt it. And so President Carter took it seriously, I guess to his credit. But the reason that I'm pointing this out was that my version of this, that I found far more salient, far more relevant, was the book that our man Aristides found for me today in several different formats, plus a number of book reviews that I asked him to find that are almost impossible to access. I managed to beat the paywall on one, but he definitely used his academic credentials, Aristides, to break into the other.
Yeah, right. Sometimes when you're you're looking for,
without going into any further details,
No, that's fine. Your institution may bring you subscribe to that, so like you have access to like that series of journals or whatever.
Yeah, and so my point is that
it was really easy. I went there and it was like, oh, you have access through your university library. Like, oh, okay, thanks, download.
That is incredible. That was incredible. I mean, I'm just so lucky to know you. Honestly, you are a gift. And
thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
You truly are.
Yeah. If only more people I introduced in my life had that philosophy.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Troy Bellamy says, I'm listening as always, just couldn't contribute tonight. Thank you so much, Troy. We're glad you're checking in. We do want to know if you're safe or not, because you are in enemy territory. The guy's in fucking, Florida, occupied red state, surrounded by industrial strength Republican Cubans and shit.
No wonder Ian West's brain's poisoned.
Yes. Well, welcome aboard, dear Nemo. Thank God. Now I can go pee. And take some refreshments and obviously do my lines. And you gentlemen can hold the conversation. And when I return, I'll tell everybody else about what's so special about Cataclysm, which is what and why it is so much more salient and important. And we never got to talk about it with Peter because, of course, Peter, gets on his own trip and really doesn't have room for any other trips. But now that we're all free, the cat's away, the mice will play. We'll get back to Cataclysm, and I'll tell you what's so stupid about Sir John Hackett's Third World War, even before I go to relieve myself. So get this shit, Nemo, Aristides. You got all these generals, and these NATO commanders get together, and they rip off a book that was written years before, titled Failsafe. So for those of you who don't know, there's a book titled Failsafe in which they kind of have a lampoon or a caricature of Henry Kissinger in that novel, Failsafe. And in the novel Failsafe, this Henry Kissinger kind of advisor is the serious equivalent to the satirical film produced by Stanley Kubrick called Dr. Strangelove. And, of course, because Stanley Kubrick is Jewish, he makes Dr. Strangelove a German Nazi. Whereas when it comes to Henry Kissinger, who's Jewish, he is, in the novel Failsafe, portrayed as distinctively Jewish. So they stick to the reality of our situation in that book's Failsafe. But Failsafe comes to a bizarre conclusion where because the superpowers are matched in parity, the term that they used to use in strategic nuclear deployment was when if you both had the equal ability to wipe each other out, it was called parity, P-A-R-I-T-Y. And so because there was this fantasy of Soviet parity with American nuclear threat potential,
Right.
in the book Failsafe, because the Americans wind up with something going terribly wrong, and they wind up nuking a city in Russia, or rather what was then the Greater Soviet Union. The Soviets demand payback, and in order to prevent a nuclear conflagration, the president says, we will sacrifice New York City, and orders his own bombers to nuke New York City. Now, this is, of course, preposterous. It is so stupid. It is so incredibly insane that it's... But guess the author's point was trying to make, this is the insanity of the age we live in itself. But of course it doesn't wash. It's just bullshit. But the generals who produced this work, which was supposed to be a plausible scenario, they actually carry that out in the scenario to a conclusion that fucking stupid, where they wind up NATO versus the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics winds up as the Soviet invasion of Europe grinds to a halt. They wind up agreeing to nuke one city each. And because the Americans don't care about Britain, they say, oh, go ahead and nuke Birmingham. And we'll take out Belarus, this one city, Minsk, the capital of White Russia. And so they have this friendly nuclear exchange where the Americans take out the capital of White Russia, and which is a satellite state of Russia, as you know. And the Russians take out Birmingham and Britain. And then everybody shakes hands, and the Soviet Union proceeds to collapse, which they predicted in 1985 as happening as a result of this limited conventional war turned into a limited nuclear exchange. As if that was like they had, it was like they had to reach this nuclear crescendo because World War II ended in a nuclear crescendo.
I get it, and it comes with the assumption that both sides are reasonably matched in the actual deployable nuclear weapons department. So
right
from there,
and beyond that they maintain enough restraint where, let's, we could wipe each other out. So and it's all based on a myth, of course. Yeah. But it's all incredibly stupid. These are incredibly stupid conclusions. But I understood it all as a scenario. And when I asked a teacher in middle school about this book, have you not heard of this book? And, here I was aware that it was sitting on the president's desk, which it was not a rumor. It was actually published on the fucking back cover of the paperback edition of the book, that the hardcover edition of this book sits on President Jimmy Carter's desk, which was true. They had a photograph to back that up. But the point is that when I asked the teacher about this, he said, and this was a very abusive teacher, by the way. His name was, I think it was Mr. Seidler or Simon. It was either Seidler or Simon. And he was like, look, you dumb, stupid son of a bitch, I'm not going to read anything or to even talk about some shit written by a crackpot. And I'm like thinking, these are like knighted generals, in a... This is how ignorant this motherfucker was. And that's when I realized at that age, I was processing light years ahead of your average American adult. That your average American adult is a fucking idiot who should be in retarded class. That's when I realized just how, this is why when people wonder why I have such contempt for Americans, and in particular, though humanity in general, but yeah, Americans in particular, I'm more familiar with them, and familiarity breeds further contempt. Yeah, there you go. There's where some of that source is from. But but if people look at the table of contents for the book Cataclysm, even though the politics have changed perceptibly, the contents are still quite prescient and very pronouncedly timely. They're quite relevant. So we'll get back to that when I return. In the meantime, both of you gentlemen carry on a conversation. I know you guys have got this. Before I leave to refresh myself, Nemo, anything you want to bring to my attention right away?
No, it's all good.
Okay, great. Love you dearly. Thank you. And Aristides, thank you so much. You've got this. You're the man. Aristides is the
Oh
main
yeah,
man. He's got it all.
it's Kristen Nemo's here though. Yeah, we got this.
Okay, okay. I'll leave it to you, gentlemen. I'll be back soon enough. I'll go mute for now. Thank you.
Yeah.
Bye.
Yeah, I just recently noticed some news on the regarding Iran threatening Israel, like U.S. officials at the Pentagon to CNN, Iran and its allies will launch a large-scale attack on Israel in the next 72 hours.
Yeah. Yeah, I've stopped hanging on every little tit for tat blow about it because that their job is to promote war to the end.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Even if they say regardless of their excuses, they're trying to absolutely Israel is trying to absolutely persecute this war till all of their enemy are dead. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They might tell you something different that day,
yeah.
but that is exactly what they're trying to do.
Iran, if I'm not mistaken, is a proxy nation for Israel, isn't it?
Iran,
puppet nation for Israel.
I don't really think it's solidly in that list. I think they might be one of the few holdouts that is actually, ideologically not 100% the same as Israel. Yeah, in other words, they were just fighting it for almost I don't think that's completely made up,
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they might want to So
if the
there might
U.S.
actually be a contingent opposed to them there, unlike in where Saudi Arabia and all these places, they're done. They're fucking toast. Basically Douglas has explained how they're they basically suck the circumcised cock at this point.
Oh yeah, I've been doing that for a while. Yeah, fucking. I just I don't see Iran being capable of doing much anyway. As long as the US keeps funding Israel billions of dollars of their own taxpayers' money every year, they're just going to keep having the funds to buy more weapons and armaments, and they're just capable of defending themselves with their Iron Dome. If they stop receiving those funds, they won't be able to replenish their supplies and ammo, and they won't be able to defend themselves from strikes. Well, they'll just have to look towards other nations to give them money.
Yeah.
Because I'm sure they spend a lot of that money they receive from the US back. They spend it on weapons from the US military. So the US military is getting more money back into their pockets, and Israel's getting modern weapons.
Of course. All the best.
Yeah. Well, hopefully they'll.
Of course, yeah.
They'll come to a stop eventually.
Because they're the greatest of people, right? Is that the that the image you're trying to put out there? Right?
Yeah,
yeah, we're awesome. Just give us weapons, because we're awesome. Is that?
Oh, God will curse you if you don't support the children of God.
And as we have described, we are the chosen people of this area. So give us all the weapons, right?
Yeah.
And it actually works for some people. That equation actually competes for you. All right.
Yeah. You just indoctrinate enough people over each generation.
People say it's this way because of this reason that absolutely benefits them in that huge way. Right? Yeah. God said we were the chosen people. Yeah.
People aren't buying into it anymore.
Yeah. Cool story, bro. Cool story.
Yeah.
Cool story, bro.
They're not gonna keep supporting them much longer. more
Right.
people are just waking up. So there's a bright light at the end of the tunnel, possibly.
I mean, yeah. I mean, there's always a light, but the question is,
Is it a freight train?
yeah, or no, are enough people seeing it soon enough? Like, in order for something meaningful to happen, like enough people have to see that light soon enough, or else it's just not. There's a break point somewhere.
Yeah. We don't need an entire population of a nation to, wake up and see eye to eye on the biggest issues and problems and what solutions they can come up to solve them. You just need probably like 30% of the population just focusing on that. And it'll grow and grow, and they'll be super effective on whatever they're trying to accomplish to change the regime in their nation.
I think even 30% is like for like a viral type change. It's like, yeah, it's 30% obviously is great, but like it can start with less than that.
Yeah. What's going on in America? Are they still trying to pump Trump up as a big hero for surviving the quote unquote assassination attempt?
I mean, no. Well, it depends on who you ask. So
obviously, the right wing media is portraying him as a hero.
Obviously, right? Yeah. So like as far as the like what the with the like normie media, whatever, is just like funny. I'll like look at the top 5 like Apple News stories. I can't even like I'm not like clicking into them. I'll just be like, what are the words? And it's like always so gay, it's like,
yeah. Yeah, I'm just fully convinced it was either a small blood pack that was placed on his ear or just a little slice.
Could be, but like, I mean, they're like, I guess.
I was looking up images. Yeah, go on.
No,
I was just
like
saying.
Of course, the mainstream is like, oh, Trump is bad, and Kamala, Kamala's so great. Look at this, haha, this is what we're doing now, and of course, he like, quote unquote,
to Biden.
The quote unquote alt media, like first generation, first step. Is like, Trump is a good guy, that's right. So it's like that's how they're like playing each other. Is like, it's like, if you're like conspiracy theorists, you're like, oh, so like Trump's a good guy, and like he's our guy, against that like evil Kamala, because
they're both evil.
Yeah, he's really got our interests at heart,
Mm. Yeah, she's definitely better than Biden, though. I'd say that. His brain is just rotted. He's like a walking corpse.
Like, it could be the difference between like lulling people into a long, false sense of security, where a lot of other things are happening over the top, like so installing like all these like intrusive technologies and all this stuff, and you're sitting here like
expect more.
Right, like arguing over like Trevor Biden, and they're like. Still is like what are these like surveillance technologies are installing in the background? Like did that change whether it was Trump or Biden? Like ask yourself that question.
Yeah, you should keep expecting more invasion of your privacy, and you have to surrender more of your freedoms.
That's not going to change.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who's in charge there.
Yeah, that march is not going to stop. It's only going one direction.
Yeah. Well, hopefully that'll change eventually in our lifetime.
Yeah.
Small people need to pull their head out of their ass. What's going on in your area? Anything interesting?
Locally, not too much. Just kind of like going to work,
Over in Australia, just a couple of days ago, there was like this fucking murder that occurred. Well, it's suspected as a murder, where these 2 bodies were found in a yacht. These old couple in the early 60s. They planned to stay on a 47 yacht to Hola at Tonks Park in Camaray on Monday night. However, a friend became concerned when they hadn't returned to land by Wednesday night. When Sunday water police officers boarded the yacht about 9 p.m., they found the couple's bodies. Officers detected fumes on the board, and Fire and Rescue New South Wales were called to help. Whether the pair were overcome by fumes will form one line of inquiry. But yeah, they couldn't find the actual cause of their death. The fumes wasn't. They haven't found that the fumes was the cause of it. Someone probably killed him and made it look like an accident. Try to make it look like an accident. Did a half-assed job. Rich people on a yacht.
Right. Of course, yeah. It's always a accident or the on purpose, whatever the on purpose they say it is, it's that. Whatever they say it is, it's that. Yeah.
But right? I couldn't care less really if it's rich people, rich old people. Whatever happens to them. Because I've already lived the lives of hundreds of other people in one life.
Right.
Over in fucking UK, just recently there was a big stabbing at a UK Taylor Swift dance class. This is fucking crazy. 17-year-old, like teenager, I think it was a dude, stabbed like 3 girls under 10 and they're dead and some others injured. And there's a riot going on after. That caused a bit of a riot.
Yeah, in the UK, I think I saw stuff about that. Right.
I don't know who the stabber was, but they didn't show an image of the stab.
Yeah.
I'm guessing, I can already guess.
Right. Let's take a wild guess that his family didn't have like generations of heritage in the local area, right?
No.
Right.
If I took a shot in the dark, I'd probably nail it. What the description of the stabber.
Of course, yeah.
We won't dwell on it though.
Right.
But that's fucked up.
Exactly.
That's happening more and more in the UK. Like stabbings, attackers with machetes.
It's not in an accusational sense. It's more of like a statistical. Scientific sense that like it would, more than likely be this way. But right, exactly. We're not like drawing conclusions about
banning weapons,
the way that it might be.
Banning the firearms didn't really help much because the crimes are just more. The violent crimes are more gruesome now because they're just ripping each other apart with machetes and knives. I'd rather a bullet to the head than getting fucking cut up by fucking knives. Yeah, UK's in a complete shithole now. It's dystopian level. Parts of the UK, like the big cities and shit.
Yeah, right. If that's a yes or no question, then yes.
If you're in the countryside, you're probably still good.
Right. But you shouldn't have to like hide in your, in your country,
little wooden cabin.
Right. You shouldn't have to hide in your country to like preserve the last the last vestiges of your people. Like be like, I'll just run away. Like that's like,
Yeah.
That's not the philosophy. It's like, I'll just retreat. I'll just go live, off grid as a libertarian. It was like, as good as all those things might be, but
like Jesse Ventura.
Right.
I'm going to Mexico.
Like, right. If you can do that, but like at the end of the day, we still have to deal with like some assholes,
God, he's such a phony, acting like, he knows what he's doing. He's like steps ahead of the government and the feds. I'm going off grid to Mexico. They don't know I'm there. I don't have any electronics over there. All that bullshit. Like he boasts about being like a real true speaker, and he's just another show. Just like David Icke and all them. Because he even had David Icke on his stupid conspiracy show.
Yeah, David Icke, man. That's when you David Icke and like I mean, I'm not
was-
saying he hasn't said valid things, but like,
Yeah.
you know.
Well, that's the work. That's the role
yeah.
of a disinfo agent. They gotta produce
Yeah.
some truth.
Yeah,
If-
it's like for
add the lies.
here's the thing is like for as many cool valid things you hear is like what's like the off ramp eventually. They'll feed you like 80% cool things that you know you wanted to hear. And then at the very end, like the last 20%.
And then he blames it all on reptiles.
Yeah, right. It's just like this off ramp of like, yeah, well, like now that you recognize, you know, what you already know is true, here's this.
Yeah, these are the people who control.
Yeah, right.
Oh, it's globalists. Oh, it's communists. It's China.
Yeah. Thanks for citing things that are like self-evident to everybody, but like that's not necessarily a thesis, right?
Yeah.
But you know, who knows?
He made a living off the shit he does. Like, he wrote a bunch of books. So I presume he's written multiple books and does a lot of fucking public shows. You know, supposedly teaching people. He's just giving them bullshit.
Right.
Yeah, but there was a funny documentary of him years ago where he was doing this stupid tour. Look, he was going to do a book signing and all this shit. I think it was in Canada or somewhere. And when he arrives there, this group of like hardcore extreme liberals, like they just opposed him greatly. They thought he was a full-on anti-Semite. That's what they were calling him because they were reading his book, the latest book that he had published that he's going to do a book signing for. They interpret everything that he's blaming on the reptilians, what they're responsible for. They're interpreting that as code for the people not allowed to be criticized kind of thing. Because one of them was one of those people. So he just interpreted that whole book as like a covert, esoteric book about anti-Semitism. That was so fucking funny that he interpreted it.
Right. Yeah. Anti-Semitism. Oh, it's so funny when it's like the minute anybody uses that word, you're just like, okay, like, you know, I mean, we've definitely outlined, you know, reasons here that like the local population are more Semites than, you know, the Jews, but like, yeah, you know, if you don't like Jews, you're the anti-Semite. As they kill the real Semites, right? I mean, as the story goes.
Well, they tried to in World War II because from what Doug's told us,
tried in World War II. They weren't
the 10 tribes relocated to Japan.
Yeah.
And then America won to kill all the Japanese and the true Jewish people in Japan, and the US failed. Pretty much.
Yeah,
just to remind the listeners, most of the people who claim to be of that certain ethnicity that's descendant of the divinity, that they're imposters. They're originally of Turkish descent who took on the identity and religion of Judaism, then migrated to Eastern Europe, mixed bred with the Eastern Europeans. Then they migrated to America, then Israel, and all over Europe. That they originate from a Turkish tribe in Tartaria.
Yeah. Tartaria. So, yeah.
I'm glad I don't live in England.
So it was like, from what I'm hearing, it was like better in Tartaria than it was in like Khazaria.
Yep.
Right? Am I right?
That's why they're labeled Khazarians.
Exactly.
I don't know where the term Ashkenazi started, though.
Yeah.
I know it's for the Eastern European ones as well that came over to America.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm going to try to like remember that, though. It's like a meme. Better be Tartarian than Khazarian, right?
Yeah.
Cool. So, what else up with you, Luke?
Pardon?
What else up with you? Like locally, anything?
Oh,
Like
just your
local
typical,
news.
drug runners on their bikes going down the
Yeah.
street 200 kilometers an hour at night.
Yeah, drug runners on bikes. Yeah,
Dirt bikes and road bikes.
right.
And they give no shits about the loud noise they make, because it's a lot of old people in this area, and they're being woken up late at night, early in the morning from some arsehole high on meth, fucking flogging his bike down the street like a drag strip. And the cops never catch these cunts because the cops are letting them run their shit. Pretty much. So nothing's going to be done about that.
Right.
I do hope someone in the street, though, like, just fucking has enough, then he just stands out in the street late at night with a cricket bat and wait for this cunt to fucking fly by and get smacked in the head.
Right.
Yeah, Australia needs stricter laws on drug crimes. People who distribute it and make it, sell it, they should be executed.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, highly dependent on what it is. Like, what's their stance on, like, I actually had somebody ask me, like, oh, where do you live? Is, like, legal? Is weed legal? And I actually had to look it up.
When I say drugs, I mean hard drugs, like meth and heroin.
Right. Well, most places are, like, approving the, like, first it was like they loved it when they could, like, just chill for a long while. It was like, oh, you have to have a doctor's prescription. Cheers, marijuana. Like, thanks. This fucking planet's been around thousands of years. Like, I didn't need your permission, asshole. But yeah, sure, thanks. I mean, pretty small points to argue about. Like, yeah, like when you talk about, like, drugs, you usually talk about shit like harder than that. Like,
yeah.
I mean, it's like not a good idea to, like, waste your life on weed, but it's like at the same time we all know it's like it's not heroin or something.
Yeah, it's nothing really.
Right. Yeah.
Don't do nothing stronger than pot or alcohol.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to be safe, if you want a safe formula, then yeah, that's true.
Yeah, they might as well just decriminalize it, but it shouldn't be promoted for young people to smoke it. Like, people are learning a skill and educating and all that, studying. Yeah. They should stay away from it. Wait till you're a lot older. Once you've mastered a skill and you've gotten real good at a job, then you can get high while doing it, because you already know what you're doing, and you'll be less bored at your job when you get high.
Yeah,
it'll make work less boring.
Yeah.
Yeah, but people, they just fucking start smoking it too young. Like, a lot of my friends started smoking when they were 13, 14, 12 even.
Right. They want to have, like, home market, like, telling people, like, the bullshit that they're smoking,
Yeah. I remember staying over at a friend's house when I was 12 years old, and fucking, it was a real cool place to hang out, but we're hanging out at the back of his yard, and he's like, oh yeah, come around the shed, I got something to show you. And he just pulls out a bag of weed, and he's rolling some up and smoking, and he's like, you want some? And I'm like, nah, I'm good, man. You keep going. And his neighbor,
literally in the world, is like, seen some weed before, so.
Yeah. His neighbor was outside just watching him smoke. He didn't give a shit.
Right.
Yeah, I didn't start smoking until I was late 14, early 15.
Yeah.
But I wasn't smoking it much.
Yeah.
Just fucking getting high with friends. When did you ever try pot?
Did what?
Did you ever try pot?
For what? No.
Marijuana? No. You've never
Did,
done it.
did I ever try pot? Yeah. Oh
Yeah.
yeah. Like obviously, I like tried it in my life. Yeah.
How did it go?
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine for most people. It's just like,
Yeah, it's definitely not for everyone.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's like what I was trying to say was like arguing it as like the regulatable like thing when there are like things like heroin and other like serious, it's like why are you even paying attention to it?
Yeah, the cops over here, they love.
Yeah, I mean everybody's
focus.
like, yeah, right. Unless you were a complete like straight lace like type, yeah, of course everybody smokes weed at some point.
The cops over here love focusing on the crop growers and just letting all the ice, meth, and heroin producers distribute all their shit out because it's quicker money. It's more money and it's quicker. It's part you gotta wait a whole season typically for a whole crop to grow. And you can just cook fucking meth in no time in your own home.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate reality, I guess. Man.
You got any gang activity in your region?
No. I can't really
Or bikers?
No, because it's like basically what dominates here is like, I mean, I guess it's no secret. I work at a university, so it's a college town. It's a college town environment, so
all right,
kind of what like dominates things around here.
Oh, you're in a pretty safe environment.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, more so than not, yes. If that was the yes or no question, then yes, yeah.
Yeah, well, hopefully fucking China doesn't end up taking over Taiwan and destroying all the mass distribution of the processors because they're responsible for providing over 80% of processing chips worldwide. Taiwan, yeah.
I mean,
yeah, they're going just heavier and heavier.
Of course, like Taiwan is like the undisputed like champion of chips, and we can't dispute that. Like we can kind of see where like the benchmark like kind of lands, but like we all know they're the best. Like, right?
You don't want China fucking start making chips and selling, monopolizing that globally. They're just gonna cut every corner,
right?
And give you garbage.
Like at the same time, they don't know how to have the.
They don't have the technology and knowledge.
They don't have the know-how of like consistently producing sub 5 nanometer like reliable, reliable user-friendly chips like under 5 nanometer. So
they're not as capable as they like people to believe.
No, of course. Like they love doing that like paper tiger shit.
Yeah. I just recently found out this chili oil brand, this jar of chili oil that comes from China. That
I'm back.
Popular here.
Yeah, continue. Continue talking about the chili oil. I'm
It's
returned.
like a black bean chili oil, and I found out it's the black bean shit and content, and it's fake. But it's still allowed to be sold in the market, so I had to stop buying that.
Oh my god!
Yeah, sounds kind of fake.
That's China for you.
That fucking sucks. What was it?
Wait, would you say black chili oil? Like
black bean.
Black bean chili oil. Yeah, what was it made out of?
Black bean. Black bean. Wait. What?
Yeah, like beans, like black beans, and they're so fucking cheap. They had to fake black beans. Like, what do you fake black beans with?
Yeah.
What do they use in its place?
I don't know what this specific. I was just wondering.
It's called Lower Ganma chili oil black bean.
Yeah, remind me.
I'll send you an image.
Yeah, I thought he was gonna say, "I'll
Okay,
send you
yeah,
my bottle. I'll send you my
send
bottle."
something on it.
Oh shit. Oh, and yeah, no, continue. So how did you guys get on this topic?
I just changed topic.
I have no idea.
We were just talking about China and Taiwan, and then I got to
that.
Oh, that's delightful. Oh my god.
That's the image of it. Don't buy that.
So everybody can admonish me. I know that I'm going to get grief for this. Certainly, you know, I'm trying to bring this up in as positive a light as possible. But what happened was, I lent Brooke Gibson probably the equivalent of around $70. So that could, of course, be quite helpful right now. I did speak with her yesterday or the day before. I spoke with her.
Really?
Yeah, for 2 days in a row.
Wait. Recently, Brooke extorted you into giving her money.
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, and you're only hoping you get it back.
Yeah, I'm hoping to get it back by tomorrow morning. But I'm not counting on her because the last time I counted on her to come back with the money I lent her before rent time, she went to jail. And she didn't get out of jail to pay me back till after I paid rent. But nevertheless, by the time she did pay me back, I did need the money, so it worked out. So that's why I was open to lending it. I was open to lending it to her this time. However, it is her mother's birthday, so she's trying to take opportunity to. She said she would try to send me the money, by today, but it didn't come. So, so she might be in jail again for all I know.
As you said, the absolute safest thing is to assume absolutely nothing beneficial will happen there. So, we hope it does. We wish her the best.
Yes, we
of
do.
Course.
Yes.
I think in all cases, that is our official position, at least.
Yeah. and also maintain Amy Como in thought and prayer. She made me promise not to tell anything about her details.
Yeah.
But I rest assure you that they are salacious. So our best to the ladies of Team Dietrich, who always seem to be in some kind of trouble.
Of course, yeah. I mean,
Oh my God.
We apparently our damsels in distress around here, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Ian West says, I can come on. I don't know. Maybe later if I feel like it.
Oh, yeah.
We'll take a vote.
I mean,
he's good at carrying a conversation.
Really?
Well, he's better than me. I'm just comparing him to me.
Well, I didn't even access all his incredible whatever libraries he last time. He's like, here's the dark web files on the Disney pedophile tunnel.
Yeah, a lot of stuff.
Rape fucking truth files. It's I was like,
oh shit.
As much as I believe that could happen, it's I didn't go to the Google Drive or whatever. Yeah.
Yes.
You mean
if it was me 10 years ago, then maybe I'd be interested.
Yeah, right.
Right. Well,
yeah, but it's who's got time to download all these spam things and watch hours of spam fucking videos and shit.
It's how is he accessing this stuff if he doesn't have a computer?
Through his phone. Presumably.
Internet cafes have a hard drive and download. That's what I used to do when I didn't have internet. Have a portable hard drive, then put everything I download on there at Internet Cafe.
And then what did you do with the hard drive?
Just put it in my laptop. I didn't have internet at home. I had a computer, but no.
Right. How? Whoa. Yeah, but when did you finally start getting internet And how did they hook it up? Is it because you're so out in the fucking boondocks, or what?
Oh no, I just couldn't afford it until I just started getting a bit more money. Then I could just get it installed, and I was good.
Okay. Oh my god. And so, how did you cruise for porn?
Oh, you just download it
From the internet cafe.
Yeah, but you don't look it up. You just download it, discreetly, the files or whatever.
I understood. Thank you. I appreciate that. I mean, I get it. It's just that, but how will you know you like it? It's like...
I just look at the title. I just type in lesbians. Anything lesbians, fine.
Okay. Now Ian West says, the train's coming by. Give me a minute. Okay, his icon is so fucking creepy. It's gotten worse. It's
creepy and funny.
It's just gotten worse and worse. He's in the bunny suit now. It's like, and it's what I'd like to know in Ian West's case, when we study him as an aberration in human developmental psychology, is how did he become obsessed with the baby rape thematic? I mean, where did it come from? Like, why? How did this evolve? What brought this to?
It's just so predominant in the alternative media, the right wing shit. Like, they just constantly talking about baby abduction used for ritual sacrifice and sex slaves and cannibalism and all that shit.
Well, we understand.
It's just like about a big market. Yeah.
No, I mean, I appreciate what you're saying.
I don't believe what he's saying.
No.
That's what they're all saying on the internet.
Well, I don't believe any of them either, and hopefully you don't either, in the sense that, not in the way that they're speaking of it, because they say it's all Democrats. They'll say it's all the Democrats.
That's what I'm saying. It's mostly all right-wing alternative media.
Yeah, crap. Yeah.
On BitChute, that's what it's primarily just right-wing propaganda platform.
Thank you very much. So but I mean, obviously this has been something that's been plaguing the internet for forever with the obsession, because it all started with Aquino and all these people who took it in that direction, and everybody just went with it because it attracts all of the people he wanted to attract. But what I meant was on a personal level with Ian, it's like that stuff can be out there, doesn't mean that you're going to be looking at it or looking it up. So what was it that drove him to this? It's
he must have stumbled just the wrong rabbit holes to go down to.
Yeah, but I mean, he doesn't seem to be traumatized in any particular way. So it's just bizarre. Then he says, okay, the train's gone now. I like the way he just expects us to bring him on. I mean, I've got nothing against him. But it's like, this is kind of the attitude he had with Brooke when he called Brooke up and said, hey, I'm coming down. I'm applying for a job across the state border from where you're at, so I'm coming to stay with you. Like it was a given and shit. And it was,
I'm gonna sleep on your couch.
Yeah. Well, the way he was implying it, it was like she would have let him sleep anywhere. Like, it was she wasn't up for that. That's for sure. And he didn't wind up going down there, but in terms of, let's take a vote now. Okay, so of the three of us, raise hands, whoever wants to bring him on. If you feel he'll be somehow useful for burning bandwidth, feel free to raise your hand.
As long as he doesn't, I'll let Aristides talk.
Well, we have to, I think we all know it's a certain level of desperation about burning bandwidth. But sure, yeah. I mean, Let's see what he's up to.
Okay.
Just don't talk about any QAnon or right-wing propaganda stuff.
Right. Or tunnels. Tunnels and like Disney.
You guys are basically telling him not to talk. It's like you realize it's not. There's no point.
I'm encouraging him to talk about actual important things that he might know of that could be useful to have a topic about.
He does know some things. It's just like
he does.
Wasn't he? Didn't he have a radio station job?
What?
Yeah,
Didn't he used to work at a radio station?
Maybe, but
was...
like, no. He knows things. This is one of those arguments for like where your discernment factor lands. Where it's like he does know stuff, but then like, and then he's like pumping stuff that's just like, oh God, no. It's like, are you serious? Like,
Well,
I'm not saying he doesn't know. He knows some good shit. He knows some good shit, but it's just like.
Well, can you give me some examples? Give me some examples. Give me some examples of this good shit.
You got to draw a line at some point and be like, okay, is this like just like some kooky shit? Like let's have a second look at this.
Well, the line is it's got to be the line's going to have to be, how would we say it, really close to us, because when you say he knows some good shit, give me some examples. I want to hear some examples.
No, it's like a lot of the basis of what he talks about is legitimate, and then then it ends up in like some like really like schizo, like dark web, like black hole kind of place, like whereas it starts from somewhere legitimate, like that's it. That these are the nuances of propaganda. Yeah. Show you all things you're like familiar with. You're like, oh yeah, absolutely. Oh, yeah. I agree. And then it's like that last, like it's like the old 80-20 rule. It's like that 80% is like, oh yeah, and the last 20% is like this like off ramp into wherever they want to keep you.
Well, they must have abducted him on the train that passed by, because now it says last seen 3 minutes ago, and he registers as unavailable. So I left him the messages along with his name highlighted so he can see the notifications. I said, I called Ian. You register as unavailable, Ian.
We wish him the best.
Yeah, hopefully you survive your ordeal. Oh, yeah. He's on. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Unmute yourself.
Yeah, that would help, Ian. Yes. And
sorry.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I just drank a whole can of lemonade.
Thank you. I had no idea lemonade was carbonated. They do make carbonated lemonade, I'm sure, and Australia's got all kinds of fancy soft drinks. And Ian's like, there's a mute button. Like, you know how to handle this, right? I mean, you've been
hopping around in your bodysuit.
Yes,
he knows how to handle it.
Yes, so we assume, we make a lot of assumptions about people that we should.
Well, no. Okay, wait. One thing
he
we
was
know
chasing
is
that train because he thought they were carrying around children in the car.
Yeah.
Listen. One thing we know is that Ian West has been around the block. Nobody can dispute that.
Brooke would argue that. She basically feels
they've both been around the block.
I mean, are you telling me all this stuff like he's on the street and his shit got robbed and meth and this and that and the other thing? Like that's all wrong.
I feel he's definitely had something horrible happen. Yeah, he definitely, when I told Peter Moon what happened to Ian, Peter Moon said, well, if he's in Mississippi, I can't do it the way Peter Moon says it. He said something about, if he's in Mississippi now, he's sunk to the bottom of the barrel. He said something like that.
I don't know. Okay, look, he brings it on himself. It's like, yeah, my girlfriend's like some chick that just had a gangbang with 30 dudes. It's
40!
Yeah,
it's 30.
It's like, dude, I love you, but like, no, people don't say stuff like that.
Sure, he wasn't on a porno set, and he just didn't realize it.
It's like, Ian, are you here? Like, stand up for yourself, man. I mean, it's like you're welcome to participate and protect your good name and say, yes, I can't do it. I can't get as ridiculous as Ian. I mean, I can try. It's like, horrible dish-shaped maps of the world that look like plaster cast droppings and
right.
Yeah, and he's like, it just is what it is. What the fuck is he? Are you like what Ian? You're at home and they're like won't let you talk. He can't talk when he's with grandma and auntie and.
I don't know. Like I'm sure he's trying. You know, so
it's
yeah. I don't.
And what happened to Heather? She just like totally dropped off.
It doesn't say. Wait. It says mute.
Yeah.
So Ian is mute.
Yeah.
Hopefully he comes back.
Yeah.
He jumped on the train rainbow style. Like, I'm gonna save these children.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they all saw him in the bunny suit, and they all just ran into the hands of their captors, saying, "Save us from him." Yes, I know. But with Heather, she dropped off, which means she was awake to drop off. She was there to drop off.
Yes. Yeah. I mean,
I told you she was angry. She never came back on, right?
Yeah. You never really know. Like.
No, I mean,
their phone could have died. So
Peter sounded a little aggressive when he was telling her about the notifications being annoying.
Yeah. That's
what I felt.
Yeah,
I felt that. And
thank you. I felt she got pissed off at that. I feel she got.
Yeah, that's what I think she did. Yeah.
Yeah, she got hurt by.
I don't blame her.
Yeah, and there you go, Peter. You were asking her to contribute, and that sinks that. I guess now Ian West left. His feelings are hurt. He says, I tried to rescue the kids and they're giving me shit. Yeah, I'm trying to do good in the world and they just piss on me.
We're just busting your balls.
It's with good reason. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, of course. Yeah, you gotta have a reason to.
Yes, that's right. It's so is that the Chihuahuas that knock over the stuff like cats?
No, I knocked over stuff. So
this can,
yeah,
he's got a pyramid of Red Bulls next to his bed.
No, that's that Jambo. That's Jambo the Reese monkey. Had that shit. Yeah, Red Bull and shit, and yeah, it was that's disgusting. I try not to even think about it. At any rate, we will.
Be drinking that shit anyway.
The drink.
What was that?
Are you talking about like Red Bull, the drink?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Actually,
yeah. It's like the guy with like Red Bull. Well, now it's like white. Like it's like the white monster. That's like the way superior meme to the Red Bull.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
And is it true? I mean, George Knight insists that it's true that Red Bull has bull sperm as an ingredient.
Yeah. Is that really true? Because like that makes me want to go buy it right now.
That's what George Knight says.
Yeah.
And he was a bartender. He was a mixologist.
Yeah. It just like directly impacts my testicles. Like I'm down.
And there we are.
Right?
Wouldn't the integrity of the testosterone be degraded being exposed to all that other fucking ingredients in a can?
Well,
I don't know.
According to George Knight, it's really bad. It's really bad for you.
It's not supplying you testosterone.
You're better off just going Jackass 2 style and just drinking like Chris Pontius.
Okay, it's not giving you testosterone. It's giving you supplemental, vitamins and shit. Presumably, right? It's not like his Red Bull's not like testosterone in a can.
No. Well,
nothing is.
Except Ian West. He's joined us again. So Ian West, testerone in a can.
Ian West is definitely testosterone in a can.
How's it going?
Yes.
You can't buy it in stores.
Yes. We hear you, Ian. What did you just say? I mean, we kind of heard you. You sound muffled.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Good. Yeah, I got the compressor on, so the cricket noise doesn't go through the background.
Okay, that's compressor.
What kind of compressor, Ian?
Whatever's built into fucking Skype.
What?
Compressor.
Whatever's built into
compression inside the Skype.
He says some kind of app in the Skype that what filters out the crickets.
Skype. Okay.
Yeah, in the Skype. Yeah. That way you don't hear the background noise when I'm not talking.
Okay. Well, I mean, like you're in the woods or something, right? Is that why were you mute for so long? Just curious.
I because I had to get socks on and shit so the mosquitoes don't eat my feet.
Okay, I got it. Shoes? Do you have shoes out there?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Okay. Yes.
So let me tell you guys about all the tang I'm pulling up at the Waffle House, man. This is great. I gotta tell you guys, man. It's awesome up there.
Nice. Are you getting free waffles?
He says he's getting a lot more than that. He said he's getting ass. Yeah. So
waffles with ass is always good.
Okay. So the intellectual mark has just risen. We've gone up several pegs on the academic scale. Yes. Go ahead, Ian. Yes. Tell us.
I figure it's better than talking about fucking black beans. You know.
I gotta hand you that. Yeah. And not even real black beans. I still don't know what they replaced them with. Nemo, what did they replace them with?
I'd have to find the video of this Chinese guy talking about fake foods from China, but yeah, he confirmed that the ingredients in there were fake. They found fake ingredients in it.
Yeah,
so
but
I'm not buying that anymore.
I understand, but what were the fake ingredients? I'm just morbidly curious.
I can't remember. It's just I think it's the black beans. They probably faked it. They found fake black bean, Okay. They do a lot of that in China.
Okay, yeah, probably just crush bugs and shit. But go on. So, dear Ian, welcome back. Tell us how you're doing.
I'm doing great. I had a question for you though, because I was listening to you and Peter talk earlier. Who's this Isaac Asimov guy?
You don't know who Isaac Asimov is?
No. Check this out. So, like, this Jessie chick, she named him in her affidavit, and then I was like going on the internet and I found this poetry book by Isaac Asimov. So, like, since I recognize the name, I downloaded it and shit, and like he's like fucking publishing like these poems and shit about Egypt and shit for like back in the day and shit.
Well, Isaac Asimov was this Jewish science fiction writer who turned out to have a son who was a massive pedopornaholic, to say the least. So his son was arrested for possessing a library of pedopornography, child pornography. What was that?
I said, I'm shocked.
Yes, there we are. No, yeah, there you go. No, there is. Yeah, I agree with you. It's nothing to be shocked about. It's exactly what one would expect. Yeah, and so it's and he was this. There you go. I mean, that's pretty much it. I mean, that's pretty much anyone should know about the son of a bitch. So there you go. That's So I'm not shocked that this young lady accused Isaac Asimov of being one of her assailants. It's basically one of her rapists, right?
She didn't go into details about the guy in the affidavits, but she said that he was a part of the cathedral kitty torture sessions at this Chicago-based church.
Okay.
So I wasn't too familiar. You know, I didn't know. And when Peter said that he knew his secretary, that's where I was like, oh shit, you know.
Yeah. Then of course Peter emphasized that the secretary had to distance herself reflexively as if she knew he was a baby raping Satanist. Because it's like, why would any secretary feel compelled to say, I just want everybody to know, I was just there for the work? I mean, who the fuck would say that? Why would you feel the need to say that? It's unless you were aware of this individual being a criminal. So it's there you have that. And
it just backs up my shit even more about Jessie, backing her up. So I believe it though. I believe it.
Yeah. Yes, I'll go for that. Yes, I'll stand by that. That's go on.
No, I didn't look too much into the dude, but I downloaded his book and was just reading all the poems and shit about like the Egyptian ceremonies and like kitty torture sessions and shit. And I mean, it's sick shit. It's really sick.
So, in other words, you didn't mention this when you first brought up his poems. You made it sound like these were conventional poems. So you're telling us that what you found on the internet were basically pornographic poems by Isaac Asimov concerning child torture. Is this correct?
Yeah. True. Yes. And then he's got some other I guess the guy knows how to like read Egyptian or whatever. So he's translated a bunch of poems like from the
Hieroglyphics.
17th
You
century.
just say
Yeah,
he's
yeah,
supposedly he could read hieroglyphics or claims to. So go on. Yes.
yeah. So he transcribes all these ancient Egyptian poems about ceremonies and shit, and he put them in this book. And I don't know how many books this guy has. Like I said, I haven't had time to really study them, but I mean, it's just too coincidental with what Jesse's saying, and then hearing it from everybody else. So
Yeah. No,
it
that's
just backs everything up. It backs everything up even more. So
that's interesting. I'm impressed. Yes. Like our man Aristides said, yes, you have some good stuff.
Yeah. Wait. What are these? What are the books you're talking about? Can you?
His name's Isaac Asimov, and here I got him downloaded on my phone. So let me.
Well, I know who that is.
I didn't know he was
Really,
a Jew.
this guy Isaac Asimov? You're kidding me?
Yeah, I didn't know he was a Jew.
Well,
How else would he get published?
Surprise.
Yeah, that's kind of like a prerequisite to get published. Is are
Right.
produced.
Yeah.
You got to be Jewish.
Yeah, it's another thing.
Yeah. It's got the honestly, I don't care if we give the Jews New York City. They can have New York City. I don't care if they control the finance. Just get them out of Hollywood. Get them out of media.
Enough of your propaganda films.
Put them in New York, and like I said, Long Island in particular, New York City, Long Island, and New Jersey. They make New Jersey their Palestine. I'd like to see them helicopter attack and missile attack New Jersey day in and day out. That would be that I could tolerate. Yeah.
That's what you get for making Jersey Shore.
Yes, that's right.
Good one, Nemo.
Uh,
Yeah, I'm trying to find his book real quick so I can give you guys the title of it.
Yeah, upload it or send a link.
Yeah, I just got so much.
About that Egyptian torture stuff, is he referring to the priesthoods conducting ceremonial rituals on the pharaoh as they're chosen to be pharaoh when they're children, to give them the alter egos, split personalities?
Yes. He does have a good 10 or 15 poems about that. He does, but mainly it just goes into the aftermath of it. It's like rising to fame or rising to Pharisee or whatever the fuck it's called. And where the fuck did I put this book at? But it's sick shit though. It's sick shit.
Yeah.
Fine.
But yeah, no. As soon as I find it here, I'll just send it to you in the chat. As soon as I find it, I just got so much shit on my phone. I gotta sort through.
Because if that's true, then that just means through those periods of time in Egypt that the priesthoods were really ruling because they were controlling the pharaohs since childhood, grooming them and programming them.
Well, see, that's what Jesse was. Jesse was one of those kids that was groomed and trained to be the Queen Mother of Darkness. Like, that was her. She was going to take that spot. Like, she was working. Well, she wasn't working with the Kino, but she was one of Kino's subjects in this hierarchy child training system.
Did she say that?
And, yeah.
Wow. Yes.
Yeah.
Now I forgot. Can you get in contact with this young lady and bring her on the show?
Yeah, I can text her again, but
Okay.
I haven't texted her in like a couple of years now.
Uh-huh.
She just did some new show tonight about the elite sex parties in the hotels and shit, where these dudes go and drop like $250,000 to rent out entire hotels.
Mhm.
And in every room there's a different sex act or something that they can pay for. Like if they want to fucking rape and murder a kid, then it's like $2,000 through the door to get in and do it. And then they got a whole herd of children just ready to get fucking killed. So
Yeah.
Now, what I was trying to say earlier was, in your case, say for instance, I were to try and just, shall we say, look at you as a case of human development. What I'm interested in is when did you start to fixate on this? I'm not saying that some of this is not happening. Obviously, I've dealt with this sort of phenomenon myself. But what I'm wondering is, when did you become interested in this phenomenon? What drew you to this? Was there a trauma or an incident? I mean, we barely.
COVID is what drew me to it, because COVID didn't like unlock the door to everything else.
How old are you?
40.
I mean, why COVID? COVID was only a few years ago. You're telling me you were like a completely normal, functioning human being until a few years ago when a lockdown happened and you suddenly said, I must save the children. Is this the scenario you're trying?
It wasn't like that. No, it wasn't like that. It was just, how do these people get into control to pull this COVID shit? And then you just backtrack from there and you learn the history of it.
No, are you saying you don't believe in COVID or something like that? Or
yeah, it's the cold or the flu. Yeah. That's what COVID is. It's the cold or the flu.
Oh God. At any rate, well, we shan't overdwell on that because we don't want the channel to take a hit.
But that's what opened up the door. That's how I started learning about all this shit.
But it's got to be before that. It's got to be before that.
Not at all.
Well, yeah, it was a formative time for everybody.
I was oblivious to it all.
Wait a second. Wait, when were you working for Disney when you went underground?
That was 2011.
Well, that's way before COVID.
Yeah, but I didn't know what the fuck was going on.
When you were at Disney, did you ever see Mick Foley or Anthony Cumia or any famous person there by themselves?
Not by themselves.
Like old guy.
I did hang out with Dennis Hopper once.
All right.
Dennis Hopper. What do I remember? I'm sorry. Go on, Nemo.
He was the guy in Speed.
Okay.
The only thing close to what I can see eye to eye with in regard to Disney being linked with child sex slavery is not. I don't think they have like tunnels trafficking thousands of children or that shit, but I do believe that they have a harem of sex slaves for the rich elite old dudes to go there and do whatever they want with them, because I've seen multiple videos of old white dudes, in their 50s, 60s bragging about how they love going to Disneyland by themselves and enjoying it. No old guy goes to that fucking children to act like a child over there. They're going there for some other reason. And some of these people, like Anthony Cumia, he's been suspected of being a pedophile, and he's been bragging over the years. He loves going to Disneyland. He loves going there, and he's like a 60-year-old rich white guy. Same with like Mick Foley and just a lot of these famous rich old dudes. They just love going to Disneyland by themselves.
Well,
I suspect they have a harem there, like a harem of chicks like you saw at the Bohemian Grove when you were there. You thought they were professional escorts.
But you gotta have like an in for it.
Yeah, you got a VIP access.
Right, because here. I mean, other than that, I'm here, and it's like, oh, you're in your 50s, you want to get laid, like, go to Disneyland. I'm like, should I be like booking a trip? Like,
no. In all fairness,
later on.
No, look.
When I'm in my 50s.
Before COVID, she was one of those harems. She was a mind control victim, and that's how she made her money.
You mean they let them keep their money?
Yeah.
Well, wait a second. Well, why mind control them if you're letting them keep their money?
Well, because, the mind control doesn't work that good after you turn, 30. After 30, it breaks. You know what I'm saying? Because she's my age. She's she's about 4 years younger than me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it breaks down eventually. Then they have to be reprogrammed into quote-unquote celebrity rehab.
And she's just, I talked about her on episode 1 with you, Doug. I talked about her.
No, I remember distinctly. Yeah. So what I will say to validate the discussion is that the one thing that is pretty much, I think, generally recognized, but nobody speaks about it, And it goes back to Disney and the Mouseketeers. I mean, the original Walt Disney himself, who established the Magic Kingdom, so to speak. He's the individual who began the Mouseketeers, and he was really hot for the chicks. So you had, I think, Annette Funicelli. I can't remember her name, but she later on, I think, had muscular sclerosis or something. But a lot of these young Mouseketeers, they went on to become like, Beach Blanket Bingo, a lot of these kind of bikini films in the 60s. And those were like former Mouseketeers, and it was obvious, and they alluded to later in their lives, not in the sense that people do today. They alluded to it, but they didn't expose it. They alluded to basically a sex slave harem situation with Walt Disney and older men. But it became painfully obvious when it came to the Disney Channel. When the Disney Channel, you see all these dancing young girls who then, it's from them we get people like Britney Spears. And these are people who are obviously trained to the point where there's almost nothing inside. They're left like these empty vessels, and they are the toys for a lot of older men. And it's infamous that older men subscribe to the Disney Channel to watch young girls shake their ass. Yeah. And so Disney is somehow has these young girls recruited and basically pimps them out to these this older clientele. And so that's been going on for a long time. And a lot of young child female actresses in particular source from the Mouseketeer / Disney World. Now it's just, they don't have Mouseketeers. Yeah, it's Disney Club and shit. They don't do the Mouseketeers anymore. That's considered passé. So it's it is what it is. It's something that there is truth to this. Of course, when you take it to an industrial scale, where, of course, Ian feels that the tunnels are being used for trafficking in basically industrial scale numbers. That's not necessarily believable, but obviously the tunnels would be used for some form of transportation once in a while in terms of trafficking. So
that is true, yeah.
And
you are right about that.
Thank you. And the sovereign state aspect of Disney did play into this. So there was that there are elements to this that are sinister, that are to be taken seriously, definitely. So I do acquiesce to that, and I do validate that. I will stand by that. And
when I see old rich guys saying, "Oh, I'm going to Disneyland," that's just a red flag for me.
No, it's outrageous. It's outrageous. It's like it's almost like they should not be allowed.
You should be. Yeah, definitely. Age limit. No old dudes allowed in there.
Yeah, alone at least. At least. Certainly not alone.
If they're with grandchildren.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like it's almost like the adults need the escort and supervision of children rather than the other way around. That's yes. Cool. Yeah,
you're right. You're totally right. One of the dudes that I was watching his interview, he was one of these like mind control victims and shit, and his grandparents did it to him, and they were trying to sell him off to Dick Cheney. And Dick Cheney's like, interviewing the little kid, and he's like, "Oh, you got a girlfriend?" And he's like, "Yeah, I got a girlfriend." And he's like, "All right, well then fucking kill her." And this dude kills his girlfriend in high school and becomes a fucking CIA assassin for Dick Cheney. This is a true story.
I mean, whether
is there audio of this?
Yeah, I've got the interview. I can send it to you. I mean, and the dude's like fucking bawling his eyes out, crying, telling the story because he really did love this chick. But Dick Cheney like put her up to fucking murdering her, and then he got the job. And the dude's all fucked up now. He's all fucked up now. Of course.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to laugh at that. It's the way you said it. It's the way you said, like, what else would it be? But okay, so this is how I would handle that story, is that it's now I've heard too much of this sort of thing for it not to be true in some sense. the private detective I used to work with would tell me that he was meeting with celebrities as a child, or pimped out to them. The mercenary who taught me everything I knew about mercenary work insisted he was pimped out to Ronald Reagan, among other people. And at that point, Ronald Reagan was just a celebrity, not yet the governor of California, or maybe gubernatorial status. I don't remember, because he was around for fucking ever. But when it came to these situations, there's got to be some truth to them. What I would find suspect, it might be true, of course, how could you tell? But what I would find suspect would simply be Cheney. I could see getting some young man into his company and fucking him, asking if he's got a girlfriend. But why would he personally, why would Cheney need to personally give the orders to this kid to kill the girl? You would have like a lower underling do that, almost.
Well, he did it to make sure the mind control worked. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I understand, but it wouldn't be Cheney who needed to do that. Any underling could do that. Ari Nemo, you understand what I'm saying, right? You get what I'm saying. Yeah. I could see Dick Cheney wanting to meet the kid personally to fuck him, because you can't have an underling do. Wait a second. Let Aristides respond.
I just wanted to hire him.
No, I get what you're saying, Ian. I get what you're saying, but Aristides, what's your opinion on this? What's your impression?
Okay. Well, Dick Cheney is he still alive?
I think so.
He's executed. No.
Don't pay attention to Ian. Don't pay attention to Ian on that. No. As far as I know,
he's 83 years old.
Yeah. But what I want you to know is that it's unbelievable that he's alive, because I think he's had more than one heart transplant, because that's like, he is actually someone who's had a heart transplant or two, and he's still alive, which is pretty unfucking believable. So that guy's like, they've got him on some kind of setup that's not normal. But go on. Yes.
Yeah, he's got access to the good shit.
Yeah. He's got
access to the kids to get their hearts. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Well, we don't know if that would actually be. We have to ask the question in a practical sense. Would a child's heart work in an adult male? I don't think.
Have to be a young adult.
That's what I would assume. Well, yeah, because it has to be large enough, first of all, to work. But
he'd definitely have the privilege to get on top of any waiting list.
Yeah, but yeah, so Cheney's still alive. So go on, Aristides. Knowing that Cheney's still alive, having had multiple heart transplants, and this is a real story. It's not bullshit. So what do you think from this point? Take it from there.
I really don't think anything. I'm just like questioning if he's like still alive at this point.
As far as I know,
yeah, he's dead.
No, Ian West, of course. Ian West has this concept that many of these people are killed and executed and then cloned or something. That
I know.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I don't think they cloned him. I mean, I know he did have clones, but no, they didn't clone him.
Do you hear what he just said? I know he had clones, but they didn't.
What's the accepted take?
I mean, is he no longer in the public?
No, he was in the public eye. He was talking to his daughter, Liz Cheney. Yeah, so I know he's alive. He was talking to his daughter.
I think she's dead too.
Oh, please help us. Oh, God. Okay, I know. Ian, please.
This
is just his opinion.
It's Ian. Okay, so, but let's try and just for the sake of my trying to grasp. I'm trying to grasp how you process, and I'm trying to grasp.
Well, the deal is, I called Dick Cheney's office, and he's never there, and I called Nancy Pelosi's office, and she's never there.
Have you ever thought they have people who filter people like you out?
That could be a possibility, but I mean, they still should have called me back. I mean, it's been like 2 years now, you know?
I mean, look, don't take this personally, but why should they have called you back?
Because I got to verify these sources, you know? If I got one source telling me these people have been executed, you know, I'll do the due diligence and I'll call their offices to see if they're still in operation, you know?
How do you think Aristides or Nemo would feel if they didn't know you and you called them up and said, "Hey, I hear you've been taken out. Can you call me back to tell me if that's not true?"
God. I'm not going to say that. Shut the fuck up. I'm not going to do it like that. Oh my God.
How did you present it? How do you present something like that?
No, just say, hey, I'm Ian West. Here's my number. Give me a call back. That's it. I'll leave it at that.
Oh yeah, I just
Why
I'm
would
Ian
you
West.
give me your number?
And you give them your number, and you expect them to call you back for just that.
Well, Pelosi's line was disconnected. When I called the Pelosi office, that's been disconnected. That office is no longer functioning.
If you're calling people who you suspect are corrupt and criminal, all this shit, you shouldn't be contacting them with your actual phone and giving them your number. Use a public phone or something.
Yeah.
Nemo, he doesn't need to worry about that. He could be calling the Godfather of El Salvador.
no.
Nobody's gonna bother Ian West.
It's just common sense that any normal person wouldn't use their own phone and send them the number if they were going to call people like that.
Well, no, I've got a public number, 407-720 West. That's
if I was calling anyone in the government, I wouldn't be using my phone.
Let's oh God, let's put it this way. Look, Nemo, your security consciousness is appreciated, but what Ian is calling is public figures who are taxpayer salaried. These are taxpayer salaried representatives. There's no harm in calling them. So he theoretically should be able to leave his number. My question is why he expects any of them to call him back.
Oh yeah, of course they're not going to call you back.
Yeah. Well, DeSantis called me back.
Who?
Ron DeSantis called me back.
Who is that?
The governor of Florida.
What did he say?
Oh, we talked for like 20 minutes.
Tell me, the governor of Florida personally called you back?
Yeah.
Why?
Because I applied for the Disney Oversight Board, and I talked to him about it, and I'm like, yeah, I know about the kiddie cooking kitchens.
When was this?
About 2 years ago.
About 2 years ago. Tell us this. I want to hear this. Tell us what happened.
Well, I mean, I just told him I know about the kiddie cooking kitchens going on down there. And
he still kept talking to you.
Yes. He knows about it too. That's why he went in there and tried to clean it up.
And he told you it was delicious, right? He said, yeah, I know about that, Ian. It's delicious.
What exactly did he say when you presented that topic towards him?
No, he just says, we have your application on file and we'll get back to you. That's it.
But why would he need to do that? Any underling could do that.
Well, yeah, that's true. But no, the state of Florida put out a proclamation for this Disney Oversight Board, and I responded to it.
Okay. And
I mean,
but I don't understand. Was he responding to you, or he just kind of called you up like I'm personally reviewing the applicants? How did this come about? How did it come to pass?
No, his team called me back, and then whenever I, brought up all these serious allegations that I knew about, then that's when I talked to him on the phone.
You mean when you brought up this baby cooking phenomenon, they put you through to him?
Yeah, because they know about it too. That's what this whole "don't say gay" thing was about.
I'm sorry, I don't see the connection. How, you realize your average person would take that as a serious outburst of homophobia.
Well, hey, did you guys see the new?
Wait, let's hear the connection. What is the connection between the cooked babies and "don't say gay"?
That was just code for the cooking the babies thing. That was just code for it. That's just the way the media presented it to the world to not hurt the Florida tourist business. It's like not to hurt the state of Florida and have them lose the revenue.
Not
from
hurt the state of Florida. You turn off you do realize that gays are some of the wealthiest people in America because they don't tend to have children to support. So you just basically have a couple with a lot of free money to spend. And if you turn them off from visiting your state, you're turning off free money. So by saying,
not all gays are pedophiles. Not all gays are pedophiles.
That's big of you. But I mean, acknowledging that, how do we come to don't say gay connected to, well, I get you say that it's the code phrase they came up with, but doesn't that make them homophobic?
No, because Disney really was fucking fagging kids up. They really were. They were pushing.
Could we use a different term, please? By that, what do you mean? You mean they were sodomizing them?
Well, that too. Yeah, they were.
I mean, like, wait a second. How does that work? You mean like this was like part of a mass ritual? Was this like the industry? They were just selling boy butt? What the fuck? I mean, what?
No. Look, that's what I'm trying to get to. You guys got to watch the O'Keefe Media Group Disney Papers.
The
Disney Papers actually, they watch the Disney Papers, and they actually have this like 10-point bulletin point to gay kids up.
Send us a link to that.
Wait a second. You say that term again. Gate kids up or gay kids up?
Gay kids up. To gay kids up.
To gay kids up. And what is the? Is that? But what is the motivation? What's the motivation to gay the kids up?
Because Disney's an evil fucking corporation. That's what it is. That was the motivation.
Well, the point of a corporation, from my understanding of economics and market capitalism, is profit. Where does the profit come in with this?
Well, it's Disney World. They own like everything. They're not in it for the money. They're just in it for the lifestyle. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
but it's called the Disney Papers. You got to check it out. It's called the Disney Papers. Check it out. There's 2 parts. There's Disney Papers 1. Oh, there's even. Oh, dude, it's so goddamn funny, mate. They even have like a private messaging board for Disney Online Swingers Club, and like all these Disney employees on the East Coast and West Coast, they all go on these bulletin boards and they schedule their orgies and shit. It's so goddamn funny.
Why is it funny? Just what they say? What is some of the stuff they say? I shudder to ask.
Yeah, well, the Disney Swinger message board. It's like it doesn't mention anything about the kids and stuff, but it's just like, hey, everybody in Burbank, come to the fucking Hilton Hotel in downtown Burbank and go to the second floor, go to room number 222, and then we're having a little Disney cast swinger party there.
Okay.
And this is all true. Everything I'm telling you is 100% true. I've got all the fucking screenshots of the messages board. O'Keefe Media Group did a whole story on it.
When I typed in...
Yeah, go on, please.
When I typed in O'Keefe Disney Papers, I couldn't find anything they were talking about.
Okay. That's a relief.
When are you going to look this up? Where's the source?
Did you Google the it's OMG, the O'Keefe Media Group, OMG Disney Papers, and there's volume 1 and there's volume 2 on it. And they have the O'Keefe Media Group sent a spy in, and he just like fucking he ripped all the intranet Disney boards, and you can see the Swingers Group, you can see the Gay Kids Up 10-point bulletin plan, you can see all that shit.
Okay, so
I still can't find it.
You'll have to send a link. You'll have to send a link.
Yeah.
But such being said, I'm going to. Okay, I've just finished this 16-ounce
There
can.
is one funny thing
what did you
found
find?
from when I typed it up. This is pretty recent. Disney executive claims discrimination against white men in undercover video.
That's true. That is true. Yeah,
Michael,
they had an anti-white male hiring policy where they were refusing to hire white males.
right, for the sake of looking progressive.
Right now.
Yeah, is that how you got employed? They figured you were anything but a white male, right, Ian? They said, man, this guy's half black, half Jewish. Let's hire him. Is that how you got in?
He's Lenny Kravitz.
But, well, no, you know how like I was working at a Disney theater down in Orlando, and then they kind of just like took me off the schedule for a year and a half.
And why did they do
Probably have something to do with that.
that?
Because they have the don't hire white guys policy.
But you don't even look white.
Well, no, I couldn't pass myself off as a Jew, but like I said, Disney inflicted that policy.
Oh God,
Yeah.
help us all. But why would Disney inflict that policy when the big complaint has always been that the Disney princesses are all white, and when they finally made a black Disney princess, she spent the entire cartoon as a frog.
Well, they probably
Well,
have
they're blackwashing the characters over the years. Like Little Mermaid, they just released a black version of her.
Oh,
And
right.
They're
That's
doing
true.
that with a lot of movies.
That is
They're
true.
trying to blackwash everything. Yeah, change Marvel characters.
True.
all
Well,
that.
Marvel's been doing that for fucking ever. Marvel's,
Yeah, but you know what I mean. Just
yeah.
all the characters you know well who are white. They're changing them all now to changing the races, sexes.
Yeah, well,
I'm not
they've been doing
complaining,
that
I'm
for.
just saying.
Yeah, no. I'm complaining. That they do that because I think it's fucking stupid and it doesn't make any sense. And all one needs to do is create black characters in their own right. You don't need to turn white characters fucking black.
Exactly.
But all that being said, Marvel's been doing that fucking ever.
Didn't they just turn the Little Mermaid black too?
Yes, that's what he was saying, and yes, it's true.
Yeah.
Yes, they just did that, and yes, it's like, well, the reason that's stupid is all they need to do is make a black mermaid. It's not that difficult.
Yeah.
It's not rocket science. You don't need to take the original character and blackify her when you
just add a new character into the storyline.
Thank you. It's oh God. So such being said, I've just finished this 16-ounce can of Coca-Cola. I'm going to rinse my teeth out so it doesn't rot the porcelain on my teeth. I'll be right back. And for God's sakes, Ian, behave yourself. Don't go in any direction involving COVID or anything sensitive till I get back, okay?
Okay. All right. Okay, I will.
Okay,
right.
thank
Just
you.
remember how strict YouTube is.
Yes.
Keep that in mind.
Yeah, please. It's remarkable.
We're not on Odyssey.
Yes.
We're not on Odyssey or BitChute.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. And so Nemo, Aristides, you got this, right? Ian, you got this. I'll be right back. Gotta go mute. Okay.
Do your thing, buddy.
Okay.
Do your thing.
I'll be right back. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, just remember when you get a chance, post links to those Disney papers so we can check that out.
Yeah, when you see the Disney Swinger section meetup, oh my God, I died laughing. I haven't laughed that hard in a while. But the Disney Swinger section, it's like they straight up they got some dude corporate wise spying in there, like they really do, and he's just like ripping. See, Disney uses this thing called the intranet and not the internet, and it's like a private internet like server that only Disney lines can access, and he's just ripping it all and copying it all, and it's all coming out, especially with the gay and the kids up and shit. It's fucking disgusting. Disney even sponsored this like a gay day parade up in Seattle or Portland. I forgot where it was. And they've got they invite all these little 5 and 6 year old kids to watch all these old naked dudes just go parading down the street dancing and shit.
When and where did they do this? Sending kids to watch this? Or?
Yeah, it was I forgot it was in Portland or Seattle, but yeah, this is all recent, and it was like a Disney sponsored gay day parade. So all these parents took their kids to this gay day parade thinking, oh, it's Disney, it's whatever. And there it is. There's just an army of half naked gay dudes just dancing down the street to Gloria Estefan and shit.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. How you been?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
You been good?
Doing better than some.
Good.
Can't really complain. Fucking. It's cold as hell at the moment. We've been getting severe cold nights because of all the cold ass wind coming from Antarctica and shit. Even some of the states were getting heavy snows and all that. It doesn't snow where I am, thankfully. Fuck that shit.
I didn't even know it snowed in Australia, to be honest with you.
Yeah, in the southern east parts, in the south regions, yeah, where it's colder and shit.
Yeah, closer to Antarctica, I assume.
Yeah.
So,
And that's
Anyway,
that's part of the reason why you see a lot of actual activity in the sky, because of the traffic that's caused by the Third Reich and Exile flying all the anti-grav
yeah,
spacecrafts across Australia.
yeah, yeah. I heard what testimony of it was like this. I guess it was one of these kids' uncles and shit that like actually grabbed a craft and like came to Australia and saw his brother and shit with his nieces and nephews there, and like said, "I love you guys, goodbye." And then he got back in the craft and went back to the New World.
What?
Inner Earth.
I just got that.
Inner Earth.
The inner
Yeah.
Earth. Okay.
He's saying he got taken, or he was taken by the breakaway civilization to their world.
Yeah, no. The one of the dudes who was a part of that breakaway civilization grabbed a craft, rode it to Australia, hollered at his brother, and said, "Hey man, I love you, goodbye," and stuff.
Wait. What was it? What was his brother doing on the surface world?
Well, he was in Australia somewhere. He was in Australia.
But how could they be? But what?
Yeah, and this was sometimes in the early '90s and shit, or the late '90s. And the girl, she grew up and she was telling the story about how her uncle showed up in one of these.
Oh, okay. So he was older,
Yeah.
and they were older.
Yeah, but they didn't go on the craft. They didn't go on it. But she said, yeah, she saw her uncle and shit. And
so do you have a link to this story? I mean, George Knight would be interested in this. He could look over this. Do you have a link or something? Some kind of.
I don't have it. I have to dig through it. Like I said, I don't have shit now that I don't have my computers. But yeah, no, I vividly remember that interview of that girl telling that story about her uncle.
How did this uncle get involved in the breakaway civilization?
I have no idea. She didn't go into details about that. She just recollected this one memory of her when she was like 8 or 9 years old, and her dad was like, "Hey, we got to go out to the desert here real quick," and this spaceship.
So her dad knew his brother was coming.
Yes, correct, yes.
So he knew what he was involved in. Like, why didn't he tell the daughter the backstory of his uncle?
Well, she was so young, like she was 8 or 9, and her dad's dead now. So,
Okay.
But it's still a sweet sentiment, though. It's still sweet, though.
Well, I mean, it's certainly a good story. I'd like to, like I said, if you find some source, some link, I mean, by all means, share it, please. And certainly George Knight would be particularly interested in it. Now, of course, I've been ending the show early a few times lately, so which is why we haven't seen George Knight. But I'm wondering if he's ever planning to come back. What the fuck happened to George Knight? What's that?
I'm sure he's working.
Yeah,
I'm sure he's working.
Yeah, there you go. Yes, he's likely working. But if you're out there, George, and you're listening, don't forget to drop in sometime. Aside from that, however, yes, Ian is helping us hold the show. Poor Heather, So here's this. Disney executive claims discrimination against white men in undercover video, and reveals alleged. Now, is this guy bragging or complaining?
Oh, this guy's
Probably
bragging about it. He's like, we don't hire whites, but he's like, we'll hire a white Jew. That's what his exact words are. We'll hire a white Jew. But
an Ashkenazi, yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's funny as hell. But no, straight up, all that's true. Everything I'm telling you guys is like 100% true.
Well, this is not too hard to believe, but does he mean at all levels, just staff levels, executive levels? What?
At all levels. At all levels.
Okay. Well, how's that gonna work? Yeah, I'm not quite sure where that goes. I'll have to look at it, and then I'll see what. But this was found by Nemo. Okay, so that's interesting. But
the Disney papers. The Disney papers are what you want to see, because that's all the private Disney internet shit that the public doesn't have access to. Like, you have to have login credentials from Disney World to
You have
access
to work for them.
their not their
Well, you worked
insurance.
for them once, right?
Yeah, but I was a contractor.
Okay.
That's why I was a contractor, so I got access to like all the places, like where the explosives were, where all the heavy machinery was, because I was a contractor.
Now,
You know, I wasn't.
but I'm sorry, you were going to say something, Nemo.
No, I just said nice.
Oh, okay. And but again, tell us about. So, how did you get? Shall we say? There must have been an earlier period in your life when you were interested in this subject. Like when
No,
you
not at
were.
all. No, hell no. No, I didn't give a fuck about any of this shit. All I
Well,
gave a shit
tell us about your
was
radio station. Tell us about your radio station.
Yeah, all I gave a shit about was making music. That's all I gave a shit about. And then when COVID hit, that's when all this opened up for me. That's when I started learning about all this.
Well, tell us about your success with this radio station. You owned this station. You made this station, did you not?
No. I didn't make it. No. It was a college radio station in Winter Park, Florida, called WPRK. And one of their alumni passed away, and she had this like ungodly inheritance, and her inheritance funded this radio station until this day. It's still in operation. It's called WPRK 91.5, and I was a big fan of this musician named Edit, and Edit later on became the Glitch Mob. And since I was in cahoots with Edit, and they were doing these Florida shows for their first album, I called them up and I said, "Hey, I want to do an interview with you guys, and I'll help you promote your show down in Fort Lauderdale." So I did the interview with Glitch Mob. I brought it to the radio station. They aired it that day, and they called me up later that night and they said, "Hey, you want a job?" And I was like, "Yeah, sure."
Mm-hmm.
That's a true story.
Yeah, but how did you become so popular in West Africa?
Oh, because, well, the station was already popular in West Africa because I guess they have like weird copyright rules in Africa.
Uh-huh.
So they couldn't. Like,
yeah. I would presume they had none, but go on. Yes.
Yeah, it's weird. Or I guess the United States has copyright laws where you couldn't distribute the music to Africa. I think that's what it was. But we were since the station was self-funded, they had like the first online streaming service for a radio station, like before Radio FM and before Wish and before what was that other big radio thing that the what was the name of it? It escapes my mind right now. But anyway, yeah. So these people from around the world in every country could stream this FM radio station for free. And that's how it blew up. And since I love the electronic music, I started playing dubstep on it, and I had like an all EDM dubstep radio show, and then that's what snowballed it, and that's what got dubstep music into the mainstream and unlocked it in all these other countries that really didn't have electronic dance music because their markets were so saturated by record labels.
Okay. Wow. And so it's not that you didn't own this station then?
No, I didn't own it. No.
Okay.
I was just.
But you were a DJ. You were a DJ.
Yeah, I was an on-air personality. Yeah.
Okay.
I was a DJ for him.
Yeah, and so you got popular in Africa. Your name was known in Africa, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. I still have the fan pictures of like all the villagers and shit, like spell out Ian West on 91.5 and like hay and straw and sticks and shit.
Oh wow. And that, so how are things going with your life now with living with Granny and Auntie? Are they accommodating, or are you talking outside so that you don't bother them, right?
I'm just talking outside so I don't bother them. Yeah, that's all.
Yeah, and far away outside, or what? Like you have to be like out, like or you're just on the property. You're on the property.
Yeah, I'm on the property. It's good, right? I'm smoking right now, so I'm on the side of the house so the smoke doesn't get in the house.
Right. How do they tolerate the smoking? Do they tolerate that, or what?
Oh, it's great. No. My aunt smokes too, but I just, I don't want it to get in the house, so I go on the side of the house for him.
Okay. Okay, and I was just curious. I mean, because your living situation has changed so drastically. It's
Yeah.
it's
I might be moving to New Orleans, though. I might move to New Orleans.
New Orleans, and what's there? What's down there that would be make it worthwhile?
My buddy's got a house in the quarters, and he's willing to charge me like $250 a month plus utilities to rent it out to me for a room. So, and this is like my best friend from high school. So, I'm thinking about hitting him up on it.
Okay, and
That's it. If the cruise ship job doesn't fall through, then I'm just gonna head out that way.
okay, what? And you haven't heard from the cruise ship job at all, or what?
No. See, they leave every 6 months. So I have a feeling they're going to wait till like a month before they depart again, and then they're going to call me. So,
Okay. So, but I'm so excited about that. I hope that comes to pass. That would be good for you to, yeah, to definitely have that employment opportunity, and and so did you told Nemo about this? Nemo, do you know about this?
yeah, Debo knows. He heard about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so as well as that, tell us a little bit about what else do you feel is important to bring to our attention, Ian? I mean, feel free to go and.
Oh, okay. So I got the inside scoop. Okay, you guys know how the computers went down and the flights got delayed and all that shit?
Yeah.
Okay.
In Australia too.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. So apparently they were arresting all the fucking Rhino Republicans at that RNC convention that just ironically was happening when all those computers went down at the same time. And I heard they arrested like 300 and I want to say like 300 or 375 Republicans at that convention.
And but you mentioned they were rhinos, RINOs. That's an acronym for Republicans in name only.
No, I think they're just the dirty Republicans. I think that's who they're referring to. But check this out though. So you know how the Democratic convention is coming up next week? I bet you guys the computers are going to go down again during that Democrat National Convention. I bet you. So as soon as that Democrat National Convention happens, the DNC, see if the computers go down to validate what I'm saying right now. So that's something to look forward to.
Okay. All right. We'll try and prepare ourselves for that. So that being said, Nemo, what do you feel should be brought to Ian's attention? I mean, obviously, maybe you could throw
what's
some.
up with Brooke? What the fuck's wrong with Brooke? What is she doing again? Is she back in jail, or what happened to her?
I have no idea. I always fear the worst. What happened was I lent her some money, which the last time she said she would pay me back before rent was due, but she didn't. But it worked out just right because she paid me back as soon as she was out of jail, and it was right after I had paid rent and had nothing, so it helped me to cover expenses in that period of time. So because it worked out then, I lent her money again this month. It was around $70, I think, something of that nature, and she said she'd pay me back, but of course we can't really count on that. Now, I just spoke to her yesterday and the day before that, so everything seemed to go as smoothly as it could. Her mother's birthday was today, I believe, so she was trying to take advantage of that to get some money to me, is what she said, but that hasn't happened yet that I'm aware of. So we're just trying to get her to pay me back so it would leave less of a burden on my other contributors. But we can't count on her. So all I can say is that she seemed okay. All the usual issues, but nothing particularly new that's alarming. She said, of course, you left messages to her that were all weepy and, like, you betrayed me, Brooke. She said, she's quoting you. Yeah, she said, you betrayed me, Brooke. How could you tell everyone about my coming down? And,
No, I did not. That's a goddamn lie too. No. What happened was that's a goddamn lie, y'all. He's full of shit. No. What happened was
hey, I'm just a messenger. I'm just a messenger.
no. Well, I told her
You
that
gotta take what
I
Brooke
told her-
says with a grain of salt.
Yeah, no. Well, first off, I did call her twice, but instead of it,
Wait, here's how she described it. She described it that Ian called me and he just assumed I was going to let him stay in my home. He didn't even ask. He just said, I'm coming down, sister. I'm moving in, baby.
I was fucking with her. Yes, I was fucking with her. Yes. I was being sarcastic. Yes. But now that I called her last few times, it rings. It rings for like a minute, then it goes to voicemail. So that's why I was wondering if she was back in jail. Or, normally when I call her, it'll just ring like 1.5 times and then it goes straight to voicemail. But now the phone rings for like a minute and then it goes to voicemail.
Yeah, it's well, like I said, I spoke to her yesterday and the day before, if I remember correctly, it's so she seemed okay. All I can say is who said away from keyboard, still listening on phone is that's Nemo. Okay, yeah, that's all I know, and I was hoping she would pay up, but we can all cross our fingers. Everybody cross your fingers. And no, that's all I have to report. And then she said our hell yeah, Christine. Nemo is like, what the fuck? He sent us something like I don't know, Japanese porn.
It
looks like some dark cat porn.
Yeah.
Oh,
She reposted it on Facebook. I'm like, that's unexpected.
Okay, that's
coming
cute.
from her.
Yeah, that is cute.
Japanese lesbians. Yeah.
Yes. Well, actually, it's not. One is a nobleman. It might.
Oh,
Yeah.
I thought that was a chick.
No, it's a nobleman on top. It's just they have those
now I
funny
see.
hats. Yeah, they have those funny
Yeah.
hats. Yeah,
Right.
and but
Could you believe how bad Rinky Dink looked, man?
oh, well, that was funny as hell. Yes, poor bastard. He's probably intentionally aging himself so that he won't look like a kid anymore, because everybody's all been fucking with him all his life that he looks like just like like a kid. And
It looks
but
like he's got the AIDS. That's what it looks like.
it looks like what?
It looks like he's got the AIDS.
AIDS, like AIDS.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Autoimmune deficiency.
Well, I mean,
that's what it looks like.
if you got AIDS and your face starts melting off, I mean, literally, I wouldn't say that, but it looks like he's haggard. He looks very haggard. He looks very burnt. Yeah, he looks burnt. He's
got the AIDS or smoking crystal meth. One of the two. He's got to be doing one of the two.
Perhaps. I mean, I certainly wouldn't put it past him. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. He looks much older and he looks very worn. And, but then again, I've always, these people are like, they're just train wrecks. I mean, it's just awful. You feel very bad for them. There's nothing else that can. If it weren't for Laurie and Ann Fenton, I never would have met any of these people. I don't know whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. I tend to just roll with it. But it's how did you even get to know about him, Ian? Are you there? Okay. So Nemo's away from the keyboard. And the aliens abducted Ian West. Holy shit, he left. He dropped off. There you go. His battery died, or his granny came out and said, "That's enough, young man!" And probably thought he was having all-night wild phone sex or something. And, yes, all right. So, Aristides, I thank God. It was like, so there you go. I don't know if that. Ian says he lost the call. Well, jump back on, Ian. All you need to do is jump back on. You're on the call, and I like the way that Peter said before he left. Yes. Now you're interested in colonics, Douglas.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. Oh my fucking god.
You're in the club now.
Yeah, I'm in the club. Yeah. Oh wow, got something to look forward to. And oh yeah, how do I do that? Edit that so that he can see the fucking thing. Here we are. But other than that, so what do you think of all that you heard? Aristides, any response to all of that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, I mean, like Ian and all the Disney stuff. Yeah, I don't know what to say to that.
Yeah. I guess it's just Ian. It's Ian being Ian, and then the call gets lost, and somehow he can't jump back on. But it's so let's try and fucking if George, Ian West joined here. If George were here, we could go straight to historical subjects. But Ian's here right now with us, and let's see if we can hear you talk, Ian.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yeah, it's the Mississippi internet. It's weak as hell. That's all.
Okay. When Nemo gets back, I'll show you guys some other aspects of this Cataclysm book that Aristides was able to find for me in PDF format. Very impressive. As a matter of fact, I might as well start opening the format now, opening the PDF now, because it takes forever for the thing to load. And let's go to my downloads and do that. In the interim, so tell us about, how did you find out about the cruise ship job?
Oh, it was just all my friends in the industry, they all work it, and they knew what was going on, so they're like, hey, just go to this link and apply for it. And I did, and they got back to me. I guess my resume was that good that they contacted me back.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
You're kidding. My computer just crashed or something. So I'm okay. So my search bar disappeared, and it's like it's God knows. Maybe I need a new computer or something. Okay, that's reassuring.
That sucks. Yeah.
Yeah, and hopefully it keeps working and through the night. Yeah, so your friends knew about this, and normally for a long time you were building stages and all that stuff. But so in terms of your landlord selling out the apartment from under you without informing you about it, and then kicking you out without any due process, or what do they call it, due notice? I mean, do you were given 2 weeks notice or what?
I found out BlackRock are the ones that bought the apartment. One of their LLCs is now listed under the Florida tax collector's place, the old place. So it was Larry Fink and BlackRock that bought the place out. And I have a feeling that they wanted that place I was at because it's right on top of the Underground Railroad, next to the Florida State Guard building, and I think that's why they wanted it.
And
nobody else would pay for that. Yeah, I'll go over here. Yeah, nobody else would pay that much for that place that I was staying at unless it was on top of one of those tunnels.
Well, that might be a reason. Oh, is that Nemo rejoined us? I thought I heard another voice there for a moment.
Yeah. But no, it was BlackRock. It was BlackRock that bought the house out.
Okay.
And that explains why they were trying to sell it so fast, and they didn't tell me what was going on. And it's because, BlackRock fucking was willing to pay him top dollar because it goes on top of those tunnels that connects to the Florida National Guard.
Okay. Maybe. It's one of those things I, of course, had my doubts, but, certainly...
Oh, check this out. Nobody's moved in it yet. It's still vacant. It's still empty.
Interesting.
Nobody's moved in there. That place is still empty. Like I talked to my neighbor today, and she's like, "No, nobody's moved in there yet."
How did you get involved with
And
the
it's been like 6 months.
How did you get involved with the crackheads again?
Oh, from losing the place. That's how I got involved with them.
You thought you would move in with them?
No. I was just that's the only place I could really find on a moment's notice like that.
Uh-huh. Oh God, that's awful. I feel so bad for you.
Yeah, I know. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and
But it's good. I mean, in a way, it's kind of good because it showed me like all the descendants of these fucked up families in Orlando. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Yeah.
I swear to God, I think that girl, I think she was just pretending to be retarded. Like, I really think she was just
You're talking about the
pretending
girl, the gangbanger.
Yeah. No. That's somebody else. Yeah, the gangbanger was when I still had the place.
Okay.
So,
Right.
but
That's-
no, as for BlackRock buying the house out from me and having me evicted, yeah, like I said, I went to the Florida tax collector site, and their LLC for Central Florida is a BlackRock subsidiary.
Okay.
And I have a feeling they're going to buy out my neighbor's house, who I talked to today, that lived next to me. I have a feeling that they're going to buy out that place too. But she moved in there right after this other company bought it and turned it into an Airbnb. So I don't think they're going to meet the price that BlackRock wants to put down on the place, but it explains them buying my place.
And, well, is it conceivable they purchased it just to shut you down?
Well, yeah, because like I said, it's on top of those tunnels.
Okay.
You know, like, because remember me telling you how I could feel my house move at like 2 a.m. and 3 a.m. in the morning and shit?
Uh-huh.
Well,
I remember that distinctly,
that's probably
yes.
why they bought it, yeah.
Oh, my God. Okay, so such being said, what about, how's your health? Now, I remember in the past...
Oh, I'm great. I'm great. No, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. And you know what? Another funny story about that little street that I lived on, and then the underground train that ran underneath it and connect to the Florida National Guard base. My buddy was at the Circle K across the street from the Florida National Guard building, like during the daytime. He said he got out of his truck at like noon, and then he felt the ground started shaking. And you remember what I said about the Underground Railroad, and then he put two and two together, and he's like, "I believe you, Ian. I believe you." He's like, "I felt the ground move and shit."
Yeah. All right. And what about just let me check some communications here. Nemo, are you back with us, or he's still smoking? I wonder how many packs a day he does. I mean, or whether it's just a few cigs a day, or what about you? Have you smoked in the past? Was that ever a habit with you, Ian?
Yeah. I mean, I've toned it down a bit. I've toned it down a lot, but it's cool. I like with the new job at the Waffle House. I've really cut back a lot.
Oh yeah, what was going on at the Waffle House? You said you met all these girls there. What you work there?
Yeah, it's great. Yeah.
Oh, okay, so what?
Yeah, I got to be there in like 5 hours. I got to be there.
Oh Jesus! How long? How long is your shift?
That's like 6 to 8 hours a day, but since I'm an old hand at the Waffle House, like on my second day, they let me work double, so I knocked out like a 12-hour shift my first day.
Holy shit! And
So cool.
So you're saving the money, or
yeah. Oh yeah. I've got to.
So what about the girls you meet there? I mean, do you like? I'm just curious. You make it sound like there's some relationships that are potentially developing. Do you meet outside of the Waffle House to consummate this, or what?
No, nothing like that. No. They're all just like, yeah, I got 5 kids and I just got divorced. You know what? I've never been to a state where I've seen so many women with black eyes walk around. Like, I've never seen this many women in my life in like a short period of time, all with black eyes walking around. Like, it's so stereotypical. It's kind of concerning. But
how does that even? Like, after a while, how is there even black and white people left? You'd think they'd all turn various shades of coffee, caramel, and yellow or something.
Well, all these chicks all these chicks are like dating these like evil drunks and shit, and they all just like beat their wives and stuff.
Yeah. No, I'm not doubting that. What I mean to say is, if all these white chicks are dating all these black guys, you'd think they'd all be having these half, these mulatto kids. So it's like, how are there any distinctive races left in the area? You'd think they'd all be mulattoes at this point. I mean, right? Or did we lose him again? I mean, I didn't realize it was that serious a topic. It's just a logical question. Oh shit! Well, Nemo's back. Okay.
What's he talking about? Like white women getting beaten by their men?
He said that he sees all these white chicks walking around with black guys. So, what my question was. I understand that's fairly common in some of these areas where these white chicks just decide they're going to hang with black guys for whatever reason, and the black guys are happy to accommodate that. But
because the big dicks, that's why.
It's whatever the issue is. What my question is, after a while, how can there be any of these couples like? How can that be the norm? You would think they would all have kids. That would be caramel, coffee, mulattoes.
That's just one generation away. Just wait another generation, then you'll start seeing that.
But it's been several generations like this, and we don't.
Yeah, but it's really being pounded into society to make a multicultural society and make them all breed with each other and live with each other to try and create a monoculture and a mono race. That's part of the agenda of these Ashkenazis and Khazars. One of their agendas.
Well, that's almost giving them too much credit.
They've written it down in multiple books in the past when they used to brag about it. That's what they want to do to the Gentiles, the Europeans, and other races.
And let me tell them jump back on when you can. I understand it's called the replacement theory.
Because they believe it'll be an easier group of people to control by creating just one monoculture and one mono race.
And it's definitely what could I say? It was happening for a while, and it apparently is happening where Ian's at, but it's not necessarily something that is I mean. Obviously, mixed race births are the, at least for the longest time, were the fastest growing type of births in America, most certainly. Yeah. But when it comes to the, as I said, I don't understand how after all these generations, we don't have like some solid mulatto community at this point. It's really strange. Yeah. You would think that there would be a substantial community that would identify as mulatto. And they'd have, after a while, their own kind of tribe, so to speak. Where are they all going?
Yeah. Just wait a while and you'll see.
We'll see. I mean, obviously, if there's a massive social dislocation, that's not going to happen. So that would
depends. Depends on the circumstances that occur in the future.
Mm-hmm. And here's what I can tell people about what I grew up with and the kind of phenomena that happened concerning that kind of dynamic. What happened while I was growing up was you noticed that all of the white chicks were definitely going after blacks. And it seemed to be like the in thing. Matter of fact, Christine Joanna Hart, she was pointing out that on British television, she felt that they're trying to push the ultimate kind of ideal couple as a white woman with a black man. So
they're trying to push that. That's what they really want.
Yeah, well, certainly, I can see how people get that impression, and that was certainly how would I say it? That was like
it's so obvious to me.
Yeah, that was obviously the conclusion of that horrible film produced in Finland. For those of you who don't know, that Stupid Iron Sky franchise was produced in Finland. For those of you who don't know, it's a Finnish franchise, and they're completely, just a bunch of stupid people in fucking Finland. They lost all my respect with that. But of course, they show the conclusion is, of course, the white woman gets together with the black guy, and that's supposed to be the great celebration that we're all supposed to celebrate that. This is something that obviously is promoted. There is an agenda for it. So I certainly grew up seeing it, and then I would see all the white guys all went for Asian women. So all the white guys were picking up
For obvious reasons.
yeah. There was now here was my take on it, but let's hear yours first. What do you think was the rationale behind that?
Because Asian women have tighter vaginas, and
Go
that's true. That's one of the reasons why they do that. Why, a lot of men in Australia, America will go for Asian chicks.
Yeah, well, this is true, but such being
And
said,
black dudes have large penises, and this is why a lot of women these days who are highly sexualized will go for dudes with bigger penises, predominantly the blacks.
yeah, actually, you remember we had that chick on that was brought on by Victoria.
She was bragging about it.
Yeah, Christina. Yeah, she was identifying men by their penile size. Yes.
He was masturbating to me while I was on my computer. I just let him.
Yes, that's right. She was like, she was just all over the place, and she covered so much territory in the time she was with us. It just, I have to say, it leaves one's head spinning. When it came to the situation that I've described, there's other reasons that I will also emphasize. Just to verify and validate what our man Nemo said, there was this one big white guy I knew, Alan Budd. So hopefully he's doing all right. Poor fellow. I mean, I guess I shouldn't say that. I guess he was doing all right with his life. He worked in armed security. And Alan Budd was someone who he basically had yellow fever. And for those of you who don't know what that means he liked Asian women. He had almost fetishistically. So that means he had a real hard-on for Asian women, and he worked in Japantown, one of the few armed posts in San Francisco at that time, pre-9/11. And Japantown, of course, needed an armed guard because they were in the middle of an all-black neighborhood and were constantly being robbed, the bank at least. And so he basically was dating some woman he literally could not fit into. He was a big muscle builder. Big weightlifter. And this, of course, goes back to the trauma of when I was growing up surrounded by pedophiles at the Presidio military base and just working with them all my life and hearing them talk about how to rape children effectively. And so one time when he asked me about, this Asian chick I'm dating, she's so small I can't get into her. And I gave him just some practical advice. I said, take a bath in a tub full of ice cubes, basically an ice water bath before you have sex with her. And that will shrink your penis to the point where it can fit in. And for him, it worked. And it was like, then after, oh, wow, thanks, Doug. Where did you learn that trick? And I had to think about it, and I realized, where did I come to know that? And I realized, of course,
you don't want to know that.
Yeah, well, it was because I realized it was because I grew up surrounded by a bunch of pedophiles talking about how they fucked kids, and resized themselves to do so. And so this is why most men join the military, is so they can be stationed all over the world and fuck children and get away with it. Being totally immune to the local laws. And of course, these are usually third world places where people are desperate and nobody's looking after the kids, who will fuck for money, etc., all that kind of evil shit. So at any rate, That's a kind of fairly traumatic memory of that subject. But the other reason is this, and it goes back to the same subject again. When it comes to Asian men and their view of white women, disambiguated or compared to white men and their view of Asian women, this is what's going on with Asian men. They look on white women as just like blow up dolls. To them, all the features are exaggerated. And so white women look like extraordinary examples of femininity that is usually considered beyond their reach unless they get rich. And it's one of the, I guess, motivating factors, in a sense, for some Asian men to really succeed financially. But when it comes to white men, and they look at Asian women, with the majority, not all of them, certainly was not the case with my father. He was basically marrying my mother because of another sense of, shall we call it, positive racism. He had a stereotype that Asian women were very fertile, and he wanted children, which he couldn't have with all the marriages preceding her to white women. He was unable to produce children, and so when he married my mother, he finally was gifted with 2 kids, myself and my sister. So he felt that this was proof that Asian women were very fertile. Now, I've given everybody the real details behind that story, or what I've come to understand as the real details because of my mother's explanation of what really happened. But such being said, that was my dad's reason. But with the majority of white men, the reason they're attracted to Asian women, aside from what Nemo said, or articulated, is the fact that Asian women are completely childlike in terms of their physical stature. They're very short. They look like Cupid dolls. They look like little girls that never grow up. Most of the time, they barely have any breasts. So basically, when a lot of white men go after Asian women, it's a frustrated manifestation of appeasing their pedophilia. Now, we know pedophilia seems to be rampant in the white community because we see so many white people on white supremacist oriented sites like 4chan and all the other sites, BitChute, we could X. These are basically white supremacist sites where you hear people drone on and on monotonously and obsessively about pedophilia, projecting it all on the Democrats and the liberals, when in reality it's obviously themselves who are obsessed and monofocal about this topic. So they are frustrated pedophiles who are projecting, and one way they realize this fantasy without getting into legal trouble is by dating Asian chicks, where you basically have someone who's very childlike and you don't go to jail for it. This is like that. So that's the dynamic there. So all the while I was growing up, I would see all the white chicks go for black guys, all the white guys go for Asian chicks, and then I would see the black females and the Asian men left with nothing. The one thing I came to realize that was validated by the woman I was working with at the Presidio Military Base Library, the black woman named Carolyn Garrett, who was the educated black woman, the one who was in charge as operations manager who could not read or write was named Juanita Taylor. But Carolyn Garrett at one point said to me that, black women are the last people on earth who can relate to black men, and vice versa. That the black man and black woman might as well be different species on different planets. They're not on the same planet. It's the black woman is like basically in general certainly at that point in history that I was speaking to her, had nothing to relate to with your average black man. As a matter of fact, they would even publish books when I was in Oakland, and went into an Oakland bookstore. I remember one, for those of you who don't know, Oakland is famous, certainly in the local Golden Gated Bay Area Metroplex region of San Francisco, for being essentially an all-black city. There are areas of it that were not black. They burned down during the Great Oakland Fire that happened on my birthday, that Michael Aquino swore he started just because it was my birthday, that he had arsonists set that fire. But that fire was so extensive, it turned the sky blood red. The sun just looked blood red through all this black smoke in the sky that blotted out the sky. It was like being back in the Gulf War. But when it came to the aftermath, that was the only white area of Oakland, and it was all burned out. So Oakland is basically an all-black city, and there's some whites who live in it in fortress-like conditions. Oakland is so dangerous. Certainly at the time that I was working in Oakland, the cabs stopped operating after something like 8, 9, 10 p.m. The cabs just, between 8 to 10 p.m., the cabs just stop working, and they don't start again till morning. Because, you know, the cab drivers wouldn't make it through the night alive. So the Oakland is just, it's dystopian. It's post-apocalyptic. And having worked there in armed security, I can testify to that.
You lock your doors when you drive through there.
Oh, roll up your windows, lock your doors. Yeah. It's not so bad in the daytime, but obviously at night. In fact, you try to avoid driving at all through there. It's you know, I could go on about it for hours, but the point was, in Oakland, I went into a bookstore which catered, of course, to a black community. So much of the reading materials for blacks, and there was one book titled, that was exclusively a book, you know, that was geared towards black female clientele. It was written by a black woman expecting other black women to buy it, and it was titled How to Keep and Maintain a BMW. And BMW was an acronym for Black Man Working. In other words, finding an employable black man who had a job was so impossible that this woman had to write a book on it saying how to find a black man who actually can hold a steady job, and then keep him at the job and working, you know, what to do to keep him working, because most black men just drop out. That shows you how fucked up the situation is, and why black women have almost nothing to relate to with black men, certainly at that time in history. By the way, who the fuck just entered a bunch of book? Ian said, on the other hand, I found this satanic little town, but look what I got for free there. Wow. Interesting. So thank you, Ian. So let me heart these. These are like very intriguing. And I'm pretty impressed. I'm glad he's collecting some books. And that's good to see. Thank you, Ian, for sharing this. And let's see. But in terms of my point, what happened was, people might logically ask, well, why don't the Asian men and the black woman get together? Well, it's because, it should be obvious, the Asian men are too fucking racist. And so when it came to that, the Asian men did not start dating black women, and that would have completed the circle. But all the white guys were dating Asian chicks who were desperate to escape from Asian families, because the families are very constrictive, and the families would usually expect them to work their ass off in school so they could become academics and succeed and become doctors and dentists and shit. And there's plenty of Asian women who don't want to do that and just say fuck it and run off with some white guy. So the Asian families essentially, in general, I would suspect, all disintegrated in America, because all the Asian women wound up, ultimately marrying white guys and having children with them. Now, I actually on Facebook ran across this self-loathing, half Asian, half white guy. Amerasian is the term. And this self-loathing Amerasian was saying how awful it was to be Amerasian and how most Amerasians are unable to adapt into society and they're all like maladjusted. And of course, I've never experienced that psychologically. I certainly have experienced racism all my life. That goes without saying. But I never loathed myself because of it. I always blamed society, which I think should be obvious to anyone who's been listening to me over the past several decades. But when it came to some of the things that I saw out there, he was trying to say that half Asians or Amerasians have high rates of suicide and all this bullshit. I don't know if those statistics are true or not, but I could see why many of these people might be maladjusted because they never grew up with any sense of, I guess, self-confidence or something. But when it comes to what I experienced all my life, it was like there was only two phrases I ever heard from people as soon as they met me, which would be, first there were four words I would always hear. What race are you? And that would come from anybody I met, no matter what race they were. Asian, white, black. The first four words I'd always hear is, what race are you? And then the next three words I would hear, are you gay? I always took that as they're making a pass at me. But all that being said is probably my effeminate looks, and you just learn to roll with it. These people are just going to project on you whatever they want. It has nothing to do with you. But there you have that. So that was the dynamic I grew up with seeing. White guys all marrying Asian chicks, so it looked to me like the future of American population was going to be substantially half Asian. But then again, there's not enough Asians to go around to produce that. But there are
there's
enough
a lot
blacks.
of other races.
Yeah, there's
like Middle Eastern, Hispanics, and that.
Well, those people tend to enclave. They tend to enclave because their cultures are like very different. And you have, of course, now a bunch of Latin Americans who want to be white, and they think they'll be awarded with cultural whiteness, what they call cultural whiteness, if they vote Republican or vote for Trump.
Yeah.
And
I've seen some examples of that.
Yeah, sure.
There's this guy named Gypsy Crusader. He tries his best to look like a full-on white European descendant, but he's half Hispanic.
Mm-hmm.
And he does live streams dressed up as the Joker from Batman with the face paint, and does just like these live stream chat. You know those websites where you just chat with random people through a webcam and you just skip to the next person and shit. And he just do shit like he do racist shit on there. He got caught out for being half Hispanic, and then he just got shat on by all the other groups of racist people, and like his life has been under destroyed. He's also been exposed as a child predator too.
Jesus Christ! Jesus Christ!
He's a full-on Trump supporter, acting like a Nazi, neo-Nazi, all that.
Good God!
He got sent to jail too by the. He got caught by like the whatever groups of people who spy on others who are producing drugs and shit.
Mm-hmm.
ATF or whatever. They busted him, sent him to jail. Rumors were he did get raped, but he never admitted to it.
So
he got out and still doing the same shit.
Is he really?
Yeah, but he's a prime example of the one of these Mexicans that are trying to be very patriotic, Trump supporting, acting white. Oh, I'm a white guy. I'm not Mexican.
But it's so fucking pathetic. That is so pathetic. And that's self-loathing. That is self-loathing. And obviously, it's just a tragedy on wheels. So when you're confronted with this, what are the dynamics like in Australia? I mean, obviously, in Australia, one thinks Aborigines when one thinks blacks, right?
Yeah.
And I don't really see many Australians hooking up with Aborigines. That's got to
No.
be uncommon, right?
No, and when you do, it's usually because the male marries an Abo chick because he wants to gain the benefits that the Aboriginals get. Like the native people, they get a bunch of like, reduce rent and like, just discounts on a bunch of shit.
You mean he
They get a
wants to
lot of
become a
benefits.
welfare recipient? You mean the man's a welfare
Yeah,
bum? Is what?
yeah. Like, oh, if I marry a Aboriginal chick, I can pay like half the rent that regular
I don't
people
have to
pay.
work. You're basically
Yeah,
telling
yeah.
me that the white guy
Well, you can
marries.
still work. It's just the easier cost of living marrying with the Aboriginal chick if you reap all the benefits that they get from the government.
You mean he has to you mean he works a lot less? He only needs to work
Yeah, yeah,
like not even a half-time job, but like a part-time job.
yeah,
Just yeah, at that rate, while every other white guy's busting his ass, right? That's
yeah.
oh, holy shit. Oh god, that's so fucking funny. And it's awful. I mean, I understand why Native Americans and the Aboriginal peoples of Australia have these programs that are meant to try and compensate for generations of genocide.
Yeah.
So whatever survivors are left, the government, of course, has catered to the guilt complex, and they should feel guilty, but at the same time, obviously this is not helping. Many of these people, certainly Native Americans, wind up with just these lifestyles of overweight. They get all this free food. They
Yeah. Alcoholism.
alcoholism. Yeah, they got nothing to do on the reservation. It's you try to look at the positive things. But there's so much disaster to see. It's right up front. Now
I
here's
did
what.
see a video of one
Yeah.
reservation that looked like a really nice place where they were doing well because they had their own giant marijuana crop field, so they're making a lot of money growing marijuana for legal medicinal purposes and shit like that. Like
Jesus.
yeah, and just everyone's just living fat over there, all the native descendants. There's some reservations where they're living well, and some that are just shitty.
Well, the one you saw is basically a drug tribe.
Yeah, yeah.
It's a
And they
drug.
make money off outsiders who want to build a house in there. They still have to pay land taxes to the native people who own the reservation.
Yeah, and so when it comes to these, yeah, I can see what you're saying, and hopefully more tribes follow that example. It seems to be better than the gambling tribes where they have casinos.
Yeah.
Now that the federal government has effectively legalized gambling, I hear that there's been a big cut into the reservation's profits. Such being said, what about so
Imagine Aboriginals doing that, setting up their own casinos.
yeah, oh my God. So I mean, now of course they don't have that in Australia,
They
right?
don't have that money. They don't make that much money.
No.
Yeah.
It is but Aboriginals in Australia don't have casino setups, do
No,
they?
no, no. No,
Okay,
no.
at all. Yeah.
It'd just be funny if they just started copying everything the natives are doing.
Yeah, right, right. Good
Native
point.
Indians.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
got it. Native Americans, Indians, just
Yeah.
so we
You'll
don't get
still,
confused.
yeah.
Go on.
So unlike the Native Americans, you'll still see like the Native Australians have their own tribal groups out in the fucking desert. Like they still like to live. There's still tribes out there that like to live in the ancient ways as their ancestors. They still practice and carry on the knowledge of their ancestors
Thank God.
in the tribes.
Yeah, thank God. I
And they're
mean,
nice. They're nice Aboriginals. Like the ones in the town, they're not all bad, but a lot of them become alcoholics, drug junkie, thieves,
yeah,
just bad people.
yeah.
They can't assimilate properly into society. They just weren't educated properly back in the day to do so. So yeah, but they're better. They excel well just living as tribal people. I watch a lot of videos of them even back in the 70s. They had documentaries of them how they survive in the wild and studying all their culture and their paintings and their beliefs in their gods.
Well, there's got to
They
be
have a lot of snake gods.
interesting. That's right. The dream serpent. They have, the snake gods are important to them, and so in terms of it sounds like I said. Certainly, you could take, as I articulated, this large. Basically, I'm going along simply the lines of the longitude and latitude. And I kind of gave an example of what could be carved out of the heart of Australia that would effectively serve as an Aboriginal nation, Australia, just separate from all of Australia around it, because basically all the whites live on the coast, and there's no sane white man who wants to go into the heartland of Australia unless they have a job, unless they have some purpose where they need to do something. But surveying or mining or something. If we had an Australia or an independent black nation in the center of Australia, then contracts would have to be drawn up with the native nation and all that stuff, which would be not a bad thing. It's doable, at least. That's doable. It's a pity Native Americans, my impression is there's very, very few Native Americans. I don't think there's really any. Effectively, there's none left who know anything about living in the wild the way their ancestors did. Maybe there's some way anthropologically we could develop a program to rewild the Indians. It sounds like an incredibly offensive thought to probably a liberal progressive, but it's not bad. We've had Indians suggest giving the national parks back to the Indians first. That would be a good start. Put the national parks under Indian administration. Anyhow, we can go over this in various times. Matter of fact, I should look that article up. Probably try to integrate it into the book I'm writing, elements of that. When it comes to the book that I had Aristides look up, let's show this to you, and I'll do a screen share and we'll look that up. Let me see if I could. This is what happened. I tried to open up the PDF when my computer seemed to crash at that time, but my computer seems to be refunctioning now, and miraculously we didn't lose the call or anything. So this obviously was not an internet issue. Okay, well, this turns out that's not the PDF for the book. Let me see if I can find the PDF for the book. Here we are. And let's click that. See if that opens up. Okay, so something's happening. Okay, good. All right, maybe both. There we are. Okay, here we are. Now, what I'll do is... Now, you weren't here when I was doing what I was doing with our man Aristides earlier, so we might as well go back to that. I'm going to share screen here, and okay, can you see the cursor moving, dear Nemo?
Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
Excellent. So let's go over to this, and we will. Now, you probably did hear me describe this to Aristides about the Third World War and all that shit, and what these people were saying about it in the book back in the day, and how people were taking that seriously. And that turned out to be actually very much... I mean, let's go back over that just because
Did some of the things in the book come into fruition?
Which one? The Third World War book or the Cataclysm book?
Yeah.
Okay, the Third World War.
Third World War.
Yes, okay. Yeah, let's turn towards that, and let's, put in hack it. Oops, hack it. Here we are, and then I'll show you. So we're going to turn towards the images here, and this is but a lead-in, people, so understand this is a lead-in. Now, when it came to the Third World War book by Sir General, or they used the general first, General Sir John Hackett, and all of his consultants, what they predicted was first a Russian invasion of Europe. This was predicted for fucking ever. It's what NATO was preparing for. And of course, we can see pictures of the general himself here. We can get an idea of what everyone was preparing for. Of course, that invasion did not happen in the way that they expected. It's happening now politically. Basically, it's happening now politically in the sense that the Russians are financing all of these right-wing groups all over Europe to take over Europe. But what I was going to show was some example of what came to pass. I guess there's no real map to show that based on the Third World War book, but what the Third World War book concluded was that the war would start in August of 1985, basically on the presumption that World War I started in August, and that this would be a good time for the movement of mechanized columns during the summer months and all that shit. So they figured that that's how it would operate in modern war. And then what happened was they felt at the end of the book that there would be this limited nuclear exchange, which I've already articulated as ridiculous. But they felt that that would be enough to collapse the Soviet Union, that the Soviet Union would ultimately collapse at the end of the Third World War. Now, it did collapse. So this was something that was the only thing they got right. And, of course, you didn't need a Third World War to do it. The Soviet Union was totally corrupt, totally dysfunctional.
It collapsed in 1991, 26 December.
Yes, that's right. So it was basically, how would I say it? Instead of 1985, you had maybe like just literally half a decade later. They wrote the book, of course, in 77, 78. Like I said, they were aiming for 85 as to when this would happen, but it happened 5 years, 6 years thereafter. So all in all, not bad. The only stupid part it got was basically the point of the whole fucking book, which was the war itself, in which you would end it with a even nuclear exchange for the sake of everybody, satisfying each other's aggressions. It was just plain stupid.
Just by killing each other massively with...
No, with these, with a single city taken out on each side. Like that is, okay. Yeah, it was
like
just
a mass sacrifice.
Yes, thank you. Like tribal warfare. That would be like tribal warfare, just plain fucking stupid. Thank you. Yeah. But instead, when I was young, this book was published in, let me see, like I said, I had it it should give us the date of the publication. Now, it was supposed to be 1984, I believe. So it was 1984 that William Clark, who I said was the president of the World Bank, vice president for 12 years, he writes this incredible book, Cataclysm, about the North-South conflict of 1987. So he wrote this in 1984, so he was predicting in a few years this would happen. And I will have to explain that to people because most people will not understand what was being said or what the title even means. Let me see if I can do this. Okay, good. So this moves in. Now, when it comes to William Clark's cover of his book, now this is a profound illustration in and of itself. And you'll notice that the demarcation, the crack between the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere really gives you an idea of how small the developed world is. I mean, this is North America, this side of the Atlantic. This is the majority of continental Europe and England, this side of the Atlantic. And beneath that you have Turkey, which is Asia Minor, part of Asia, all of Africa, all of Latin America, all of Central America, including Mexico. You realize just how much of the world is third world, undeveloped third world, southern hemisphere, and the north, how small it truly is. So this map is excellent in illustrating that fact. And of course, this man had all these consultants, just like the general did, and the general had a whole team working with him, and this man had, William Clark has been assisted in writing this book by many political and financial experts, including Robert S. McNamara. He's infamous. He's the man who ran the Vietnam War. and he's the former president of the World Bank. Lord Grenfell, former representative of the World Bank at the United Nations in New York. These are not fictitious characters. These are real historical characters that this man consulted with to make this book. Soburo Okita, former foreign minister of Japan. Sridhar Ramval, Secretary General of the Commonwealth Secretariat. It goes on and on. Michael Crowder, professor of African history, University of Botswana, an actual black man, a black African. Rodrigo Butero, former finance minister of Colombia. Robert Pastor, the Latin American expert on President Carter's National Security Council. Donald Woods, former South African newspaper editor, who after being arrested in October of 1977 managed to escape and reached England 2 months later. So he's probably black. But might be white. Who knows? Donald Woods does not sound like a black name. Yeah, Bruce Grant, former Australian High Commissioner in India. Sir Derek Mitchell, former second permanent secretary at the Treasury in charge of the overseas finance, the economic minister at the British Embassy in Washington, and principal private secretary to Prime Minister Sir Alec Douglas Home and Harold Wilson. So in terms of, say, for instance, exactly what the book is about, this is what I can say most easily. Let's go up to the top of what I'm writing here, and it says, a fictional yet plausible portrait of a conflict between the wealthy nations of the Northern Hemisphere and the poorer nations of the South, touched off by financial crisis, when the South reneges on its debts. It looks as though the banking system of the North will be destroyed, but the British, Americans, and Germans take the offensive and expel the big debtors from the bank and fund for their economic aggression. Now, this is part of, shall we say, the fictitious intro, Washington, September of 1987. So when you take a look at that summary, and then we go back to the PDF, which, let me see if I can find that. No, that's not it. Where did the PDF go? And of course, there's some porn, and let's see if we can get past that and go open up the PDF again. Maybe it just closed, and when we turn back to that, and there it is. So that reopens it back to where we were and opens it again redundantly. And having closed the redundant one, let's take a look at what the book's contents say, why it's so relevant. So when I saw this book when I was young, I realized how important and prescient it was, and that this is any Third World War or any Fourth World War, the World War that's coming now, is going to involve this conflict. This conflict will be a large part of it. So when you take a look at the contents, Great Default, Anglo-American Plan, Southern Strategy, Operation Holdfast, the End of the Freeze, U.S. Disintegration, Britain Divides, Inconvenience Terror, the Wall Street Crash, Confrontation with Israel, South Africa at bay. Of course, apartheid South Africa has fallen apart. China stirs. Now, China was a very different empire at this time. It was truly collectivist. It had just begun the stirrings under Deng Xiaoping of investment coming in from Japan, but China was very primitive. It was so poor, so backwards. It was a revolutionary empire that exported revolution. That was its major export, was revolution. It was militant communist. Australia's initiative comes up next in the chapters. Meltdown in Israel.
Nice.
Nuclear terrorism in South Africa, which would be a moot point at this time. The TV summit, the conference table, and the epilogue. Now the book ends with communist China, basically the kind of communist China that existed in the past, this Maoist, collectivist, revolutionary China, as becoming the mover and shaker in the world. And I'm going to fast forward all the way down to the end because basically they point out that, of course, China was the center of the world in the past. Asia was the center of the world. And that at the epilogue of preparatory meeting for the World Conference on Restructuring finally got underway in Tokyo during February. Europe, America, and the Soviets were all duly represented. There were still Soviets at that time. And, of course, that is all collapsed at this point. But there could be no doubt that it was being run, if not dominated, by Asia, in particular by Japan and China. There we are. The other power blocks were distracted by domestic problems and by an acute awareness that the best they could hope for was to save something from the cataclysm that was befalling them. Meaning all the South launched terrorist attacks, IRA style, and nuclear level terrorism. Here's what do they have to say about Australia. The initiatives have all been coming from Asia and Australia. It was the Australian Prime Minister who suggested Hong Kong as the venue of the conference, thus saving Britain's face by making an international UN city out of the small sovereign British possession of Hong Kong Island, which would otherwise, whatever the promises, have been abandoned or left isolated when, within the decade, the leased territories revert to China. It was, of course, now Hong Kong is under China and the communists have totally destroyed it. It was the Japanese and Chinese economic ministers who worked out the grand design for a world central bank. So, under powerful Asian leadership, the Tokyo Conference drafted proposals for a world central bank. And, of course, what they're saying is that, the conclusion at the end of the story is that... basically, here we are. It's the future of the world is once again in the hands of the oldest surviving civilization, meaning, of course, Asia. And they say Hong Kong, September 1988, and that's when the book ends. Now, all of this we can imagine in a very real sense. Everything predicted in this book has, in a very real sense, come to pass. We are now seeing an Israel in meltdown. Meltdown in Israel. The nuclear terrorism in South Africa may yet happen. If it does happen, it would be whites deploying nuclear weapons to take South Africa back from the blacks who have turned it into a black apartheid state. And of course, in terms of all the rest of this, the book is so remarkably prescient. I'm going to link it into the book I'm writing and say that you can consider this book in a very real sense to have happened, to have taken place. The politics are not the same as it was then, but the dynamics are still completely relevant. The confrontation.
Would you consider this a must-read book?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, look, there's a whole chapter, Australia's Initiative. Yeah. This goes to prove Australia will be a future superpower, or it's certainly one of the factors that validates my presumption in that regard. This is one of the reasons why Australia is very important. It's obviously it is a white European culture in Asia, and therefore has a advantage that other cultures do not have who have that kind of background. If we take a look at what they're saying about inconvenience terror, this is because, of course, the overwhelming majority of labor sources from the third world. We in the North are very dependent on third world labor. And we in the North have such inequity in terms of our salaries compared to their salaries that it becomes, how would I say it? If they were to stop working for us, it would, of course, crash Wall Street. It would crash our economy. And for that reason, all of this was predicted by this man along in consultation with all the people he was working with. Confrontation with Israel. Let's see how they start that. They say that the North-South confrontation, then they go on. The beauty of this is the book is written in such a manner that there's no arc of character development. There's nobody that you care about in this book. There's no characters. It's just the only characters are the economies and the nation states. It is truly a geopolitical book. So it's not a dramatic...
Still interesting. Yeah.
Oh, well, that's what makes it better. That's what makes it infinitely better. That's, I'm one of those people who fuck character development. I'm not looking for a story. You can go out anywhere for that. I'm not looking.
Want the hard facts.
Yeah, I just want hard geopolitics. So when it comes to when they're asking, okay, say for instance, they say here in terms of as you have said yourself, the time has come for the U.S. to compel Israel to withdraw. So obviously there's a confrontation going on in Israel. They're talking about Arab moderates, etc. But let's go straight to Israeli meltdown, confrontation with Israel. Let's go to the meltdown in Israel. South Africa at bay, of course. This would be the politics of the death of apartheid, which has come to pass. So that prediction has come to pass. China stirring, that has come to pass. China, of course, has stirred in a different sense. It's still communist. And so that has not changed. It's not sincere and earnest like it was. Here we are, Australia's initiative. Many people in the industrialized North world watching Guo Luke's broadcast. That's probably obviously some Chinese person of great import. And in Britain, blah, blah. And then they'll say, let's see what the Australian initiative might be. Basically, Commonwealth. Australians transact what business they must. Here we are, the PM queries. And then basically... dominated by the rich or poor in England. So this must be where the Australians suggest meeting in Hong Kong, I'm presuming at the very least. We're just scanning by this very quickly and trying to, grasp exactly what the man's point is. Because I read this when I was like, I feel like it was when I was 12. Meltdown in Israel. And here we come to, it's interesting, you have to wonder what this man predicted, because I don't remember consciously. Among the first signs, blah, blah, and then they go into, here we are, a likely fallout path. They're talking about nuclear attack. Israel went public with the news as dictated by accidental leakage from Dimona reactor. So basically, the terrorists sabotage a nuclear reactor in Israel, which creates a meltdown, which creates fallout all over Israel. That would be enough to make a good deal of Israel uninhabitable because it's the size of fucking Rhode Island. And then they go on to talk about... So that's what they mean by meltdown in Israel, a literal nuclear meltdown. Yeah, okay, there we are. Knesset today has met to consider... Israel's nuclear missiles are primed and targeted on the capitals of her enemies. That's it. Make yourself popular with everyone. Then nuclear terrorism in South Africa. So they end with the Israelis pointing nukes at everybody, which is what they're doing now. Again, it's where we're at today. Very prescient. All of this has come to pass. And then it brings us back to ultimately the TV summit and the new World Bank controlled from Asia. Controlled by Japan and China. So all of this is pretty much... how was it that this book is completely unheard of? The other Third World War book, which was the military equivalent of this, wound up on the president's desk when it was in publication. This book was unheard of throughout the world. It just goes to show you people don't know where their priorities are. So I'm I'm glad to point this out to people. I will make it available to people by linking it through my own work and letting people know that this is required reading and that it's directly relevant to the situation we're in today. Let me see if I can share the PDF with our man Nemo. As a matter of fact, now that I think about it. How did Eris? How do we do this? Let me do a screen share here. Maybe you can help me figure this out. So this is how our man sent it to me. So how is it that we get this download to you? This is the original Cataclysm. I downloaded it. So I send it to you. He was worried that it wouldn't go through email because it's so large. So if that's the case,
9.2 meg, that's small.
Okay, so I could send this to you in email.
Yeah, you can just upload an email or Skype chat.
Okay, so let's try it through email and get this to you. Give me a second here. Lower this, go to my inbox, and compose. And the first thing I do is go to an attachment. All right. And okay, why is this not working? Okay, it took forever to get that started. Go to the downloads. Here we are. And
I wonder if Israel still has underground nuclear weapon manufacturing facilities still operating, because they made like multiple levels of underground nuclear manufacturing weapons and shit. And JFK had a guy he was vigilant on keeping a close eye on Israel on their nuclear development, weapon development, and he'd go and inspect their nuclear facilities on the surface, but Israel kept all the other shit hidden underground all the nuclear shit they were working on that JFK was suspecting they were up to, but he could never get any evidence because there was nothing on the surface. But years later, they found out they were doing a lot of their development underground.
Yeah. By the way, your email, what's the first letter of your email again? First two letters?
Just gonna check. It is Larry. It's
okay. Don't give it on air. I got it. Got it. So this is it, and let's press the send button. I titled it PDF. Okay. Now let me view the message. And let's see if that reaches you. So have you got it?
Just refreshing. Might take a second.
Yeah, take your time.
Yeah, now I got it.
Okay, good. And there. So Nemo's got his copy now, and. Again, keeping people up to date with what's intellectually inspiring me while I write my own book. And okay, so normally in the past we'd be doing a ton of dissertation where I'm like giving people, well, I would hope their money's worth, earning my pay with giving global analysis. But with all my intellectual involvement and investment in what I'm writing now, what I'm trying to do now is tonight just kind of raise funds, talk with Nemo. Nobody else joined us tonight, and that's rather disappointing.
How many donations have you gotten so far?
Quite a bit, really, to tell you the truth. We scared up quite a number of people, all these wonderful people who contributed. I had to spend
Nice.
about $100 on supplies, of course, water, beer, and liquid Coca-Cola. That's my coffee. The Coca-Cola is my coffee. It's how I sugarize and oxygenate myself. I mean, well, caffeinate myself. And when it comes to the beer, that's just liquid bread to me. It's just a staple. When it's the water and all that, and of course, because I'm purchasing from a corner store, it's expensive because I'm not getting it from a bulk distributor. But such being said, that was $100 I had to blow there, but I had to do it just to, maintain my hydration until rent time. As for the amount of money that we got, thanks to all these wonderful people, we only need to try to earn $350 more. If Brooke paid me back, we'd only need to try and earn less than $300. And of course, if we can't earn that much, I'll try to turn towards Dear Peter and Aristides. we want to burden them as least as possible. So we're going to try and convince some other people to contribute. But in the meantime, everybody should understand why I'm kind of taking it easy with the kind of trances I used to go into. You've heard that the other night when I was talking about Trump as the Antichrist. Were you able to review that?
Yeah, I don't think I listened to that particular part about him being Antichrist or something like that.
Yeah, I know. Just saying that would be kind of a turnoff, but it's worth listening to because that's when I went into a trance mode because Victoria asked.
Right.
Yeah, and it's time-stamped. It's the let me see, which episode is that? Was it the last episode that happened? Let me take a look here. And no, it was the episode before last. Holy shit.
All right.
So yeah, it's part 2. It's part 2, the episode before last, and I'll show it to you on screen share, so you know which one. So here we are on screen share, and it's no, fuck, what was it? I had time stamped it, so why am I not seeing that? I'm on live, so let me take a look here. Oh, it was a while ago. Holy shit, that was this episode. So it was this episode dated 10 days ago. So that's dated Sunday, July 21st, 2024, when our dear Victoria asked me about, who the Antichrist was, and she said she heard a lot about Trump being the Antichrist, and she was skeptical. And I went into kind of a trance state and started quoting Bible and verse. And so from this period of time on, it's not that long a period of time. It's about an hour. I went into it at full bore, and so much so that George realized at that point he might as well leave because he wasn't going to get a word in edgewise at that point. But he'd been with us throughout the rest of the night. And our fan in England, a fan lady who writes to George, said that that's one of our best episodes. So yeah, feel free to peruse that episode in particular. Aside from that, of course, certainly we've got a pretty good numbers, so we might as well respect the numbers that are with us. Let me see, Nemo sending some photos here.
Yeah, when I looked at the ceremony of the Olympics in France, there was a lot of strange shit going on.
I heard it was really fucking bizarre.
Bizarre, yeah.
And some people said it was literally satanic.
Yeah, because they think they're mocking the Last Supper of Christ and his apostles or whatever you fucking call them.
Right. So they got a bunch.
You see the fat chick in the middle and all these drag queens and other people.
Well, the fat chick easily represents the whore of New Babylon. I mean, that's the point, right? And then a bunch of drag queens surrounding her. That is, yes, you'd have to call that. Yeah. That seems.
It's a mockery of Christianity, so it's not wrong to interpret it as satanic.
Thank you. It is. It's definitely.
And who's this blue? What does this blue thing guy represent?
I
have
no idea. Papa Smurf, the first thing that comes to my mind.
Gin?
Yeah, well, Papa Smurf is the first thing that comes to my mind, and so it's fucking Papa Smurf. What is this? I mean, did they all think that they're gonna outdo Lady Gaga? I mean, what the fuck? It's that is really bizarre, people. Who signed off on that?
Just I don't know, whoever was running the whole, facilitating the whole event.
Is that well? Let me share screen again here before I open the photograph again, so that Nemo and I can actually discuss this. I want to thank you for sharing this with me, Nemo, because I had heard about this, but I did not realize the extreme nature of this. Is that a child?
Yeah, it looks like it. They do this. Like I've seen videos of where the groups of these people. These aren't real, what you call transgendered people. These are just like cross dressers, and they get children to dress just like them and act the way they want them to.
Yes, but yeah, and this one looks like a midget.
Yeah, either it's a child or a midget, but yeah.
Well, this one is a child. Yeah, that would be the midget.
Yeah, the bald guy. Yeah.
Yeah, but
looks like he's from Lord of the Rings or something.
Yeah, like he's a hobbit or some shit. Yeah,
Yeah.
It's yeah, and a child. The Whore of Babylon is represented in the Christ position. Then they got RuPaul. Then yeah, the bearded lady. Then they got the bearded drag. It's and then this guy's what, supposed to be a Jew or what?
Probably.
Yeah, it's
I know they were running the whole thing.
Yeah. Well, presumably we don't know that, but presumably we can make assumptions. I'm
willing to bet on it.
Yeah. I'm sorry. What was that?
I'm willing to bet on it.
Yeah, that's true. We could probably bet on it. It's dude, I'm like
The
shocked.
only Olympics I'm really interested in is just the one in Germany in 1936.
Yes, there we are. Thank you. Well, also the one, don't forget, there was the one in Germany where all the Jews got, blown away by and taken hostage. You remember that?
Yeah,
And
I don't remember hearing that.
Oh, fuck. Well, let's look that up for you. You should investigate that, because that was the shining moment of the German Special Forces. German Special Forces had to go in and, blow away the terrorists who were Baader Meinhof. It was Baader Meinhof Olympics, Baader Meinhof phenomenon, they call it. Why do they call it Baader Meinhof phenomenon? Here we are. Now, this is interesting. Okay, so let's do screen share here. Baader-Meinhof. The frequency illusion, also known as the Baader-Meinhof phenomenon, is a cognitive bias in which a person notices a specific concept, word, or product more frequently after recently becoming aware of it. The name Baader-Meinhof phenomenon was coined in 1994 by Terry Mullen in a letter to the St. Paul Pioneer Press. Interesting. But let's take a look at Baader-Meinhof Olympics. Olympics. And just, okay, kills Jews. And, Munich Massacre. So here we are. Munich Massacre, and let's see if we can find another source besides fucking Wikipedia. 50 years ago, Munich Olympics Massacre changed how, okay, let's look up NPR, how we think about terrorism. So there we go. That's supposed to be one of the most infamous photographs in history. Member of Black September appears on the balcony of the apartment where gunmen held members of the Israeli Olympic team hostage on September 5th, 1972. It was the first time a terrorist attack had been broadcast live to a global audience. So the communist Germans and a bunch of Black September Arab terrorists abducted and held hostage the Israeli Olympic team. And you never knew of this?
No.
So there you go. Israel, and then the Israeli Olympic delegation, and then, they took them hostages after the Munich massacre. They began killing them, too. Not just taking them hostage, but killing them. How could you not have heard of this?
I don't know. I just never heard of it.
Yeah, interesting. And so then a member of Black September used a grenade to destroy one of the two helicopters that had Israeli hostages inside. The burned out army helicopters pictured here. So, the Israelis were trying to helicopter away, and they destroyed the helicopter. Here we are. 11 members of the Israeli Olympic team were killed. I'm happy to say they were all men. Yes, there we are. Pinhead.
No loss.
Yeah, no loss whatsoever. And they're ugly as fuck. It looks like a
fucking inbred and just fucked in the face.
Dude,
the guy on the bottom left looks least fucked up.
Oh, this guy? Yeah, he looks almost like a normal human being. Yes. The rest of them look like circus freaks. I mean, this guy looks like Zippy the Pinhead. You know, here we have, you know,
Andre the Giant.
yeah,
The second guy.
yeah. I mean, these guys are literally fucking deformed. These guys are like, Jesus Christ. I mean, like, in the Olympics, what the fuck was Four Eyes doing in the Olympics? What the fuck was his? What the fuck?
Yeah, they don't look athletic at all. Yeah.
No, I mean, this guy looks like he's 100 years old.
Yeah, he's old.
Yeah, what the fuck? Yeah, what the fuck are these guys? It's like, what? Yeah, this guy looks like he's deformed and like, what were their sports? I mean, these guys look like they can't even get out of wheelchairs or out of their hospice bed. They look sick. Yeah. What the fuck? Was this Special Olympics? I mean,
yeah,
I don't.
That's what it should have been.
Yeah, Jesus Christ! I can't believe what I'm looking at. I mean, this was some mercy killing. They were putting these guys out of their fucking misery.
Yeah.
Yeah, this guy was probably the care provider or, like, you know, the adult supervision for all these fuckers.
Yeah. The guy next to him, what the fuck?
Yeah, this dude.
That doesn't even look real.
Yeah, this guy looks like, I'm just, and this guy, he looks like, you know, first off, he's old, he looks constipated, he looks like, you know, some guy who sits down on North Beach in San Francisco, the Italian neighborhood, and just pinches women's asses as they walk by. You know,
got black under his eyes, like he's never seen the sun.
Yeah, or like he's on heavy drugs, like he's been drinking all his life. It's like his liver disease. It's like he's got liver disease, and he's got the bags under his eyes, a representative of hepatitis and shit. You know, before liver failure. It's and some of these guys, they got Neanderthal brows, like they're like unibrow and shit. You know, Neanderthals and shit. It's just this one guy's got hair on his Adam's apple. It's just disgusting. Oh my god. So there you go.
What did the terrorists look like? Did they have images of them?
Oh no.
Their mask?
No, they got Golda Meir, the Israeli prime minister and shit. No images of the terrorists without their mask. But here's what happened. This was Germany's special forces. So this was GSG9, or GS9, GS9 Federal Police Special Forces Unit. They're the ones who had to go in and kill all the terrorists and rescue the rest of the Jews. So this was their shining moment, and it's what made them world famous. Nobody knew that the Germans had this elite special forces that was even capable of doing that. There you go with that. And then they put the Olympic flag at half staff.
Yeah, just because of that, Germany should stop after giving Israel money because they saved a bunch of them.
Yeah, thank you. Either that or basically maybe, maybe they killed all the terrorists and massacred these guys too.
Make it even fair. You're just doing them a favor.
Yes, and let's take a look at Rhodesia. You also want Rhodesia.
Rhodesia.
Yeah, at Olympics. Rhodesia Olympics. So, and that was in East Germany. Our Olympic Games are in Paris, or Rhodesia Olympics, East Germany. Let me see, East Germany. I'm sure that was. Rhodesia agreed and sent 44 athletes in 8 sports, including a water polo squad, to Munich in its largest and most diverse delegation. Another threat of boycott from African nations, however, led the International Olympics Committee to withdraw Rhodesia's invitation by a vote of 36 to 31 in favor, with 3 abstentions. Rhodesia at the Olympics. So Rhodesia was in the Olympics in Munich. Now, I'm wondering if that was at the same Munich where these Jews were massacred 50 years ago. It says, our front page said Rhodesia was banned from the Munich Olympics after 27 African nations threatened to boycott the games. But I know they were in...
Boo-hoo.
Yes, I know. I know they were in the Olympics at some point. Rhodesian Olympics, and like I said, I swear they were in East Germany. Let me see. It was like, okay, Rhodesia in the Olympics. Well, we'll have to go to Wikipedia. Let's see what Wikipedia says. Okay, participated as Rhodesia in Olympic Games in 1928. Okay, then in 1965, let's see now, 1928, 1960, and 1964 Summer Olympics. Okay, and expulsion and aftermath was 1965. Medal labels, and here we are. So they don't say much about it, but I swear to God, it was in Eastern Germany that they were, unless it's maybe I'm misremembering, but let me see now, 1960 and 1964. So there we are. They had the option of competing for South Africa, but they basically was part of the Federation of blah, blah, entered the games under, but they don't say where. They don't say which one in 1964, where that was held. But at any rate, so they were in at some point. We could take a look at the images here, and all they show up is the headlines, of course, of when they were out. But this is when East German athletes they show here. And of course, there was heavy steroid use in the Eastern Bloc nations. That goes without saying. But it's so that we have that. It's so that's interesting. And aside from all of that, now you know about the. I'll give you the link here to the hostage massacre, and that will you can read more about that. If you find out anything more about it, you let me know. Here, I'll give it to you in private messages, and then follow up by giving it to everybody in the public call. Matter of fact, I should put that into the chat room as well. And since we're discussing it, and aside from that, what's your own intuition as to what's going on with poor Brooke? Hopefully she's just asleep and celebrating her mother's birthday, and then rejoins us and repays me.
Yeah, so I'm sure she's fine, just doing her own thing.
Yes, that would be nice. And since we're still retaining numbers, so what else in history comes to your mind? Again, I appreciate you sending me those photographs about the latest Olympics. Yeah. I had no idea it was that extreme. I am shocked. I'm shocked.
The times we live in, it's full on, degenerate and chaos and fucked.
Yeah, that's obscene. The word for it is obscene. Yeah.
It's just art, man.
That doesn't even make sense. There's no goddamn good reason for them to do that. It's
just a mockery.
It is, and it's a pity you weren't here during the opening hours. We could have brought that up and seen what Peter Moon would have said about that, but as it was,
I'm surprised you didn't talk about it, because it's a big thing going on.
It's one of these things where, let's put it this way, he, of course, has got his head in his suitcase right now. His head is in his suitcase because he's preparing, for
travel.
Yeah, preparing for Romania, and it's like. He's also gone through stresses of schedule change concerning that, where it's not schedule in terms of timing, but schedule in terms of who he was going with, who he would rendezvous with. He was supposed to rendezvous with a certain party and then wound up having to rendezvous with someone else. But I can tell you about that later, but it's just definitely... Again, everybody maintain, everyone on Team Dietrich in thought and prayer, they all have their stresses and they go through what they go through. So that having been...
Not going to Romania.
Yeah.
Aren't there a lot of gypsies there?
Yes, that's the stereotype. The rest of Europe's stereotype is gypsies come from Romania, yes. And the Romanians, of course, hate gypsies. So it's an ironic stereotype. The gypsies, of course, theoretically. Well, thank you for bringing up that point. Let's give you another little history lesson. So let's see if we can find, and let me make certain that my keyboard is working, because my keyboard is constantly going through kind of like the need for a battery change. I use it so often. Okay, so let's do a screen share here, and we can look this up. Screen share, and we can look up. Okay, Somaliland. Somaliland. So what happened was that, on map. Let's look for on map. Here we are, Somaliland. On map. There we go. And, okay. So we're going to take a look at some of these images here. And let's take a look at Somaliland. So, Somaliland, what happened was that just as after World War II, you are aware that during World War II, the Romani, which is the proper name for gypsies, and just so that our listeners understand, please understand that the term gypsy is considered a racist term. It's considered derogatory and pejorative, and they prefer to be referenced as Romani. Now, during World War II, the Romani were subject to the Holocaust, just like the Jews were. So the Romani were, they died in the camps, many of them, and many of them died during mass executions. So what happened was they did not have the lobbying power that the Jews have. But after World War II, they were trying to sue Germany, like the Jews were doing, for reparations, and they were hoping to start their own nation, so that there would be an actual Romani nation, Romanistan, in present-day Somaliland. So this area on the map, on the Horn of Africa, here as you see it, was going to be the Gypsy nation. And that's a fascinating idea. And that would have left them on the, they would have had some significant impact on the entry into, the Suez Canal, for instance. Right now, the Suez Canal is being blocked off by the Yemeni Houthis, who are attacking shipping. A whole bunch of nations have military bases in Djibouti ever since it became independent from France, so that they can have a place dominating the entry to the Suez Canal. But if the Gypsies had their own nation here, they would have their own ability to basically send, just like we have all these Somali pirates, they could send ships out to just try and, I guess, what would you call it?
Kill the pirates?
I would think, I would imagine that they would accost. They would accost shipping by basically trying to approach the ships and try and do what gypsies do, which is basically sell them things. Maybe kind of get them involved in some kind of scam or something. I would imagine that they would just kind of like take commercial advantage of the shipping. It would be like they would have a constant source of income from incoming shipping that they could accost the ships and try to sell them trinkets and shit or
But
something.
wouldn't they have to worry about all the Somali pirates?
I would presume that, like the Israelis, they would arm themselves to the teeth and just, become.
You'd have to wipe them all out when you see them.
Yeah, they'd be in constant combat with the pirates. They'd be in constant combat with the Somali pirates.
Yeah, I've watched a bunch of videos of shipping container ships about to get attacked by these pirates, but they just get fucking torn apart by machine gun fire.
That's incredible. Can you share links? I'd love to see that.
Yeah, they're all over YouTube. Yeah.
Oh fuck! Holy shit! That's incredible.
It's a good job to have as a private security guard. Just work on these ships shooting at pirates, getting paid a lot of risk money.
Yeah. Holy shit! It's like that is a good job. Holy shit! It's like you wonder why they didn't start doing that years ago.
Yeah.
Why didn't they start doing that years ago? What the fuck?
Well, they realize, oh, we can't afford to lose any more valuable shit, so
Yeah, and
we
so
gotta we protect this shit.
yeah, well, good for them. Holy shit! I mean, oh my god, that is a great job for security. I mean, sign me up for that. Um,
Oh yeah.
At any rate, that being said, what else comes to your mind to bring up as a topic? Now, you just sent me a link here. Okay. This link, what's
It's
this?
just like a compilation video of 10 real Somali pirates attack caught on camera.
Thank you. Appreciate that profoundly. Thank you. And send it to me in private messages as well, if you'd be so kind. Excellent. And this is what you sent me. I didn't even have a chance to look at this. Here we are. It says in this history book that luckily the good guys have won every single time. What are the odds?
That's Norm's humor.
Yes, Norm Macdonald.
That's like his humorous way of questioning what they taught in the books. Oh, they happen to be the good guys the whole time, every time they won a war.
Yeah.
It's a lot of horse shit.
Yes, thank you. And here we are. I thought you might enjoy this footage of captured videos and images of UFOs. Thank you. Okay, I appreciate that. And
from the 60s to 90s or whatever, over the decades, different footages caught. Legit footages and images.
Right. So are you in contact with George on Skype, George Knight?
Yeah, like I have him on contact. He's not active though, but I can send him anything.
Oh yeah.
I got that from him. He posted that on Facebook, so I just
interesting.
at that and
okay.
He recently posted that.
Okay. And don't forget, when it comes to things like what you sent me, that picture of the Flugelrad with the warships, and like you said, it's almost certainly Photoshop. But, send it to him anyway.
It's a good illustrative example of what would have happened during that military expedition.
Absolutely. And, well, essentially, that sort of thing did happen. And if it is a Photoshop recreation, it's not like it's not... Let's just put it this way. It's virtual truth. It's virtual truth in the sense that it's portraying what did happen. So there we are. If the photographs are forbidden and censored, which they are... then that at least is the closest we can get to it, to showing the public what we're talking about. Okay, so what else?
Sucks that Russia didn't have any access to any recorded footages during that military expedition to Antarctica. Like, surely they filmed everything else when they went there, but they didn't film. Like, I'm sure they would have filmed the battle, but that shit would have been kept private and locked away by the military.
Yes.
While they were being attacked. I want to see that shit though so badly.
Yeah.
I want to see how powerful the Third Reich is with the anti-gravitational aircrafts.
Yeah. Well, I definitely saw it because I destroyed the footage, or was I forced to collate it? I'm trying to remember. Now there was some. Oftentimes when we had these files, I would be told to collate some documents and then destroy others. And I'm trying to remember whether I was ordered to destroy this particular footage or quote-unquote collate it so that it could be basically repackaged and distributed to another military library. Usually, of course.
It was like film reel footage, right?
Of course, yeah. This would be film reel footage, and it was... it was, of course, the Americans getting their asses handed to them. And,
did you see the projectiles coming from... Did you see the aircrafts and the projectiles coming from the anti-gravitational aircrafts?
So let me put it this way. I'll try and go back into my memory and try and recall so that I can give you the details, as best as possible. And just try and think back about working with those particular files. So let me breathe for a second. Try and get into that.
I'm just scared. Yeah. I'd expect that they would have took down all of their warships with these, like one shot, boom, shit like that.
Yeah. And it's, taking into account what you're saying, this is, okay, so the way I worked with it, the files, basically, let's put it this way. Because I had to review even what I was destroying, for the most part, with the important cases, oftentimes there was a large backload. There were things that would override what I was supposed to be working on that was backed up in several trailers that ran for a good distance down the parade ground, which was the name for it. It was called the parade ground. For those of you who don't know, the Presidio military base, the parade ground's still there. You can see it. You can see it today if you go to the Presidio military base. I took Sammy Romero there, Peter Moon there, so they saw it. And we had trailers that were loaded with files that were backed up that were supposed to be tended to, and when I was not, I would get overrides, like overrides where you have to deal with this now, and those go back on hold. So this was one of those cases where it was like that. And so we had, of course, a small studio in which to review cellular footage. And by that, don't think of your cell phone, think of celluloid. And that's what, when we're reviewing the celluloid, and this is actual footage on a reel, just think of the lights dimming, the screen flickering into life, and this plain title appears, white sans serif letters out of a black background that read Neuschwabenland, November 5th, 1947. And the image following thereafter, a grainy daylight snowscape, also in black and white, filmed by what appeared to be a handheld newsreel camera, contemporary with the date and the title, all without sound, which just added to the eerie, archaic quality in the world we live in today, accustomed to even our home videos coming with audio and living color. Now, for some 15 seconds, if I remember, the screen showed nothing but a pristine snowfield, stretching to what looked to be a smudgy, unfocused mountains or hills forming a distant horizon. And then the anonymous cameraman makes this awkward turn, and the cargo door of a World War II vintage DC comes into medium close-up. And a crew of ski troops, muffled against extreme cold, manhandling boxes, bailing out of the plane with a sense of great urgency. The camera abruptly panned again. The cameraman must have heard the second DC-3 coming into land, rigged with giant skis for a snow landing. The sky was clear, visibility good, and another aircraft was on a descent path some way behind, still high in the middle distance. And then there's this sudden cut, and that moves the filmed sequence up in time. A number of DC-3s were on the ground unloading men and cargo, but this was rapidly interrupted by confusion and the camera shake, as if something sudden and violent had taken the cameraman completely by surprise. All the images jumbling as he turns and searches, and then focuses on one of the recently landed cargo planes, which was now skewed off its skis and burning, and the men who fled therefrom, some with their clothes on fire. confusion and panic intruding on the foreground, and the camera jostling all over again. The cameraman seems to be searching for something in the air, but when he finds it, it's nothing more than a dark, out-of-focus ovoid. And another cut, and the thing in the sky is revealed, this time in considerably more detail. Size was hard to gauge without reference points, but a flying machine, circular, like an inverted soup plate, with an unidentifiable mechanism on the underside and a domed superstructure of armored greenhouse glass. Thing coming in almost straight at the camera, and its iron cross markings plainly visible. Flashes of some kind of projectile fire coming from 2 points of the superstructure as though it was on a strafing run, which is exactly what it was. And as it passes over the cameraman's head, the cameraman tries to pan with it, but loses the image. Then the picture goes through a violent shaking and then spirals, as though the camera had been dropped or thrown while still rolling and had continued to run for a short time while lying on its side. That's when you get to see the smoke drifting past the lens, distorting fleeing figures, and finally the screen abruptly going black. Now, that was the end of that tape, and that's when I cut the projection. That was the very last engagement between the Allies and the Third Reich, in which the Allies were literally wiped off the map of Antarctica.
Nice.
1947. So I definitely...
Besides James
Yeah. Go on.
Forrestal and Admiral Byrd, how many people escaped, with their lives?
Well, the fleet...
It'd be a very few, but...
Well, in terms of the naval personnel, enough of the crews of the ship survived so that the fleets limped back to Norfolk in defeat with their tail between their legs. But the entire Marine Corps detachment was wiped out to the last man.
Yeah.
And whatever Soviet advisors were with them as well. When I spoke about this years ago on record, the man who took all of the notes was George Knight, of course. If he were with us, he could probably access them and remind me what details to bring up. But definitely, it was... the Marines were flown in from Australia, if I remember correctly. They weren't part of the ship task force because the ships had no room to carry them.
Yeah.
It was like what the Americans got together was kind of like this desperate response to the failure of the Army at the Roswell atrocity, the Roswell incident. The Army was trying to get the Japanese to teach them how to use their aerodreadnoughts to take out the Nazis in Antarctica. When the Japanese killed themselves and demolished the aerodreadnoughts, the Navy and Marine Corps took over. And that was the last great battle of the Atlantic. And the Allies lost. All of them. That means Commonwealth allies and Soviets as well. In fact, the only survivors were the American task force naval crews. Not the ones on the planes, of course, but the ones that were on the ships. So it was a very one-sided conflict. The Germans had managed to get, if I remember correctly, around a dozen of their Flügelrads down to Antarctica, where they wiped out the task force. When I think about it, how it was led by Admirals Byrd, Nimitz, and Krusen, Krusen. The task force was led by those three admirals aboard the aircraft carrier, the USS Philippine Sea. And of course, in addition to the carrier, there were the destroyers, the Brownson and Henderson, the submarine, the Senate, SENNET, plus support and supply ships, the DC-3s. They were rigged with JATO, jet-assisted takeoff bottles, to get them off the deck of the Philippine Sea. Secretary of the Navy James Forrestal was along for the ride. Now, the Fluglerad, also known as the Flugkritzel, that prototype was constructed in a factory attached to Mannhausen concentration camp. The team led by Viktor Schauberger using the liquid vortex propulsion unit designed by Rudolf Schriever. So it was only a mere 10 production models that got to Antarctica. And those 10 production models wiped out well over 1,000 Marines, maybe 1,500. Destroyed the Soviet and Commonwealth units and wiped out the planes, just as I described. It's obviously historically one of the worst defeats in Allied history, if not the worst in many ways. To think about how one-sided the conflict was, the Germans lost not a single person. Not a single fatality on the German side. So the proportionally, it's got to be up there as one of the worst defeats in human history. That was the level of technological advancement the Germans had reached. And
Good for them.
yes, indeed. And of course, let's take a look at the numbers.
If America had that technology, that's why it would be destroyed.
So true. That and the Soviets as well. These are just cultures.
And the Soviets, yeah.
These are just barbarian. They're not even civilizations. They're just barbarian anti-cultures. And of course, the breakaway civilization now is pretty much at the advantage in space, and that's fine. With I think they've moved on enough where at some point, if we do colonize the solar system, we'd have to change radically first. Radically enough where the breakaway civilization would even allow it. So that will hopefully be one of the results of this upcoming American Civil War and this World War, which, as I said, will involve a great deal of the Southern Hemisphere as the enemy, as portrayed in the book Cataclysm. The difference being that in the book Cataclysm, the Northern Hemisphere is rendered paralyzed and helpless by the South through a wave of terrorism that proves unstoppable. Let me try and put it to people this way. If you ever, I'll show people here, rather at least I'll show our dear friend Nemo. Let's share the screen again. And so sharing the screen. Okay, good numbers considering the time. Usually we have less numbers than this at this particular time. That was higher. Look at that. See, increased again just recently. So we're picking people up, actually. But if we look up, say, for instance, Axis and Allies. And I've gone over this parallel before, but it's an important one. Axis and Allies, this is online, the board game. Let's take a look at some of the images. Now, Axis and Allies is a board game that is a fairly, I would say, good board game. It's playable. It's simple, helps people appreciate World War II. Best yet, the board puts Eurasia in the center of the map, and America is basically divided in half. So this is actually a good way to look at World War II. America's divided, Eurasia is the center. It's a Eurasia-centric world map that makes perfect sense. In terms of the playing pieces, there's 5 sides the way Axis and Allies is designed. I'm happy to see this is the version that makes the Axis get 1 extra turn by providing them Italian forces. So this is the version in which you have Italy as a member of the Axis. And so you have Germany, Italy, and Japan versus the Soviets, the Americans, and the Brits. And this is something that are the 6 major Axis powers. You'll notice that the map looks terribly disproportionate. And this is because of the need to provide space for putting the troops in the historical battle areas. And yet, at the same time, there's an accuracy to this. There's an accuracy in the distortion. The Russian zone, or the Soviet Union, as was the case in those days, along with Alaska, are cut off in the north. There's effectively no northern access because in those days, these truly were frozen over areas before global burning. China is incredibly disproportionate, showing what a belligerent it was and that it was a very large, important battlefield, the most important battlefield of World War II. Europe is large in proportion to Russia. Russia's quite small because its contribution to the war is actually quite small. America's even smaller because its contribution to the war is purely production warfare. And the amount of men that it's sending overseas is really disproportionate to the amount of struggle that's going on in the regional theaters. Japan is enormous, which is proportionate to its influence in World War II. Germany is also large, disproportionately, and Africa and South America are vestigial. They are vestigial. They're basically... Australia is more proportionate because it actually is one of the more important combatants in World War II. So you see a much more balanced geographic Australia compared to the Pacific Islands than you see in Africa or Latin America. So there's an actual, a lot of thought went into the disproportionality of the map that presents an accurate representation of the war. They even gave specific units to France because it had its own colonial empire. There are some specific Chinese units, apparently. This is also to be appreciated. But I don't think that these are Chinese units. These are like Marine units because you see them on the Pacific Islands as well. So they probably represent U.S. Marines that are coming up through the China, Burma, India theater. So they might represent Chinese if they're in theater, quote unquote, same playing pieces. They made a lot of shortcuts like that because there's only so many types of units they could produce for each box, so to speak. But if we look closer, we might see if the troops look different. Now, the interesting thing was all the troops and ships, they all had a unique kind of design for each side. And that's appreciated as well. Culture-specific weapons and troops. When you're stacking the units, that's what these discs represent. They represent stacking. If you had 1 or 2 discs that represented 3 of the infantry units or armored units, depending what's on top of the stack. And it's a territorial acquisition game. How much territory can you get? And each territory churns out industrial points. These are like relatively worthless 1-point zones. So you're trying to get the high percentage point zones that are industrially developed, like Manchuria. Of course, Germany's at 10 in terms of industrial development, and Japan's at an 8. This is, of course, the judgment based on the American understanding of history. I can't understand why they made Switzerland, a neutral nation, so fucking large, but that was probably to hold some playing pieces in case somebody wanted to invade Switzerland. Then you could put some neutral units in there. Generally, the Sahara is considered impassable, at least for land units. and maybe air units can fly over it. But sometimes, because of the technology of the day, you wouldn't allow air units to fly over it either because they'd have no logistical support for enough fuel. But the point of all of this is that the rules are such that the average player would think it was impossible for the Axis to win. But you need to look at the mechanics. The gaming mechanics are such that if you're the Allies, you just follow the pattern that you're told won them World War II, which is to use your production points, meaning all the land you capture and you get these production points for what you capture. You would use those production points to build bombers. Now, on this board, you see only really one example of a bomber here, which is very strange. That's obviously the people playing are amateurs. But if you knew what you were doing and you were the Allied command, you would do what the Allies did in real life and just put all your production points into bombers, almost to the point of ignoring everything else. You're given a certain amount of units of armor and ships and infantry. You would just let those get expended, and you would just put everything into bombers and bomb the Axis industrial zones into oblivion. And that's how you win the board game, because that's how you're told the Axis won, the Allies won in World War II. So that's the game mechanics and the way they're structured. So what hope do you have if you're the Axis? What do you do? Well, the beauty of the gaming mechanics is there's no separation of command. You can do that with optional rules where you'd say the Soviet players have a separate command from, say, for instance, somebody else who plays the rest of the Allies. Or something like that. Japanese and Germans can have different players. But if it's just two players, one guy commands all the Allies and one guy commands all the Axis as if they're a single unit. So the beauty is that the rules that apply to the Japanese specifically also apply to the Germans, meaning the suicide units. So the Japanese have the rule option that no one else has of producing kamikaze, meaning they can produce suicide units en masse. And it doesn't matter what they are, because in real life the Japanese used everything: ships, tanks, men, planes, armor, and suicide runs. So because they did that in history, all Japanese units can be converted to one-way suicide units. And because you can do that, if you're a single player commanding the Germans and Italians as well, you can also apply the suicide rule to all Axis units. And once you apply the suicide rule to all Axis units, you can't lose. There's nothing the Americans, the Allies can do to outproduce your destruction of their assets. You just win because every time you expend a unit, you destroy an Allied unit. It's a simple equation. So you use that, you take land, you use the land to produce more suicide units, you just keep going. So what's going on with the assumption in the book of Cataclysm, the North-South unit, and I finally do see another bomber here. I do see a few more bombers. A bomber here in North America. I see another bombing on the west coast of North America, but all in all, you don't see many bombers, which is intriguing. It's like the people don't know what they're doing who are playing this game. But as for the Axis, the beauty of the suicide rule is that all your units are suicide. You're not counting on just one particular air unit, bombers, to win your game. You use everything available. And then you can't lose. And that's the reality of history. That's how the Japanese won World War II, was kept using suicide units to hold the Americans off until they deliver the final blow with the aero dreadnoughts that forced the Americans to sue for peace. And the Americans hate that. And but the bottom line is, the Americans would call that terrorism. But the bottom line is that terrorism works. And so when it comes to the situation in, say, for instance, the North-South Cataclysm, the author is conveying a Southern Hemisphere so desperate that they're willing to turn their economies into suicide machines and basically produce enough terrorists to wipe out Northern infrastructure to the point where the North effectively surrenders to Asia, who agrees to come in and police the third world. Because the Asians aren't going to put up with any shit. I mean, sure, terrorists can send shit up to Europe and America and blow things up, but if they did that in Asia, the Asians would just nuke them and fucking slaughter them all. So they wouldn't give a shit. And so that's the whole point of the North-South conflict book and what it represents. But we take a look at where we're at now, where we have China as our primary competitor and enemy. And as a result, we have to understand that what's come about in that book has essentially come about in real life. When they say Japan and China are the two big players at the end of that book, in reality, they're on opposite sides of each other. And that's to the luck of the North. In this case, our real world, the North has Japan on its side. China's on the side of the third world. So the Chinese might manipulate the third world, and Africa and Latin America, but on the side of Europe, America, and Australia are the Japanese. So this is how our conflict is balancing out at this point in history, and this is something that I am trying to describe in the book that I'm writing now. And hopefully that will educate people as to the situation that we're in. Again, my challenge will be whether or not this can be put online and sold online, like on Kindle or something, before Christmas time. Well, before November, really. Before November election. Because God knows that's going to be a nightmare. Well, what's your intuition about how our election is going now? What do you feel about how our election's going now?
I mean, from everything I saw, I'm pretty sure Trump's going to be put in power.
God forbid. I can see why you say that. Of course,
I hope I'm wrong.
No, I understand.
That's what it feels like.
Yeah. No. I didn't take it as a wish on your part when you said that. Believe me.
It's just from the assassination attempt and all that bullshit.
Yes, yeah. The political theater of the assassination attempt. Yes, it's disgusting. I mean, honestly, I'm like just appalled at how many people bought into that. And
Trump specifically said the bullet went through his ear in his tweet, but now everyone else saying no, he got grazed by the bullet, but there's no graze mark on his head. On his ear.
Yeah.
Like, just when he stands up, you just see a little bit of blood on the top of the ear, which could have been the blood pack or just a little cut to cause a little bit of bleeding. And I looked up various images of bullet grazes from different caliber rounds and, just all types of bullet grazes. And I compared those images to Donald Trump's ear, and that looked nothing like a bullet hitting him at all. Just, completely staged, fake.
Yes, thank you. And worst of all, take a look at this. Let's do a screen share here. It's like, how can anyone possibly believe that he just happened to have the American flag flying overhead? Yeah,
it's so obviously staged.
Yes, it is so disgusting. And it is it's offensive to the very sensibilities. It's so stupid. So it's like and at that time it looked like he was riding everything to power. But it's, again, you take a look at his ear, and obviously, like I said, one of the guys cut him. And the stupidity is, as we went into detail before, the job of the Secret Service is to dogpile him, stay on top of him, move him off the stage, and take him away as fast as possible, because there might be other snipers. Instead, they hold him up almost like they're putting him on their shoulders so he can do this, which is insane if there's other snipers around. And the fact that he feels so confident to do that, first off, most people who survive something like this don't even know what happened. Your reaction is not triumph or, said, I survived it. You'd say, what's going on? Like, what's happening? Not like, this is totally...
Get me out of here.
Yeah, thank you. This whole thing is, I know what's happening because I set it up. That's why.
Exactly.
So it's
I try explaining this to some people I know online who are American. Like I asked one dude, and I'm like, what are your thoughts on this? And he's like, oh, it's either what they say on the news or the Secret Service tried to kill him, but they fucked it up. The FBI and the Secret Service botched up their stuff. I'm thinking, if they want to kill you, they're gonna fucking kill you. They're gonna have a backup plan if they botch it up. Just like with JFK, where the other snipers shooting at him, but they didn't kill him. He got shot in the neck and some shit. So the driver was the backup dude to finish off, to deliver the killing blow, because the snipers fucked their shot up.
Yeah, I have no doubt that the driver was prepared to do that. It's just I think the snipers finished him off. I think because his body's his body's bouncing.
You see the driver. You see the driver turn around and point his gun at his head, and then his head blows.
Yes, that's true too. That's true too. Probably did that anyway. He probably did that anyway, despite the bullets from the snipers.
Yeah, fuck you. I'm just gonna shoot you anyway. Overkill.
Yes. Holy shit. It's so true. So if they were going to do that to Trump, they'd finish him off. And it's again.
I just can't believe how stupid people are these days. I just believe what the news tells them or what the alternative media tells them. But oh shit, the Democrats knew that they were trying to get him, like they knew he was gonna get killed and all this shit, but they failed to assassinate. This is what the right-wing people think.
Yeah.
Oh, they're all conspiring to kill Trump because he's gonna make America great.
Oh Jesus.
Yeah.
Spare us.
Just
all.
wake the fuck up. Because Donald Trump is known to be a showman. He's had his own TV series with that stupid Apprentice and Celebrity Apprentice show. He's appeared on the WWE show multiple times over the years, like as a guest, like he's competing against Vince McMahon and all that shit, making it rain money in the crowd.
Yes.
And all that shit. And he's cameoed in movies and other TV shows. He's just a showman, a clown. Like, people should just know that.
Thank you.
Of course he's going to stage this.
Yeah. And it was all a clown act to the point where I'm sure he's impressed that people believe it. I'm sure he's surprised people believe it. It's like the fact that nobody, even the FBI said it couldn't have been a bullet, and then they had to renege on it simply because they're infested with their own corruption. But I don't know if you were aware of that. For a while, the FBI was saying, it couldn't be what he's saying, etc. And but this is the madness that we're dealing with, and people are just buying into it because they're stupid. Honestly, I go on. Yeah.
Oh, I posted an image of all the different bullet grazes I saw and comparing it to Trump's ear wound.
Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly, and it's definitely just a sick joke, and you can't believe anyone would fall for it.
Because it'd leave a nasty scar, even if it was a graze and not a pierce, and if it was I'm pretty sure a chunk of his ear would have got ripped off if he did get actually hit through the ear. This doesn't make sense.
Oh fuck yeah! It's He's just oh
Use common sense, people. Fuck.
yes, thank you, thank you, and beyond that, of course. Now, I still feel there's a good deal of a chance that Kamala Harris will win. I would have preferred it if they would have had our governor Gavin Newsom run against him. I don't know, but I guess they figured Kamala was there already because of the her position as vice presidentialist. And again, we do need a woman running, and she's a woman of color, so it's everything that threatens the Republicans. So that's probably a good thing, and I do feel that the chances high she will win. Interestingly enough, because that will. For one thing, it'll piss them off no end, the Republicans, and it'll spiral us into civil war because they'll just say it was all a lie and the election was stolen. So it's definitely where we're at. It'll help speed things up in its own way, even though it'll stabilize things for a while. But if Trump becomes president again, then it's going to lead us into civil war immediately because of his actions will simply be so destructive. They simply will be unbearable, especially if he lives up to what he wants to do. He's even had to get rid of the person who arranged the whole Agenda 25 thing. I don't know if you've heard of this Agenda 25 thing.
2025 or just...
Yeah, Agenda 2025, but they call it Agenda 25 is what they were calling it. Have you heard of this?
I just heard about it. I don't know much about it.
Yeah, Trump had to get rid of the guy who was basically following his orders and saying when Trump takes over, this is how we're going to purge the government and make our presidency permanent, a lifetime presidency. And so because it's gotten Trump so much bad press, he's had to throw that guy under the bus. And so it's like, this is what we're dealing with. There's a conspiracy to make the Republican rule permanent, Trump president for life. All of this was articulated as the actual Republican agenda. And they called it Agenda 25 for Agenda 2025. And so once they were in power, this is their purges, their, all this good shit. And so now in order to try and make himself win the election, because if people know they're following that shit, he can't win, because the majority of people with any iota of sanity left would say, I don't want that. He's had to try and modify his stance. So believe me, he's on the back foot now in many ways. They're neck and neck, Kamala Harris and himself. That's already a bad sign for Trump. If she's neck and neck already, it's not going to get better for him. So we'll see how the debate turns out. And
are they going to have another debate?
I think so. I think so. We can look that up and see what they plan. But definitely. That will be to Kamala Harris's favor, because he's not dealing with a sick old man anymore. I don't know if you knew this. There was a panic in Russia when Kamala Harris became the candidate. In Russia, they were all depressed because now they think Trump's going to lose in Russia, and they're the ones who would know. They're the ones who had to hack him into power in the first place. So when it comes to the biggest issue here, of course, it's going to be the Supreme Court. And it's going to be the fact that he stacked the Supreme Court and the fact that he wants to eliminate the 14th Amendment. So how familiar are you with the United States Constitution? Do you know anything at all that comes to your mind immediately about the 14th Amendment?
Only fragments of it.
What do you I don't blame you. You're not supposed to know this. You're in a different country, and it's hardly, I don't expect even an American to remember
Like,
this. Yeah.
I don't know, something to do with the rights to voting and all that shit.
It's it certainly gives people the right to vote, but basically the 14th Amendment is that you're an American citizen if you are born on American soil. And that, so you're a United States citizen just by dint of having been born here. If you're born on United States soil, and the reason they did this was because these radicalized Republicans at the end of the American Civil War, they wanted all the black vote. And they said, well, we'll get it forever if we just make them citizens of the United States. And so the 14th Amendment did just that. It's just if you're born on American soil, you're an American and a citizen, a United States citizen. So when it comes to the 14th Amendment, Trump says he's going to revoke it. So who's an American then? And the point is, even though what he says would be by executive order, the Supreme Court would approve it because they've approved everything for Trump so far. They're a loaded court. They're all his people. He personally appointed them.
He's got them all in his pocket, yeah.
Yeah. So when it comes to the situation, it's bad. It's like he'll revoke the 14th Amendment, at which point he can revoke citizenship from anybody. If he says, gee, it doesn't matter that you're born on U.S. soil, then who's an American?
Yeah, nobody is, yeah.
Yeah, nobody's an American then. And so it's definitely something that Trump will now, it'll cause civil war.
Did he say the reason? What was his reasons for wanting to revoke it?
The real reason is he could reinstate slavery. Because he could say that, there's this thing that they call originalism in the Supreme Court's legal anti-logic that's held by Clarence Thomas, that house nigger of theirs and shit. And they say, we want it all back to the original Constitution, like the Founding Fathers made. Well, at the time the Founding Fathers had the Constitution, all blacks were slaves. So if Trump revokes the 14th Amendment, that means that the originalism of the Supreme Court automatically rolls back the citizenship of all United States blacks, because that means that the only reason that they're citizens anyway was because of the Civil War and radicalized Republicans granting them that citizenship based on force majeure, the winning of a war. So if they revoke the 14th Amendment, all blacks are instantly slaves again. And property. They're just property to be bought and sold.
And does he have to be president for it to be revoked, or are they working on that now even though he's not president? No, he has to be president because he's the one who would give the executive order. And if he passes that, then that's automatically going to cause a civil war, because there's no way people are going to put up with that. Especially if blacks suspect, we're going to be slaves again, they're just going to go fucking crazy. One would hope. One would fucking hope. Yes. It's hard to tell these days. Let me see. Amor Fadi in Mexico says, hello, lovely people. Can't listen for too long. Going on a California road trip tomorrow. I'm going to sleep soon. I'm curious what the name of the author of the North-South World Conflict. Oh, okay. Let me look that up for you. Thank you. And so let's, of course, give Amor Fadi a little hug symbol here, a little hug emoji, and then give him that information. And so here we are. Okay, I've entered that. Give a space here. And then, cataclysm. Oh, yeah, I know where to look up. William Clark. Here we are. And let me write that down for our friend here. William Clark. Okay, and press that in. So that's the main author.
And of course, he's got other authors with him, co-authors, but they're referred to as et aliae, which would be the team, the consulting team. So, yes, that would be one reason for the Civil War. They would probably try and make abortion national. That would be another reason for civil war. It would just go on and on. But they're so crazy in everything they want to do. It would lead to civil war simply because there would be no option. There would be no option but civil war. This is the kind of world that we've come into now. It's extraordinarily frightening that we've come to this, and how it ever got to this is beyond me. But this is what happened. So that's why when Victoria asked me about the Antichrist, could Trump be the Antichrist, and I pointed out the biblical evidence that I remembered from the time that I was working with Michael Aquino, and in a sense memorized a great deal of the Bible. I was able to point out to her how that is the case. I could kind of psych myself to going back into that space and kind of going over things much more slowly than I did the night I was with her.
Isn't that giving him like
too much credit?
Calling, yeah. When I look at him, I don't get the Antichrist vibe. I just get a stupid Zio Shill, rich guy vibe.
Dude, I totally fucking get it. It's not, if I were a screenwriter or a script writer, this is not the character I would have come up with. It's but then again, let's put it this way: the Bible mentions more than one Antichrist. There are tin horn antichrists, if you will. So we can say definitively he is an antichrist. Right. But honestly, really, when you actually look at, you'd be surprised at this. Obviously, I'm the first person who tells people that the Bible is got to be taken in the main, the majority, as metaphor. If you try and become a biblical literalist, you are heading towards a lifestyle of fundamentalism that is simply wrong and abusive. And it's something that I've described parts of the Bible which are simply awful, just inhuman. So you want to be careful about what you take out of the Bible. And but surprisingly, when it comes to the concept of the Antichrist, the Bible is quite specific. It gives just a ton of indicators of the Antichrist, and there's never been anyone who met all of those indicators like Donald Trump does. It is profoundly disturbing when you really think about it, and I'm not quite ready to go back into that kind of trance mode to recall everything just yet, but I'm seriously considering going in that direction just to quote-unquote earn our pay tonight. But right now I'm happy enough
Don't stress yourself.
Yeah, I'm happy enough just to talk to you about it, in a general sense, and bring up various aspects of what would cause the Civil War. But what about the situation in Australia? I know you don't follow politics very much. You just, kind of like brush them aside, and probably it's best for you that you do so, your psychological health. But when you're talking to these people online, you do seem to confront them and get into deep conversations with them. What are some of the other political conversations you've gotten into? I mean, there must be others that you can bring up that would lead us down other alleys of discussion.
Fucking. Well, there's just one American guy I was able to convince that, his whole country is just a puppet nation for Israel, and yeah, Trump's a Zio Shill and Biden's a Zio Shill, but he still like believes in Donald Trump, thinks he's gonna be a better president than whatever liberal gets elected and all that shit. he's on board with being pro-Hitler, but he's still fucking stuck in that dreamland of make America great again, shit like that. And he's not even full on white. He's like half Puerto Rican and half Italian.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Where does this come from?
I don't know. His father's like traditionally old school, American, like doesn't like gays and, Christian upbringing and all that shit.
Good God.
Yeah, I can't remember other political discussions. It was just mostly, it's just about Israel and Donald Trump and all that shit. Just America and Israel I mostly talk about with other people who are willing to talk about it.
And so that being said, what about have you been able to hold any conversations with when you get into these political conversations with people? Does any of this start in the gaming community, or is this separate from the gaming community?
Yeah, it's just people I know online. Like, I did present this assassination attempt being staged to other people in gaming communities, but they believe in everything that they're told on the news, and they just think you're crazy. So there's no point even bothering trying to inform. I kind of just given up trying to inform people, just normies basically, because there's no point. They'll just reject it, think you're crazy. It's you versus a 24/7 propaganda machine, so you're not going to have much luck persuading people to pull their heads out of their ass.
Yeah, and it's so true. And their heads truly are up their ass, so far up their ass they're high on their own fumes. It's really upsetting when you think about it. And in terms of what about the gaming activities you've been doing lately? You've got this new computer that's really... tell us about the new computer and the games you've been playing on it.
Well, the only new thing is just the graphics card and power supply, because I needed a 1,000-watt power supply to run this new graphics card. It's one of the best AMD GPUs you can get, because it's 7900 XTX. It costs like over $1,500 over here. This was just like not long after it got released. It's gotten a bit cheaper now, but yeah, I got to get a new CPU anyway because it's bottlenecking my GPU. I got an old CPU but a new GPU. So if you're running an older, weak CPU, your game's not going to perform well because it's bottlenecking your GPU. You need a powerful CPU to run powerful games maxed out with a powerful GPU. I'm a graphics whore. I like to play my games maxed out.
Cool.
Ultra graphics setting, yeah.
And again, some of the games you're playing in, tell us about this.
I recently got Mortal Kombat 1 because that was on sale. That's got a pretty cool story. It goes back to, they're going back to the start of the origin of the lore of Mortal Kombat. Or just, yeah. Liu Kang, the character Liu Kang?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
From Mortal Kombat?
Yes.
Yeah, originally...
Is that the Thunder God? The Thunder God guy?
No, that's Raiden.
Okay, so Liu Kang is
Raiden's
the Bruce Lee guy.
God.
He's the Bruce Lee guy. is Liu Kang.
Originally, he was the Keeper of Time, and he was responsible for creating the universe.
Uh-huh.
Like the whole fucking universe.
Wow.
It's like these grains of sand exploding and creating shit. And the universe was like his art. He's just designing the universe the way he wants. But then for a good reason, he descended to a lower tier, being like a god of fire instead, because if he kept staying as the Keeper of Time, he would have gone insane from the role he's playing. Like the power he has and the responsibility he has, they drive him insane. Because it happened to the previous Keeper of Time, they went insane and chaotic and all that shit. So yeah, I just became a god of fire instead of Keeper of Time, and he's just trying his best to balance out the universe because there's evil beings from other worlds that are trying to, fuck up the whole cosmic ecosystem. I can't quote everything what I saw from the story, but a lot of it is reminiscent to what you've explained about, the ecosystem of our universe. Like the people that made this game and story, they have similar knowledge to what you have with the creation of the universe and how it operates and all that shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Liu Kang was a significant character. He was a god.
Right.
And then he became a normal person and he made Raiden become a god of thunder because he handed him an amulet that was crafted by the elder gods. And he just gave him, you can have this and use its power, and it's just like lightning and thunder.
Yeah, and
that's how he got his power, the amulet crafted by the elder gods.
Yes, and what about when it comes to the now? Maybe I'm getting confused with the sorcerer. Wasn't there a sorcerer who was on the side of
Shang Tsung, I think?
Yeah,
he became corrupted by the Keeper of Time, the previous Keeper of Time who became evil. She persuaded him power and all this shit. He became a powerful evil sorcerer. And Quan Chi is another evil sorcerer who's persuaded by this evil bitch, previous Keeper of Time. Yeah, she gave him these powers for, just causing chaos.
Yes, and so that's no, that's cool. And what about the old classical ones? The actor, the female that everyone was so
Sonya.
Yeah, Sonya. Sonya.
Yeah, she's in it, but she's only a cameo character where she's just a backup character that helps you in a fight. You can't be her as a primary character. But in all the previous ones, she's a popular character. She was married to Johnny Cage. No.
They got married. They got married.
It's Johnny Cage, isn't it?
Yeah. Johnny Cage is the actor guy. Yes, that's right.
Yeah, and they had a daughter, Cherry or some shit.
Okay. Oh my God. Oh, that's so funny. That's so cute. That's so cute.
Yeah. I can't stand Johnny Cage though. He's just a fucking total typical Hollywood douchebag.
That's the point. Yeah, that's the point. Is to that's the point of his character. Is he's supposed to be obnoxious? Yes, obnoxious narcissist. Full of himself. And
Liu Kang saw him as a valuable asset in helping the Earth realm, battling against other forces from outer world and all that shit.
And what about Baraka? Is Baraka in this story?
Yeah. You know why he looks like that? He was infected by a disease that turns him into that. I forgot what it was called, the disease. But they were trying to work on a cure for that in this story. Shang Tsung developed a temporary cure because Milena became infected by the disease, and she's one of the daughters of Sindel. Sindel was the empress of the Netherrealm, or one of the outer worlds, I think. Katana and Milena are the daughters of the empress Sindel. Yeah, and they had to keep this a secret, because she's being groomed to become the next empress when her mother passes on.
Melina or Katana?
Yeah, Milena. Yeah.
What?
So, Shang Tsung had to work on a cure because she would turn into that monster with the big mouth with sharp teeth, and
I like the original design.
Thirsty.
I love the original design. Later on, they made the design more revolting, but the original design was fine. It was actually I could have sex with that. The original design for Melina, but she was a test tube baby originally. They've retconned all this, and Baraka had the whole tribe. All his people look like that.
Yeah, they changed the story pretty much, and they made it multiverse too. In the rework, going back to the origin of the story, they had to make it multiverse where fucking Liu Kang, the god of fire, to get other Titan beings like him. He's considered a Titan too. So Titan beings like him from other realms. So in another universe, like the other female characters, they're like the keepers of time of these universes and all that shit. There's just so many different universes now. This is all because of Liu Kang. He caused all this. But yeah, you had to get all these other titans from the other universes to fight against all the other evil forces that were a threat to the whole universe. It was just a big fucking battle at the end. I gotta send you the whole video.
Cool.
It's like a movie, all the cutscenes. Like you just do your battle against the character and then it goes to cutscene, but it's like watching a movie. I'll send you the movie of all the cutscenes combined. You might like it.
Yeah. And
it's a good story.
Yes, and that's I appreciate that, and yeah, I look forward to that.
In the previous Mortal Kombat 11, the new one's called 1 because it's a restart. But Liu Kang became a god of fire and thunder. He gained the powers from Raiden while keeping the powers of god of fire, which would look real cool.
Yes.
And he's in the end. The last battle of that story, he's just fucking taking on hordes of enemies just by himself. Like he has his own army, but he's doing most of the work, carrying his whole army with his powers.
Yes.
Wiping them out with fire and lightning.
Wow. And yes, and what about the top villain was Kang? Yeah, so that's who you're describing, Kang, the top villain.
Oh, he wasn't in this. Kang.
In this, okay. So they took him out of the story. Why? Because he's just so overpowered.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't looked into why. There's a lot of good characters they didn't add into this one for some reason. I'm not sure why.
And well, there you go with that.
Yeah, it was just the main enemies were the female keeper of time, and her persuading Shang Tsung and fucking Quan Chi with her powers gives them superpowers to become great sorcerers, and then they influence a bunch of other people from other universes to fight on their side.
And
yeah, they're adding a new story with new download content to the game.
Oh, right. And
I can't remember what it was.
Well, that's okay. It's a lot to remember. It's called lore, and they basically pile up the lore, and people actually bond with these characters.
Yeah. The new expansion, the story is called Chaos Reigns.
All right.
Yeah, it's just more chaos forces, being a threat, and you got to kill them all.
Yeah.
With the Earth Realm defending against these forces.
Yeah, and so that's incredible. By the way, while our man Nemo is going over this with myself, I'm basically multitasking, and I'm looking through a lot of my old notes here to basically try and get some stuff together to basically ultimately address some of the subjects we're talking about. I'm trying to also decide whether or not some of these should be incorporated to what I'm working with concerning the book. And so when I take a look at things like Roe v. Wade, it's definitely something that is our Supreme Court overturned that. They'll overturn anything. That means that they'll overturn the 13th Amendment, and that's I'm looking at the Constitution. I'm looking at the amendments right now. I'm just trying to, while I'm talking with Nemo, kind of balance this all out in terms of a way to basically describe this to people. I'm not quite sure if people want me to go into that level of detail tonight or on any night, but it's at least my way of, reacquainting myself with the material. But in terms of, what we're talking about right now, there we are. Thank you so much. And so aside from all of that,
the intro is real good. It shows you the creation of the universe.
Okay. And what about with Katana? Obviously, isn't this a slight on Katana? She was always supposed to be the Empress, And if
Yeah,
they're
but instead it's Milena. Yeah.
yeah, so is it like they're changing that?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Because Liu Kang, he changed time. Like he was a keeper of time, so there was different timelines through the Mortal Kombat law. So this timeline's different, where Sindel rules Outer World instead of Shao Kahn, because Sindel was the wife of Shao Kahn because he was the ruler. So everything's different now. Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
You know Shao Kahn, that big giant motherfucker with the hammer.
Yes, yes, I think. It's been so long since I've looked at these characters. Yes, it was. Did you grow up with them? You grew up with Mortal Kombat? And why
Yeah, I used to play it back on the Nintendo 64
do
and
you?
PS2 and all that.
So,
I love the fatalities. Oh, fuck yeah, this is a sick game.
and what about the? What about Capcom and its Street Fighter? You never preferred
Yeah, I
that?
like some of the Street Fighter, but I never got into it as much as Mortal Kombat. I just really love just the artistic design of it, the theme of Mortal Kombat, the story, the interesting characters and their backstory. It's got like the gods in it and all this shit, magic, and it's just got so much going on for a fighting game.
Yes, yes. I mean, Street Fighter had the cartoon series. I mean, Mortal Kombat, they never had a cartoon series, did they?
Yeah, not that I know of. Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah.
They had a shitty movie back in the 90s.
That
was awful.
Oh, it was a franchise, though. They made sequels.
All right.
Yeah.
I only saw one movie.
And they had a TV series. That's right. They came up with a live-action TV series.
Oh. Yeah, I never saw that.
Yes. Well,
Was it good or bad?
yeah, I think you're not missing much. Oh, it's just terrible in its own right. But I mean, what do you expect? It's like based on a video game. I mean, you're there for entertainment, right? You're just kind of
Yeah.
It's not.
The only thing games I like from Capcom was Resident Evil, or Biohazard, as it's also known in Japan.
Yes.
Which is a cooler title.
Thank you. Yes. Resident Evil is such a stupid fucking.
That makes
title.
no sense.
Thank you. It doesn't. It doesn't. Makes no. It's some bad translation of the Japanese. That's why. In Japanese, it's probably means something like like a haunting. Resident Evil, like a haunting in area. It's like a mass haunting or something. But they just the Americans just took this transliteration and they ran with it, and it comes out as just totally stupid. The
first one I played was Resident Evil 3, where they introduced Nemesis.
Mm-hmm.
The giant monster with the tentacle that's inside his body. You can control it, goes out of his arm and all that shit. He was in the movie Resident Evil Apocalypse, the second Resident Evil movie. Because he got attacked by one of the liquor monsters, and he became infected, and then he mutated into the giant Nemesis monster.
Yes.
But in that game, he's like real scary. Like when you're playing as a child, this is a scary game.
Oh,
because he's just chasing you after your first encounter, as you're running around trying to do your fucking main mission. He'll jump through a window and start shooting his rocket launcher at you and shit.
Yes. Yeah. No, it is. It was a for a child playing that game. Yes, it's extremely frightening. Now he was always looking for his daughter, right? He's hunting for his daughter.
No, he was assigned to hunt down all of the STARS members.
Okay.
So all of the STAR and law enforcement or special forces, he was assigned to kill them. Because he's a product of Umbrella, and he was programmed, to carry out orders as a servant for Umbrella.
Okay. And
in the game, you hear him. He mostly just says STARS because he's just fixated on killing STARS members.
Jesus. So what are the other games you're engaged in right now aside from the Mortal Kombat universe? What else is out there that took your interest?
I play a bit of Halo Infinite Online with some people. I recently got Resident Evil 4 Remake, but I haven't bothered getting into that because I get distracted. I buy new games and I play it for a bit and not play them for a long time again because I get distracted by other games. You know, Tekken 8, fucking Starship Troopers, Extermination, some Warhammer games.
Oh God!
Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel.
I'm sorry. What's the last one?
Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel.
Oh, okay, Yu-Gi-Oh! And the yes, that's where you got into the conversation with Brendan Zogan about that, right? The cards, at least you were familiar with the cards.
And Tech. What's that other guy's name? Real Tech Geek. Yeah.
Oh, Real Tech Geek. Yes. And what did he say about this?
Oh, he collects Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards himself. Like he's into collecting them and all that shit.
Oh my God, I never knew. That's it's amazing. He doesn't join us very often, but wish he would more often. In the interim, however, again to everybody, I thank everybody for the patience while I multitask. We've retained pretty good numbers, even though we've gone into a fairly obtuse subject. People apparently just like to hear us talk, and that's fine. As for let's see now, what else comes to your mind? The other games you mentioned, the Warhammer games. So what is your impression of the Warhammer universe and the lore, and which faction are you attracted to?
Well, I've mostly just been into Warhammer Dawn of War.
Mm-hmm.
You heard of that? Yeah, they're like base building, real-time strategy games. I'm really into the base building. Mm-hmm. I just really like the story and the characters. And, like, I'm not into the whole franchise itself, like the board games and all that shit. Just the video games I really got into as a kid. I just really like it. Was good quality game, base building game and all that shit. Like there's Dawn of War. There's like 3 expansions to it.
Mm-hmm.
Then they went to Dawn of War 2, which totally changed the whole fucking gameplay. Instead of building bases and building your own army, you just have your own squad. I hated that, and you just upgrade them and all that shit. Yeah, they ruined that fucking game. Any game beyond Dawn of War Soulstorm is shit. They made Dawn of War 3, that was a big failure because they also made it an online service game. You can only play it with an online connection. And everyone just hated that, and it wasn't successful. Yeah, I like the Space Marines. They're one of my favorites. The ones in the game, I don't know how they look in the book, in the visual novels you read and shit. But the Space Marines in the game, they look real cool and fucking badass. Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. And
kill the mutant, burn the heretic, purge the unclean.
Yes. No, it's a very medievalist attitude throughout Warhammer, and
the chaos. That's just some fucking deep demonic shit there.
Yes.
Like their commander, when you control them and you move them around and they make some dialogue, and he's just like, eat their flesh, strip them of their flesh and eat them. He's saying shit like that. Yeah, just fucking... Yeah, it's an interesting story. The struggle between all those different forces, just trying to dominate the universe.
Yes, and...
is the Chaos Forces, is that the...
Anti-gods.
Representative of the... Alright, like the Kings of Edom. So they're not the demons and devils of our ecosystem, they're beyond that.
That's it, yes, basically. That's what is being portrayed, and it really acts as basically kind of a propaganda for them in that sense. The game can be perceived as such. So the Edomites and anti-gods are reflected in the Warhammer. Now, they added a 5th anti-god, didn't they? A 5th Prince of Chaos?
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
I haven't been keeping up on the new shit.
Yes, it's that wouldn't surprise me if that were not the case. But yes, it's basically Edomite, and but that's the thing that is, shall we say, what renders Warhammer propaganda for the Edomites is that they try to vilify Horus. The entire Chaos Rebellion is based on, quote-unquote, the Horus heresy. So they're trying to portray Horus as the cause of all of the chaos in this inversion, because Horus was, of course, the god that defeated Set. Horus was the national god of Egypt that defeated Akino's anti-god Set. And this is best portrayed in the film Gods of Egypt, as I said, which everybody was programmed to hate on because of the Aquino cult campaign. The Aquino cult also campaigned against the movie Immortal, which was, of course, produced by Enki Bilal. He was an artist that inspired myself when I was young. Enki Bilal was a European artist, actually born in Yugoslavia, and moved to Paris so he could get into the comics industry. And so the movie he made was Immortal. People can look that up. And just look up Immortal Egyptian Gods film, and you'll find it. But definitely they portray one of the gods looking to father a son. And when it comes to, of course, the movie Gods of Egypt, it's much more upbeat. And not that Immortal isn't upbeat in its own right, but certainly it's a little more down than Gods of Egypt is. But if you watch either one of them, you'll wonder why people don't know about them, why these are hidden gems, and that's because the campaign against them was so vociferous when they were released. And it was an Edomite propaganda campaign.
What were they saying in their propaganda? Like, what were they trying to...
Well, in the movies themselves, the reason the Temple of Set hated them so much was because they show Set getting his ass kicked in Gods of Egypt.
But what were they saying?
No, they just said, just any attack they could come up with. A good example of this kind of attack is when it comes to the film Interview with the Devil, I believe is what it's called. Let me look it up. Late Night with the Devil. Late Night with the Devil, I spoke of this at some length before, fairly recently, where Late Night with the Devil was a film about a 1970s show host who wants to keep his ratings. He's in a ratings battle with Johnny Carson, and Johnny Carson, of course, dominates the night. He owns the night. And so the only way that this man can compete with Johnny Carson is to get as lurid as possible and interview a satanic cult member, a satanic victim. So he winds up getting killer ratings, and of course winds up... he's exposed at the end of the film as being a member of the Bohemian Grove, which is how he got privileged to become a kind of radio talk show host, television talk show host in the beginning, was because of his involvement with the Bohemian Grove. That's how he got that privilege. So in the film, the young girl who's possessed by a satanic, a demon, and she's the sole survivor of a satanic cult which killed itself, Jim Jones style, a mass suicide, like Heaven's Gate cult did. She basically, of course, is just pushed further and further to bring the demon out more and more until, everybody dies on set. And that's like the end of the film, but the point is made is that she recognizes him provoking her as being the man who raped her in Bohemian Grove. And so the Temple of Set and the Bohemian Grove people were so upset by this exposition. They campaigned against the film vociferously based on just 3 little split scenes, what they call these interstitial scenes, which literally stitch scenes together. There's only like 3 of them in which they use this for one less than a second, flashing images created by AI. And because these flashing, very simple images created by AI, which are just between scenes, act as like jump cutscenes, images, almost like a subliminal image that you see, what they used to call in the old days a single cell image back when we had celluloid. The Temple of Set said, oh, they're depriving real artists and graphic designers of a job by using AI. And so they were telling everybody not to see this film, to boycott this film. This is how serious they get in terms of attacking films that expose them. When it came to Gods of Egypt, they just shit over everything. They just said, oh, it's just too much of everything. It hurts your eyes. Literally, this is what they said. It hurts your eyes. That it's everything's too.
I saw a bit of the movie and it looked fine to me.
Yeah, thank
I had
you.
nothing to complain about.
Yeah,
I didn't watch the whole thing because it was a fucking bootleg copy on YouTube. I want to find a good quality one to watch the whole thing.
yes, and so it's definitely this is like something that gives you an example of how far they're willing to go with these attacks on films that they feel are a threat to them. And so the Gods of Egypt is actually a fine film. And but you know, the public, of course, just bought into all of it and said, "Oh, boycott it! Don't go to see it." And it was a box office failure. You know, there might be some parts I could like criticize, but nothing in particular. You know, it's so.
The only thing
Go on.
negative I'd have to say is I just hate seeing. I don't really like watching humans pretending to be gods. Like them acting as these powerful gods. It's a little silly, but it's still fun.
Yeah. I mean, I can understand that. For one thing, it's hard to believe. You look at them and it's hard to be convinced, right? I mean,
this is fucking horrors, and this is these two humans.
Yeah. I mean, of course, with modern day special effects, it's a lot easier to buy because they amp them all up, and and so the but all such being said, the okay, well, while I'm going over this, just so again everybody knows I'm multitasking while talking to our man Nemo and just collecting a lot of information so that I can ultimately maybe go into a trance state and just kind of like start putting a lot of different things together. Also considering about what goes into the book. But all that being said, Amor Fati, let's take a look at what he says. Hey Nemo, he says. So maybe you need to respond. Oh, so you're responding to Amor. Good. Any other Japanese games you like? Have you ever played the games Hideo Kojima, like Metal Gear series or Death Stranding? He has a new game coming out for PS6, I think, called Physint. Like a new Metal Gear political fiction and espionage games. And
he means PS5. There's no PS6.
Okay. Then he says, I really appreciate Hideo Kojima in his games, his philosophy and messages, and the deep truths in his games. Plus, his games are prophetic. Me too.
You're giving him a lot of credit there.
Yes. Yeah, I only played MGS4, Metal Gear Solid 4. It was really fun and crazy, interesting storyline. There are articles today. How about MGS4 is so similar to today? And then he brings up a director, Guillermo del Toro, Mexican Hollywood director, good friends with Hideo Kojima. Japan and Mexico are, that's cute. Okay. And
I've only played Metal Gear Solid 5.
Right, there's a lot of propaganda in that shit. That's just pro-Russian
play
bullshit.
Those games without the propaganda affecting me. I just appreciate the gameplay mechanics and the graphics.
Oh no,
artistic design.
Oh yeah, no, I know you're capable of that. You remember we were dealing with those idiots before, like Salman Sheikh, who said that's all real. It's all real. Remember that shit? Yeah. What an idiot! It's amazing the idiots we've had assigned to us in an attempt to discredit us by saying the stupidest things imaginable. But oh god! At any rate, it's we're in some terrifying times. Let's take a look at how much time we have left. Okay, so we've been on a good 8 hours, 9 hours, really. And it's amazing how long we've made it. We managed to do this long, and I couldn't have done it without you. Let's take a look if we've had
No
any
worries.
further contributions. No, and I really didn't expect them because we're kind of taking it easy. But I do want people to know need your help to pay rent, so we put less stress on the people who are helping me. And with that, we're going to, see if we can, yeah, just, even while I'm talking and trying to articulate.
Everybody try to chip in a little bit as any amount you can afford and send it towards Douglas. Just if everybody can chip in a little bit, that'd be gratefully appreciated. Or if there's just someone out there with a lot of money who's generous, just send him what he needs.
Thank you. Thank you. Definitely appreciate it. And I definitely want everyone to understand that we are in a... here we are. Trying to find something here that is relevant and... okay. Now,
Do you think Israel is full on gonna carry out that strike they're threatening to do within 72 hours? Or is that just some bullshit bluff?
Explain that to our listeners, what they're threatening, please. Is that on Hezbollah?
The strike is...
Hezbollah.
Yeah, I think Iran threatening to do a missile strike on Israel within 72 hours.
Okay, so you're saying Iran, right, striking
Iran,
Israel.
yeah.
So what you're asking is Iran serious? Cool. Go on, continue. Yeah.
Because I was under the thought Iran was a proxy nation for Israel. So I don't think they'd actually be capable of attacking them seriously, like doing damage.
Well, definitely one thing I can tell you is that you're absolutely right in your assessment from a technical level. The Iranians seem to be completely incapable of doing anything to Israel, but they're not a proxy state of Israel. They hate each other. They truly hate each other to an existential level where each one does not want the other to exist. But in Iran's case, they could have done some damage to Israel, except that everyone around Israel protects it. By that I mean the last time you remember they launched a bunch of missiles at Israel and drones and nothing got through. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Give me a second and I'll explain that.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to rehydrate myself. What happened was that the Kingdom of Jordan, Saudi Arabia, the United States, Great Britain, and a few other players all applied all of their anti-aircraft technology and shielding technology to protect Israel that time. And so at that point, Israel just had everyone around it protecting Israel. They had their own technology they purchased from the United States, that Iron Dome bullshit and all that crap. But everybody really went to bat for them. And so when it comes to... somebody's asking me, what is that? Is that you asking me that question?
What?
That was me, Douglas. I was wondering, what is that in that picture?
Oh, yes. So explain that to her, Nemo. Tell her what the pictures are about, and welcome back aboard, honey. So tell us the truth.
You.
I mean, tell us the truth. We won't be surprised or shocked at all. What were you, and we certainly won't be offended. Were you pissed off at Peter Moon and his, coming off with that stuff?
Oh, no.
Yeah.
No, not at all. I just always have so much background noise and stuff, and I just, I had other things going on. It's always at the time when it's dinner, and then now is the first time that I've had to actually sit down and be able to talk. Yeah.
Well, thank goodness that you did. I mean, we're so glad to have you join us. And by all means, I thought you were offended, and I would not have blamed you for being so. I think Peter reacted a bit, overreacted a bit.
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, it's fine.
Yeah. And so, honey,
It's just a different kind of, I that's why I always thought that he's so much older, because he has like he goes by a different set of like, I guess it was maybe the Skype rules. I don't know.
So, explain to her, dear Nemo, what these images are, please.
Oh, they're just various images of people who have suffered bullet grazes, the wounds of bullet grazes, like from, different
Oh
bullet rounds
yeah,
and
yeah.
stuff.
See, now that's what I always thought. I don't think that you would bleed that much from your ear if it just grazed your ear, a bullet.
Yeah. Well, a bullet graze will actually leave a big nasty mark on your fucking skin.
Yeah.
And you don't see that
Yeah.
on Donald Trump at all.
Well, I just say that because when I was little, my brother's ear got bitten off by a dog, and so I know that I was holding my brother's ear on, and there was no blood. So I'm
Wow.
just saying.
Interesting.
Yeah,
because it's mostly just cartilage and, just hard
yeah.
shit.
There's no like arteries or veins in that part, so I couldn't see all that blood being for any reason. But
Wait, but didn't, who was that guy Mike Tyson fought?
oh
The
yeah,
heavyweight champion and bit his ear off. Wasn't he bleeding?
off.
Wasn't he bleeding when he got bit? I can't remember.
No, I don't think he did.
All right.
I
Yeah.
think that's why it wasn't that big of a deal. Is because it was like seemed like nothing.
Yeah. Mike Tyson didn't get any disease.
I thought it was Michael Carbajal, but I guess it was Mike Tyson. Yeah.
Who's Michael Carbajal, honey?
A boxer, a different boxer.
Okay. Wow, you know more about this stuff than I ever would.
Not really. I just met him in Mexico when I was like in high school, and he got bit in the ear too. That's why I thought of him.
Okay. And,
interesting.
So, darling, tell us about what else comes on your mind. Is it you never talked about your brother before? I believe, or I certainly don't remember it. Whatever happened to him?
Oh, nothing. Nothing. He just got married. I mean, nothing really.
Okay. Well, he just got married now, like recently.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
Yeah.
so what? That's exciting. And do you?
Yeah. No, me and my brother. We don't live that far apart, and we talk when we have to. And he's got his own thing. He's got a 3-legged dog.
Okay.
Yeah. That's. I mean, nothing really exciting.
Yeah. And so now that you know what these images are about, and you shared what happened with your brother's ear, were they able to get his ear back on?
Yeah, absolutely. You couldn't even tell. Could not even tell.
Right.
That's
It was
good.
just. It was kind of a traumatic experience for the both of us, but after all, you could not tell.
What type of dog was it?
A pit bull.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, with one blue eye.
Whoa. Uh-huh.
Yeah, he had one blue eye, and he ended up. Yeah, it was traumatic, tragic experience. Not tragic. I guess that would include if somebody died, right?
Uh-huh.
If it was tragic.
Yes, honey. That's
Yeah,
right.
It's not tragic.
Okay, yeah, that's quite right. Well, what about the dog? Did they put the dog to sleep? They'll put dogs to sleep over that.
I'm not sure. I think he ended up going and like living outside as a security dog or guarding something or something.
This was a dog your family owned then?
Yeah. Like my friends were never even allowed to come to my house because of our dogs.
Oh my God. Well then, he was attacked by his own dog.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
He was like, I think he might have been like 10
Uh-huh.
or something. He wasn't even old at all.
Well, I'm just, I'm sorry, I'm left speechless, as I often am by yourself. And what about, let's see what else comes to my mind. Go on, honey. Tell us about more things that come to your mind about whatever.
Well, I've been thinking about memories, like the memories that I've had, like where I think that I remember you,
Hmm.
and it just like I put it away, and I don't think about it. But then every time I think about it, I remember more things, and I don't know what that is. And it's like a memory. It's not like a dream or anything.
And that's fine. There's probably are repressed memories about me. Do you have
No,
any?
the one I always bring up is the one about how you were at this retreat place with your mom
Okay.
during the summer,
Uh-huh.
and it was me with my mom. It was like the last summer that my mom was alive.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, so like a lot of things changed, but I went to a retreat, and there were supposed to be other people my age, other girls my age, who were supposed to be there, and they didn't show up, and it was just nobody was there. It was like you were there with your mom. She was working in the kitchen or something, like as the like people in charge of the lodge or the hall or whatever at the campsite.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't remember it, obviously.
Not necessarily. I just have I may not remember it consciously.
Well, yeah. Well, you have all your memories swiped, anyways.
Well, I don't think so. I mean, but a good.
When they downloaded the Artelect.
Well, they were, in a sense, copied, replicated, but they thought it was going to leave me empty and mind wiped. Yes, that's what they thought. But I guess that's still debatable.
Right. Exactly.
Oh,
Good.
I guess some people could make an argument that it actually happened. that I did lose it all, but I hope not. But such being said, yeah. But you yourself, of course, you have a good memory for many things, and right, good recall.
My memory is perfect. I'm like a book.
Okay. Um, okay. And so you
But you know how everybody remembers things differently. Like you remember something one way, and then somebody else who was also at the same place will describe it some other way.
let's put it this way. The one thing that I've run into a lot in my life is that all too many people I know will say they have photographic memories. That they'll say, "My memory is perfect. My memory is perfect, and I never forget a thing, and everything I remember is in photographic detail." And yeah, it's no.
Yeah, mine doesn't work like that.
Okay.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you see that. So the one thing I
Yeah,
noticed.
numbers are not my thing.
Uh-huh. So Nemo says, "Well, wait, Nemo, before you go eat,
What?
just did you have a chance to actually say hello to dear Heather? Much of a
Oh
chance
yeah. Hello, Heather.
Hello,
Nice hearing from
Nemo.
you.
Yeah.
You have a
How are
sweet
we
voice.
doing this evening?
I'm doing okay. It's cold as
Good.
fuck though.
It's your birthday?
No, it's cold as fuck. 'Cause it's winter.
He says cold as fuck. And it's winter in Australia because they're in the southern
Oh
hemisphere.
wow, that's
It
crazy.
got like 5 degrees Celsius this morning.
What?
Having cold snaps and shit.
Yeah. Yeah. And
Snaps, cold snaps.
Yeah.
What's that?
cold snaps means to explain to her what a cold snap is. So.
Just extreme cold conditions occurring.
Oh, like a blizzard.
Something like that. But it's not snowing where I am. Down
Does that
south they're
sound
getting
funny?
snow.
Does that sound funny to you when I say blizzard?
No.
No, it's fine.
Yeah.
they're actually getting a lot of snow in the southern part of Australia.
Oh no, maybe it'll snow in Antarctica.
What?
She said, "Oh no, maybe it'll snow in
No,
Antarctica."
I heard her. I'm just trying to process.
It's so. Do you say that as kind of like kind of like an ironic, humorous statement? Like
Well, I just figured it's nothing but ice in Antarctica, and I figure it's from snow.
right,
I
right.
mean, so it must snow. It's just a safe thing I thought for me to say.
Yeah.
It's cute.
Thank you.
Yeah,
It's fine.
yeah, and
Yeah, we're close to Antarctica, so we get a lot of cold winds blowing up from there to the south Australia.
It is pretty close to Antarctica, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
So do me a favor before you leave, Nemo, because I don't know how long Heather and I will last. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to send you some links, and I'm going to ask you to just basically do me a favor with this, and I want you to use these links to cut and paste the article. It shouldn't take long. You can email that to me, the cut and paste, okay? And let me send this link to you right now. I'm going to give this to you. And I will put it, right here where Heather can also see it. And here we are. And so this one article, just remember to scroll down to make certain you've got the entire article and cut and paste that and email it to me, and I'll give you one more link to see if you can do that with. And I'd appreciate you doing that because these magazines, of course, are extraordinarily predatory, and they won't share information unless you pay for it. And
all right.
Yeah,
well, bullshit.
Yeah. So I really want to get back at them by getting the information. Fuck them and what they're trying to rip us off with. Okay, so this would be the other link. And yes, if you could cut and paste both those articles, and you could send them in separate emails of the same one. Probably best to send in separate emails, because otherwise cutting and pasting two different articles in the same email will get messy. So do send those to me if you can, and you've got my email address, of course, correct? Yeah. And so while you're doing that, take your time, and you can do that while you're eating, right? Or maybe after. You can do it, just...
I'll just do it now.
Okay, thank you. And so let's see if you can even access the full article. Hopefully you can.
Yeah, no, I can't. You gotta sign in and all that shit.
Oh my God! So they fucked it up with everybody.
What is it?
It's Atlantic Magazine. You can see the links right here. And I don't know. You could give it a try, Heather, and see if you could access the entire
We're
article.
working on it. We're having problems displaying the page for you. We apologize.
Holy shit. So they
and then it's saying private.
Yeah. Oh my God. And it's like
I'll just check Internet Archives and I'll see if they have a copy of that on there.
Okay, thank you. Good idea. Thank you so much. Yeah, try both of them on the Internet Archive. See what you can find. Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
Same with the other.
Yeah. And so.
But then wait, I can reduce the
Okay,
protection.
Yeah.
And then it might work.
Huh. Yeah. Reduce the protection, you say, honey?
That's what it said.
At any rate, obviously these are, it's sad that information is contained like that and kept from us. I'm like appalled. But when it comes to information, it's not free. And our universe is full of just things that should be free, and they're not. But so aside from that, how is your health in general, honey? You traveled.
It's good.
Yeah, you traveled recently.
The fragility of American citizenship.
Fragility.
What do you want me to copy and paste?
The total article, if you can. Yes.
Okay, let's
just
see.
scroll down and see if you can reach the end of the article. Yeah.
Yeah, I could paste it in chunks, I think.
Okay, great. Yeah.
'Cause there's a lot of ads.
Oh, well, you can just run over the ads and paste them too.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, just go down to the bottom, make certain you have the full text of the article, and if you have a lot of ads, just include them in the cut and paste, and then send it to me in an email. Do you have my email address?
No.
Oh, it's Doug. Well, I'll give it to you right here. So here, I'll put it
Okay.
right here in the box, text box. It's public knowledge, just so everybody knows. But you know, I need to give it to her directly because otherwise, spelling it is just
What
impossible.
if I did this? What if I just screen recorded as I scroll, and then you can stop the. Are you able to stop the thing and read, and then push, unpause to go on?
That sounds awfully complicated.
It does?
Yeah, it'd be best. So here's the email address, and there we are. And you can spam me with that, and just send me, the cut and paste would be much better than whatever it was you were trying to describe. That sounds awfully
Okay.
energy intensive.
Independent journalism.
Oh my god. What you're saying is maybe you could send me the link and I could get this myself from this other source.
Yeah, but it's not showing the whole article. It's only showing. It's saying $80 a year
Oh, fuck that. Don't do
for
that.
the Atlantic.
Okay, don't do that. Don't do that. You don't want to give these people money. No, don't
Yeah,
give.
well, it's got to be copied and pasted already.
Yeah, yeah. And but you can send me whatever you did cut and paste, and I'll review it.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. It's probably not going to be more than what I was able to get from them or glean from them. They've really rendered themselves then inaccessible. In the old days, new people could get free articles, like people who hadn't been visiting these sites before. They'd say, "Oh, you get 3 free articles for the month." That sort of thing. They've really changed their policy now to make certain nobody gets anything, well, that's just wretched. And our friend Amor Fadi is still continuing to speak and in chat, and that's good. He said he was going to get up early and all the rest of that stuff. I guess not. So, but what about yourself, honey? You're right here, just one time zone away from me. You're on the same time as I am. It's 3:14 a.m. where you're at, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and so you're a night owl then, like myself, or you just?
I'm a night owl, yes.
Yes, good.
Naturally.
Yeah, and so in terms of your brother, he managed to lead a normal life, but your life is quite different. It's and oh my God, how long has it been since? I was thinking about Noreen just today, not in any pleasant sense either. Just how incredibly crazy she went that one time on air. That she was.
Yeah, you said about that.
Yeah.
I think it was weird that there's always an earthquake whenever I'm with her.
Interesting. Yeah. That's right. Well, we had an earthquake in southern Southern California. Los Angeles felt it recently. Did you feel any earthquakes today?
No.
Yesterday?
No.
Okay. And, okay.
Well, I'm afraid, though, that if we ever did meet, that's what would happen. It would be like the Judgment Day earthquake.
Yeah. Well.
Like the ground would just split in between us. I can see it.
Well, she essentially just broke off all contact, right? She doesn't communicate with you at all anymore, right?
No, I mean, she's not very friendly anymore.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's.
I talk to her sometimes. I talk to her sometimes.
You're kidding. And what's said at those times? What exchange?
Well, the last couple of times I talked to her is only when she was doing her show.
Mm-hmm.
It was probably about a year ago.
I was about to say, she doesn't do the show anymore, right?
I don't know.
That's what she told me, I think, the one time she was on, was that she didn't do it anymore.
Oh no, well, I know that she did it with this guy, and then he didn't do it with her. She was by herself. But yeah,
Mm-hmm.
there's a Skype chat that comes up every day that her and Angela Black and Wally are in, and it's the only other Skype thing that I do.
And what do they talk
And
about?
sometimes she says, "Hey," or something. She'll make a comment.
Mm-hmm. And what about what? Like, what do they talk about?
I don't know, 11:11 a lot. Like they'll say when it's 11:11 when they're having some kind of a, synchronistic moment. I
Jesus.
never can catch it on time. I'm just like, oh,
Yeah, I don't blame you. No, that sounds like George Norrie's stupid Coast to Coast AM bullshit. 11:11. He's just a senile old man who just sees that number everywhere because he's an idiot. Of course, he's worse than a senile old man, but all that being said already, people should know that by now. And he's so fucking boring, only the dead and the dying listen to him. Maybe she's turning into one of those.
no, I remember going to that camp retreat. I was with my mom, and we were in California for my birthday in June, and then for vacation, my birthday thing was over. We came home, but then we were going back to California again, and I'm like, I was tired and I was exhausted, and I was always hungry when around that time. And it was just time for us to go, and it was a long drive because it was farther than California. Because I usually only go to the ocean, and we had to go all the way to the mountains by San Francisco.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot the name of the reservation, what Indian reservation it is.
Mm-hmm.
Starts with an A, I think.
Okay. I wouldn't know.
Yeah. So I remember going up there and being disappointed because there weren't other people there that were my age. I guess the other age group had left. They were there the week before. And so I just have really specific memories of when I got there, what happened. And they're like a play by play thing. Because like I've tried to remember things about my mom because I have to hold on to those memories because they're the only memories that I have.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I understand.
I mean, I remember a lot of things about it. I could go on, but I mean, I remember being like really like I was at that age where I couldn't always put my words into like what I was thinking, so it was hard for me to communicate. I was like 4, going on 5,
Mm-hmm.
and I used to be really annoying. I know to people, like I was just a weird kid. I was a really weird kid, but I remember everything. And then the more that I think about that, and like I could remember smells.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so when it comes to these smells, like what else?
So we went up there. The reason why we went up there was for, I guess it was like a team or a group thing, and then the other people that were supposed to be up there that didn't show up were 2 sisters, and they didn't show up, so it ended up being like a total flop, and nobody was happy. But it was a team thing, and they were doing um like slideshows, like it was like some kind of programming.
Okay.
For being psychic.
Cool.
Yeah.
Uh,
And I didn't, and that was the first time in my life that I realized you could do something and not try and still get away with not doing your best, because I didn't want to participate. I was really tired and grumpy. I was having a hard time communicating. I was really clingy to my mom. I just didn't really want to be there. And so it didn't go well. So that at that point, we went home and I was ready to start school. So
yeah.
I was really independent for a 5-year-old. I think I used to.
Yeah.
walk like a mile to the bus stop to go to school.
Mhm.
Who does that in kindergarten?
Yeah, you're something else. You you're you really are you broke all the rules.
I guess. I just maybe it was just a different time we were living in back then.
uh, well, it's how was it they used to say in my father's day when they made you, they broke the mold. Yes. Uh, and uh,
Well,
uh-huh.
I
Go
was just telling, talking tonight. I was talking about how my grandparents were so cute when they used to go to bed at night and they'd turn off the TV. So I would always listen to them from when I was supposed to be sleeping.
ahead.
And I was talking about that tonight, and I thought it was funny um, that I would stay up and listen to my grandparents after they thought I was sleeping
Yeah.
every single night.
Yeah. I mean, that's and that's no, that is cute. But you must have learned quite a lot.
Well, what I learned is that like my grandparents, they would pray before they went to sleep, and then also when my grandma would put me to bed, she would pray or we would pray, and I'd have to say bedtime prayers. Like, and and I'm like, well, I was living in her house after all. She knew that I was of the demons because Peter was talking earlier about that about it being a good antidote for for demons, the Bible.
Yes. Yeah.
That's what I was thinking of when he was talking about that.
Yeah. Yeah, and in terms of what about when he said that? Did any of that resonate with you as anything that you ever used yourself?
Applied?
Yeah.
No, that makes total sense. I mean, I went why I had to go to Christian school and everything like that.
And so
The
when
omen as
it,
the omen.
but your real faith that saved you was your Hare
Just the God
Krishna,
consciousness, the
uh,
Krishna consciousness, yeah,
Krishna consciousness. Yes.
and God consciousness, and because God is the same thing in any religion, God is the same. And I think that that's something that people can't really even grasp anymore.
And tell us a bit about Krishna consciousness for our new listeners.
Our new listeners, okay, our new listeners, hello. Um, Krishna consciousness. I don't know how should I start with that.
I
Krishna consciousness saved my life. Krishna consciousness is God consciousness, and you can't have religion without science, and you can't have science without religion. And the Vedas and sacred texts all um, inform us how to live our best life, and we should just try to open our minds for advancement and not get stuck in our bodies because we're not this body.
Wonderful. That's beautiful. It
Yeah.
really is. And with that in mind, how about your other examples of Krishna
The
consciousness?
leader,
Yeah.
our leader, Swami Srila Prabhupada,
Yeah.
came here in 1967. He had suffered 2 or 3 heart attacks on his way over here on the boat. And when he got here, he was already retired, like not elderly, but he was retired. He was older. And so he was kind of an, an older person to start like the cult of Krishna consciousness. And he rounded up all the smartest people and all of the wealthiest families, I guess, is his demographic that he was targeting is to get people that would be able to carry on Krishna consciousness because it's also a financial thing.
Yeah. That's
Yeah.
beautiful. And as well, honey, you've in terms of the way it's helped you in life, what have you gotten that you wish for?
Everything.
Okay. Wonderful.
Yeah.
And how's Vinny doing?
He's doing all right. We're doing fine.
Good.
Yeah, it's kind of like a different change of pace living in the retirement community.
Mm-hmm. What do you mean by living in the retirement community?
I
How?
haven't been because he retired, so
Okay.
it's just kind of a change of pace, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. When did he retire?
Yeah, just recently, actually.
Wow. What was he doing?
Well, he was working, except for he had that injury,
Mm-hmm.
so he's not able to work anymore.
May I ask what the injury was?
Yeah, the same injury as when it happened in Las Vegas. I wasn't there, so I don't really know.
Okay. And I mean, but I hope he's still able to function pretty much normally, right?
Not really,
Oh,
but we're working on it. Hopefully, he'll get the surgery.
okay. And what about the surgery? Like, what's he what's being what are they doing surgery
I
on,
don't
dude?
really know the meniscus.
Uh,
I know a meniscus and a bicep.
mhm. Okay.
It's like a whole shoulder replacement.
Wow. Yeah, it's that's incredible, honey. I mean, you say shoulder replacement?
Yes,
He must be in a lot of pain.
yes. He's in a lot of pain.
Oh my God. Fuck, if he's got painkillers, do you ever share them?
No, yes, that's just the thing is that he doesn't accept them and he makes them get rid of them and throw them away because if he's on the painkillers, then they'll say, "Oh, we can't give you your surgery."
Ah, okay, so he has to be on the painkillers.
Because he can't do any, and he can't get a cortisone shot because then you have to wait 12 weeks before you can have a surgery.
Okay,
So he can't do that either.
okay. Oh, so in other words, you can't do the painkillers in order to be on the surgery.
Yeah, they won't give you a surgery if you're on, like on painkillers.
Okay, interesting. Interesting.
Well, I don't think that they would. I mean, maybe they would in some cases, but in this case, there's a monitor that comes in when he has a surgery. Like he had a knee surgery a couple months ago, and they have a monitor come in to the Veterans Hospital when he has surgeries. Do you think that's normal?
I don't know. It sounds odd. So
Yeah,
this
like
one.
a monitor, and then they even introduced him at first. He's like, "Hey," he's like, "This guy's he's not a surgeon. He was wearing scrubs, but or surgery clothes, but he was wearing his regular clothes underneath." And he was just there with his notebook, just sitting there, just not paying, no interaction or anything. He was just there to monitor.
Yeah. Wow. Did you get the emails that Peter Moon sent you?
No,
Oh, not emails. Skype message. The Skype message.
no,
Oh.
no, I haven't.
Okay. That's interesting.
I would look right now, but my phone is
It's what?
glitching out. And that's what happened earlier. My phone died, and so I didn't have the other one plugged in. I had to go plug them both in. That's what had happened to me earlier.
Mm-hmm. But if it's glitching out, you can still maybe try to access your Skype message from Peter Moon.
Oh yeah, I'm doing that right now. Yeah.
Okay.
Peter. I wanted to talk to him before he went to Romania.
Oh, he'll be calling from Romania. Don't worry about that. He'll be calling from Romania. We can talk to him then, easily.
Yeah.
He'll be glad to hear from you then.
Yeah, it looks like there's some messages I just got.
Oh. What did he say?
It's something about Douglas. Douglas needs to pay his rent, which is due tomorrow. Anything is appreciated.
You like that? How he doesn't volunteer to pay himself? You like that? Yeah. It's like, yeah, I like how he asked you instead of volunteering.
I think it's sweet. It was just thoughtful.
Oh gosh.
Are you okay on your? How much more are we looking for? 450 tonight, or
No,
what is the?
no, thank God. Actually, Brooke Gibson owes me 60, $70, and I was hoping she'd pay me back before rent time came. Last month, it actually worked out well, or the month before, she owed me money, didn't pay me in time for rent, but by the time that it got to me, I needed it, so it worked out, and I allowed her to borrow again this month, which I should not have, and I'm paying the price, now. It certainly would have helped. But as it is, we're trying to raise basically $300, I guess. $300.
And it's today's the first, so
Yeah. Well, I mean, God knows I wouldn't ask you for that much. It's just whatever you can spare if you have anything to spare, but don't put yourself
yeah,
out.
yeah.
And then that way we can ask Pete the Moon Man and Aristides for less. I'm relying on them as the final backup, but yeah, I couldn't get more out of Pete than maybe 100 if I'm lucky. Aristides would be covering the balance.
We have to get this going though. I mean,
Yeah.
you can't wait till next week. So if anybody that's listening who is going to donate next week, if they could just push it up a week and donate today, I'm going to contribute what I can
Oh, bless you.
to the situation. We got to have you, Douglas.
Yes, thank you. Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
And of course, Amy's going to try and help what little bit she can. So we'll see if she's able to get to the bank in the morning.
And just one thing I want to mention in that,
Please. Yeah.
it's off topic, but I would, I use the N word sometimes, and I don't use it in a sense of talking about people of color, and I know that it's what I learned this week. It's not the context. It's actually just the word that's offensive. It's not even what is the context of it. It's just the word in itself is offensive to people.
Thank you.
You know what I mean?
Right, honey. But taking that into account, are you telling me not to use that word anymore?
Well, I'm suggesting that just because that's what I learned my own lesson, because I use that word loosely and not in a serious sense and not in any kind of discriminative sense. Discriminative sense.
Right.
Yeah. But I just learned that lesson for myself. It's like, that's not the world that I'm living in these days.
Right.
So it's like there's nowhere I can go, and that's going to be okay.
Right. But by the way,
just,
I'm sorry. Just for future reference, the word is discriminatory. Discriminatory.
okay,
That's what it is.
discriminatory.
Yeah.
Should they say discriminative?
Yes, that's cute.
That's
It's
funny.
cute. But yeah. And,
Thank you.
I'm just trying to add what I've gotten together so far, all together, and so 625. So let me put that in here, minus that from the 927, and we'll see how much I need to raise. 625. But in the meantime, do continue talking while I
Yes.
yeah go.
I will do that.
And
No.
you're so adorable. And have you ever tried like massaging Vinny, or that just doesn't work? It's so painful.
No, that's the touching thing is just that's the last thing. I can't even really go around him.
Yeah, so it's $300 we're trying to raise. Yeah, so we're trying to raise 300. If I can get 100 from our man Pete, Aristides could probably cover 200, though I don't want to push him. So if we get just a little bit from you and Amy, and our girl Brooke pays me back, then I'd need to ask maybe Aristides for only about 100 and Pete for 100, and should be fine. So hopefully we'll get that done. But in terms of back to what you were talking about, when it comes to say for instance, what was it you sent me the other day? Let's take a look through some of the messages you sent me in the past. Maybe we could address some of those things now, because you always do try to maintain contact. You're such a wonderful human being. And let's look up dear Heather here on the Skype. You know, you don't appear on my lists immediately, so I have to like look you up when it comes to your Skype account. Your Heath. Now it's taking forever for my computer to enter these days. It's become so slow.
So yeah, there's also a guy I wanted to ask Peter Moon if he's heard of this guy. He's a friend of mine. He's an author, and he lives in Martha's Vineyard, which is right by Montauk, I believe.
Yeah, it's all Kennedy country up there. This your mother with you?
Yes.
Oh, it's so adorable. I'll download that picture.
I was a bad little girl.
You look it. You look it. Oh my God. What evil were you planning?
Cheeky little grin there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was wearing a dress, but I had to wear pants that day. I don't know what the deal was. I don't really remember. I was just like, my mom made me wear pants and a dress.
Oh, that's right. You brought up what Skype AI said when you asked Skype AI about me. That is so cute. We'll talk about that next time. We'll talk about that maybe in the opening hours. We should have brought that up maybe with Peter during the opening hours, but you know, when I have to admit, most of the time when I start opening hours, I'm not even really halfway here. I'm just not even conscious, and just kind of like showing up. Not really here. I usually let Pete just take it and run with it. Of course, tonight he was really wandering because his mind was already in the suitcase, you know, preparing for leaving for Romania. And he had some big changes, you know, different change in traveling companions. And so...
oh, really?
Yeah. It was like schedule wasn't changed, but the people he was traveling with was, and so it is what it is, and we all have to adapt and just roll with it. But this is so cute what you sent me, and like I said, we'll read into it. Well, I guess we can read into it while Nemo's with us. Why not? And we'll just screen share here, show it to Nemo, and we can all have a good laugh at how controlled and suppressed media is. Yeah, well, I mean, here we are. I mean, you'll see it when I do the screen share, and you'll remember. Yeah, it's so let's do that screen share here. I'll see if I can do that without knocking ourselves off call, because I'm getting punchy at this moment. Punchy, yeah. I haven't been running a show this long for a long time. You know, I was been, you know, cutting the show short. So can you both see the...
So
go on.
I'm sorry.
The
name of the book that my friend wrote is There's the Glitch in Time, and then he wrote other series of books like The Glitch in Sleep and The Glitch in... they're time traveling books, and that's what I was trying to get out earlier. I was trying to say about Peter Moon to see if he knew this guy, because he lives right by him.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, Martha's Vineyard is where he lives. So I just wondered if, since he was a science fiction writer or whatever, if you'd ever heard of this guy.
Okay.
This friend of mine.
Interesting. Yeah. And of course, okay. So we'll get that out to, even if he calls from Romania, we should be able to show him that. Not a problem. So let's take our man Nemo with us, and let's go over to the Heather Holman account. Let's take a look now, see if I can make it there, Heather. And here we are. And so I don't know if you can see this, Nemo, and Heather, you probably can't see this at all because of your eyes. Okay. Here's what Skype AI said when I asked it who you are. Douglas Dietrich is a controversial figure known for his claims. That's always a bad start. Claims is just a synonym for lie. Known for his claims and work as a public informant. Well, they give me that. Military historian and geopolitical analyst. Okay, that at least we know they took right off my own blurb. He has a YouTube channel, and they mentioned that at least. They mentioned that I have a YouTube channel where he discusses various topics, including military history, occult phenomena, and conspiracy theories. And they apparently even give the link. YouTube.com user Douglas Dietrich. Okay, well, that's pretty fucking good. Dietrich
It's a
claims,
lot better than the other one.
yeah, which doesn't give any info. Yeah, and when it does give info, it gives misleading info. But then again, actually pulled off a coup by mentioning a book that I practically wrote and didn't get credit for, and at least they exposed that to the public. And the guy who claims credit for writing that book must be fucking pissed.
Right.
At any rate, so Dietrich claims to have worked as a Department of Defense research librarian, responsible for handling and incinerating highly classified materials. And of course, then they give you a link to Stephen Outram. I think this is Stephen Outram, or we could test it and see by clicking on it. And yeah, it's Stephen Outram. Stephen Outram shit. Okay, let's see if we can get back into the call. That might mean that we have to start the screen share again. So let's go back into the call.
Smorgasbord. I
Yeah,
don't think they spelled that word right, but
Yeah.
oh well.
yeah. That's you know how they are. They're it's you're lucky if they spell their own names right. Heath. That's her. Heath Holman. Okay, so then it says, so can you see this again, both of you? Nemo?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, and our dear Heather, of course. His content often delves into unconventional and fringe topics, which has garnered both interest and skepticism from different audiences. Is there something specific you were curious about regarding Douglas Dietrich? Okay, so altogether that's cute. The link to the YouTube is there. Then they give the link to this weird ass, stupid Stephen Outrib shit, which is like on some weird ass little venue, which would bore people completely. So there you go with that. It is what it is. Skype overall at least gives people access to me, which of course the Chat GPT does not. Yeah.
And this is the co-pilot is called. It's from the Skype. It's the Skype AI,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm actually it's my first AI experience,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
publicly,
Uh-huh.
and I am impressed because I asked it things that like nobody could know.
Okay.
But, like, 'cause I've tried finding people that know something about these things, and it's just they've got an answer for everything.
Wow. I mean that's so cool, and that's I'm glad it works out for you. That it has an advantage for you. And in terms of, let's see, what else comes to your mind about the. I mean, Nemo's back with us, so Nemo, join in on the conversation. Why don't you help me out here and ask Heather some questions? Certainly, there must have been something you've always wanted to ask Heather about.
Yeah. What music do you listen to?
Oh, I like all music. Basically, yeah, all music.
Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna.
Yeah.
What
Yeah,
else
no,
do I
I
say?
listen to kirtans. I do listen to a radio station that I get on my phone that has kirtan and japa, and so you could talk along with it. I just listen to music.
I doubt Nemo knows what those things are. You'll have to explain it to our listeners. These are like. Go on.
Like I like Taylor Swift, and that's
Okay.
don't get me wrong when I say she's not real, but I'm just saying,
That's
be
cute.
ready.
That's cute. That's cute. That's adorable. Oh my god.
Yeah,
She's real popular.
yeah, she's very popular. I didn't even like Taylor Swift. I didn't even know any of her songs in forever until this Eras tour.
But her latest tour.
Yeah, she's still doing it.
Alright.
So that's one of the questions that I asked the AI I shared with you.
Uh-huh. Oh, which was?
These are that's the question. One of the questions I asked,
Mm-hmm.
and it gave me an answer, and I'm like, wow.
What was the answer?
It was a long answer. And I shared my haiku with the AI, and it said that was beautiful.
Oh wow!
Listen, yeah, it says this is what it says about my haiku. It's a beautiful and evocative haiku. The imagery of lying under the stars, being drenched in starlight, is quite powerful. It captures a sense of longing and tranquility, even in the presence of the dead.
Wow.
Yeah. Wow, huh?
Yeah. I
And
mean,
then wanted more.
yeah.
I said I wanted to hear more of my poetry. I'm like, maybe later.
Wow. I can understand why a girl would take an AI over a man.
Yeah, and I said, hey, am I in any imminent danger? And they said, based on the latest news, there are no immediate widespread threats reported to your area.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Yeah, I said, am I in any imminent danger? Because I also asked, who is following me with a drone? And then they said, I'm sorry you're experiencing this. Tracking a drone operator could be challenging, but there are some methods and technologies that might help. RFID detection, visual tracking, and they gave me legal measures. You know, it's just it was great.
Yeah,
great pictures.
Yeah, that's incredible. Now you entered. What provoked you to enter this question into the text box?
That was one of the questions that I asked the AI.
And what did they say?
It gave me a very, very broad and in-depth answer.
Wow. And did you...
I'm going to say... and I said something about Antarctica, too. I asked it about Antarctica. Hold on. I'm just trying to scroll through it all. Oh, okay. I said, what are the many stations in Antarctica? What are the many marine stations? And what is the purpose that they serve? It says they use this stations for scientific research, climate and environmental studies, and the marine ecosystems.
Okay.
Astronomy and space science.
You were going to ask her something, Nemo? Something else? Please, by all means, bring it up.
Oh, it was something unrelated. It was back when I was relating to the music, what music she listened to. I was gonna ask if she ever heard of Benny Mardone.
No, not that I'm aware of.
Because he released this big popular song back in the fucking 80s that all the women loved, but it was so fucking creepy.
I don't think I've heard it.
There was a song called Into the Night, sung by Benny Mardone, and he made a video about it. The song was creepy enough, but he ends up making a video of it where he's approaching the house of a young girl that's in her teens, and the father, like, he's just telling him to fuck off. Like, the lyrics of the song's like, she's only 16 years old, leave her alone.
Some weird, yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, and then he sneaks
I trip out on the videos, all of the music videos, especially the old ones. They're just so risque.
And in the video, he fucking creeps up around the property to the window of the girl's bedroom, and he's singing to her without her realizing there's this strange 40-year-old like staring at her through the fucking window singing while she's doing her studies. And then he creeps through the window singing his stupid song and puts her on a magic carpet, and they're flying, trying to make it look all romantic, this creepy middle-aged fuck creeping on nearly underage girl. And this was a popular music video and song.
Holy
Benny
shit!
Mardone.
Is that shit still on YouTube?
Yeah, you can look that up on YouTube and everything.
Oh god, what's the name of the song again?
Into the Night. It's real creepy.
Yeah, there's another song that I heard the other day that was from like the 80s, and it was a song about this is gonna sound really stupid, but
is it
Imaginary Lover. It's called Imaginary Lover.
And
never heard of it.
Yeah, what's I have, but I can't remember. It was another risque video. Was it another risque music video or something?
Oh no, the other one was, I was watching a Betty Davis movie earlier tonight, and it started off with this guy and his mom, and then he was like a teenager, and he was being bad, and he got his mom to spank him, and then they ended up kissing, and it was just weird. I'm like,
whoa, which video was this?
It's called Hell's House.
Hell's House. Wait, is this a film or a video,
Yeah,
like a
it's
music
it's
video?
like a 1932 movie
Okay.
with Betty Davis in it. It starts out with this guy getting spanked by his mom, and then they end up kissing. And I'm like, that's just weird. That's how they start the movie.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Well, that's Betty Davis. Betty Davis was often in roles like that, and she reveled in them. And I can't remember whether she was the mother who was the abusive one that was Mommy Dearest. Was that about her? The movie Mommy Dearest?
That was Joan Crawford.
Joan
She was
Crawford?
in it. Faye Dunaway was the actress for that. But
Yes. Oh.
so, anyways, so the AI, they gave me examples of how to identify drone operators, and they generated a lot of pictures, like I shared with you the last time. The pictures that they're supposed to look like you.
Yes.
That's funny.
Yeah, yes, and first you showed me street scenes. It said, this is what the computer gave me when I asked them to make images of you. As a matter of fact, let's show Nemo these images.
Let me try to forward them.
Well, sure, you can try that, but no worries. I'll screen share anyway, so Nemo can see this, and let's do that. And here we are. Screen share. And so, Nemo, can you see the cursor moving? And
Yeah.
Thank you for another sick fuck singer from back in the day. Holy shit!
The song's named Claire. That's Gilbert O'Sullivan. He's Jewish too, I think.
Okay.
And the music video is so fucked up, and the lyrics.
Oh my.
It's just a little girl in a little tiny dress, even her underwear
Oh my
showing
god!
the whole
You
time.
know the Kinks.
Yeah.
The Kinks.
Yeah.
Who's that?
They sound horrible. They have a horrible
Group.
pedophile song that sound like they're pro-ped.
Oh my god. That's
Yeah, this was acceptable back in the day, like having music videos and songs about this shit.
Just weird.
Yeah, it's like
Like they were trying to normalize it.
Yeah, well, no doubt they were. Let's take a look at my Heather Holman file here. We simply press the H button, and see if we get her. There she is. There she comes up. So let's take a look. First off, there's this wonderful little poem she sent, haiku. I wish upon stars as I lie here with the dead, dressed in white sunlight. And AI gave her a multi-verbal response to this. That's AI's better than men. AI's better.
That's what I thought. I was pretty impressed with it.
Yeah, AI's better than boys. And here we are with Douglas. Every day it seems like all I can think about is the memory I have of meeting you as a child. I've talked about it before, but lately it's bombarded me, which has allowed for more of the memory to unfold. There we are. And there we are. That's when we made the Claire video together, honey. Don't you remember?
There.
Yes. The music video that our man Nemo was just showing us. So here we are with Alf. Alf's giving me the thumbs up. Yeah, I'm surprised he's not giving me the finger. Didn't you send me this? I guess you sent me those images inside of a call. You must have sent them inside of a call.
Yeah, I could forward them from here.
Okay, forward them. Yeah, because these are just not. This isn't giving us what we're looking for.
It was our call that we were on.
Yeah, a call we were all on. Yeah.
So you just go to last week or whatever, but I don't know. I try to sign out of everything.
Okay, so let's see what we can do. Let's go to last week's call. First thing we gotta do is shut down the Heath account. Then go over to the. We have to keep scrolling down. Here we are. Scrolling down. There we are. So so this is like call ended 2 minutes and 23 seconds ago.
I'm having a hard time with
Yeah.
my phone. Okay, hold on.
Okay. Brendan, Zogit, Heather. So Sunday, let's take a look if this is the one. No, that's not it.
Are you looking for the pictures of you? If Nemo,
Yeah.
if he hasn't seen them, then I'll forward those first.
Yeah, forward them right here into the chat.
Yeah.
Let's see if that stuff works. And instead, we're getting all this this stuff.
Here we go.
Yeah. And it just doesn't have the same funny effect though as when you Maybe it's in my account. Give me a second here. Let's open up. Well, I guess I
I'll just
can't.
put them right here.
It should be in the Heather Holman account.
Here you go.
Okay, so let's take a look. And it's all right. So I'll get off share and then.
Oh yeah, I remember seeing those images. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
But what was funnier was first she sent me a bunch of street scenes and said I asked AI to make images of you, Douglas, and this is what it made. And I
No,
was thinking,
that's their response to the one about swallowing a crystal and about Mandela effect.
okay, yeah. So this time, this is their idea of me is as a some kind of really archaic professor, and completely white, totally white, so fucking white. It's like, what would we call this? It was Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's character was, or H. Rider Haggard's character. What was the name of their character? The main character that they, Quarterman? Yeah, Alan Quarterman. This is like Alan Quarterman type character. Oh, and there's Claire, of course. Yes, that's when Heather met me. Yes, don't you remember, Douglas, when I was a kid? Yes, that's yeah. I tried to get everybody to forget that. Yes, I barely escaped prosecution. Yes, that's...
No, I think you would have been like 8 or 9.
Maybe, I guess. Yeah, in terms of
I remember the reason why. Maybe it was you. Maybe it was somebody similar to you. I just remember like seeing, because I was 4 and I couldn't really talk, and I'm like, I saw your mom was Asian, and I'm looking at you, and I would get like up to your face, like, or who I remember as to be you.
Yeah.
Looking at your face, trying to figure out like, how is your mom Asian, and then you didn't look as Asian, and I didn't understand. I was 4. I didn't understand about people, and I was just starting to get into my mind, about people and kinds,
Yeah, different kinds of people. Yeah. Yes. And you're so delightful. And so let's see if anybody's responded to our fundraising yet. We're certainly putting the effort out to try and earn our pay. That's for sure. And the fact that we got it to the point where I only need 300 is pretty impressive, considering the fact.
We got to get that in today. We got to get that in right now.
Yes. So everybody, just remember that. Yeah. Let me see if I can leave page here. See if I can get back to page. And but in the interim, I appreciate you sharing this quote unquote memory. Who knows? Maybe it'll strike some memory chords in me at some time. And it says, oh look, oh my God. I got 100 United States dollars from Heather Holman. Heather, it's now I owe you even more. This is like now I'm like fucking slave to Heather Holman and shit. For like and it's like it is, of course. Now hopefully this doesn't put you out, of course, but thank God you've got Vinny there, and he's just this isn't going to expose anything because of the man's medical condition. I presume he's on disability or a pension, right?
Well, he had some long-term disability.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean...
that he got in his job, he had like short-term and long-term. So that's covered. And then he's just going through it with the veterans,
Mm-hmm. So he gets treatment at the Veterans Administration?
Yeah.
Okay. And so does he also get counseling there, or does he forego counseling?
Counseling. We don't do counseling right now, but we have done counseling.
Okay. And you've done this as a couple?
No, we do counseling as a couple.
You don't do counseling as a couple. You do it separately?
No.
Separately? No. You do it separately?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, just trying to make sure.
That was like a mistake. That was a big mistake that I made, was trying to get mental help.
Uh-huh. Why?
because it just got me into a big mess of trouble. I've been fine my whole life. I don't need any mental help, and then I finally, you know, within the last few years, I was gonna get mental help. I confided in doctors, no holes barred. I wasn't hiding anything, and then they ended up telling me I was crazy. I'm like, well, and then so they help me dig up all the trauma, but then they don't try to help me fix it any of it after they bring it back out. I'm like, thanks a lot. It's not cool.
Yeah, yeah, thank you. That pretty much. Amy, join us. This is an apropos a point for Amy to enter. Amy, we love you, honey. And,
Amy.
and by the way, this is the first time I've ever seen a notification Troy Bellamy has left this conversation. Most of the time he'll just leave it on. I guess he just couldn't take it anymore. He said, fuck this shit. Holy fucking shit. Amy, can you talk? You're on mute, baby. You get off mute, honey. It's, there.
I'm trying to get off mute. Are you there?
Yes, honey. Can you hear us?
Hi. Good morning.
Hi, Amy.
Hi, Amy.
Hey, I haven't seen you guys in so long. It's so nice that you're all still on. No short. Yeah.
I was able to take up 8 hours talking exclusively about you. I'm kidding.
Shut up.
Nothing.
So odd.
Yes.
No,
I just said that everybody keep Amy in your thoughts and prayers. Like every female member of Team Dietrich, she's going through a lot.
There's no lack of stuff to swim through.
Oh shit!
I what I just heard though about Heather saying like she really felt like she didn't need any mental health help, and then when she tried to get some, it just made everything worse. Like, I think that's a pretty common experience.
I
think there's a trouble when you don't know who to ask or like how to approach these problems.
I think you gotta know you gotta go to the right people. You gotta know if you need help, you need to know exactly who to go to for help and exactly the help that you need.
Well, here's what I'm getting out of it, and I'll share this with Amy. And Amy, tell me what you feel about this observation. My observation is that I feel that what happened was that Heather feels that because she's seeking help, that this is something that should be commended and respected. When you say, I want help, I need help, and you're going to a professional who's trained in psychological counseling or psychiatry, I'm going to presume that what Heather saw was basically a counselor more at the psychological level as opposed to a psychiatrist. But either way, this can happen. But that basically when she shared everything freely and openly, that this person essentially responded with you're crazy, and it was not supportive. It's not supportive, and it does nothing other than reinforce a negative social punishment for her trauma, and so it's almost as if this person becomes part of the problem. That the counselor becomes part of the problem at that point. So that's what I got out of this. Is that how you got out of that, Amy? That's like that, something like that.
I mean, and not so much even from like her speaking about it, but like just through experience of multiple therapists going to, for me, doing things that were physical was more therapeutic. Having somatics in my life was just a blessing that I wouldn't have gotten from any insurance paid counselor. It's just, it's just heartbreaking to realize that there's no right answer for everybody. Like, things don't always go according to plan. So I'm reading the biography of Anais Nin.
Yeah.
And she is one, like, just for everybody out there who doesn't know who she is, she was in a sexual relationship with every psychoanalyst she ever had.
Holy shit.
And so, it's really interesting to read her biography because her writing about it is fiction, because it's like taking her diary and then formulating it into a narrative. And the biography looks at the diary, looks at the fiction, and then goes back through a timeline of this is what was happening in her life, this is where she was. And it was really interesting, like, just to know that, like, she's trying to be really truthful and honest and present a woman's experience as mystical, and she's just met with all this suppression. Like, nobody would publish for her. She and her friends got together and bought a printing press. This is in like the 1930s and 40s, like kind of around the Second World War, but after even. And she just couldn't get published. And to me, just knowing that, like, she was a dancer, she was a model, she was an artist, her father was a pianist, her brother was a famous pianist, and she just didn't have any real support. Like, she had like the people pleasing syndrome, where it was just like, if I could just do something to help somebody else, it would take the pressure off of myself and all the pain that I have inside of me. And so that, you know, that's really interesting to me, to think that here she was back then when all of that psychoanalyst stuff was just bubbling up. Like, people were just discovering, like, you can have an inner world, like, you can have these thoughts and experiences and you can talk them out. But essentially, like, for her as a woman who was apparently beautiful enough to seduce every doctor she had, like, it just seems like really incredible to me that none of this is ever discussed. Like, the inappropriateness of therapists in making judgments on their clients and then exploiting them. I think that's probably, for me, if I walk into an office and I sit down with somebody and they make no eye contact with me and they make no attempt to even find out anything, but just like hear what I say and write it down, and then ask the next question, hear what I say, write it down, they're not trained well, and they don't have enough experience to really handle what I'm presenting to them. And that's what I've been trying to express, is like, if people can't, like, if you don't remember your therapy appointments, then it's not working. Like, you should be excited.
Yes, go on.
You know, like, if you're missing your therapy appointments, there's something wrong. Like, that person isn't helping you. You're not getting what you need from them. And so that, you know, that's sort of where I'm coming from with it. And I get it. Like, it's so ridiculous, like, to have to put in all this effort to, like, wait for the appointment, to be told, oh, you need a specialist. And then the specialist takes months to get into. And then, you know, meanwhile, like, day to day, you're just trying to figure out, like, am I really in a safe space, or is this dangerous enough where I need to flee? Like,
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm not laughing.
It was different for me that I had all my appointments on video. You know, there was no personal interaction, and then the doctors, they were younger, they were all female, and they were all younger, like my daughter's age, considerably younger than me, and I had a therapist, I had a case manager, I had a psychologist, and one other thing, a psychologist, case, 4 things, I had, and none of them, and the case manager never, I mean, we had appointments, but she never had anything, and, like, you know, to help me or to offer me any kind of, she's like, oh, well, you could call the shelter. I'm like, I don't need a shelter, you know?
it's just their line. I got that for years. Oh, just call the shelter. And, like, some of them would even call the shelter with me and find out they don't have room and they're not accepting anybody.
Yeah.
Like that, you know, like, what is this? Like, are we just, like, making appointments so you can get your $150 an hour?
Of course.
Like, fuck you. Like, I don't. Oh,
yeah, and
so
they were just inexperienced, and I thought for like the kind of like magnitude of the things that I was going there for and disclosing to them. And I even told them, I'm like, hey, I don't tell people these things. I've never told anybody these things, you know, I'm telling you now. And I had like hope for them, like for thinking that they were younger, they might have a different kind of mentality or a different way of thinking about accepting things. And, you know, I don't know, I have a lot of faith in the younger generations that they're going to be smarter, you know, so they might open their eyes to some things and do things differently, because there are different ways to manage and help people with the problems that I have, but they just weren't experienced. They had no clue. So they just like wanted to pass it on to the next, you know, they wanted to make sure that I was like certifiably insane, which I'm not, but I mean, now I can't argue with it really. I just haven't even dove into that mess to get it undone.
I mean, well, go on, please, Amy. Yeah, go on.
If you're certifiably insane, shouldn't there be other people managing that for you?
Yeah, there should be. You know, I never did intake or whatever. They switched my insurance, my everything. They switched it. I had to change all my doctors. Nobody's helped me do anything. And they're supposed to, I thought like maybe, you know, I don't know, it could be to my advantage, but it hasn't been to my advantage at all.
I mean, what really distresses me is this shelter thing about, you know, go to a shelter. It's like just dumping you in a landfill. It's
yeah, they didn't know how to help me, so they wanted the state to have to pick up responsibility. They didn't want to say, you know, they're saying that I'm like in a range that is beyond their scope of practice because they don't know how to deal with it.
Well, the same must have been for you, Amy. Tell us about this.
I think that one of the most valuable things that I'd heard was that if you have an intelligence level above 140, which I imagine you do, you need a therapist who is also of the same intelligence. They have to have the same caliber as you.
Yeah.
Become a therapist with average IQ. And that's a problem because people are smarter than you and they can manipulate you. And that's exactly what you don't want. So
yeah, they did it all within a year. They just turned everything upside down within a year. And I'm just like, you know, I think we're going to part ways, guys. I told the case manager at the end, I'm like, listen, you're not listening to me. I've told you from the beginning, I don't need help. I need money. You know, like that was the whole
I'm
reason.
Disabled. I'm poor. There's a difference. Yeah. Well,
yeah. So, you know, helping me isn't helping me. And besides, I'm blind. So that's another aspect to it.
Absolutely. The
Legally.
thing that they had suggested was, if you look for a therapist who works with gifted children, that generally they have a higher intelligence because they're working with like savants. So that would be just an avenue to pursue, is like looking for somebody who works with gifted children and then asking them about, you know, is there adult therapy for highly functional, intelligent people who have mental health issues, who can't get along because of X, Y, and Z or trauma in the past, and mainly the trauma. I mean,
yeah, that's a really good idea, Amy.
Right? Like to recognize that, oh, your patient is in a freeze mode and not responding and is shut down. To notice a shutdown in your patient is key. Right?
Yeah.
It's just it. It's like if you know these triggers and you can see them in yourself and your therapist isn't picking up on it, that's a problem. They're just getting paid to make an appointment with you. They're not doing anything for you. And that's what I've been arguing. I'm like, okay, so you just want me to make another appointment. Oh, you've made another appointment for a month from now, so you can get your $150. I don't have any money. You're getting paid to do this. I'm not getting paid to do this.
Right.
You know,
right. And I'm paying them to just, and then I'm also, you know, going along with taking their medications and going against things that I particularly, that's not how I was planning on solving any of my problems.
Yeah.
No.
I mean, patients who are seeking mental help should be paid for seeking mental help. That would be because it's a commendable thing to do. That's I've never thought of that. It's an excellent point. But do continue.
Well, they like I lost them with the RFID thing, you know.
Mhm.
Right.
Yeah.
That's a really hard thing to find help for because nobody has training in that. It's a military.
Right.
Yeah.
So what do? Go to the military, and those people are not allowed to help you anyway.
No, I've just come to the conclusion that I mean, eventually, if I just dig around enough, something will happen. But I'll probably end up dying from it because I don't want anybody digging around and like trying to tweak out my system, anyways. You know.
Absolutely.
Yeah, like there's no fine tuning. I don't think once it's like it was in place, and then it was all me from there.
Yeah.
I really
I don't want to
think
be a vegetable, you
Yes.
know.
Yeah.
it takes a lot of courage to even bring this topic up.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
I see it every day. I see every day people who really need help, and like the only thing you can do is set a boundary and say, I don't know how to help you.
Yeah.
It's really
Yeah, and it's hard for doctors too because like I have a pretty good relationship with my doctor, and I come in and she knows that I don't do mental help anymore. I like don't do mental health with anybody, and she's it, you know, my general doctor. And she's like, you know, I always have her look behind my ear. I'm like, and I'm like looking in my ears and stuff. I'm like, look, my phone. I have this magnet program where it clearly states there's something magnetic right next to my ear. It's saying it right here. Like, it felt like Willy Wonka, the Willy Wonka chocolate factory. Like fizzy lifting drinks. It's all right here, you know.
yeah. And that is it's hard to ignore, but also
Yeah, it's hard to ignore. It's on my face. It's right next to my face. It's
like
yeah.
how do you go on when there's just like that you're watching your therapist shut down or your doctor shut down and say, you know, I can't do this, I can give you some meds.
It was really cute. You know, my doctor, she did play along. You know, she's like, you know, was looking like she was intently searching, but I know she wasn't even looking. She was just pretending. And it was just like, it was really patronizing in a way. And then she just says, we'll see what pops up, okay? Just wait a couple weeks and we'll see what pops up. Like, something's going to pop up, then resurface or something. Yeah.
You want to heal that. You don't want to be waiting for it to.
Yeah, I don't want anything to pop up.
Like, that's not what I'm looking for. I don't want to relive all of this stuff repeatedly over again. Like, that's not an appropriate response.
She just basically told me that what I'm stating and what I'm claiming, she says, is not real. Those things are not real.
Well, at least she said it in a nice way compared to some other people, maybe.
Yeah. No, my doctor's like, Heather, those things just and she's like, and maybe in third world countries. She told me in third world countries those things.
I wonder why she would say that. Why would she say that? That's what's bizarre.
I don't know because I don't know.
I mean, what a bizarre thing to say. In other words,
I know.
If she believes you're suffering from a delusion, she just reinforces the delusion by saying that.
I don't know.
In other words, saying, well, these things happen, but not in our...
Not in this country.
Right. Right. Oh, so what's your response to that? By all means, Amy, please continue.
I'm so sorry. And as I said, I think you're really courageous because
thank you.
It's putting you in a place of vulnerability to even breach the subject.
Yes.
So I'm hoping that, you know, there's other things that make you feel like a human being and allow you to experience joy and happiness, because I think part of the torture is that you can't have pleasure, you can't be happy, you can't get those feelings in you and maintain them in a way that it's easy to recall, oh, well, I might have been traumatized, but I also had a really strong bond with this person, and I can lean on that experience and look for that kind of energy in others where I'm being reciprocated instead of being talked down to or ignored or dismissed or have my feelings or my pain minimized.
Yeah, it's all about moving forward.
Well, you don't have a choice. The past is the past. We can't go back and change it. So you have to stay in the present moment and hopefully see a future that's different than where you are now.
Yeah. Well, I'm not in a bad place right now. I'm in a really good place right now. I couldn't be happier.
Yeah, well, and that's just it, is like you get to that place where things are good and things are working out, and then you start waiting for the next crappy experience that's bound to come along, because that's
the big takedown.
Yeah, like where is this going to turn into, the usual. It's really hard to get out of that mindset of things are never going to be okay. Like
it's so hard.
You have to have interventions with people in your life where you can remember good things, where you can be able to explore, how do I expand my joy? Like, how do I feel really healthy and really satisfied with aspects of my life so that I can experience new joy and I can have more pleasure, take more time for myself and for my family and for people I care about, or to even just have people that I care about. Like, I think what happens is you get into this space where everybody feels like an enemy, and that's part of the problem. Is like, if you're just making appointments with people who dismiss you or tell you that you're delusional, you're not actually proceeding forward. You're just like rehashing old stuff that hasn't been resolved.
Yeah, that I did so, I did so well to put away and to, pack it down and put it away, and lived on.
Yeah, make it part of something where something new can grow.
And I have to thank you, Amy. Thank you so much for your words and your thoughts and the things that you say, because they do make a big difference and they help.
Well, Amy's been through it all, but go on, Amy, please respond to that.
Absolutely. And I've been really fortunate to have really good teachers and to be exposed to things that work for me. And that it's.
What were you talking about when you said schematics or something?
Somatics, like psychosomatics, which is Peter Levine might be a good one to look into. Pete Walker is also a somatics practitioner, and they work with the body. They, ignore all the mind patterns and the monkey mind where you're just like, your thoughts flow, like they just flow and they go from one thing to the next. And what happens is we fixate on the one thing and we can't get our mind off of the one thing. And so what somatics does is it puts you in your body to find out where that thought lives. Like, the trauma lives in your body. So they work with the body through movement in order to deal with the mental chimera that they appear.
No, that makes a lot of sense. I appreciate that. Somatics.
Yeah, they appear like they're part of the mind, but it's really based in the body. It's really in your tissues. Like, they know that complex post-traumatic stress disorder actually has a physical manifestation, and they can look at a person and see their body posture, see their caved in chest, see their head forward, eyes down. That's a person with complex post-traumatic stress. To assume a straight posture and to be able to ground down so that you're like rooted in and anchored to where you're sitting or where you're standing, and then not like engaging on all your thoughts. So like, people will say like, oh, meditation really helped me, but meditation can be really harmful when you're not processing the stuff in the body, because then you're just like compartmentalizing it, like you said, like you're just like, oh, I'm putting that part away, it's in another part, it's not coming out anymore. But it will come out again. Like if you just like put it away, it's not being processed. And there's nobody can tell you how to do this. Like every body is going to hold that stress differently, and it will show up in different ways. Like you can just be like doing a normal thing, like going somewhere in your day, to like going to the Chinese food place, and then somebody shows up and it reminds you of something, and then you got to like step away, you got to go to the bathroom, you got to be alone because you're like shaking visibly, right?
Yeah.
And it's really hard to even get the awareness that, oh, hello hypervigilance, hello stress, like to really notice like in yourself that this is a reaction. And then take some time to really put yourself in front of other people who know what to do about that, because that is a huge problem. Like you say, like just shuttling people into the homeless shelter, like because they're insane and nobody can help them.
Or just to put them off into a state department or like some other legal, whatever their backup plan B is. It's like when they can't handle stuff, they put them all in that section, and then they have the government deal with them.
Well, yeah,
or not.
I don't know where everybody else is, but here in my state, there's a line to get into any kind of mental health facility. Like they don't, like you get shipped all across the state because they don't have room. Like we're so burdened at this point with criminals who are mentally ill and have made bad choices, and they're all in the prison system now. And then there's the people who are developmentally delayed, which is not the same as somebody who's high functioning, maybe dealing with some addiction issues, and then has dealt with childhood violations, like they were abused as children, and that was never dealt with, and they were able to maybe like get 7 degrees and perform really well in a certain area and have a really great job, but they can't handle their personal life. Like these are people who are very different than somebody who for whatever reason doesn't have like the right nutrition, can't function because they're not absorbing the right minerals, and nobody's dealing with that. They're just medicating.
Yes, they're
not
dealing with
drinking any water.
That's right. They're not hydrated, and they're malnourished. They're malnourished and dehydrated. Yes, go on, both of you, please continue.
Which is, I mean, that's part of being poor, right? Is
yes,
like
absolutely.
I can't really afford to get a box of ramens every day, and it's not going to give you what you need. You need greens, you need some kind of protein. Like I think that for me a really good first step was like having my blood work done also.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, to see like what kind of minerals are available within my system and what is being absorbed. But it was never a surprise. It was like vitamin D is low, you need vitamin B, like these are really basic things that nutritionally you can approach it in that way. And that again, it's like going back to the body and saying, what does the body really need, and starting there instead of saying, oh, it's a mental health problem, they don't know how to think. Well, nobody knows how to think.
Well, the dehydration and malnutrition and just the lack of supplementation leaves us vaguely disoriented. Please go back about nobody knows how to think. That's quite true. We're not trained to think, the average person. And so continuing, I'm so sorry. I just had to get that in. Yes.
And it made me think also about, a couple people that I know had breakdowns, were institutionalized, and because I had a personal relationship with them, I knew that they had sleep apnea, which if you're not sleeping...
Sleep deprivation. Yes, sleep deprivation is another big one. Yes. That's actually used in torture techniques to break people down. Continue.
Thank you. Yeah, and I'm sure Heather has some experience with that, where you're not allowed to sleep.
Right.
that you're woken up multiple times throughout the night. And
Yeah.
that's essentially what sleep apnea does, is that you fall asleep, and for whatever reason the airway becomes blocked, and then you're not taking in air, but you're asleep, so you don't know to turn to breathe, to make the body breathe properly again. And they give machines for that, but most people don't want to use a machine. They don't want to deal with like having a CPAP strapped to them while they're trying
It's like a fighter pilot's mask you have to wear on your face.
Yeah, that
It-
delivers
it's-
gale force winds that force your tongue down your throat and choke you.
Oh no.
And it's meant to stop that, is what it is. It's meant to like force the air in so that you are breathing even when your body is like not,
It's like
not
a respirator.
Yeah. So that's something that I think the mental health field doesn't put enough emphasis on, is the collaboration between nutrition, sleep.
Holistic. The term is a holistic approach.
Yeah, like they want to just deal with like the thought patterns and the behavioral. I think the worst thing is the CBT, and I know it works for people, but the cognitive behavioral therapy is disastrous when you're dealing with something like post-traumatic stress or complex post-traumatic stress, like routine traumatizing that has gone on multiple ways. And so there's all kinds of triggers for it. And then to have somebody talk about it, which is what basically CBT or cognitive behavioral therapy is just meeting somebody and talking back and forth. And so that, to me, that like if you're really dealing with a lot of trauma and you've not been functional, like you can't do things like call somebody for help, even, the talk therapy isn't going to work. And that's been my experience anyway. And I am sure people would argue with that, saying that, I've been really successful with my therapist. I really like them. And good for you. But I'm concerned about all the other people that I know and that I myself have experienced where this isn't working. Like, it's not part of the dynamic, like within my family, within my community, where like I have access to all kinds of activities, where I could just go somewhere and like have a meal with a group of people. Like, these social experiences don't really happen in a rural community.
Right.
Like in a rural community, you're really stuck with like the people who are there.
Well, speaking of rural communities, we've been joined by Victoria, who's way out in the middle of bumfuck nowhere. Welcome aboard, dear Victoria, and share
Hey,
with
Vic.
us. Yeah, and
hey, baby.
Hey, I just have to-
Called back.
Victoria.
Oh no, that's
just-
fine. Whatever's fine. I
Okay.
don't care.
Yes, and so, dear Victoria.
I just have to jump on and say I totally,
Yeah.
I do agree.
Yeah.
It's trying to go to a typical counseling session
Yeah.
is, I haven't been to many, but it's definitely, I've never been diagnosed with complex PTSD, but from my studies over the decades, that's probably what I have from the time I was, a child.
Yes.
And yeah, meditation is absolutely torturous, and having to talk about stuff is terrible. It's awful. If you can remember things, like for me, I've blocked out most of my childhood, but for what I do remember, it's really upsetting. My entire childhood was cortisol, flight or fight mode. So I just had to jump on and say this is completely true. And I'm sure we had completely different upbringings because I was some homeschool kid. And yet, here we are. Sorry.
No, I believe that all of you share a kind of equality.
Cultish.
Well, equality in terms of traumatized backgrounds, and but you mentioned your love for Anais Nin. Give us a little more detail on that, Victoria.
Well, I shan't say that I know her stuff well because I simply grew up as a kid on Goodreads, incessantly reading quotes from different authors. And she was one of my favorite person to read the quotes from all her books, but I have not yet actually sat down and read a full book. And I was going to ask, Is it Heather who was talking about it?
Amy was talking about Anaya's
No,
name.
Amy.
Oh, okay. Amy, yeah. Okay, so Amy, do you have a recommendation if I were to start with one? Get on to her other stuff.
So I was for a while I was waiting for a surgery and I couldn't really work because if I had an income I wouldn't have the health care. So I was in a bookstore and she was paying me in books. Like she was going under, she hadn't paid rent for the bookstore in a year and she needed somebody to help pack and unpack the books because she needed to inventory. And she was just paying me in books. So I got Henry and June was the first one that I found. But in reading the biography of her, she wrote all this erotica for under pseudonyms. So there's all these little stories that were published, but they were hers. And the only record is the actual diary that is like 7 volumes long. And they like she was able to publish 3 parts of her diary, but it's huge. It's like it's a giant collection of her writing. And I'm trying to think, like there's one little tiny book that I got called 3 Little Birds, and it goes into some really explicit, like just not normal writing, but it's done in such a way that it's really well crafted. And and it has to do with her being able to support other writers. She was able to be a benefactress to other artists because her husband was a banker. And so he would give allowances in order to help take care of her mom and her brother. And she would, skim off of her allowance budget and pay for her friend Henry's apartment. And he returned, he eventually was like sending her money when she couldn't get anything published, and he really wanted to see her diary in print. And so he was like he was living in Big Sur, and he was kind of like survivalist, like not really, didn't have any expenses. So he was able to send her some money at that point, which this is all really interesting, and it's all in the biography. But her writing makes you believe that it's real. And so that's what's really fun, is like to see that she's writing all these experiences, and then they seem like they're like straight, not fiction, very accurate. And then when you read the biography, it's like, well, she took a little bit of this and a little bit of that, and this relationship is really this story. So I think that's part of the ego, is when you see yourself as an artist and you can't help but like create a story about something that you find interesting, or like something that you see as beautiful, and you want to describe it. Like that's really what her gift to everybody was, is like she devoted herself to her art. She never had any children, but she was somebody who supported other artists, and it was one of those things where like you become really codependent and you don't feel like you're anybody unless you're doing something for somebody else. And that's problematic, in that like you are deserving of your own personal attention and care. And that's what other people notice, is that you're not caring for yourself. And that's the problem, is like, oh, so you need somebody to do all this stuff for you, when really, you just need to be given the tools to do for yourself. Like if you don't have any money, you can't go and pay a massage therapist, or you can't get reflexology, or the acupuncture isn't covered on the Medicaid insurance. Like these are concerns. And then, for me in the rural area, it's transportation. Like, that's great. You want to make another appointment? How are you going to pay for me to get to that appointment, which is 6 weeks from now, and I have 6 weeks of no money to do anything with?
Yeah.
That's real. That's something that is part of that holistic approach of seeing, like, if somebody is asking for help, then that should be rewarded with oh, very good. You've taken the first step. You've gone on the path towards being different from what isn't working for you.
Right.
I don't want to, put down anybody else's experiences, but I think that a lot of times people think that they've conquered something and they kind of fail in these other areas. Like when somebody stops drinking and they think, oh, I used to drink all day because I couldn't deal with, like, my dad was never around. And now I don't drink anymore. But, still you're locked up in your house and you're playing video games all day.
Exactly.
What did you do? Well, your brain had a pattern of fulfilling pleasure, and you replaced the drinking pleasure with video game pleasure, another addiction, or sex, or money, or there's gambling, like shopping,
Or like when you quit smoking, you gain weight.
because the
Yes.
organization, because you have a block. I mean, that makes me think of Peter Moon in the auditing, how like you can go back and say, oh, well, I never was weaned off my mother in a way that was productive. So I have this thing where I have to put stuff in my mouth, and now I eat instead of taking a cigarette. Like, like there's the awareness that comes when you're like interacting with somebody who knows how to handle the things that arise, like the things that come up in the moment. And you can't just shove them off. You can't just block them away. You can redirect. You can put the focus more on, like, can you remember feeling happy? That's important also. But to notice that the charge of whatever thought is in your mind, like you see something, you're triggered, you have that thought, the awareness is what you need in order to say, oh, I'm being reactive. I'm emotionally charged because of a thought. What can I do to change the thought? Like, can I put on happy music? Can I dance? Can I move around? Can I get out a drum and just bang a drum for 10 minutes so that I change my thought pattern? Rather than just react to the thought and then blow up on somebody who's really just trying to care for you. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. You put it together really good, in a good way.
Well, she's had to overcome so much by herself. There's no one there to help. Most of the men she turns to are worse off than she is, in their own way. Go on, Amy and Victoria. Heather, certainly. Victoria, have you ever had whatever you're willing to share or feel safe sharing concerning some kind of counseling experience in which you felt that you were almost punished for asking for help?
To my parents, I was kind of demonized for wanting help. And then typically, I think I went to, I don't know, less than 5 Christian counselors, counselors in general. Never a true psychologist or anything like this. I'm sure they had those kinds of degrees, but they were more specifically Christian counselors. And I think I only went to one counselor as an adult myself. I paid the $100 myself. And to this day, it didn't matter, or not to this day, this was a little while ago, but it didn't matter whether or not I was a teenager or an adult. If I went into a counseling session, I ended up counseling them. Like literally every time. Like they didn't know how to handle my story. They were like, wow. And then I end up encouraging them that my stuff's not that bad. And it's like, why did I pay for this? And so I just stopped going to those things because, yeah. No, what's the point? It never helped.
Okay.
I think that knowing that you're now counseling your therapist is really a good place to start, because see that they can't handle it and you're like explaining or like discounting it, saying, oh, I understand, don't worry, I'll take care of it. This is again, like, you need better therapy. You need somebody who's going to provide something. Like, you should be excited about going to see this person. Like, it shouldn't feel like a burden. It shouldn't feel like, oh, just another another $100 lost. Like, but, you
Well,
know,
I also came to realize with age that part of me just like Jesus, honestly, he in me. But as far as what I need, it's more just forcing myself to do the things that I know I should do, like drink water or brush my teeth, simple things, right? But I know when my if I want to revert into what I want to be, which is just a big baby, I just want someone to literally with me, next to me, holding my hand, doing it with me. You know, adulting as they say, making fun of this concept, but truly just having someone there to do things with you and to do life with you. I realize that's like 90% of my issue.
Oh.
So it's living alone.
Well,
I just wanted to
yeah, continue.
ask about.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask about what you're talking about, the loneliness and not feeling like you can find people that are gonna spend time with you. Like, you can give your time and attention. Like, I'm wondering about like the kinds of people that are attracted to you when you are traumatized and you're trying to work through it. And like you say, like sometimes is like everything you can do to brush your teeth.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, because I've lived alone in a cabin in the middle of the woods for the last 4 or 5 years now, I just don't have that many contacts around here. And I've been off social media for the better part of the last few years. Just
That's
for my own different reasons. Pardon?
Right. I mean, that's really interesting. Like, how do you think not exposing yourself to other people's blah, blah, blah on Facebook or, you know, Instagram, like, has it improved your quality of life?
I feel like it has. And I wasn't on Instagram or many of the other apps, but I was on Facebook for over a decade, truthing, going hard against the New World Order and blah blah blah, and had tons of in real life and online friends because I traveled all over the world and stuff. I've just lived in like 10 different states, traveled the states a bunch. So, you know, it really was. It wasn't just like internet friends, it was real life friends as well. But being that I was a homeschool kid, I didn't have many of my homeschool friends that I kept in touch with. Most of them got married and had kids and started their own life. And I was this wild thing during my 20s where I met the rave, festy, and burner scenes. And guess what? Most of those people weren't even quality friends. So I ended up kind of having a whole lot of no one for the most part, except for, you know, random people here and there around that have a beautiful heart and that I can just tell are good people. So, and that care about truth, of course. So, you know, but you know what? I used to, for many, many years, for the way, you know, definitely the 30 years. I'm 35 now. For at least 30 years, well into my 30s, I jumped, like my body would jump at every footstep, every door closing or opening, any sudden sound. Didn't matter how quiet, because of my upbringing. And that has calmed down a bit. And I believe that, you know, shutting off the 100 fighting voices in some forum style thread on Facebook certainly didn't hurt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm proud of you. That's good that you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Escape that, because it's like quicksand. It really is. So by all means, continue.
Well, I miss it too, but it was a bit of, like she's saying, it's a dopamine fix, and one that once you see it for what it is, you're like, all right, I want to get a hold of this. And I'm still dealing with this. You know, I've tried all the drugs. I used to smoke cigarettes for 12 years. Luckily, I quit that. I quit the Zen pouches. But now I'm chewing gum and vaping my THC like a madman because I'm trying to just stay off the nicotine. And, you know, the whole reason I went carnivore is because I eat incessantly as a Taurus and as a freaking worrying little nail biting person. you know, it's that oral fixation, that dopamine fix is something that is so strong of a crutch over the years with me as well. So I totally hear you, ladies. It's so true. So true.
Thank you.
I'm reminded of, like, I had this thought, like, I have a friend who goes into a spiral and is like, I hate my life. I just hate my life. I had this thought about, you know, meaning and the mother, and what if instead of saying I hate my life, and you replace that, when that shows up in your head, you replace that with I need a hug. You know, if you could
That's all I've ever said, yo. That's all I ever said. I need hugs, man. I didn't get enough hugs growing up. A lot of us didn't, right?
Yeah, just touch me. Like, this part, you know, part of being like hypersexualized is like, I just want to be touched. Like, we don't even have to have sex. Just like touch me in a loving way. That is probably more helpful than, you know, sitting there and telling me, oh, well, I can write you a referral for a gynecologist. Like,
who can shove various cold implements up inside of you. Yes, that's right. That's Nemo, can you help these ladies with a loving touch sometime?
I don't know what to add in.
Well, they were describing you when they were talking about staying at home all day playing video games.
Yeah.
Aww. A lot of us just need hugs, though. It's so true. It's so true. And a lot of that is, again, we've talked about this, generational. You know, a lot of our parents never heard an I love you. Our parents were beat a lot worse than we were, and then we were beat a lot more than any of these kids these days ever are. They're just handed iPads and said good luck, right? Yes. So it's just funny, like we're all dealing with different levels and dimensions of trauma, I suppose.
Yes, indeed. And Heather, add something more. In terms of what's coming to your mind with this discussion, there must be something. Please share.
Oh, I'm just really grateful. I'm grateful to have these opportunities, and they are frequent. I just appreciate you.
Oh, thank you.
And I would do anything to make sure that you got your goal that you're reaching tonight.
Oh, thanks to your help, I will. I have no doubt about that. But yes, far more importantly,
you bet.
Yes,
you
bless you,
betcha.
honey. Oh, far more importantly, what we're showing everybody who's listening is the courage of these wonderful young ladies, all of them having suffered so much, and they've been punished for nothing, without committing a crime, but they've been targeted for punishment and persecution. I think what you can share a little bit more about is what it's like to be a targeted individual, Amy, and that will probably drag something more out of both Heather and Victoria. But when someone is a targeted individual and comes into cognizance of that fact, please share with us this trauma.
I think what you need to understand is that's a label.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And it's been co-opted.
Yes.
So you can join all these groups that are basically throwing you in a homeless shelter online, where you're now exposed to other people who are experiencing the same thing as you, but not really addressing the systemic issue. Where, as Heather had said, there's 6,000 people who are involved in making sure that you get tortured every day, that there's some way that things are going to go badly and you're exposed to a kind of technology. And I think that leads really to a spiritual intervention, is that you have to see yourself outside of that group. You have to see yourself as not that thing, even though indeed you are that thing. You can't fix it by just talking about it. Like, there has to be action. And I think a lot of these targeted individual groups or people who claim to help these targets, they're not actually helping. They're just like, oh, well, now they're in this group, so we can then get them into a therapy session where they're not going to be helped, where they're going to get a label, and then that label is going to follow them around.
Yeah, it's almost like it's a genre of its own now. It's so like trendy. It seems like it's just not even what it was originally, what it means. You know, it's something else.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it's like the exposure, like that you can say that word and now everybody kind of understands, like, oh, right, you're that thing happens to you no matter what. When really that's the trick of it, is to get you into a mindset where you're isolated, and every time you ask for help, something bad's going to happen because of that, you know, disclosure. I've had many times where I've tried to discuss these things, and even if the person I'm talking to is like, I understand completely, or this has happened to me also, they still don't have any answers. Like, they don't, you know, they don't have like a place that you can go where that you're protected. Like, you're not hearing voices in your head that tell you to do something that isn't detrimental. Like, you have to be really okay with hearing terrible things all the time, and it's not a safe position to be in. Like, you can't solve other people's problems when your problems are so overwhelming, and yet that is something that you're going to find is, like, as soon as you disclose something, you're then in a place where you're completely vulnerable, and now because you've disclosed it, they can manipulate the people around you in such a way that they now become problems for you. Is that the help that you were seeking is now the problem. I don't know if that was clear. That, you know, that's just from my own experience where, you know, I had disclosed stalking to my medical team that I had to quit working to get a medical team, and now the medical team is completely the problem. Like, they, you know, I have to find a new doctor. I have to get some money together to go to a therapy that I enjoy, that's beneficial, because they're not going to pay for the stuff that is working, like the stuff that makes me feel better and is not putting me in a place where I'm really like fixated on this thing happened and it's not been resolved. I mean, there's been a number of times where the person that I was stalking has contacted me again and again. And I remember there was one group where this guy contacted me, and I didn't know because I wasn't using that platform. But when I got on the platform and saw it, I wrote them and said, you need to block them. I'm reporting them as a stalker. And they responded appropriately by telling me that person will never contact you again. And I couldn't believe it, because every other time that I had addressed it, I had been told that it's really me, like I'm paranoid and delusional, like it's my mental health problem, not the person who's actually doing this, like, you know, telling me they're not going to contact me and then contacting me all the time. So that, you know, that's just been my experience with how to just get strong in your own mindset that, okay, this isn't working. This particular doctor or this therapist is not on board, and I need to keep trying. And the part of it is they want you to shut down and shut up. So you have to get through that. Like, you have to redo everything that you just put all this time and effort into, and go through it again with somebody else. do all the paperwork, sign all the forms, right? Like it's frustrating and it's tiring and it's overwhelming, but it's the only way is to just keep going, to keep understanding. And when they suggest like just go back into therapy, like that, I've done that and it doesn't work. So thank you very much. I'm not going to speak to you again. I won't call you again. And for me, in a rural community, there is one group that deals with mental health and they don't have any more therapists. So it's meaning that I have to get outside of my area. I have to go somewhere else where there's more resources, where, people are understanding of the life of Anais Nin, who went to counselors, who then turned her into a mistress. And, like that is a woman's issue, but it's also a man's issue because the men fall into it as well. Like they're part of the dynamic where, they don't have intimacy skills. So you're in a relationship with somebody who can only support you so much before falling into those same patterns of like reactive emotions and triggers and explosive interactions. You have to learn how to handle it. You have to learn how to disconnect, put up a boundary, get support from people who have been supportive, and then find new people. Because not everybody is going to be there for you year after year. You have to continually add to your toolbox. You have to know that this thing worked, but I also feel like there's other things that will work.
Yes. And just continue, Victoria. There must be something.
Well,
Yeah.
I would say that at this point, I feel that would be the most beneficial for myself, instead of talking about all these traumatic things, would be something like breathing exercises or tapping or Wim Hof, ice baths, or sprinting around and climbing a tree, or I don't know, something that's, or hugging,
Yes.
something that's physical, that's taking my mind out of that so that I can just remember to breathe. That's like the hardest part sometimes, is just remembering that. So yeah, it's I hear you.
And what about yourself, Heather? Certainly other things must be brought to mind. As Amy said, targeted individual is kind of like a brand now. And,
I really have to just conclude that Krishna consciousness is really not a bad thing. It helps you find kind of like a place, or it helps you find pieces that fill up the empty parts that you feel like you're lacking, whether with what kind of relationship that you need. That's the relationship that you can find. If Krishna's been a mother figure, a parent figure, a child figure, a friend, whatever it is that you're needing in your life, that he could be that. And I say he, just generally speaking. I can't, it's better than saying it, but it is God.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I definitely have found prayer has helped. Even praying out loud recently has helped me a lot. I always felt like, oh, well, I'm always freaking out in my head, so I'm always praying in my head. But truly, like, making myself journal and praying out loud has been really, really good. It's probably needed to do that a long time ago.
It's
I don't
having
know.
a controlled mind, I think, and that is a beautiful thing. The relationship that you have with God, that's what Krishna consciousness is about, is just maintaining, reestablishing or establishing the connection between you and God, and having a relationship that thrives. It makes you a much happier person.
Yes.
For sure.
Definitely. Who's did I hear a bell tower going off. That was so beautiful.
Yeah,
It was.
confirmation bells.
Yes, ma'am.
Park next to the
Yeah.
church, and it's
That's beautiful.
an hour. Yeah, I'm at the library, and the church is next door. But everybody's coming into work now, so there's all these cars pulling into the lot and parking and running into their buildings.
Wow.
Are you going into work?
Oh no, I'm not working.
Oh, that's right.
I
Oops.
might have a job in August, so at this point, I'm waiting to get details about whether they're gonna give me the things I need to do the job, or they're gonna hire somebody else.
Well, I hope you get it. I think you will. If that's really what you want, you can manifest that, and whatever you want, you can have.
Yeah, I'll be praying for you too. Totally.
Well, thank you. I'm
Yeah.
I'm pretty
Gotta
like
know what you want before you can get what you want.
yeah, it's a job supporting as an advocate Title IX complaints. So it's kind of a statewide position, which is troublesome to me because we do live in a northern state where travel around the state is going to be difficult most of the year. So that's my concern. Is like I interviewed for it and I felt like I was really good. I gave a presentation on somatics and only 2 people in the interview group even knew what somatics was. So I felt like it was
It's a good concept. It's great.
I could totally do this job. It wouldn't even take, like, I don't need training. I don't need, like I could do this. But
Sounds perfect.
the supports are what I was concerned about because they didn't seem like they really had a handle on, what the job really even looked like. They just knew that they needed this person to address the issue in all the different locations. So, I'll just have to wait.
If anybody can do it, you can.
Thank you.
Oh,
I know
yeah.
Douglas was pointing out,
Yeah.
like, clearly that situation shows that you're capable of anything.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, maybe you're right. And it could happen. It could just turn out that I'm like building a house, before winter. I don't know. We could find out.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's not really in my control.
But you're
Nothing is in our control.
Yes, and
It's in Krishna's control.
that's so cute. And of course, so in terms of certainly, Nemo, in all seriousness, there must be something you can contribute here. A little, some observations, perhaps, on what you've heard.
I'm half asleep, so.
Thank you. This is why cucumbers are better than men. Okay, well, moving back to this is
Silly.
That makes no sense.
Yeah, that's
Absolutely.
well, these young ladies could
that's
explain
really
it to you.
cold. Cucumbers are too
Yeah.
cold.
Cucumber isn't gonna make you
No,
come
it's a little
multiple
cold.
times like a mouth.
That got him up. Yeah, there you see, that got him up. Yes, he's half asleep. Don't stand up, Nemo. We don't want to see the erection on camera. Yes,
Right.
and
I don't want to break my monologue.
yes. So, all such being said, ladies, continue. I mean, this is very important for all our listeners. You're going in territories that most people are afraid to go into, and this is a lot of courage, and it helps a lot of people. It really does. And so do make certain to continue. We've got about a little less than an hour left. I'd say about 45 minutes. So continue, please. Victoria.
Question then.
Yeah.
Yeah, so for those of you who have dealt with voices targeted individual stuff, how have you got completely away from technology to test if it was coming from technology or if it was like being beamed through the window type of thing? Because I know there's anything out there, but I just wonder if anyone is like, basically wrapped themselves in foil, and if it was the
The short answer to that is no. For me, getting away from the technology was a good start to see that I don't really need a TV because everybody I know is going to tell me what was on the TV. I don't really need to watch TV because somebody else is going to tell me what was on it.
Yep.
That was a really good start, and that was like years ago. That was like in my 20s where I just didn't need it. Like, and it became annoying to me when I would meet somebody and they'd be like, I watched this movie. And I'm like, great. Like, how hard is that? Like, to just watch something and then absorb it and then recapitulate it without really even a thought in your own head about why it was put in front of you. And, you know, at some point, it was interesting to me to consider that this whole targeted individual thing and the military programs of voice to skull, that was presented to me and that I was made aware of it, and therefore other people are also aware of it. So that's kind of the approach that I had to back my way into, was like, I don't want to be blamed for announcing this to others because I was given this information, so it came from some source other than myself. And that was really helpful to kind of get out of the dynamic of like trying to chase down the rabbit hole, like trying to get more information about this, find another source. Like, no, you don't need to keep pursuing it. What you need is to redirect, know it's aware, like this thing is happening. I'm not in control of it. Where can I get safe? Where can I put myself where I'm not involved in the emotional upheaval? Because it's all about provoking you to do something that then puts you in a worse position. And it's all manipulated in a way that you're going to get emotional. So to be able to process your own emotions in a healthy way, that was the most effective tool that was introduced to me very early on. And then when all of this stuff was presented to me, to know that I'm being reactive to it, or that person is just provoking me to anger. Like, this relationship I'm in is really tense right now. And to just say, hey, I can see that you're trying to make me angry, and I'm not going to let you make me angry. So I'll come back in another couple hours. We'll talk about it then. You know, just having that boundary and that awareness that I'm being provoked. Like, you're saying these things in order to elicit that anger or that sadness or that grief, which they all exist. Everybody experiences doubt. Like, everybody questions whether their choice is correct or whether they intended the outcome of whatever choice that was made. That, you know, that's a really key part of, you know, why did this happen? Well, I wasn't intending to like split up with somebody I'd been with for 6 years, but I can see how it's now been manipulated so that, you know, they're forced into this other relationship. Therefore, they can't be in a relationship with me in the same way. And now I'm having to triage their problems because like they're my support. Like, they're the one that I'm going to like make plans and to like put our week together, put our lives together. This is, you know, this is part of the issue, is that we don't have the awareness of our own provocation. Like, we know we're triggered, we know we're upset. We think it's about something we did, but was it just that you were put in that position and you made the best choice you could, and it doesn't need to be dealt with in the moment? What we can do is put it aside and agree to talk about it later. That's just a tool that really, it's hard to do. It's hard to do, especially with your family who have these really entrenched patterns where, you know, they're the boss of you, so you just do as you're told, and you can't always enforce that safety within yourself where you're saying, this doesn't work for me. I know that you need this, or you think you need this. And then when they get angry, you know that you've got it right. That, oh, so I've pointed out something you've done, and now you're angry that I've pointed it out. So here's something we can work on. I mean, is that clear? Can I get some feedback about whether or not you've had this experience where you then become aware of this might not actually be a thing that I did, but instead a position I was put in where there was no good choice and I made the only choice I could.
Mm-hmm. And please, response from the other ladies on the panel.
It's hard.
Okay, Victoria! Is she with us? Okay, let's check here, because I certainly feel you were coherent, Amy, and Victoria,
Yes.
honey. Yes, by all means. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was just listening.
Okay. And
Yeah.
in
I
terms...
keep having to
Yeah.
plug my phone, and then every time that I go to talk, I have to unplug it real fast because it's my phone's pretty low.
Okay, I see. Okay, but thank you for explaining that. That puts some context into the delay. And Victoria also has a delay normally because she's out in the middle of nowhere. Victoria, obviously, you're someone who's been blacklisted, and it's made it almost impossible for you to find employment where you want. Relay just a little bit of this so Amy can hear it, because it's very important that she does, if you would be so kind.
Well, at least the black helicopters aren't flying over my cabin every day like they were. But yeah,
Amy,
it's been a
tell
little hard to
Victoria about
find
that. I need to
a
break
normal
in.
job.
Yeah, no, I need to break in with that. Amy, tell her about the helicopters.
Oh yeah. I've had planes fly at an abnormally low level right over where I was sunbathing,
Oh yeah, same.
and even recently there was a helicopter that was surveilling where I was camping, and it was annoying. It was just really, I'm so dangerous, or maybe I'm just so important.
Right? I would wave at them. I would wave and smile, go out with my Bible and my dresses, long Amish-looking dresses, and just wave. What are they? What? How are we so dangerous? I don't know. I don't get it.
Getting paid to pay attention to us, so we must be important. Right.
Well, I slowed down, so they've been pretty much leaving me alone, because I stopped doing any kind of activism and I stopped being online. I mean, they got me to shut up for sure. So, but I don't mind. I honestly, I tell people, I've been telling people recently, after 15 years of talking about the New World Order, I am happily retired. I literally did not even blink when I saw the headlines that Trump got shot, because I've seen way too many false flag and inflammatory headlines over the years, and nothing shocks me anymore. I don't think anything's real. I don't think anything's surprising. I'm like, So at this point, hopefully they know I'm truly not a threat, because I'm over caring about all this stuff. I mean, not caring about it, but I'm over trying to convince people. And luckily, we're at a place in time in humanity and society in this culture that I don't have to try and convince anyone or wake anyone up anymore. People are just waking up themselves, and TikTok is waking people up. And they're coming to me and they're like, oh my gosh, you were right. The sun simulators. I'm like, yeah, I was talking about sun simulators almost a decade ago. And now everyone on TikTok is, fine. They used to mock me about that stuff. But here we are. It's all true. We don't want to be right, though. We don't want to be right. Ridiculous.
And
Yeah, black helicopters.
you're right.
And planes. There were sometimes planes, but most of the time for me it was unmarked military black helicopters going way too low in the middle of nowhere.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a lot. So when this happened recently, we had a thought that we were going to contact the police and mention that we want copyrighted all of the images that were collected during that survey. And we want to be paid royalties for whatever they're trying to get, because first of all, they're getting paid and we are not. Why do we have to pay for our exploitation? There's some real issues there with basic rights.
Amen.
Yes.
So true.
And
but this country isn't free, right? We have to pay to get licenses to fish, and we can't collect rainwater, and so it's all a facade here, really.
Yes.
Well, that's sort of Krishna consciousness too, is that the world is illusion, and that we embark on all of these journeys in order to fulfill our duty and to release our karma and our constraints. And then, the goal is to be released from Mara, be released from the demon that is the world of illusion.
Maya.
Right. Sorry.
Maya. That's okay. Maya is the illusion. It's a dream.
Yeah, I love the how much I've had to unlearn about the Bible stuff, and then how much I've relearned about it, because I'm constantly having to remind people, like, bro, Jesus came to replace hundreds of annoying, human-tastic, ridiculous laws with, like, bro, love God if you're aware of him, and love others. It's super simple. To love is to die to yourself, right? Is that ego death. To sacrifice, to serve. And what do we get the most fulfillment out of? Out of helping each other, out of serving, out of giving, right? It's more blessed to give than to receive. So I really do think there's these beautiful universal truths that, that's why I'm probably a little more universalist than most
if everyone
Christians
cared about each other,
like
everything would be a perfect place.
Yeah, exactly. We just have to love our neighbor, and sometimes our neighbor, we don't agree with them, but that's okay. Gotta love him anyway. Love the enemy, love the different opinion, respect and honor. It's not that complicated, but we certainly like to make it so, and the government certainly loves to shake the bucket of the black and red ants until we fight. So.
And
very good. I love the idea that you yourself are getting something out of being good, and that's the problem. That is the last trapping of your ego, is that I'm doing this because I'm a good person. You're not in charge of good or bad. Like, both of them exist, and your perspective is just that, your perspective, and you think you're doing good, but maybe you're being drawn off of what your true calling is. So to me, like, the hardest thing is to get away from that codependency of, I want this person to be happy. If this person is happy, then I'm happy.
Yes.
Right? Like, that is a trap in a lot of ways. And for me, the whole Christian thing was really difficult, because there's so many Christians who don't have a care for any other being, yet they're
right
on this pedestal as like, oh, I've done so much, when really they inherited a lot of money and then donated a lot of money. How hard is that? Like, that really put you out, didn't it? Like, you had to challenge enough to grow. It can be really interesting to start to see your own motivations. Like, how does being good really work to your advantage? Or are you just like in the communist country, like, doing what you're told? Like, I'm doing this told to do this.
It's it's a little of, we have what we're supposed to do, things that like we're told to, right? But obviously, is it smart to love like Jesus? Like, well, if you're trying to survive, but if you're trying to give everything, it's not necessarily the best for survival. But if your goal isn't survival and to just die for love, which, that's the thing. It's like, I've never wanted to hurt a fly in my entire life. So, it was never really hard to be good. It was always hard to imagine why anyone would want to be bad. And maybe that's my super sheltered upbringing, but I'm okay. I'm happy with being and I say this with all love, but a retarded lover. Like, I just will love and trust. I will love and trust, which it's, again, not the best for survival, but it's just how I love. I love fully. I love with agape, and agape is that sacrificial love, right?
Yes. So there's a question from Christophe Reimer in the chat, and if I go back there to read it, he is asking about something technical. I believe this was brought up by dear Heather, perhaps, but any of you ladies can answer this. Sun simulators. Is there something one of you said about some sun simulators? Was that you, Amy? Tell us about this. Or was that you? No, that's you, Victoria.
Yeah, I've been talking about them for some years before articles in mainstream news started admitting that they were building them in China and in Russia. And then many years after that, we have everyone online and on TikTok talking about them. So it's just one of those things. It's like, it's just one more thing I get to giggle about. And I stopped looking in 2 years ago because people were laughing me, about it. But now it's all coming out. So yeah, sun simulators. You can look up China, put theirs up. Russia started building theirs a long time ago, all this nuclear fusion stuff. So it's made the sun a lot hotter and whiter and brighter, and it's not our nice warm. It kind of sits in front of our sun, which, on the NASA idea, that's probably hard to imagine, but never mind. Yeah.
No, go on with it.
Well, I mean, if you trust NASA, it'll be hard to wrap your head around some of the stuff. But if you're going from the more old world view of the shape of things with the firmament, it makes a lot more sense.
Okay. Heather Holman says, I have to go. I love you all so much. So, Heather, do say good morning to everyone.
I love you.
Say good morning to our listeners if you can, Heather, before you go. Let's see. She may not be able to. Yeah. Did she drop off already? Let's see now. She did. She dropped off. Oh, darn. Oh, yes. So, at any rate, dear Amy, share with Victoria a little bit about how you investigated. This was actually followed up by Brooke much later when Brooke learned about this phenomenon from Ian, but long before any of them talked about it. Years ago, you investigated this corporate ownership of a number. What do they call this number? It's some kind of tracking number, but it's not. Is it your social security number? Or what exactly is this? And you found out you were owned by this company, so to speak, and it was bizarre because it was after you brought this up, then you basically had a very strange incident, which I feel was connected, and certainly Ian was saying that, there's a number where if you look up your number, you'll find out you're bought and sold for stocks, and then Brooke looked it up and actually saw there was a number and a value attached to her number. It was very bizarre. So Amy, try and share with Victoria a little bit about this because it's such a fascinating phenomenon.
Before you get into that, I'm just gonna I gotta head off because I'm getting sleepy. I'll say goodbye.
Okay, please say good morning to our listeners. Thank you so much, Nemo, and we love you dearly. Stay safe and be well.
Love you all too. Good morning, everybody, and please support Douglas any way you can. Send donations towards him via PayPal and buy his books on Amazon.
Yes.
Take care, everyone.
Thank you. Blessed
Morning,
dreams.
Nemo.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
Have a good one.
thank you. Refreshing be thy slumber, okay?
Yep.
And Christopher Riemel says, thanks for the answer regarding sun simulators. I will look them up. There.
Yep, there's lots of patents, so I always tell people follow the patents.
Okay. Good idea.
Yeah, I think that's brilliant. Like even with this, the kind of tracking that they're doing of humans as assets rather than beings capable of making their own choices, or corporate owners, your corporate owners. So I can talk a little bit about how I discovered it was through Romola D, who her website is the Everyday Concerned Citizen. And she had done an interview with somebody who couldn't understand why all these things were happening to her. Like she was in multiple car wrecks. And then instead of being taken to a regular hospital, they would cart her off to a military hospital. And she had delineated a process through an interview that talked about, okay, go to this website, put in this information, do it like this. And she had walked you through it, right? Gave you the process, walked you through it. But shortly thereafter, they changed everything. Like it used to be that GMEI was the place that you could go and look this stuff up. And then they morphed it into a whole different system. And now it's GLEIF. And now you have to purchase your own name and your own trust from them. So that is what Ian was saying too, is like, as soon as you figure something out or you get some answers, like they'll change it so that now that's no longer viable and you sound like a crazy person and it's meant to discredit you. But the thing that I noticed is I put in my social security number and then I put in 3 other social security numbers. And interestingly enough, like I had like 424 different companies across like 50 or 60 countries. And that was the least amount of hits that my number brought up. And all the other 3 numbers that I put in, one of them had like 2,500 different companies attached to their number. Another one was like 1,300. And then my other friend who was watching me do this had like 800. So for me, it was like, oh, well, I guess I'm not as tracked as other people who are completely ambivalent about the whole thing. And I don't really understand what the answer is. Like, what is, like, so now I know. What do I do about it? Like, how do I completely change my life so that I'm no longer a part of some structure that's really just abusive, like exploitation? Like, I don't want to be exploited for my purchases. I don't want my algorithm to tell me what I need to do next. That's not interesting to me. Like, I want to have some ability to think on my own and to explore situations that are new and novel, instead of going down a path and taking the same path that everybody else has taken.
Yes.
And I think there's a lot of people out there who really just want it to stop. Like, just, if this could just stop, like, that would be the most ideal situation, is that, you know, we're aware of like these microchips that are in our bodies, and they're not in everybody, but if they're in one person, they're in too many.
Thank you.
So those, you know, those you can deal with them in different ways. I know Heather has this experience, and you can disable them. You can walk around with magnets on your body, and it will disable whatever chip is in there. I believe that wholeheartedly, but does it change the situation? Not so much. You're still having to like boundary up and armor yourself against things that were non-consensual, that you were not made aware of. You can't put something, a foreign object, into somebody meant to control them and think that there was any kind of permission given. That's what is difficult about what Heather is experiencing, and perhaps what I am experiencing also, because I've had bad situations. I've been in a lot of pain that was completely no explanation for it, and realized something as simple as like wearing a magnet strapped to my body made it a lot easier to just keep from like entering into the pain, like noticing pain, doing something, noticing the release of the pain, or even getting to a place where you can see that it might have a better effect than to, drag yourself into the ER, which happened over and over again for me. Like I couldn't do anything, went to the ER, was told this and that. None of it was real. Tried something else that worked. And that's all I can say is like I have survived so much that should have killed me. And I believe wholeheartedly that is the purpose, is that I survive. It has nothing to do with like an ego. Like I don't feel like I'm a hero to anybody. The fact that I'm still here and I am able to speak about it without any fear, and understand that all the things that happen because I've spoken about it are really just that, just like retaliation against being vocal. And I know that Victoria is part and parcel to that, with being loud and being hushed up and having to keep yourself safe. Like at some point you do have to comply. You need to eat. You need to be social. It's important that you have people in your life that, aren't just placed there to manipulate you, but are genuinely concerned about your well-being, concerned that you're not in housing, or that every person who tries to help you then turns on you and becomes a violent instigator of things that you didn't invite into your life.
Yes, chaos.
Yeah, that's a good
narcissism and chaos and expectation and manipulation and things that are oh so typical that we attract, seemingly. So true. I'll send you a meme that I made, Amy.
Great.
Yeah, Sue. I've been really out of touch because I don't have a phone that has service. I have to drive somewhere to use the phone. But I'm trying to get back to a place where I'm more available for other things rather than basic needs, or like looking for work. Like I spent a good part of the spring and winter just putting in job applications and doing interviews. I'm in a good spot right now. I'm not in need of anything, so I'm doing pretty good. I know that is exactly what they're trying to work against, is getting to a place where you feel safe and comfortable.
Yeah, I completely agree with that we beat them by deciding to be happy and at peace despite them.
I love that. It's so true. And to realize that that's all they're doing is trying to pull you off of your peace. Like if you have some small atom of peace within you and you can get distracted from it, which of course you're going to get distracted, to get back to it, to really hold it in your mind's eye and keep that as your focus, is I'm looking for peace. Like amidst the chaos, I'm just attaching myself to peace or to divine or to joy, to being really filled with a sympathetic joy where, yes, you're around people who are happy, but you're not making them happy. They're happy and you're sharing that happiness.
But
right? Like
Yeah.
not trying to own other people's emotions, you know, like that's really, I think that's the biggest problem in our world is that, you know, not everybody has a really high IQ, and this manipulation, this way of like trying to do something for you in order to be like, I saved them. Well, I got them off drugs, or I did this, or and then they were better, and so I can do this for you. This is a really toxic idea entirely. Like you can't do anything for anybody.
Right.
They're
No, they
doing
have
it,
to do it themselves.
and that's really the truth of it, is we can't really own anybody else's successes. You can share in it, but to manipulate somebody and to exploit them, that's not doing you any good. You're not getting anywhere. You're not really succeeding. You're just falling into the illusion that you're their savior. That like that martyr complex of the white knight. I'm gonna save them. I've saved them. This is very toxic. This is not anything anybody should brag about. Like a truly wise person would know that this happened without anything. It would have happened without you eventually anyway. Because it was the right thing to do. It was the right thing for them, and they came upon it, and maybe you facilitated some element of their progress, but you didn't do anything really. You were just there. And maybe that's really what they don't want anybody to understand, is they want people to get on board with like we have to get everybody in the Republican Party. We have to make sure the Democrats go down. You know, this kind of like manipulation and the agenda of like moving people's actions in a certain direction. It's completely false, and it won't be sustainable. Like people who have been manipulated or are doing something because somebody told them to, it's not authentic. It's like, living a lie. Like you tell this lie about, oh, I'm in a happy marriage, and meanwhile, like your partner is having multiple relationships outside of your marriage, but you're just blind to it, and you're married and faithful because that's what you believe is right, but the other person is struggling and you're not even aware of it because you're so enmeshed in your good relationship. Right. I mean, that's something I see quite a bit with different couples, is they feel like they're made whole by another person, and when you ask them about their own experience and what they feel they've changed in their lives about their own behaviors, they have nothing to offer because all they did was get married. All they did was like have this partner who supported them, and they saw that as who they were, which in essence is false. You are bigger than your body, you're bigger than your own thoughts. And if you are really doing good work, then you're able to counsel people through challenges. If you've never been challenged, how are you going to support others through their difficult times?
Exactly.
Yes. By the way, a question from Christoph email in the chat. He asks, he says, great statement. You can't do anything for anybody. But he said, where to enter the SS number to find such answers as you described. He said, just Google. I never tried that. Or ChatGPT. So where would you enter the data that got the kind of results that you did, or at least at one point this was possible?
Google, yeah. Right.
I would go. You can go on YouTube, and
YouTube?
then maybe search.
Okay.
Yeah. I think like the last one I watched was some guy who was like, I've heard people are getting paid out of a trust fund created by their social security account. This is what you do.
I
There's
heard
a book.
about that years ago from someone who got super mad at me and blocked me over like the Hitler stuff. But yeah, he used to be all into that. Like every single person has a trust and you just need to access it. And then you have all this money and da 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 da. Yeah, I heard about that.
Christopher Hauser on YouTube is working through this. He went into the prison system and was coaching prisoners on how to declare their case a trust action and go against trust law. So Christopher Hauser would be one that you could look into. I'm trying to remember, and it was like years ago, and I'm like, I don't remember anymore. And I remember looking and it had changed, like the whole formatting had changed. But fidelity.com, that was one where you could type in some variation of your name or social security number, and then it would pull up some interesting things. Unfortunately, whatever I'd done is no longer, it's not run the same way. Like the GMEI utility was then bought up, it's out of the Netherlands. So they were running it out of the Netherlands, and I don't know, like I was told like you can purchase portions of it, which would make you extremely wealthy, but
Or
I
you
tried
could buy
doing
a house with it, or
Yeah,
buy a
like-
car.
with the 1099, right? Like that it's a
Yep.
trust action, so you find a car dealer who will accept the 1099 form on your
Yep.
trust, and you purchase it that way, which is what corporations do. So it's basically like getting the corporate
Signing
Profit.
yourself as a corporation, like using yourself as a corporation.
but that's what they're doing. So getting that
Right.
process and then pulling it back under your control, which is a great idea. I haven't had any success with it.
Exactly.
I
They
mean,
would never
I-
let us have success with something like that. They just wouldn't.
well, but that's, that's what I think the beauty of the internet is that you can't really get a hold of all the different facets of how the electronics work and the way that there, information can spread without that control, like without, having people watch Max Headroom on the TV, right? Like, just being glued eyes on the screen and not really thinking like there's a reason that they're putting this in front of you, which that's part of my trauma was that I could never really trust what was being told to me, so I was always just fawning instead of freezing or fleeing or fighting. I would just go along, and then break away. And that kept me safe for a number of years. And then at a certain point in my life, it was no longer working to just do what was asked and then expect that I would be safe later. It wasn't happening like that. I couldn't just keep doing what was told the process was. I had to find a new way, and that phrase, hello hypervigilance, and to just know that my anxiety is really high right now, and I shouldn't make any decision that's going to affect the rest of my life while I'm in this state of mind. Like, I should get help. I should go to a sangha and sit with some people who are not trying to exploit me, and then make a decision.
Yes.
I mean, that's
And how have you been exploited, Victoria?
Oh, I don't know. Not just in general as a human in this country. I can't even count the ways. Who knows? We've all been exploited in one way or another. I kind of kept out of the exploitation circles of like Hollywood on purpose, so I can't really speak on all that. I kind of ran the other way from all that jazz, but I don't know. I had people try to exploit me. I remember one time a girl tried to get me to get me to sleep with someone so that she could have some crack. And I was like, wow, well, wow. That's a first.
Well, yeah. Wow. I mean, and
Yeah.
I can't resist asking. And did you?
Of course not. I was like, Marcy, girl, honey, you need help.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. I was just
Goodness
curious.
gracious.
Just curious. I mean,
No, I didn't like crack. I didn't like any of that stuff. I
right.
didn't
No, I wasn't
no.
concerned about the crack. It's just sometimes that it might have been a case
Or the
where,
money.
right.
Yeah, no, I wasn't
might have,
worried about money either.
Right. I understand. In some cases, however, it's that the person realizes she's not attractive enough to sleep with a guy, and at the same time, you might have been in the mood for sex. I mean, sometimes these things converge to where something happens where you're exploited. But
She was cute, but that was not it. She was just crazy. She was just a crackhead. So she was, who knows what was going on in her crackhead head.
Yeah, no, true. And I guess we could say the same about Christina. I can't resist that. Yeah, because
Christine, it's just Christine, but she'd probably be happy you don't remember the original. But that's fine. Yeah, poor Christine. I wonder how she is doing. Hopefully she's not so heavily on the heroin and fentanyl, but I will have to check in with her.
Yeah, that's well, don't. She caused you so much stress last time you got physically ill. So just let her be. I mean, you don't need that. You don't need that in your life.
Yeah. Nothing worse. Honestly, it's funny because when she started, Heather and Amy were talking about how it will physically hurt you, right? Being in these stressful situations, it is true. Like your teeth will start to disintegrate from lack of minerals and from stress. Like, this stuff happens. It is real. It's real.
Very much so, yes. And so we're heading towards the end of the transmission. The live stream will have to be cut off so that it can upload very soon. We only have a few more minutes. I'd like both of you young ladies to say good morning to everyone. So, Amy, honey, say good morning to all of our listeners, please.
Good morning, everyone. Come back. We'll be back on Sunday.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Please come back and donate to Douglas.
I'm sorry, say that again, honey?
Please donate. I was just saying, please donate to Douglas.
Thank you.
We're at the end of this month, so we need all the help we can get for him.
Thank you. Thank you so much, dear ladies. And let's see if Aristides is awake. Hey, Aristides. Are you in dreamland?
Barely awake.
Do say good morning to all of our listeners, please.
Good morning, ladies and listeners. And I am putting the donation link in the chat one more time. And please send Douglas whatever you can, because you love being here and we want to keep doing this.
That's right. And we've got the girls. And aside from all of that, I do want you to know Heather Holman contributed $100 United States dollars. Goddess bless her. So we're down to just needing 200. I'll give Pete Moon a call after the show is over, and then we'll go from there. We'll see what happens. Obviously, the man's going on to his trip and has invested in all of that. Plus, he's setting up this Legacy ham radio tower in front of a cave to see if the time travel minerals in the cave will lead to transmissions from other times into our world. Yeah. And that's going to blow him 10 to 20 grand right there. So, yes, he needs all the pennies he can get.
That's why he's setting it up?
Yeah, because Dr. David Lewis Anderson said, there's materials here that
I didn't. Okay.
Right,
that are connected to that.
Oh yeah, that are used.
Gonna listen to the minerals.
Yeah, and that's it. Yes, it's kind of like Heather Holman asking a Skype AI about what happens when you swallow a crystal when you have an RFID chip, and Skype answered her with a very long and technical response.